Chapter 2182 Liar Date the 18th of April 2321 Time 10:59 Location Card World, Southern Region, Blossom District, Sky Blossom City, Dungeon Highway, Blood Rock Cave Gate Dungeon. Wyatt felt that trying to control the deviant devil using the Elder Anesthesia Dragon was worth considering, but he hesitated because once he was caught it was game over, not just for him but everything he cared about. Considering how sadistic the Olape was, this was indeed a possibility. Therefore, attempting something like this would need more than just preparation and thoroughness but opportunity and luck. Two among the many things that were considered beyond one's control. Alone, no, the Blood Rule Stream Spirit rejected Wyatt's request after a brief contemplation. Why, have you ever made a loss on any deals with me? You know I am good for it, Wyatt said, trying to sell his name for a loan. No, it is not that. There is an order to things, and every time I break the order like everyone else, even I have to pay the price. In Bloodette's case, the price was worth it for me, but now it is not, the spirit said flatly, refusing to reconsider on Wyatt's behalf. What if I said I could give you Blood Rule slave cores? Wyatt said, understanding that spirit's words it is just business, don't take it personally. Cores as in plural, the Celestial's Blood Rule spirit asked Wyatt in surprise. It did not expect him to be in possession of more than one Blood Rule slave cores, as having one was already an amazing feat. Yes. Now, do you think it is worth it for you to break the order of things? Wyatt asked, seeing the spirit drool listening to the World Blood Rule slave cores. He wondered what mystery the Source slave cores held for the Celestial Rule spirits to value them so much. It would have to wait, as gave the only Source slave core he had on him to the Blood Rule stream for its help. Now that he was one with Source, he believed he qualified to use the Source slave cores like the Celestial Rule spirit. Why do you want a loan if you have the cores? The spirit asked Wyatt in confusion. It had misunderstood him. Well, he did try to make it sound like it to gain its interest. No, I don't have them now. Pretty soon, I will come to possess them, Wyatt revealed, instantly losing interest in the Blood Rule stream spirit. What do you mean by that? I know a place in the Blood Rule source where I can mine lots of Source slave cores, Wyatt dramatically informed, trying to pique the interest of the spirit. Let me guess, you need my help to enter the Blood Rule source and mine the cores. Fine, but I want half of the cores. The Blood Rule stream spirit guessed on Wyatt's words and agreed to help him enter the Blood Rule source for half of the Blood Rule cores he mined. Even though it had misunderstood his intentions, listening to the spirit demand half of the cores as transportation fee, the corner of Wyatt's left eye twitched vigorously. He did not show his emotions and controlled them, clearing the misunderstanding. No, I don't need your help entering the Blood Rule source, I can do it myself. I need your help trying to select a Blood Rule meaning and comprehend Blood Rule directly from the source. The Blood Rule stream spirit looked at Wyatt in puzzlement, pondering if his words were the legendary sarcasm that humans loved according to Bloodette. Then, she could not help but ask, you are kidding, right? How can a mortal feel the Blood Rule source, let alone enter it, and try to comprehend Blood Rule from it? That would make the tertiary purpose of my existence moot. Not that I care for it anyway. No, I am serious. Not only can I feel the Blood Rule source, borrow rule power from it, but also enter it if I wanted to, let alone peek into its mysteries and learn from it. Wyatt asserted, not surprised that the spirit did not believe him. Considering you were able to enter my domain, it is likely that you feel the source and can borrow the rule power from it, but trying to enter it or explore its mysteries would be like inviting your own demise. Mortal, you lack the power to attempt something like that. Even those that did have the power ultimately failed. So, I am warning you, even if you can, never try to peek and explore the mysteries of the source, let alone try and enter it, the Blood Rule stream spirit grimly warned Wyatt. Wyatt, who had peeked into the mysteries of the source multiple times trying to figure out its mysteries and learn from them, though he ultimately failed, could not help but wonder what the big deal was. But seeing how even a being known for its impartiality and indifference was going out of its way to warn him about the dangers of peeking into the source's mysteries, he could not help but take them seriously. I have tried to peek at the mysteries of the source. It felt familiar, as if it was written in my native language. However, whenever I tried to read it, I found myself unable to recall how to read. It's like at that moment I forgot how to read. Wyatt narrated his experience trying to explore the mysteries of the source to the spirit, even though it did not ask for it, trying to figure out why he experienced such a thing at the doorsteps to the secret to everything. You are lying. The spirit immediately labeled Wyatt as a liar, knowing that no mortal would be able to survive the encounter with the source, as its mysteries were too profound even for the likes of the Celestials, let alone the mortals that play with dirt. According to its experience, if Wyatt truly had been in the presence of the Source's mystery, he should not be alive right now. But if he somehow miraculously survived, then he should not be a mere mortal anymore, which was contrary to what it was witnessing. Chapter 2183 Power is Authority. Date Hollow Time Hollow Spiritual Location Card World Womb Blood Rule Stream Spirit Domain Physical Location Card World Southern Region Blossom District Sky Blossom City Dungeon Highway Blood Rock Cave Gate Dungeon. Seeing the spirit flip out listening to his experience at the Source, Wyatt was surprised but understood that the seriousness of the matter he casually discussed was higher than he perceived. A mere mortal coming into contact with the Source and living to tell the tale seemed like made-up folklore and fables. It's not that he did not know any information regarding the Source was important and not to be casually revealed or discussed, but he was in the presence of the Blood Rule Stream Spirit. It did not have a human heart and he needed answers, so took the risk. The gamble paid off. The spirit's reaction to his narration alone told him many things. It was up to him to catch and interpret them. So he did. He recalled its words to him. Considering you were able to enter my domain, it is likely that you feel the Source and can borrow the rule power from it, but trying to enter it or explore its mysteries would be like inviting your demise. From these words, it can be concurred that being able to sense the Source and summon power from it wasn't too outlandish for the spirit. Considering the Blood Rule slave swarm he saw at the Blood Rule domain, Wyatt too felt the same way. As it meant there were just too many beings that have not only been able to sense the Source, borrow power from it, but enter it in hopes of exploring its mysteries. Beings with the ability to sense sources in the card world might be new, but in the entire myriad realm, it wasn't. However, this did dampen his enthusiasm about his passive skill, one with the Source. Though it might not be a big deal for the celestial rule spirit, it was for him, as he could confidentially say he was the only card apprentice alive who could sense the Source and summon its power. Mortal, you lack the power to attempt something like that. Even those that did have the power ultimately failed. These words confused Wyatt, because he believed having the passive skill, one with the world made up for the power that lacked to connect to the Source. But the next set of the spirit's words made him wonder if he was wrong. So, I am warning you, even if you can, never try to peek and explore the mysteries of the Source, let alone try and enter it. These words remind Wyatt of the swarm of Blood Rule slaves, though they were mindless slaves of Blood Rule Source now. Once they were beings that were closest to the zenith. The power they held would garner them respect anywhere in the myriad realms, yet they all succumbed to the mysteries of the Blood Rule Source. Wyatt suddenly realized the celestial rule spirit never actually questioned his qualification to connect with the Source. What she questioned was his power to do so. He felt that by power it had meant authority. Power is authority. This opened a possibility Wyatt never considered. Maybe having the qualification to connect with the Source was not the same as having authority over the Source. It clearly said that even if Wyatt can, he should not be peeking into the mysteries of the Source, as he did not have the power for it. She couldn't have been clearer that having access to the Source did not mean the same as having authority over the Source. This was when it hit Wyatt that just because he had the qualifications to access the Source did not mean the same as having the authority, i.e. power to explore the mysteries of the Source. It was like the janitor and the CEO having access to the MNC headquarters, however only one of them truly held any authority to make changes in the MNC headquarters. Wyatt was currently like the janitor. He had access to the Source, but he had no authority over there because of his lack of power. Allowing the qualification to access the Source, he needed to have the power to have some authority over the Source. Otherwise, blindly trying to explore the mysteries of the Source would land in a similar fate as the Source slaves who overestimated themselves in the Source and lost to it. Wyatt now felt a sense of dread recalling his stupid actions to try and comprehend the mysteries of the Source multiple times. However, he could not help but wonder why was he still able to maintain his sanity. Thinking of this, Wyatt no longer found the Blood Rule Stream spirit's reaction surprising anymore. Now that he knew that having the qualification to access a Source was not the same as having authority over it, he found himself asking himself, why was he fine after peeking at mysteries of the Source multiple times? He recalled having used his newly upgraded soul pupils, now known as primordial soul pupils, to peek at the mysteries of the Source and explore it. This was when Wyatt realized that maybe the soul pupils that gave him access to secrets to everything might not have failed him when he used to peek at the mysteries of the Source and explore it, but ultimately failed to do so. He now believed that he being able to walk away from the Source with his sanity intact was thanks to his soul pupils, meaning it had done its job perfectly, protecting his sanity from the profoundness of the Source. No wonder he felt that the mysteries of the source were in his native language, yet when it was time he could not recall how to read them. This happened because it was his power that was lacking, not the ability of the primordial soul pupils, which like always tried to access the secrets of anything he saw with no cost. Chapter 2184 Preferential Treatment Date Hollow Time Hollow Spiritual Location Card World Womb Blood Rule Stream Spirit Domain Physical Location Card World Southern Region Blossom District Sky Blossom City Dungeon Highway Blood Rock Cave Gate Dungeon. Learning that the only reason he was sane right now after daring to peek at and explore the mysteries of the source, Wyatt thanked his luck for having to attempt something so ignorant and stupid with his naked eyes but soul pupils. It was to be noted that it was his primordial soul pupils' profoundness that allowed him to glance at the source's mysteries. However, it was he who ignorantly continued to try and understand the mysteries of the source, not understanding the repercussions of attempting something. Now that Wyatt knew that having the qualification and having the power wasn't the same, he would no longer be stupid to repeat the same mistake. However, he could not help but look forward to the day he held the power to explore the mysteries of the source. Unlike the cautionary tale of the source slaves, he had the soul pupils to protect him. That was to say, his primordial soul pupils guaranteed him to explore the mysteries of the source as long as he had the appropriate power. This was more than enough for Wyatt to regain his enthusiasm, which had dampened learning the stupid thing he did. He felt like he had to thank the Blood Rule Stream Spirit for helping him realize this. Otherwise, nobody knows what disaster Wyatt would have summoned on himself, stubbornly trying to explore the mysteries of the source without the power to back his ill-informed venture. Therefore, Wyatt was happy that he took the risk by narrating his experience at the source. If not for it, it might have been too late before Wyatt realized the simple truth that him having the qualification to access the source was not the same as him having the power to have authority over it. Thanking his lucky stars, Wyatt suddenly found him contemplating the origin of the soul pupils. The abilities and powers displayed by it were already incredible, but now it had upgraded to primordial soul pupils. It protected him from the profoundness of the source itself, which was unheard of. Otherwise the ruler class beings would have tried it and not succumbed to become source slaves like moths to the flames. Well, the soul pupils were no longer a false relic but a passive skill of his origin card, not to mention they had modified into primordial soul pupils. Wyatt wondered if they would have been considered true relic if they had not been devoured by his Calamity Soul Gem before it became Primordial Calamity Soul Gem. The profoundness of the new Primordial Soul Pupils, when they gave him access to secrets of everything, made Wyatt believe that might be the case. After all, the information he could collect using the upgraded version was much more detailed and effortless. Regardless of how Wyatt saw it, the soul pupils were one of a kind in the card world, no, in the entire card world. So he could not help but grow curious about its origin and history. He wondered how it ended up in a small dungeon in the tiny city of an unknown realm. He pondered if were there others out there that knew of it or were searching for it. This was a scary thought which can easily be true. Wyatt believed it was impossible such a powerful item had not left a mark on the history of the Myriad Realm. Shaking his head, Wyatt decided to move on, not wanting to overload his head with unnecessary worries. At the same time, Wyatt's new understanding of the passive effect, one with the world, had him realize that his idea to comprehend his third blood rule meaning directly from the blood rule source might have been a fool's dream. Even if he planned to recruit the blood rule stream spirit's help. Thinking of this, Wyatt did not bother to explain himself to the celestial rule spirit and changed his request. I am sorry, what I want your help with is to choose a suitable third blood rule meaning to further my comprehension into the blood rule and then some. The blood rule stream frowned and looked at Wyatt. It had misinterpreted Wyatt's recantation as him trying to lie to it and fail because of its sharpness. After a long hard stare, it nodded and said, "That's simple, you do not need to lie to me for that. But, I guess that's human for you. As long as you offer me enough blood type ingredients that are not found in this realm, I will help you select blood rule meaning appropriately." This is not new, many card apprentices have figured this out and have traded with other rule spirits. Usually, they conduct rituals to beg for help, but you are the first to enter the domain and demand help. This is why I am giving you preferential treatment, don't try to take advantage of it. Seeing the celestial rule spirit solidify its impression of him as a liar, Wyatt shook his head in dismay, not daring to tell it that nothing he told was a lie and had been true to it so far as he rather it consider him as a liar than try and figure out how he managed to peek at the mysteries of the source and managed to keep his sanity. Now that the risk paid out, Wyatt felt it was a little quite a gamble. What if the spirit had believed him and not concluded he was lying? Then he was in for a lot more trouble than the current him could handle. His new upgrades might allow him to have more power from more curses, but he wasn't the strongest in the card world, let alone strong enough to fight the card world's will. Regardless of how the celestial rule spirit acted, in the end it was just a part of the celestial. He needed to be careful around it. Maybe he should ask Bloodette to do the same, especially in the case of Dreadray and her floating forest. After all, she liked to chat with her guardian, though not so frequently ever since she could travel around by hitching a ride in Courtney's innate blood rune. Chapter 2185 Waste. Date Hollow Time Hollow Spiritual Location Card World Womb, Blood Rule Stream Spirit Domain Physical Location Card World, Southern Region, Blossom District, Sky Blossom City, Dungeon Highway, Blood Rock Cave Gate Dungeon. Hearing the spirit say that it wasn't new for the card apprentice to try and conduct rituals to gain the celestial rule spirit's help with their rule comprehension, Wyatt felt he might have underestimated the card apprentice community. In the long history of the card apprentices, it wasn't surprising that a few managed to succeed in something as this. Though it was a surprise that this wasn't as widespread considering its benefits, maybe because the celestial rule spirits were too demanding about what they wanted as a sacrifice. The blood rule stream spirit demanded blood rule type ingredients that were not from the card world. Wyatt had the help of Devil Merchant Code, so he did not feel this demand was too challenging. However, it was challenging for the regular card apprentice who hadn't left the card world. So, it was surprising that some still managed to fork out the ingredients to satisfy the spirits. It may be because they used devil ingredients or ingredients from the reversal dungeon or ingredients from trading with a demon devil. Shaking his head, Wyatt agreed to the blood rule stream spirit's demands. All right, I can do that. He was thrilled to learn that any blood type ingredients from any other world would be able to satisfy the spirit, and here he was planning to trade a blood rule slave cores. He felt that the spirit was easier to satisfy than he thought. Listening to Wyatt agree to its demands in return for its help, the spirit's eyes shone brightly, as each new ingredient was a gateway for it into what its competitors were up to and keep up with the changing times. That's right, the celestial rule spirit of a different realm were competitors of each other. Since their work determined the fate of their celestial, apart from their primary priority to deepen their celestial's comprehension into their rule, their secondary priority was to act as creators on behalf of their celestial. The resources and the material things one could see in the physical plane were actually their creation, their understanding of the rule and its interaction with another rule. Since these celestial rule spirits were in their own realms catering to the needs of their worlds, how does it make them rivals? If the celestial rule spirits were able to introduce better resources in the physical plane, then the natives of their realm would be stronger than the natives of the other realm. In case of an unexpected realm war, the realm with stronger natives would have a better chance of survival. This was why the celestial rule spirit could not help but look forward to what blood rule type ingredients Wyatt would get for its help. If it were to get something unique and valuable, it would be one step ahead of most of its competition once it understood these ingredients and recreated them in the realm's physical plane. Good, the better the ingredients you offer, the more generous I will be, the blood rule stream spirit said to motivate Wyatt about their new arrangement, and he was. With the Devil Merchant Code at his disposal, Wyatt wasn't afraid of disappointing the celestial rule spirit. Therefore, he confidently declared before leaving the celestial rule spirit domain, "You can look forward to the ingredients I bring you, you are in for a treat." Opening his eyes in the dungeon seal, Wyatt summoned his grimoire and opened to the Demon Merchant Codex page. Then, immediately accessed the inter-realm network to procure a few unique blood rule type ingredients that were unique to their native realms. He knew better than to reveal his ace at the start, but there were just too many unique blood rule type ingredients fitting the celestial rule spirit's requirement in the inter-realm network. After all, here devil merchants from all around the myriad realms were gathered. Therefore, Wyatt did not have to be stingy with the unique blood rule type ingredients he gathered for the celestial rule spirit, though he did not go for the expensive and rare ingredients right off the bat. After all, this was their first date, and Wyatt was still trying to figure out how loose the celestial rule spirit was. If it were to put out for cheap stuff, then he would hit the jackpot, but if it were too demanding and high maintenance, then he would have no choice but to put a hole in his wallet to satisfy it. Wyatt felt the blood rule stream spirit might be thinking the same. It too would be judging Wyatt on the ingredients he gathered for its help. It might come off as innocent and honest at first, but it was intuitive and knew what it wanted, making it very hard to fool it. Therefore, he couldn't be too shabby and cheap with the ingredients he procured for it. So, He decided to keep a balance between the quality and quantity of ingredients he gathered for the blood rule stream spirit's help. Hence, he scoured through the inter-realm network marketplace procuring a range of unique blood rule type ingredients that weren't cheap or without any uses, as such these ingredients had decent demand in the market. Wyatt believed this range of unique blood rule type ingredients should be enough to satisfy the blood rule stream spirit. Procuring the ingredients, he arranged them before him on the floor of the dungeon seal, knowing that the blood rule stream spirit was watching. It was an exam to test the spirit's overall enthusiasm toward the array of unique blood rule type ingredients he had gathered for it. Fortunately for him, the spirit actively participated in his test by summoning him to its domain, showing that it was interested in the array of unique blood rule type ingredients he had procured for it. However, had the spirit not reacted, Wyatt planned on adding 1 or 2 expensive ingredients to his selection. After all, the happier the spirit, the more it would be willing to help him. Well, what do we have here? The blood rule stream spirit did not bother with small talk and directly began to go through the array of unique blood rule type ingredients that can only be found in their native realms. Waste. All of them are waste, the blood rule stream spirit yelled, pointing at the ingredients Wyatt gathered. Listening to the celestial rule spirit's verdict, Wyatt was shocked. He could not believe his ears and stared at the spirit dumbfoundedly, not understanding the criteria it used to judge the ingredients he procured for it. The spirit's verdict did not make sense to Wyatt after all. All the blood rule type ingredients he procured were not found on the card world and had their own use, even though their uses weren't that prominent. They were needed, keeping their demand in the market average. Meaning the blood rule stream would not suffer by taking time and energy to introduce these ingredients into the card world. So, Wyatt could not think of a reason for the blood rule stream spirit to give such a harsh verdict. On second thought, Wyatt wondered if the spirit was playing hard to please. But then, looking at the spirit's genuinely disappointed look as it stared at the array of unique blood rule type ingredients he gathered. First, he gave it the liar impression and now the unreliable impression. Wyatt felt that the leash the blood rule stream spirit had given him shortened with this. Now he blamed his big mouth for getting the spirit's hopes up. What happened. He needed to know what went wrong. May I know where I went wrong? Wyatt asked the spirit, demanding an explanation for its harsh verdict on his selection of the unique blood rule type ingredients. You did well selecting the ingredients, but I cannot use any one of them, the celestial rule spirit revealed and sighed, looking at the ingredients, and continued. If I'm not guessing wrong, these ingredients are unique to their native realms and cannot be found on other realm, and that is why you chose them to present to me. Seeing that the blood rule stream spirit did not blame him, Wyatt was relieved. However, listening to it point out the uniqueness of these ingredients he selected, he vaguely guessed where the problem lay as he answered the spirit, yes, they can only be found in their native realms. These ingredients are unique to their native, not by choice because of how they were created. Just to introduce anyone one of these ingredients in our realm, I would have to vastly influence the current laws of nature in our realm. Not considering if I have the authority to fight with other rules and influence the nature of our realm to change its laws to grow these ingredients, the uses of these ingredients do not make it worth me going through the trouble of introducing them in our world. I am sorry, but I cannot use these ingredients. You will have to bring something more practical that I can use, the spirit informed Wyatt. Chapter 2186 Secret to Dominance. Date: Hollow Time. Hollow Spiritual Location. Card World. Womb, Blood Rule Stream Spirit. Domain: Physical Location. Card World, Southern Region, Blossom District, Sky Blossom City, Dungeon Highway, Blood Rock Cave Gate Dungeon. Listening to the celestial rule spirit, Wyatt understood he had undermined the seriousness and complications of introducing a new entity or ingredient into the world. From the way the celestial rule spirit put it, Wyatt felt like it was like a legislator trying to pass a new law in the assembly. It not only had to deal with other rules but also adjust the world's already existing laws of nature to make room for the new ingredients it was planning to introduce into the world. Understanding that not just any unique blood rule type ingredient would do, Wyatt planned to head out of the domain and procure another set of ingredients. This time he could be more thorough with his task now that he had certain parameters to check when gathering the ingredients for the celestial blood rule spirit. I will be right back, Wyatt said, preparing to leave, but was stopped by the spirit. One moment, can I keep these ingredients? Even though I don't plan to introduce them in our world, it would hurt for me to learn about them. Sure, go ahead, Wyatt agreed without any hesitation, because the blood rule stream spirit had helped him on occasions, even though it was to ensure he would be able to keep his end of the bargain with it. However, Wyatt did not mind using this opportunity to repay old debts to the spirit. Since they could be considered partners in crime now, this amount of give and take was nothing. Alright, the celestial blood rule spirit gleamed in excitement. It seems even the so-called higher entities could not escape the pleasure of getting free stuff. Wyatt did not bother to remind the spirit a thank you would be nice, since he considered this as getting even with it. Opening his eyes in the dungeon seal, Wyatt saw that the neatly arranged array of blood rule type ingredients unique to their native realms had vanished. Knowing the spirit had taken them, he did not pay heed to it, and once again summoning the Demon Merchant Codex, he entered the inter-realm network in search of blood rule type ingredients. This time he did not go for uniqueness but the opposite, believing the less unique the ingredient was to their native, the less demanding the requirements were for the spirit to adapt that ingredient in their world. He also made sure that the uses of these ingredients were enticing enough for the celestial blood rule spirit. While procuring the ingredients fitting these criteria, Wyatt pondered why the blood rule stream spirit was willing to spare its mind to something like this instead of trying to increase its comprehension of the blood rule and try to become one of the dominant rules in the card world. That was when it hit him, maybe increasing its presence in the physical plane would also help it climb the ranks of dominate rules. Just taking the fact that water, wind, land, and fire had the most presence in the world and were also the most dominant rules in the world added merit to Wyatt's speculation. Now Wyatt was a little more sure why the celestial blood rule spirit cared so much about Bloodette and helping her regain freedom and her strength. It must be because Bloodette's freedom and strength might have to do something with blood rule's presence in the card world. If this were true, then the supreme beings of the card world had a stronger significance to its ecosystem than what the card apprentices believed. If they knew the presence of the supreme beings and their strength signified the dominance of the rule they represented, the card apprentice would not arbitrarily kill them. If the card apprentices knew killing the supreme being would hurt the rule stream they represented, then they might even try to help them, just like how the governments around the earth spent trillions every year to save its environment. This understanding might also pave a path for the supreme beings and card apprentice to ally, truly ally, not like the alliance of convince they held right now, which no one knew when it would reach its expiry date. After all, the card apprentices were pushing the supreme beings by harassing them year-round by trespassing in their territory and stealing their harvest. Though the 5-region alliance had agreed to the supreme beings killing all the trespassers in their territory trying to steal from them, it also did not hesitate to openly shelter those that managed to escape the pursuit of the supreme beings. So, nobody knew when things would boil to the point of no return. However, the act of the supreme beings and the card apprentices reaching a true alliance felt like a dream because the supreme beings were too honest and straightforward in their ways while the card apprentices were too human. The card apprentice would always try to take advantage of the supreme beings and conspire against them. The latter will realize the conspiracy too late, be aggrieved, and seek retribution the only way they know how. Giving the card apprentice justification to subdue or kill them. This was a pity because if treated with respect and honesty, the supreme beings could become great allies of the card apprentice not just in the card world but the myriad realms, as only the card world had supreme beings when the rest of the myriad realms did not have records of such beings. This was why Wyatt previously wondered if the supreme beings were the true natives of the card world and not the card apprentices. Courtney was the prime example of how generously the supreme beings were when treated with basic respect and honesty. They were very generous to their friends. Also, Bloodette was the prime example that with patience and proper guidance even the supreme beings could be taught the ways of the society. They were capable of adapting since they were basically immortal within the card world like the devils were when killed outside the dark realm. Chapter 2187 5 Chances. Date the 18th of April 2321. Time 11:45. Physical location Card World, Southern Region, Blossom District, Sky Blossom City, Dungeon Highway, Blood Rock Cave Gate Dungeon. Concluding that the Card Apprentice Society knew too little of their world and had too much to learn it, Wyatt no longer dwelled on the fact that together supreme beings and card apprentices could make this world a better place to live in and focused on the matter at hand, collecting blood rule type ingredients for the celestial blood rule spirit. Once again Wyatt laid an array of blood rule type ingredients in front of him before heading into the blood rule stream domain. This time the amount of ingredients he had gathered was less as the quality of these ingredients was high. They were not only popular in many realms but they're very handy as their uses were too prominent, hence they held high demand and price in the market. They were all very close to being categorized as rare ingredients if not for them being available in too many realms. Hence these ingredients satisfied both the criteria that Wyatt had set for himself to collect the ingredients for the spirit perfectly, i.e. they should be available in many realms except the card world, proving they had simple requirements to be introduced in the card world and have promising uses, giving the celestial blood rule spirit enough reason to splurge its energy and time by betting on them. Opening his eyes in the blood rule stream domain, Wyatt was welcomed by an enthusiastic celestial blood rule spirit. "Welcome, this time you did great choosing the ingredients." The spirit then went through the ingredients one by one, and the gleam in its eyes could only grow brighter as it finally said, "Tell me, how can I help you?" "Help me choose a good blood rule meaning so I can further my comprehension of the blood rule," Wyatt demanded eagerly. He could not wait to choose powerful rule meaning as his third blood rule meaning and raise his prowess significantly. "By good blood rule meaning I suppose you mean I help you choose the strongest blood rule meaning. Typical of you mortals. Well, there is no such thing, it depends on one's perspective. Besides, I cannot point you to the blood rule meaning you should be comprehending. The choice has to be yours, that's the law. At best I can help you determine the name of the blood rule meaning before you begin comprehending it, and no choice but to stick with it. This way you can make a more informed choice. This doesn't mean I will accompany you at the bifurcation point and reveal the name of every rule meaning until you decide on one. Since you brought me 5 ingredients, I will give you 5 opportunities. If you want more, bring me more ingredients. Therefore, I advise you to use your opportunities wisely," the blood rule stream spirit informed Wyatt, explaining how this was going to work. Listening to the explanation of the spirit, Wyatt felt like he was paying to reduce the odds of his gamble. If not for his own shortcut to choosing the rule meaning that's suitable for him, this would have been a steep shortcut even for him. So he could not help but take a look at the blood rule stream spirit, feeling its services weren't cheap at all. Feeling Wyatt's gaze, the blood rule stream spirit wasn't shy at all. Instead, it enthusiastically asked him, "Should we get started?" It did not have anything to be shy about as it was doing honest business here. If Wyatt did not like the way it conducted its business, he was free to leave anytime, though it did not entertain refunds. The shortcut to choosing a rule meaning that suited them best that Wyatt spoke was to listen to their abilities and choose among the rule meanings these abilities of theirs resonated the most with. Not many were capable of this, but not among the many or the few but the rare ones. His abilities made it possible for him to sense the resonance of his abilities with the rule meaning at the bifurcation point. Though he was hoping the blood rule stream spirit would give him some insight on the blood rule meanings that were more handy in combat or day-to-day life than other blood rule meanings, seeing her disband to dividing the rule meanings based on such categorizations, he understood the mortals and higher entities pursued different things. Hoping the celestial rule spirit to help him by thinking from a card apprentice's perspective and needs was foolish on his part. It was like asking a fisherman to give tips on farming. Therefore, he was satisfied with it telling him the name of the blood rule meanings before he began comprehending any one of them. This was good enough for him. "Okay, let us head to the blood rule bifurcation point." Wyatt nodded at the enthusiastic celestial blood rule spirit, which, getting his nod, snapped its finger and brought them both to the blood rule bifurcation point. "We are here, so point to the rule meaning you want to choose and I will tell you the name of that rule meaning before you can begin comprehension of it," the blood rule stream spirit said, pointing at the blood rule streams colored in millions of shades of red. Arriving at the blood rule bifurcation point, the first thing Wyatt noticed was himself. The first time he was here, he nothing more than a figment of thought, but now he had a complete and defined body. This gave him a feeling of achievement and a strong sense of being in control of one's fate. Enjoying his progress for a second, Wyatt then focused on his abilities and their resonance with their respective blood rules meaning was clearer and more audible to him than the previous 2 times he tried the same. So, he wondered if this was because of his new upgrades as one with the source. Chapter 2188 2 Blood Rule Meanings. Date the 18th of April 2321. Time 11:45. Physical location: Card World, Southern Region, Blossom District, Sky Blossom City, Dungeon Highway, Blood Rock Cave Gate Dungeon. Standing at the bifurcation point, Wyatt felt the profound connection between his abilities and the various blood rule meanings. His abilities were crying to him in joy, similar to a thirsty man in the desert who found an oasis. They were trying their very best to tell him which blood rule meaning would help him further enhance or develop them. If Wyatt had the luxury, he would listen to each one of them and comprehend all of the blood rule meanings they pointed at. However, he did not. As of now, he could only comprehend one more blood rule meaning. So he had to be wise about it and get his priorities straight. His primary focus was to use the third blood rule meaning as one of the conditions for him getting one step closer to unlocking the primordial calamity soul gem's fourth form such that he could finally break through to card grandmaster level and solidify his upgrades with world will's baptism. Therefore, Wyatt tuned out the resonance of all the other abilities and focused on his primordial calamity soul gem's transformation skill. It resonated with two different blood rule meanings. He wasn't surprised by this because a few of his abilities resonated with a bunch of blood rule meanings. Actually, he could find many more blood rule meanings that were fit for his abilities at the blood rule source. However, he wasn't strong enough to choose from that stream of meanings and was limited to the stream of meanings the card world's blood rule stream spirit had comprehended from the blood rule source so far. Wyatt did not let this get him down. He was just happy that the meanings pointed out by his primordial calamity soul gem's transformation skill were less than the chances given to him by the blood rule stream spirit. Now if it exceeded, then he would have been in a bind, stuck choosing between the known and the unknown. Well, he could always get more chances in exchange for more blood rule ingredients. Without any delay, Wyatt signaled the board blood rule stream spirit and pointed at the two blood rule meanings resonating with his primordial calamity soul gem's transformation skill. These two, what are these blood rule meanings called? Interesting choice. This one is called blood colossal, and the other one is called the blood plague, the blood rule stream spirit answered, a little intrigued by Wyatt's choices. She had a feeling that he did not choose these two blood rule meaning from sheer coincidence, but she did not let her curiosity get the better of her and pry into Wyatt's reason for his choices. Blood colossal and blood plague. Wyatt uttered the names of the two blood rule meanings in confusion. He could understand his primordial calamity soul gem's transformation skill resonating with the blood colossal blood rule meaning, considering that with every transformation it allowed him to grow gargantuan, but he could not figure out why it also resonated with the blood plague blood rule meaning. Then, he wondered, is it because of the plague egg I fed to the primordial calamity soul gem as an evolutionary ingredient? That's it, it has to be it, Wyatt exclaimed to himself as he accessed his Grimoires origin card info and checked on the conditions to unlock the fourth transformation of his primordial calamity soul gem. Conditions to unlock the fourth transformation: 100,000 median tier soul grades satisfied, plague egg evolution ingredient SSS rank dungeon core satisfied, world will fragment primordial energy satisfied. Explore by self. After feeding Blifigur's plague egg to his mutated ego gem, Wyatt was able to check two conditions of the list to unlock its fourth transformation. The plague egg itself counted as an evolutionary ingredient, while the world will fragment Belphegor used to enhance the potency of the plague egg itself counted as another condition, leaving Wyatt only two unknown conditions to satisfy to unlock his mutated ego gem's fourth transformation. He thought he was going to be stuck exploring the other two conditions as he had no idea where to begin except for trying his luck with rules and their meanings, but luckily for him, primordial energy was able to satisfy one of the two conditions, leaving him with one last condition to check off his list to unlock the fourth transformation of his mutated ego gem. Now, he hoped that the blood rule meanings resonating with his mutated ego gem's transformation skill would be able to satisfy the last condition to unlock its fourth transformation. However, he was at a crossroads now that two blood rule meanings resonated with his mutated ego gem's transformation skill. He had a little mixed feelings about this. He was relieved that he only had to choose between two meanings and not more, but considering that there could be a better blood rule meaning fit for the evolution of his transformation skill out there in the blood rule source, Wyatt could not help but look at the card world's blood rule stream spirit with a little blame, thinking, if only, sigh. What's with that look? The blood rule stream spirit asked, sensing Wyatt's gaze on it. Nothing. I think it would be easier for me to choose if I had more to go on about these meanings than just their names, Wyatt defended, using the first thing that came to his mind, not wanting to displeasure the spirit with his complaints. That's right, the spirit thought for a second before proposing. How about this? I will give you little details about these meanings in exchange for the remaining chances of yours. How little of details are we talking about here? Don't worry, the details will be enough for you to make a sound decision. So, do we have a deal? Sure. Anne. Hi guys, I'm discharged and home, but I'm still in recovery. On the plus side, no hospital staff to ban me from using my laptop or mobile to give you guys your regular updates, except for my swollen hand from regular IV injections. Don't worry, it can't stop me, at best slow me a little. The staff said the swelling should go away in a day or two. These past few days have been tough on me, especially when I learned I have Epps disease the hard way, due to my body's adverse reaction to medication, but amongst all my troubles there was one silver lining: your well wishes and support. I cannot thank you guys enough for your encouragement and faith in me, it meant the world to me. I cannot mention enough how much it meant for me to open the app to find and read your well wishes and support. Thank you. Thank you all. I promise you, I will keep your good faith in me. Chapter 2189 Blood Colossal or Blood Plague. Date: Hollow Time, Hollow Spiritual Location, World Will's Womb, Blood Rule Bifurcation Point. Physical Location: Card World, Southern Region, Blossom District, Sky Blossom City, Dungeon Highway, Blood Rock Cave Gate Dungeon. Blood Colossal. Blood Rule meaning allows the card apprentice to transform into a gargantuan blood monster depending upon the blood rule power they use. The size of the monster, consumption of the blood rule, power for transformation, and the durability of the transformation will depend on the card apprentice's understanding and mastery of the blood rule meaning. Blood Plague. Blood Rule meaning allows the card apprentice to create a blood plague using their blood and blood rule power. The consumption of the blood rule power for the creation of the blood plague and the potency of the blood plague will depend on the card apprentice's understanding and mastery of the blood rule meaning. This should be enough for you to make your choice between the two blood rule meanings, the blood rule stream spirit said, giving Wyatt vague insight into the two blood rule meanings that resonated with his transformation skill. That's it, I guessed that from their names, Wyatt complained. Now you know for sure, the blood rule stream spirit replied nonchalantly and prepared to leave, saying, now that you have used up all your chances, my work here is down. Good luck with your comprehension. It showed no interest in learning Wyatt's choice between the two blood rules meaning instead vanished as fast as it brought him here. Innocent and impartial my ass, Wyatt cussed in his mind, seeing the blood rule stream spirit vanish and return to its domain without giving him a chance to rebut. Forget it. Shaking his head, Wyatt turned his attention to the blood rule meanings. Right now he was stuck between a conventional and an unconventional choice. If he were to follow the regular route of development for his mutated ego gem's transformation skill, then the blood rule meaning, Blood Colossal, would be the obvious choice according to its description given by the blood rule stream spirit. However, if he were to pick the blood plague meaning, then considering the fact that Belphegor's plague egg was his transformation skill's evolutionary ingredient, Wyatt felt he would be able to see his transformation skill develop into an uncharted possibility. The only thing stopping Wyatt from making the obvious decision was the question if this uncharted possibility was better than the conventional development of his transformation skill by choosing the blood colossal meaning. This mattered a lot because once he decided on a blood rule meaning, there was no going back, he would be stuck with it forever. Therefore, it was important for him to be wise and level-headed when choosing between the known and the gamble. It would have been an easy decision had he known what kind of changes his transformation skill would undergo if he chose blood plague meaning over blood colossal meaning. However, he didn't. He could guess, but that would be unwise as there was no telling what kind of effect the blood plague meaning would have on his mutated ego gems unless he had all the facts straight. Unfortunately, the blood rule stream spirit's description of the blood plague meaning too brief. It had nothing that Wyatt could use to make his decision. How was his being able to create a blood plague using his blood and blood rule power supposed to help him know how the blood plague meaning would affect his transformation skill? Both meaning and the skill had no relationship except for the plague egg he used as the evolutionary ingredient for the skill. Despite all this uncertainty, Wyatt found himself leaning towards the gamble over the known. He preferred comprehending the blood plague meaning as his third blood rule meaning over the blood colossal meaning. His preference was mostly because he could see the possibilities of using the blood colossal meaning to unlock his fourth transformation, and it was nothing new, powerful yes, but not unique or special. However, the unknown possibilities associated with using the blood plague meaning to unlock his fourth transformation became the allure attracting Wyatt toward comprehending the blood plague meaning as his third blood rule meaning. Having seen the extent of the power in the myriad realms, the blood colossal meaning could not give Wyatt what he needed to be in a league of his own. Blood plague meaning, though, was a different story. It wasn't just the unknown that attracted Wyatt to the blood plague meaning. He had this gut feeling yelling at him that it was the key for him to get to the next level, to be in a league of his own in the myriad realms. With him becoming one with the source, evolving his ethereal spirit to primordial spirit, and gaining access to the primordial energy, one would believe Wyatt was already ahead of most in the myriad realms. However, one had to know that Wyatt had no idea how to use the primordial energy except for using it as a stimulant to enhance his physical prowess, soul energy, and rule power. Lastly, in his current realm, gaining access to primordial energy did not make much difference. He still lacked the power to garner any form of authority in the source, where it actually mattered. Therefore, his fourth transformation being in a league of its own was paramount for Wyatt. It would become one of his aces, allowing him to fight enemies beyond his realm, enemies too powerful and tricky for his current self. For his fourth transformation to be capable of that, Wyatt knew comprehending the blood colossal meaning would be of no help. With the existence of myriad primordial transformation skills in his arsenal, Wyatt did not have to worry about the size of his enemies anymore, making his possible fourth transformation using blood colossal meaning moot. If he did not want his fourth transformation to be rendered useless by his myriad primordial transformation skill, Wyatt had little choice but to gamble with the unknown by comprehending blood plague meaning as his third blood rule meaning. Chapter 2190 Bottlenecks Date Hollow Time Hollow Spiritual Location World Will's Womb Blood Rule Bifurcation Point Physical Location Card World Southern Region Blossom District Sky Blossom City Dungeon Highway Blood Rock Cave Gate Dungeon. Having made his decision, Wyatt no longer hesitated. He walked toward the blood plague meaning of the blood rule stream without hesitation, feeling the blood plague meaning was the one as his priority was to unlock his mutated ego gem's fourth transformation and advance to a higher realm. Stepping into the blood plague meaning stream of the blood rule stream, Wyatt was immediately bombarded with its profound knowledge and understanding. Unlike the previous times where he took the initiative and spent time to learn from the profoundness of the rule meanings, now it was as if its mysteries were all bare naked for him, waiting for him to soak them all in. Just then Wyatt's grimoire rang with various prompts which he ignored, lost in amidst his comprehension of the blood plague rule meaning's profoundness. You chose the blood plague rule meaning in the bifurcation point. Your comprehension of the chosen rule meaning has increased to super rare mastery. Your comprehension of blood rule has advanced from super unique mastery to ultra mastery. To Wyatt's surprise, he had already attained a super rare mastery and understanding of the blood plague meaning of the blood rule without even trying. It was like he had skipped primary school and directly enrolled in middle school in terms of the blood plague rule meaning. It was an accurate analogy, as the super rare mastery was one of the intermediary stages of rule meaning mastery. This was a new feeling for him, especially when not using any of his cheat-like abilities, but he quickly got used to it as he ordered all 64 primordial spirits of his to begin comprehending the blood plague meaning. He could have chosen to leave his extra primordial spirits at the bifurcation point, or at least a few of them, to choose different meanings to comprehend because he could, but he did not, as it wasn't recommended, and also because together they could end the comprehension of this rule meaning faster. Splitting his manpower would do Wyatt no favors. Notice, due to the host's advanced soul, the host can choose different meanings for each of his primordial spirits. Recommended. The host is advised to choose the same meaning for each of his primordial spirits to avoid complications. Under Wyatt's direction, each one of his primordial spirits comprehended the blood plague meaning the same was breathing air. At this rate, he would be able to comprehend the blood plague meaning to ultimate mastery in no time, similar to Bloodet, who could comprehend blood rule meanings within under half an hour or less. However, Wyatt knew that he was no Bloodet, the blood supreme. Sooner or later he would get stuck arriving at a bottleneck, but to his surprise, the dread bottleneck never came. His primordial spirit's comprehension into the blood plague rule meaning was smooth sailing. His grimoire kept updating him about his every little milestone into the blood plague rule meaning comprehension. Your comprehension of the blood plague rule meaning has advanced from super rare mastery to unique mastery. Your comprehension of the blood plague rule meaning has advanced from unique mastery to super unique mastery. Your comprehension of the blood plague rule meaning has advanced from super unique mastery to ultra mastery. Your comprehension of the blood plague rule meaning has advanced from ultra mastery to plus ultra mastery. In no time Wyatt and his army of primordial spirits had already achieved the unimaginable. They had advanced their understanding and mastery of the blood plague rule meaning to plus ultra mastery, which was one step away from the ultimate mastery. The amazing thing about this was Wyatt wasn't assisted by any type of enlightenment during his comprehension of the blood plague rule meaning like he was during the comprehension of his last two blood rule meanings. Wyatt was sure he and his primordial spirits together could proceed to complete his mastery into the blood plague rule meaning, but he was considering pausing to create a rune using his plus ultra mastery in the blood plague rule meaning, but he also could not help but wonder if it would be wiser to create a rune using ultimate mastery in the blood plague rule. The last two times when he created the Fate Plunder and Blood Curse runes. He forged those runes before achieving ultimate mastery in their rule meanings out of necessity. During the creation of the Fate Plunder rune, though Wyatt had a high synchronization rate for a card apprentice, it wasn't at a level where he could achieve ultimate mastery in a rule meaning effortlessly. So, he ended up forging the Fate Plunder rune without achieving complete mastery of his Blood Fate Plunder rule meaning. Though it did not affect him negatively in any way, Wyatt gained enlightenment into the rule meaning, advancing his mastery of it. This was why he repeated the same with the Blood Curse rule meaning. However, he did not gain any form of enlightenment when he forged the Blood Curse rune, giving him the hint that it might have been a coincidence the first time he gained enlightenment for forging a rune, or just his luck. Recalling this, Wyatt no longer considered pausing his comprehension of the Blood Plague rule meaning to forge a rune. Instead, he planned to forge a rune when he achieved complete mastery of the Blood Plague rule meaning. This was especially because this time he did not have to roll the dice and try to forge the rune early in hopes of enlightenment into the said rule meaning. So, he and his 64 primordial spirits continued their comprehension into the Blood Plague rule meaning with one-track mind. Soon they did not have any idea of the time passed, as they lost sense of time immersed comprehending the profoundness of the Blood Plague rule meaning until they were awakened by the notification sound of his grimoire. Your comprehension of the Blood Plague rule meaning has advanced from plus ultra mastery to ultimate mastery. And, hi guys, thank you for your support. It helped me deal with my intrusive thoughts and continued to rest and recover without stressing myself. After discharging from the hospital, I pushed myself to get back to my regular life and make up for the lost time, which was contrary to a period of rest and recovery the doctor had recommended me. I did not take my doctor's word seriously and suffered. I will not go into details, but due to my carelessness and stubbornness, things happened that alarmed my family about my well-being. They took it upon themselves to make sure I was well rested as recommended by the doctor again. I am grateful to them for that. Now that I am doing better than before, they have allowed me to get back to my work. This time I will not make any promises, but I will tell you this: Card Apprentice Daily Log isn't just my work, it's my identity. Without it I am nothing. I need it to survive. I am sorry for not being able to update chapters for these last few days. Please do not doubt my commitment to my novel and readers. You have no idea how much I struggled and stressed about not being able to update regular chapters and losing readers. During this period I have learned I have to do better as an author and a human, because it was pathetic that I was at the hospital bed but worried about making ends meet. I am grateful to my family and you guys for your support and strength in my time of need. Thank you. P.S. Don't worry, this long AN will not cost coins. I added it to the chapter after posting it. Chapter 2191, Forging Third Blood Rule. Rune date: Hollow Time, Hollow Spiritual Location, World Will's Womb. Physical location: Card World, Southern Region, Blossom District, Sky Blossom City, Dungeon Highway, Blood Rock Cave Gate Dungeon. Achieving ultimate mastery of the Blood Plague rule meaning: Wyatt and his primordial spirits awakened from their trance, having comprehended the profound mysteries of the Blood Plague rule meaning to its zenith. Completing their mission, the primordial spirits were brimming with spirit, and Wyatt too was in a celebratory mood, but soon a frown was visible on his brows. Having comprehended 3 different blood rule meaning to their zenith, he wondered why his mastery of the blood rule had not advanced from ultra to plus ultra or even ultimate mastery. He waited for the grimoire to give him the notification any moment now, but the advancement notification never appeared. Then he wondered if it had something to do with him forging his third rune using his third blood rule meaning, Blood Plague. Wyatt wasn't that sure that forging a rune for his third blood rule meaning was the answer to achieving ultimate mastery in blood rule comprehension. Don't get him wrong, he believed it was a necessary step, but he did not believe it was the end of his journey to achieving the zenith in the blood rule comprehension. Therefore, he did not get his hopes up as he prepared to forge a rune using his ultimate mastery in the Blood Plague rule meaning. To forge the rune, Wyatt and his 64 primordial spirits began to summon the blood rule power of the Blood Plague meaning in his primordial Calamity soul gem directly from the blood source and refine it. Once he felt that they had gathered enough, he ordered his primordial spirits to gather and concentrate the blood rule power of the Blood Plague rule meaning that they had refined so with his mutated ego gem. Then followed the shaping of the refined rule power into a rune by using the mastery of the Blood Plague rule meaning. This process was a lot like casting. He had the refined blood rule power of the Blood Plague rule meaning, now he had to give it a form, and the form the blood rule would take was the image of his mastery of the Blood Plague rule meaning. This was where his ultimate mastery of the blood plague, rule meaning would work its charm. This was the first time Wyatt was forging a rune with an ultimate mastery rule meaning, so he was very much looking forward to the resulting rune. He had high hopes for it, as among the Card Apprentice community there was a myth that one could forge a powerful rune if they were to forge a rune for a rule meaning with ultimate mastery for the very first time. Wyatt had checked all the boxes of the myth, so he could not help but look forward to it. Soon, using his ultimate mastery of the blood plague, rule meaning of the blood rule, he was going to give the refined blood rule power of the blood plague, rule meaning a form. This form was the rune he was going to forge. This part was the easiest, as he just had to use his ultimate mastery of the blood plague, rule meaning to guide the blood rule power into the shape of the rune he should build for himself. The shaping of the rule power was simple as long as the mastery of the blood plague, rule meaning was enough, and Wyatt's mastery of the rule meaning was at its zenith, so he had no problem there. Therefore, he had no trouble letting his ultimate mastery of the blood plague, rule meaning of blood rule shape the rune he was about to forge. This step did not take long, and he shaped the refined rule power in the form of a blood rule rune of the blood plague, rule meaning fast but perfectly with no error. With this, the forging of the rune was only half done. The rune he just shaped using refined rule power was just an empty husk, or the body of the actual rune. The body was missing a soul, the soul that made the rune complete was missing. The soul of the rune was Wyatt's understanding of the blood rules, blood plague, rule meaning. Wyatt's mastery and understanding of the blood plague, rule meaning were two different things. Mastery of the meaning was what turned the refined rule power into a vessel for his understanding of the blood plague, rule meaning. After all, a card apprentice's mastery and understanding of the meaning of a rule together form the rune they forge. I.e., his mastery of the blood curse meaning gives the rune a body using refined rule power, and his understanding of the meaning gave the rune sentience. That was to say that the rule power was just pure energy, and under the influence of the meaning, it gained a frame, a physical form. This physique was void of alertness, appreciation, and attention. All in all, it was no different from an inanimate object that lacked a soul. Wyatt's understanding of the blood plague, rule meaning was what would give it the sentience, the soul, that it was lacking the most right now. The purpose of the sentience was its ability. The strength of this ability of the rune formed would depend upon his understanding of the blood plague, rule meaning. His current understanding of the blood plague, rule meaning had reached its zenith. It was more than enough to form a perfect essence for the rune frame he had created using the refined blood rule power of the blood plague, rule meaning. Soon he used his understanding of the blood plague, rule meaning to give sentience to the rune frame, causing his primordial calamity soul gem to light up with a brilliant blood red light, marking the completion and successful forging of the rune. At that instant, he heard his grimoire sound with a notification prompt. You have successfully forged an ultimate rune. Chapter 2192 Blood Plague Incarnation Date Hollow Time Hollow Spiritual Location World Will's Womb Physical Location Card World, Southern Region, Blossom District, Sky Blossom City, Dungeon Highway, Blood Rock Cave Gate Dungeon. You have successfully forged an ultimate rune, Blood Plague Incarnation. Your mastery of the blood rule has advanced from Ultra Mastery to Plus Ultra Mastery. Your ultimate, Blood Plague Incarnation, rune is compatible with your ultimate, Blood Curse, rune. Your ultimate, Blood Plague Incarnation, rune is compatible with your ultimate, Fate Plunder, rune. Reading the series of notifications from his grimoire, Wyatt learned he was correct about forging the rune in his third blood rule meaning not being the end of his journey in the mastery of the blood rule meaning, as after successfully forging his rune his mastery of blood rule only raised to plus ultra mastery and not ultimate mastery. Meaning there was still something he was missing in his pursuit of the zenith in the blood rule. However, it was worth noting that the new blood rule rune was compatible with his other two blood rule runes. However, it wasn't that astonishing, considering that Wyatt made sure to only comprehend rule meanings that were compatible with his physique, traits, skills, and abilities. So, the blood rule runes resulting from these blood rule meanings being compatible with each other did not come as much surprise to him. He rather looked forward to numerous possibilities of hybrid runes that he could forge using these three blood rule runes. The most exciting was the possibility of being able to forge a hybrid rune using all three blood rule runes. Now that would be something. After all, the power of a hybrid rune was fabled within the Card Apprentice community. Not many have had the fortune of forging hybrid runes and wielding the immense strength and power that came with it. Most of all, Currently, Wyatt was overwhelmed with what he had achieved here. After all, comprehending 3 blood rule meaning to ultimate mastery and forging 3 compatible ultimate tier blood rule runes wasn't an easy feat. The entire Card Apprentice community would be envious of what Wyatt had achieved here, as the compatibility of the 3 comprehended rule meanings was key to achieving the zenith in the said rule comprehension. That was to say, the compatibility of the 3 blood rule meaning was very important to the final step for Wyatt to achieve ultimate mastery in blood rule. But before diving headfirst into his pursuit of the zenith in the blood rule, Wyatt wanted to check out his new blood rule rune, Blood Plague Incarnation, rune name, Blood Plague Incarnation rune tier, Ultimate rune rule, Blood rune spirit, Unborn rune info. Blood Plague Incarnation is an ultimate tier rune forged using the ultimate mastery of the Blood Plague rule meaning of the blood rule. Blood Plague Incarnation allows the user to turn their blood or blood rule power into a blood plague, which when infecting other beings will transform them into an incarnation of the user. Additional effect. Plague Hive. All the Blood Plague Incarnations are connected by a hive mind. It allows the user and Blood Plague Incarnations to share all their memories and abilities. Plague Rebirth. In case of the user's death, the user can be reborn in one of their Blood Plague Incarnations. In case of damage, the user can use the Blood Plague to replicate and replace the damaged organs. Note: the effectiveness of the Blood Plague will depend on the realm of the user. If the realm difference between the user and the target is too high, the ability Blood Plague Incarnation will fail. The Plague Rebirth will not work if the said Blood Plague Incarnation is in a different dimension. The user and Blood Plague Incarnation need to be in the same time and space for Plague Rebirth to work. The ultimate rune, Blood Plague Incarnation, is compatible with the skill, Calamity Parent and Daughter Gem. The ultimate rune skill, Plague Hive, is compatible with the skill, Hive AI. The ultimate rune skill, Plague Rebirth, is compatible with skill, Calamity Parent and Daughter Gem, and skill, Body Reconstruction. Going through the info of the ultimate rune, Blood Plague Incarnation, Wyatt's mood instantly dropped to the negative. The one thing he was trying to avoid ultimately happened. He wanted to avoid gaining abilities that overlapped with his existing abilities because they would become redundant. So to see that the Blood Plague Incarnation rune's ability was similar to that of his mutated soul gem's parent and daughter gem ability, Wyatt was very disappointed in his 3rd blood rule rune, so much so that he wanted to destroy it and forge a new rune. However, Wyatt did not give in to his impulse because of the rune's Plague Rebirth skill. He thought of a possibility that the Blood Plague Incarnation rune could help him to modify his primordial Calamity soul gem, giving him the ability to be reborn in one of his Calamity daughter gems in case of his death. Now that would serve as an ace up his sleeve in case he was in a pinch, considering that now his list of enemies might involve the likes of the ruler class beings like the Librarian, Librarian Jr., the Deviant Devil, and etc. So, all in all, though Wyatt was not thrilled by his 3rd blood rule rune, Blood Plague Incarnation, he wasn't totally disappointed by it either. After all, from the notification from the Grimoire about the rune's compatibility, it can serve as a good upgrade for Wyatt's primordial Calamity soul gem. Since Wyatt did not have much enthusiasm toward his 3rd blood rule rune, Blood Plague Incarnation, he planned to get back to his pursuit of the zenith in the blood rule, but then he remembered his reason to prioritize the blood rule comprehension in the first place was unlocking the final condition to his primordial Calamity soul gem's 4th transformation. Now that he had not only achieved ultimate mastery in the Blood Plague rule meaning but also forged an ultimate tier rune, it was time he had used his ultimate mastery and understanding of the Blood Plague rule meaning to try and unlock the 4th transformation. Chapter 2193 4th Form, Viltronian Calamity Titan, Innate Calamity, World-Devouring Plague Date Hollow Time Hollow Spiritual Location World Will's Womb, Blood Rule Bifurcation Point Physical Location Card World, Southern Region, Blossom District, Sky Blossom City, Dungeon Highway, Blood Rock Cave Gate Dungeon. Wyatt feed the Blood Rule power refined using his ultimate mastery of Blood Plague rule maying to his primordial Calamity soul gem's transformation skill. Soon as he expected, his Grimoire sounded with a notification alerting him about unlocking the final condition to his primordial Calamity soul gem's 4th transformation. You satisfied all the conditions to unlock the 4th transformation of the primordial Calamity soul gem's transformation skill. 1. 100,000 median tier soul grades satisfied. 2. Plague Egg Evolution Ingredient 3. SSS Rank Dungeon Core satisfied. 4. World Will Fragment satisfied. 5. Primordial Energy satisfied. 6. Blood Plague Rule Ultimate Tier satisfied. The fourth transformation of the primordial calamity soul gem, Viltronian Calamity Titan, is now available to the Card Apprentice. 0 transformation, Gem form first transformation, Viltronian human form second transformation, Viltronian Titan form third transformation, Elder Viltronian Titan form fourth transformation, Viltronian Calamity Titan form fifth transformation, locked fourth transformation, Viltronian Calamity Titan form I. The user can transform into a Viltronian Calamity Titan spanning the size of mountains and rivers, capable of descending devastating calamity on the realm they reside in. Every Viltronian Calamity Titan is a living calamity. Hence, each of them is born with an innate calamity. Innate calamity. World-devouring plague. A. When in the fourth form, the user can produce a world-devouring plague, calamity that keeps growing by devouring everything in its path. B. The user can command the world-devouring plague, calamity to their will and use the energy from the plague to grow their size with the growth of the plague. C. This plague calamity, when unleashed and sustained properly, at its peak, it can devour an entire realm and its will with ease. Note: the user is master of the plague calamity, the extent of their control over it and what they can do with it is unlimited but limited by their realm. If there is big realm difference between the user and the target of the world-devouring plague calamity, the plague might fail to devour it. Learning that his fourth transformation would be larger than mountains and rivers in size and he could still grow in size if he chooses to, Wyatt was psyched by prospects of becoming a walking calamity. Even without unleashing his Viltronian Calamity Titan form's innate calamity, he could wipe out a city or any settlement with a mere footstep. He wasn't worried about his size making him a bigger target because of the Viltronian invulnerability and his other regeneration, recovery, and rebirth-related skills. If anything, with all his physique, traits, skills, and abilities, he would become an unstoppable force to deal with even in his current realm. He could only imagine the devastation he could cause if he were to use enhancement of primordial energy and his blood curse incarnation form with it. Especially with all 64 of his primordial spirits using the blood curse incarnation form. Now this was just crazy overpowered. Wyatt felt if he went all out he could survive a battle with the field marshal. Not win but survive. Now that was very promising, as not many on the card world could claim that they could live to tell tale after battling Field Marshal Heatsend, one of the top 10 strongest card apprentices the card world has to offer. Just this fact alone boosted Wyatt's ego to high heavens. One could not blame him for this, as his mind was high on power that came with all these new abilities he gained. It was thanks to Wyatt's strong mental strength and self-control that he did not let all the power he had suddenly gained blind him. If it was someone else in his place, they would be dancing around yelling to conquer the world and kill everyone that came in the way. However, pretty soon Wyatt gained control over his elements, recalling the behemoths and leviathans that roamed the dark realm and the depths of the myriad realms. Knowing the worst the myriad realms had to offer, Wyatt's enthusiasm curbed down by a lot. The myriad realms had many magical races such as the Viltronians and the World Hogs, not to mention the rare but frequent freak mutations like the Deviant Devil, making Wyatt's fourth transformation not that special in his eyes. Sometimes knowing too much stops one from enjoying what they had. Now that was exactly Wyatt's problem. Because of what? He knew he wasn't able to enjoy the greatness of his abilities, which any card apprentice would kill to have. Level-headed Wyatt then began to think the possibilities of his fourth form, especially the innate calamity, world-devouring plague, he gained with it. He believed that he had Belphegor's plague egg to thank for his overpowered innate calamity, world-devouring plague. Thanks to his nemesis Belphegor's generous gift, he now had the ability to devour the world and its will, turning him into a true world calamity tree. Though he strongly believed that it was the world calamity tree in him that made him capable of gaining ability to devour worlds and their wills. However, because of his realm, his innate calamity, world-devouring plague, was seriously limited in what it can devour. Wyatt would have to enter his blood curse incarnation form to display what his innate calamity was truly capable of. That was to say that Wyatt's ability had a lot of potential and promise. He need to grow in order to display their true prowess. Thinking the possibilities of his innate calamity, Wyatt came upon an idea that would make his world-devouring plague calamity the answer to the problem he was facing with Dreadray's unborn celestial spirit, which she believed to be a forest spirit. He pondered if he could use the world-devouring plague calamity to devour the unruly unborn celestial, leaving behind a obedient forest spirit. Chapter 2194, Creating a Rule Stream. Date: Hollow Time, Hollow Spiritual Location, World Will's Womb, Physical Location, Card World, Southern Region, Blossom District, Sky Blossom City, Dungeon Highway, Blood Rock Cave Gate Dungeon. The idea of using the world-devouring plague to deal with Dreadray's unruly unborn celestial was well and good. Still, Wyatt had yet to understand his innate plague enough to know how he could use the world-devouring plague to do so without killing the unborn celestial, because if something were to happen to it, Dreadray would be inconsolable. He feared the grief might just kill her. Losing Dreadray will be devastating for Wyatt and his friends, but the chain of events that would unravel after that would be beyond Wyatt's control, as he could not stand along with the likes of the Librarian Jr. and the rest, let alone fight them when they knock on his door for an explanation. Apart from the fear of accidentally killing Dreadray's unborn celestial, Wyatt was worried that in his realm his innate plague, world-devouring plague, might not be capable of targeting a celestial even if it was an unborn one. After all, the celestial and mortal were leagues apart. Even a regular ruler class being would be outclassed in the presence of a celestial. Now Wyatt was in a pinch. He had the perfect means to solve his problem, but he wasn't sure if he was strong enough to use it on his intended target or aware how to use the means at his disposal, avoiding accidents. That was to say, Wyatt needed to explore and experience his new abilities, especially his fourth form, more to use it to solve his problem, avoiding unnecessary accidents. Knowing that it would be a while before he could deal with Dreadray's unruly celestial, Wyatt decided to get back to pursuing the zenith of the blood rule. He had achieved plus ultra mastery in the blood rule by comprehending 3 blood rule meanings to the ultimate tier and forging ultimate tier runes for each blood rule meaning. Now there was only one step remaining for him to achieve the ultimate mastery in the blood rule, and it was to form a blood rule stream. Yes, the last and final step for Wyatt to achieve the ultimate mastery in the blood rule was to form a blood rule stream by combining all 3 blood rule meanings he had comprehended to ultimate mastery. If he manages to achieve that, he would be able to begin a new climb in his pursuit of the zenith of the blood rule, giving him advanced comprehension into any blood rule meaning without having to worry about comprehending each one to ultimate mastery before choosing another meaning. Once he was able to form a blood rule stream, Wyatt or any being like the card world's blood rule stream and Bloodet could comprehend any blood rule meaning at will without having to comprehend them to the ultimate mastery before choosing a new one to comprehend. Forming a rule stream by combining the 3 rule meanings was the final step of rule comprehension and also the first step into advanced rule comprehension. This was a feat easier said than done. Even the likes of the great Field Marshal Heatsend, the Southern ruler, the founders, etc. have been struggling to achieve the same for different rules for centuries. Wyatt had no evidence to say that neither of the world leaders of the card world had created rule streams, as such information was very sensitive information, but he believed that the likes of the top strongest might have created rule streams for 1 or 2 rules, setting them above the other card apprentice in the card world. However, the creation of a rule stream was not that rare among the devils, making them stronger than the card demigods or any other natives of the world they were invading. There was a reason why the beings capable of creating rule streams were uncommon even among the devils. It was because combining the 3 rule meanings of the said rule was not an easy task. It was like solving a puzzle. They had to find common ground among the 3 rule meanings, as even if they were from the same rule they would still not come together to form a rule stream, instead hinder each other. It was up to the beings themselves to find a way to bring the 3 rule meanings they comprehended together. There was no answer with celestial or at the rule source. This was the ultimate test of rule for the beings and their understanding of the rule meanings. Only by passing it would they be able to move to advanced comprehension of the said rule. Just because one had achieved ultimate mastery in a said rule meaning did not mean that they could achieve anything with the said rule meaning. They could achieve anything within the bounds of the rule meaning, but to combine 2 or more rule meanings meant one had to move out of the bounds of the rule meanings. Apart from the being's capability, there was also a compatibility factor between the rule meanings. Some rule meanings get along with each other more compared to other rule meanings. Since the beings have to depend on chance to choose the rule meanings at the rule bifurcation point, one can also say that a being's luck was also a huge factor in their ability to create a rule stream. However, this was not a matter for the dark tribes who had invented the sacrifice method to communicate with the realm and its will. Just like how Wyatt bribed the card world's blood rule stream spirit to choose a descent blood rule meaning, they too have similar means at their disposal. Hence, beings with rule streams were not a rare sight in the dark realm compared to the myriad realms. Still, one had to know that due to competition, the sacrifice method to communicate and bargain with the realm did not come cheap in the dark realm. Only the most wealthy and powerful could truly make use of this shortcut in the dark realm. Hence, one gets to see the fierce struggle in the dark realm among the tribes that cannot be seen anywhere else in the myriad realms. Chapter 2195 Universally Impartial Test Date Hollow Time Hollow Spiritual Location World Will's Womb Physical Location Card World, Southern Region, Blossom District, Sky Blossom City, Dungeon. Highway, Blood Rock Cave Gate Dungeon. Wyatt along with his 64 primordial spirits and Hive AI spent countless hours trying to piece the Blood Fate Plunder, Blood Curse, and Blood Plague rule meanings of the Blood Rule together, but they achieved zero progress and were right where they started countless hours ago with no clue whatsoever on how to proceed combining the 3 rule meanings. If it were 2 rule meanings Wyatt could manage, but 3 rule meanings were too overwhelming for him even with all the assistance he got from his primordial spirits and Hive AI. Many demigods and devils spend ages without any results trying to figure out how to create a rule stream using their rule meanings. Here there were no shortcuts, one had to depend on their understanding and mastery of the 3 rule meanings to create the rule stream. So, Wyatt spending a few hours over it and having nothing to show for his time was not surprising but an expected outcome. After all, finding harmony among 3 rule meanings and joining them was no simple task. It was a natural test set for a being to gain advanced comprehension of a rule. At a certain point, Wyatt stopped trying to create a blood rule stream because he knew that it might take him weeks or even years to be successful. Currently, he cannot spare that amount of time to create a rule stream as he has many pressing matters to attend to in the outside world. His friends and people needed him, and with a second demon invasion on the brink of happening, he really did not have years of time to spare. Though Wyatt had given up on trying to create a blood rule stream, a dozen of his primordial spirits had not. They were handpicked and assigned by Wyatt to come up with innovative ways to combine their 3 primary blood rule meanings. Actually, all of his primordial spirits would be focused on creating a blood rule stream in their free time, but these dozen primordial spirits would be the ones on it full-time and leading it. Having assigned the primordial spirits the task, Wyatt had a fleeting thought if his creating a blood rule stream would shorten the time taken to do so by 12 or more times compared to others. After all, every being did not have dozens of primordial spirits helping them. It was a logical thought, but unfortunately for Wyatt things did not work that way. Combining the 3 primary rule meanings to form a rule stream was not the same for everyone. Not to mention some were more enlightened than others and some were more lucky than others. There wasn't a way to quantify how long it would take an individual to come up with a way to combine their 3 primary rule meanings to form a rule stream. Even with Wyatt's excellent talents such as one with the source and primordial spirits, it was impossible to claim that he would be able to combine his 3 primary rule meanings to form a rule stream, let alone he would be able to do it faster. This was the beauty of this test. Here every being was bare naked, stripped of their innate talents and cheats. They could only depend on their understanding and mastery of their 3 primary rule meanings to form a rule stream. There was no other way around this. This was universal, the same for every being. Even the celestial beings went through this test, granted considering their eternal lifespan the time they spent on it was just a fleeting moment to them. Now that Wyatt had stopped advancing his blood rule mastery, he began to make preparations to break through from the Card Master realm to the Card Grand Master realm. After all, now that he had unlocked his primordial calamity soul gem's 4th transformation and consolidated a solid foundation, there was no longer anything stopping him from advancing to a higher realm. It was about time. However, with his huge growth spurt, Wyatt had his concerns about breaking through to higher. Not that he was worried he would fail, his concerns were entirely different. He was worried about the baptism. Now that his soul had advanced into a primordial soul and he had become one with the source, he could not help but worry if the card world's baptism would have any effect on the current him who was bathed and nourished by primordial energy through and through. The one thing to look forward to during a breakthrough other than the new realm and growth in power was the enhancement from the baptism. It was more than just power enhancement, it brought harmony and equilibrium to one's skills and talents, erasing any hidden dangers that the said card apprentice wasn't aware of themselves and saving them the trouble of taking detours or worse, running into a dead end in the future. In the wake of his recent advancements and gains, he needed the baptism now more than ever. Therefore, just a fleeting thought about it might not work on his advanced soul had him worried more than when he faced the devil as a mere card master. He needed the baptism to bring a miraculous harmony to all his new skills, physiques, traits, talents, traits, runes, etc., or at the very least highlight the hidden dangers within if there were any. With no one to mentor him but the old books from Infinity Library, Wyatt, though confident in his capabilities, cannot help but be cautious. After all, he was traveling a path that wasn't traveled by anyone before him. He had to be very careful as he could not afford a mistake with the responsibilities he was shouldering, especially now more than ever. Wyatt did not let his worries and the weight of responsibilities on him cripple him with fear. Instead, he cleared his mind and level-headedly began to prepare for the breakthrough. As far as the baptism was concerned, he could only bravely open the box to see if the cat was still alive or dead. Chapter 2196 Breaking Through to Grandmaster Realm. Date: Hollow Time, Hollow Spiritual Location, World Will's Womb, Physical Location, Card World, Southern Region, Blossom District, Sky Blossom City, Dungeon Highway, Blood Rock Cave Gate Dungeon. Having made his preparations, Wyatt and his free primordial spirits began to circulate his newly developed soul cultivation technique to summon the primordial energy from the source and attempt breaking through from the Card Master Realm to the Card Grandmaster Realm by using the summoned primordial energy to nourish his primordial soul to increase his active soul control percentage. To nourish his primordial soul, Wyatt needed a lot of primordial energy. Just the amount he needed to increase his active soul control percentage by 1% was insane and would require him days of cultivation to amass, which would be a lot for one person to produce, i.e. if he was a guy with a regular primordial soul, but he wasn't an average guy with a regular primordial soul. His primordial soul was special. It was modeled after the soul cultivation technique he developed based on soul division and mutation. Hence, his primordial soul had more than one primordial spirit, making it special even among the primordial souls. That was to say that with the help of his multiple primordial spirits and the effect of his soul cultivation technique, Wyatt was able to gather the primordial energy he needed in no time. One has to note he did not even have to use all his 64 primordial spirits. A dozen of them were still working on creating a blood rule stream. Meaning Wyatt's 52 of his primordial spirits together gathered enough primordial energy from the source for him to not only rapidly increase his active soul energy and break through to the Card Grandmaster Realm, bidding goodbye to the Card Master Realm, but also stabilize his realm in Card Grandmaster Realm after breaking through. When his primordial spirits gathered enough primordial energy from the source, Wyatt focused on using the gathered primordial energy to nourish his primordial soul with a single-track mind without worrying about anything else, such as the baptism, as he would prefer to be successful in his breakthrough on his first try. Pretty soon, as Wyatt began to use the primordial energy to nourish his primordial soul, his active soul control percentage began to increase gradually, 34% to 34.1% to 34.2% to 34.32. After his breakthrough to the Card Master Realm and stabilizing his realm by maintaining his active soul control percentage at 34%, Wyatt never again attempted to increase his active soul control percentage. He had been busy with a lot of things after his previous breakthrough, similar to how he was going to be after this one. Not only did he not have the time, but after gaining the soul energy manipulation skill, he was not much worried about gathering enough soul energy to increase his active soul control percentage when he required. Fortunately for him, his luck continued even after he advanced his soul into a primordial soul with multiple primordial spirits, thanks to the multiple primordial spirits and the soul cultivation technique he had created. Because of this, even now, Wyatt kept the confidence to not only break through to the Card Grandmaster Realm despite him having a 34% active soul percentage when he started, but planned to stabilize his soul in the higher realm with a decent active soul percentage. If it were some other card apprentice, they would not dare to hold such confidence. If they knew Wyatt was actually attempting something like this and the fact that the odds were actually on his side, they would die out of envy, cursing the world for being unfair without waiting to find out if he would successful in his attempt. To 38.9 to 39.0 to 39.1 to 39.22. With the passing of time, Wyatt continued to use the gathered primordial energy to nourish his soul, not stopping without taking any break, no matter how long it took, as every little increase in his active soul control felt like increasing his character's experience in a game to level. Also, it felt just as easy thanks to his primordial spirit's help, and not to forget, it was just as tedious as grinding for the experience for hours, but the growing numbers made it all worth it. To 39.8% to 39.9% to 40.0% to 40.1% to, soon Wyatt achieved 40% active soul control and broke through from the Card Master Realm to the Card Grandmaster Realm. With that, the 64 primordial spirits in Wyatt's primordial soul came to a sudden halt, pausing everything they were doing, and began to undergo division. All 64 of the primordial spirits began to divide into two replicas of themselves rapidly. They did not show any sign of stopping when their numbers grew by twice or thrice, only their division continued at the same pace while their numbers continued to increase. Regardless of how many primordial spirits the previous 64 primordial spirits divided into there was Wyatt's primordial soul seemed to have enough space to accommodate them all. When the primordial spirits finally stopped their division, Wyatt giddy to learn that his primordial soul now had 1024 primordial spirits. Apart from the obvious gains and numerous possibilities that opened up because of it, one of the main reasons for Wyatt's happiness was that his assumption about the multiplying factor of his primordial spirits division with every breakthrough was right. There was nothing more satisfying to him than being proved right. However, Wyatt did not celebrate too quickly, as now that his primordial soul had completed the change that came with the breakthrough, he felt the card world's baptism on its way. This was it, the moment of truth. He had no doubt in mind about receiving the baptism from the card world. What he was worried about was it no longer affecting him because he was now one with the source and now using the primordial energy, the origin of all energies. Now he would know for sure if his worries were unwarranted or come true. Chapter 2197 Desperation and Hopelessness. Date: Hollow Time, Hollow Spiritual Location, World Will's Womb. Physical Location: Card World, Southern Region, Blossom District, Sky Blossom City, Dungeon Highway, Blood Rock Cave Gate Dungeon. Wyatt braced himself for the moment of truth, sensing the baptism arriving from within the World Will's womb. As he prepared himself, a warm power warped around his body and soon entered his body. He did not put up any form of resistance, knowing that this warm power would not harm him, as it was a gift for him from the card world's will. Usually, at this moment, a card apprentice would start feeling like they were in the presence of something bigger and greater than themselves and their mundane mortal lives, making them believe a higher power was watching over them and everyone they loved. It was the same for Wyatt the previous times he underwent the baptism. However, this time Wyatt did not feel like that, though he did feel a sense of familiarity and security from the baptism as it washed over his body. This did not mean he immediately jumped to the worst conclusion, instead stayed calm and pondered if this was because he had been in the presence of the source and one with it, believing that the majesty of the source might have overshadowed the majesty of the card world on his soul, heart, and mind. It sounded reasonable in his head, like something he could get behind. Nonetheless, along with all the higher power crap, the baptism was always accompanied by actual empowerment and improvement in one's talents, abilities, skills, etc., but Wyatt felt no such thing. Seconds passed, and Wyatt could feel the presence of the baptism in him, but it remained dormant and did not give him the sense of empowerment and improvement which it gave him the previous times. This was when Wyatt realized that what he dreaded might have come true. With every passing second, the power of baptism continued to be dormant. The more certain Wyatt grew about it failing to affect his body and soul, which was modified by the primordial energy from the origin source. Also, with every passing second, Wyatt grew desperate for the baptism to work. The longer the energy remained dormant in his body, the more desperate he grew. He even considered praying in this universe where the concept of the Almighty did not fare well for anyone. Not that he was a religious person, he was just too desperate to not lose the miraculous effect of the baptism. For Wyatt, baptism was more than this miraculous power one benefits from during every breakthrough in the realm. It was the one thing that would bring harmony to his chaotic arsenal of abilities, talent, skills, etc., and let him know that he was on the right track, letting him know he was on the correct path with the hidden danger, or at the least point out the dangers to him. Making it a very important thing to look forward to for him during a breakthrough in the realm. Wyatt was in possession of so many skills, abilities, physiques, and traits that it was hard for him to keep track of them apart from the ones that he regularly used. Even with the Hive AI helping keep track of things, there was always room for negligent errors. This was just a possibility, but Wyatt being Wyatt, he was too cautious about his progression as a card apprentice. Having seen the world leaders of the card world stuck in a realm that wasn't even worth mentioning in the Dark Realm for centuries, he did not want to make any mistakes in his realm progression early on such that later he would be stuck them. He wanted to achieve the realm that everyone dreamed of, the realm fabled to have never been achieved by any being in the myriad realms, the realm all the dark beings in the Dark Realm wet dreams about achieving, the realm that was considered the zenith of the power level in the myriad realms, the transcendent realm. Wyatt was not some power-hungry maniac to pursue the strongest realm from the myths. It was just that now that his old military buddy once said that peace can only be achieved when we have a sharper sword than our enemies. Back then Wyatt laughed it off, saying, "Who carries a sword in the nuclear age?" But now that he was in a world where the one with a bigger fist was correct, especially where beings with fists stronger than a nuclear warhead existed, he was understood what his army buddy was trying to imply back then. Not that he did not get it the first time, it's just that he did not think one needs to live with such an attitude in the modern age. For Wyatt to achieve the realm of the myths, he would require the baptism of the card world, even if it would only be available to him till he achieves the card demigod realm, as the baptism would allow him to lay a very solid foundation without having to worry about any hidden danger that would force him to take a detour in the future, or worse, get him stuck with no hope of further progress, just like the circumstances of the most of the current world leaders of the card world. Baptism from the card world was an important arsenal in Wyatt's plans for his solid foundation. Its miraculous nature had helped him survive the adverse effect of his ill-informed artificially induced soul mutation by tearing his soul. It was one of the most ignorant actions on Wyatt's part. If not for baptism helping hold the fort, maybe he might have sooner long succumbed because of an incomplete soul mutation. One can even say that it was the card world's baptism that saved Wyatt long enough for him to learn of what he had done and how to rectify it. Therefore, Wyatt's desperation for the baptism to work was not an overreaction on his part, but it was truly that important for him and his plans. However, seconds passed and the power of the baptism circled inside his body, but it had no effect or change on him whatsoever. Just when Wyatt's desperation was about to turn into hopelessness, the power of the baptism circling inside his body reacted to one of his ability. Chapter 2198 Calling for Help. Date: Hollow Time, Hollow Spiritual Location, World Will's Womb, Physical Location, Card World, Southern Region, Blossom District, Sky Blossom City, Dungeon Highway, Blood Rock Cave Gate Dungeon. Finally feeling the dormant power of baptism in him react to an ability of his, Wyatt sighed in relief. Though this time the empowerment wasn't as huge as the last time, he was just happy that baptism still worked on him. However, when he checked which ability of his the baptism reacted to, Wyatt was surprised, as it subverted all his assumptions about it and once again proved its importance to him. The ability that the power of baptism circling in Wyatt's body reacted to was none other than the one with the source. Monitoring the power of baptism, he figured that the baptism of the card world, knowing it wasn't enough to perform miracles on him, was trying to get the source to help it. Wyatt soon learned his speculation was right when the origin source responded back to the power of the baptism circling in his body through his skill, one with the source. Feeling the power of the baptism and the origin source communicating with others through his one with the source skill, Wyatt's desperation that was morphing into hopelessness quickly transformed into overwhelming joy. However, Wyatt quickly controlled his emotions, as nothing was set in stone yet. The power of the baptism might have managed to get feedback from the origin source, but it did not mean that the source agreed to help it. The powers were commuting and Wyatt understood nothing, but he knew if things worked out in his favor he could feel the empowerment from both the powers. During this period Wyatt wasn't worried about the card world. Countless people undergo breakthroughs all around the world. It did not have the patience to monitor each one of them. All it did was bless every card apprentice that broke through with the realm appropriate amount of power of baptism. That was it. The card world did not care how the baptism affected the card apprentices and other drama. Once it blessed the card apprentice with the power of baptism, its job was done. As a celestial being, the card world did not like to bother itself with the mortal affairs. It was already a miracle that it was generous enough to share some of its power with the card apprentices. Most realms only blessed the outstanding one among their tribe with baptism, or whatever they called it in their native language, and did not spare their power for the average, let alone the Ina department ones, for example, the Dark Realm. These realms were not heartless or cruel but practical. There were billions of card apprentices living on the card world, and the number keeps growing each second. The amount of power the card world would have to consume to help all of them undergo baptism every time they break through would add up to an insane number. Now imagine how much power the Dark Realm would need to expend to baptize the trillions of demons living on it. One would say the Dark Realm was a bigger realm compared to the card world, but they were forgetting the demons of the Dark Realm were also more likely to keep breaking through to higher realms in the future more often than the card apprentices of the card world. If the Dark Realm was a big realm, its natives were also a high-achieving civilization. Hence, it made sense they only blessed the outstanding and overachieving ones. That was to say that the celestial beings were not being cruel or heartless, they were just adapting what worked for them and their natives best. Maybe someday, when the card world and the card apprentices were on the same level as the Dark Realm and the demons, population and advancement-wise, the card world too also make the same choice as the Dark Realm. Wyatt did not have to wait too long for him to learn the source's decision. As soon he began to feel a surge of power entering him through his skill, one with the source, then intertwining with the power of the baptism, together they began to empower Wyatt. At this moment, he suddenly felt a sense of ease as he once again got a feeling of being safe and in the presence of something greater than him, like he did the previous times he underwent baptism. The sense of awe and reverence that he was missing this now with the source helping the power of baptism, he felt it once more. This sense of awe and reverence that Wyatt felt truly stemmed from his heart and mind, erasing the arrogance, defiance, rebellion, and mad ambitions that came with his newfound abilities and powers. He was trying to suppress them, lock them up in some dark corner of his heart and mind, then forget about it, but no matter how hard he tried, he could not suppress these thoughts. After all, his body, mind, and soul felt excellent ever since they were advanced by the primordial energy. Every time he tried to deny these thoughts, the power roaring in his body provoked them. But now, feeling the power of the baptism and the origin source empowering, all those thoughts of conquering the world and whatnot were replaced by humbleness and obedience, giving him a sense of peace. It was as if they cleared the dark clouds covering his mind and senses. It was like a huge psychological burden was off him and he was finally free. With a big and bright smile on his face, Wyatt surrendered himself to the power of the baptism and the power from the origin source. He felt like he was floating inside a warm bath and relaxed as the two powers did their thing in unison. He had no idea what kind of changes the empowerment and the enhancement of the two powers would bring to his abilities, skills, talents, etc., but he felt uplift by just feeling them working their miracle in his body. After having worried into hopelessness about baptism not working on him, Wyatt just wanted to enjoy this moment and feeling. Chapter 2199 Shell-shocked date Hollow time Hollow spiritual location World Will's Womb Physical location Card World, Southern Region, Blossom District, Sky Blossom City, Dungeon Highway, Blood Rock Cave Gate Dungeon. Following the guidance of the power of the baptism, the power from the origin source empowered and enhanced various abilities, skills, and talents of Wyatt. By the time they were done bringing harmony and balance to his chaotic arsenal of abilities and talents, there was no trace of either of the powers left in his body. With the miraculous transformation done, he awakened from his trance to discover a new him. The powers seemed to have been very busy, and Wyatt could not wait to check the transformation brought to him by them. He eagerly summoned his grimoire to catch up with miraculous changes brought to him by the two powers. However, when he opened his grimoire and went through his status page, he shell-shocked to find his traits and physique colors of his stats were missing a few of his prized talents. Then he immediately turned the pages to check on his origin card, only to find it to have undergone a transformation beyond his comprehension, changing its name from Primordial Calamity Soul Gem to Primordial Calamity 0. Knowing that the power of the baptism and the power from the origin source would not harm him, Wyatt calmed down and prepared to explore his traits, physique, and origin card thoroughly to understand the new changes to his abilities. However, just then, sensing a dangerous energy outside in the Blood Rock Cave, Wyatt had no choice but to push his matters aside and check what was going outside. Coming out of the practice, Wyatt found Field Marshal Heatsend gathering all her might to attack the dungeon seal from inside the Blood Rock Cave. Seeing this, Wyatt was alarmed and rushed to her side, yelling, "Field Marshal, stand down." Listening to her young liege's voice, the Field Marshal stopped in her tracks and turned to look at him in apology. "Did I disturb your practice?" "I don't understand. I made sure to control my energy signature to not disturb you." "That's beside the point, but if you really did not want to disturb my practice, you would not try to destroy the dungeon I am inside. That's basic common sense. Anyway, what's your plan here? Kill us all?" Wyatt thundered at the Field Marshal. She rightfully deserved it for her thoughtless actions, and she would agree with him, but most of his anger stemmed from the missing traits and physique on the status page. Since he can't yell at the power of baptism and the power from the source, he had to vent somehow to stop it from eating on him. Since it was the Field Marshal who stopped him from getting clarity on the changes that came with his baptism, in some way she was the right for him to vent his anger and frustration on. "Sorry, I'm seeing if I can help free the girl," the Field Marshal apologized and explained, pointing to Bloodette. Seeing Wyatt's rage-filled eyes land on her, Bloodette cutely hid behind Courtney, like a little puppy who was caught being naughty. However, he was in no mood for her cuteness and yelled, "Didn't I tell you two that there is no shortcut for Bloodette to break this dungeon seal? This dungeon seal is connected with Bloodette. If one were to destroy the dungeon seal without Bloodette breaking her connection with the dungeon seal, then she too would die with the destruction of the dungeon seal. Besides, didn't I tell you to come to me or the blood rule stream if you have any brilliant ideas like this? By the way, did it even cross your head to ask the blood rule stream if it's okay for you to get the Field Marshal to break the dungeon seal, not to mention with all of us inside the dungeon seal?" Wyatt stared at the stupid duo before turning his gaze back to the Field Marshal and repeating himself helplessly, "And you, what were you thinking?" I didn't expect this from you of all people. Wyatt, I have destroyed gate dungeons from inside before. It's not a big deal. For your information, I am half a step away from achieving advanced comprehension of space rule. In case I had been successful in destroying the dungeon seal, I could have easily carried you all to safety outside, or better yet moved you all to my mystic dimension. So, relax, take it easy, the field marshal explained to Wyatt her reasoning as to why she was so reckless and stressed that he should calm down before asking him, "Now answer me this, how do I break her connection with the dungeon seal?" While Wyatt was in the practice, the field marshal, who now knew about the devil merchant code and demon devil merchants, thought she knew all of Wyatt's secrets and felt like part of Wyatt's group. With that, she had gotten close to everyone in Wyatt's circle of trust, especially Courtney, who could not lie, the ignorant Bloodette, and innocent Dredre. Mostly because others were busy with the work Wyatt had assigned them. Anyhow, the field marshal had come to care for them. So much so the southern hero, Field Marshal Heatsend, was willing to help the Blood Supreme, Bloodette, free from her prison right next to a city full of innocent citizens in the south of the southern region. If the southern royal palace's court of ministers learned of this, they would find it hard to believe it, because the Field Marshal Heatsend they knew would never do something like that, instead try to fortify the dungeon seal to ensure the Blood Serpem was sealed for the rest of the eternity and the southern citizens were safe. Others can't break the connection between Bloodette and the dungeon seal without bringing harm to Bloodette's life, only she can. Wyatt elaborated to the field marshal on how Bloodette and the dungeon seal were connected and how only she was capable of breaking the connection between them without harming herself in the process. Then, he looked at Bloodette, had head down, and repeated his words to her once again, but in a soft tone. "Bloodette, there is no way around this. Besides, what's the hurry? Haven't you already achieved King Realm? I am sure it won't be long before you become stronger than the dungeon seal and break free from it." Wyatt was surprised to find that by the time he broke through from the Card Master realm to the Card Grand Master realm, Bloodette had already recovered her realm to the Card King realm, which came as a shock to him because Bloodette's foundation was as solid as one can be, even if she basically speed run from Immortal to the Card King realm in a couple of days. He could not help but envy her, as even with all his cheats and knowledge he could not achieve the same. He found solace in the knowledge that Bloodette was an old immortal who had cultivated to the peak of the card world power level countless times. It was obvious why she did not concern herself with the same worries as Wyatt when it came to increasing one's realm quickly. Getting no reply from Bloodette, Wyatt sighed and faced the field marshal, asking, "So, what did you end up deciding?" "No pressure, I will respect whatever your decision is." Chapter 2200 Devil Merchant Heatsend. Date the 21st of April 2321. Time 2:01. Location Card World, Southern Region, Blossom District, Sky Blossom City, Dungeon Highway, Blood Rock Cave Gate Dungeon. Before beginning his practice, Wyatt had tried to convince the field marshal not to think of becoming a devil merchant as betraying her ancestors in the card world, but to think of it as her not limiting her idea of the native world to the card world but entire myriad realm, just like the demons who consider the whole of myriad realms to be theirs. He hoped he was able to get through her, but if not, that's fine too. So, Wyatt wasn't lying when he said he would respect the field marshal's decision. "I am a devil merchant." The field marshal revealed her decision, summoning her diamond grimoire, which was now fused with the devil merchant codex. Then she immediately added, "Whoa, it feels just to say it." "Great." Wyatt beamed, learning the field marshal did not disappoint him. After all, having a devil merchant in his team would save him the trouble of feigning to be backed by a devil merchant. Though a non-native devil merchant was not the same as an elder chaos dwarf devil merchant, Wyatt believed he could sell it. The field marshal silently nodded in response. It seems that even though she was no longer on the fence about becoming a devil merchant, she wasn't confident about her decision to become one. That's understandable. After all, her decision to become a devil merchant went against everything she was taught about pride and honor since she was little. One had to know for honor. The field marshal sat by and watched as her husband was attacked, her granddaughter was kidnapped, and the property of the southern region was stolen. For someone like that to go against everything she was taught since her childhood was not easy. It was already a miracle that she was able to let go of her old values. So it did not come as surprise to Wyatt to see her struggle to live with the decision she had made. He did not dare to judge her and was thoroughly impressed by her. "Don't worry, I promise you, I will help you see that you have made the right choice." Wyatt stared into the field marshal's eyes and promised her. He did this knowing that he was one of the reasons why the field marshal decided to become a devil merchant. "Are you sure about that?" Dredre explained the contract terms to me word by word. I gotta say you found a way to legally enslave people," the field marshal joked to change the topic, not wanting her young liege to be concerned with such an insignificant matter. Being a soldier living with hard choices was not new to her. "Now that's just slander. I did not force you to sign the slave employment contract. You signed it out of your own free will," Wyatt comically protested, playing along with the field marshal. These days, trying to bring the field marshal to his side, he had come to understand her better and knew exactly what kind of soul she was. Which was why he dared to trust her with part of his secret. "You appoint, master, or do you prefer young master?" the field marshal said playfully. Wyatt rolled his eyes at the field marshal and asked, "Since you have become a devil merchant, why aren't you by Dredray's side? Borrowing books from the Infinity Library or at our native sector in the Inter-Realm City to advance your rule comprehension? You do know that it would be very helpful if you achieve advanced comprehension in space rule before the second demon invasion begins. This thing can help me with fusing my 3 primary space rule meanings into a space rule stream." Dredray went on hours about its use but never mentioned anything about rule comprehension, the field marshal asked Wyatt in astonishment as she pointed at her Devil Merchant Codex Diamond Grimoire. "Well, no, that's impossible. Nothing can help you with that. But you said you were half a step away from achieving advanced comprehension of the space rule, so I assume you are halfway through combining your 3 primary space rule meanings into a space rule stream. If so, then our native sector in the Inter-Realm City would be a more efficient place for you to complete forming your space rule stream," Wyatt explained, having experienced the perks of the rule comprehension in their native sector of the Inter-Realm City. "I see, I will keep that in mind the next time I enter practice," the field marshal replied with a little disappointment that the Devil Merchant Code could not help her with forming a rule stream. "My bad, I will be clearer next time," Wyatt said, scratching the back of his head in embarrassment. Guys, what is a Devil Merchant? By the way, can I and Courtney become one?" Bloodette suddenly asked, wanting to be part of this secret group that her other friends were talking about. Courtney too looked at Wyatt in anticipation of his answer. The fear of being rejected by him was painted on both their faces. Yet, Wyatt chose his words poorly, or in Corey's words he was brutally honest. "I hate to say this, but you two do not have what it takes to be a demon merchant." Listening to Wyatt, the duo started at him devastatedly. Even the field marshal stared at him in shock. She could not believe his reply to the girls would be so blunt and thoughtless. Looking into the eyes of the duo, she could see the shards of their souls that Wyatt's harsh words had shattered. "Well, we did not want to be a devil merchant anyway," Bloodette lashed out in defense to cover her hurt emotions, while Courtney stared at Wyatt with a betrayed look on her face. It appears she did not expect this from the person she considered her best friend after Bloodette. Chapter 2201 Too Good, Too Stupid. Date the 21st of April 2321. Time 2:07. Location Card World, Southern Region, Blossom District, Sky Blossom City, Dungeon Highway, Blood Rock Cave Gate Dungeon. Courtney had friends of her age group in the orphanage, but none were close to her because of her physique that did not allow her to lie. Also, Courtney preferred to be a lone wolf, as she did not want to reveal Bloodette and the dungeon seal to anyone accidentally. That was back when she did not know she had a manic mother and did not have the power to protect herself and the things she cared for. But when she had both, it was too late. Kids her age had already found enough friends and did want new ones. Not to mention they had formed an ill opinion about Courtney, especially with her free-spirited dressing choice that left very little to one's imagination. So when Courtney found a boy shamelessly riding a golden hoverbike to their high school and could introduce himself to her by looking directly into her eyes and not her ample chest, she felt like she had found her long-lost friend, and the rest was history. That was until his recent betrayal. She still had not been able to recover from it. "Courtney, don't worry. Let us form our secret organization and not invite Mr. You-know-who," Bloodette said, trying to console her best bud. However, the latter continued to be stumped and stared at Wyatt without blinking or moving any muscle in her body. This scared both Bloodette and the field marshal. Listening to Bloodette lashing out and seeing Courtney's reaction, Wyatt understood he messed up and searched his brain trying to think of a way to salvage the situation, but to his dismay, at that moment nothing came to his mind. He felt as if his brain was grinning at him, snickering, "Suffer, motherfucker, suffer." Feeling betrayed by his own brain in his time of need, Wyatt kind of understood the feeling Courtney was undergoing, so he decided to be honest with the duo. "Guys, I am sorry, I did not mean to hurt your feelings. If it was some other organization I would have invited you guys before you asked me to. Please try and understand." This Devil Merchant Code is not the kind of organization that you guys think it is. Yes, the Devil Merchant Code is a secret organization, but it is filled with villains and tricksters. The reason I am not inviting you to become one is because one of you is too good and the other is too stupid to be a devil demon merchant. Listening to Wyatt's reason, Courtney and Bloodhead nodded in understanding. Then they looked at each other, trying to figure out which one of them was the good one and which one of them was the stupid one. Just when their gazes on each other were turning heated, Wyatt stepped in, clarifying, "Courtney, being a devil demon merchant means you have to be deceitful and cunning, which you can't thanks to your physique that doesn't allow you to lie. Bloodhead, being a devil demon merchant needs one to be very sharp and intuitive, such that they can detect any bullshit, traps, or tricks from miles away and avoid them, which you clearly aren't. I say this because I saw a 5-year-old from the orphanage fool you into eating insects when your diet is strictly restricted to blood-related foods. I still don't understand why you ate the insects. She said I can't eat insects. So, I ate them to prove her wrong," Bloodhead replied proudly. However, she forgot to mention how she vomited those insects out 10 seconds later, adding to the children's amusement. Listening to Bloodhead's answer, Wyatt resisted his urge to slap his forehead in frustration. Meanwhile, Courtney and the field marshal nodded their head, agreeing with Bloodhead. So, Wyatt could not help but feel these two might have eaten their share of insects in their childhood. Wyatt, who had always chosen the logical option, did not understand what the insect-eating trio was proud of. But he used it to make his point. "See, that right there is why you are out." "Fine, whatever." Bloodhead tried to act aloof, but her expression gave her away, as she cared a lot. Regardless of what Wyatt said now, his blunt rejection earlier had done the damage and nothing he did could take it back. "How about this? Why don't you guys join the Bright Lion gang? I am part of it too. We can be part of the gang together." Wyatt proposed to console Courtney and Bloodhead, but they immediately rejected him, saying, "We promised the headmaster that we will not join any gangs." "Then what about the circle?" Wyatt pointed out to Courtney, forgetting he was trying to console her, not rile her up. She could not believe he brought that up, but swiftly refuted, "I never officially joined the circle. I was just following my mother around." Wyatt wanted to argue, "That was not what I heard." But the field marshal came to his rescue by interrupting him, stopping him from making things worse for himself. "Wyatt, are you in love with Susan?" Listening to the field marshal bring up Susan and Wyatt's love life, Courtney and Bloodhead forgot their grievances with Wyatt and their ears perked up, waiting for him to answer the field marshal. However, Wyatt was astonished as to why the field marshal would suddenly bring this up. Wondering it had something to with her rooting for Anna and him to get together, he warned her with his intimidating eyes as he sternly replied, "It is not of your concern." Sigh. The field marshal let out a sigh, and then shaking her head she spoke, "Well then, let me put it this way, do you love Anna?" Wyatt stared at the field marshal hard, not understanding why she was bigging up this matter. Believing there had to be a reason, he decided to ask her, "Why do you ask?" "I need to tell you something. I have been putting off this long enough. Now I don't know how much longer I can hide it, so here goes. You need to prepare yourself to hear what I am going to say next. It is regarding Anna and her isolated training." Chapter 2202. Say it. Date the 21st of April 2321. Time 2:15. Location Card World, Southern Region, Blossom District, Sky Blossom City, Dungeon Highway, Blood Rock Cave Gate Dungeon. "I need to tell you something. I have been putting off this long enough, and now I don't know how much longer I can hide it, so here goes. You need to prepare yourself to hear what I am going to say next. It is regarding Anna and her isolated training." Before the field marshal could finish, Wyatt interrupted her as he urgently inquired her, "What about Anna? Did something happen to her during the isolated training? So, you do care about my grandniece, which makes it more difficult to tell what I am about to say next." Sigh. "Wyatt, I screwed up big time. I will not make excuses, but I hope you will find it in your heart to forgive me." Seeing and hearing the concern for Anna's well-being in Wyatt's eyes and voice, the field marshal sighed, imagining what was to come next. Now, she regretted blindly following her niece's orders. She should not have meddled in her grandniece's love life. "Whatever it is you did, would you please just tell me already?" Wyatt yelled at the field marshal in hysteria. Listening to her words, tone, and expression, he could not help but assume the worst. He knew Anna was next in line for the Southern Throne. His brain was telling him nothing bad could possibly happen to her in the field marshal's care, but his heart could not help but worry, imagining the worst. Unable to handle the chaos in his mind and heart, he yelled at the field marshal to stop beating around the bush and get to the point. "Whoa, you really do care about her, don't you?" Field Marshal Heatsend was taken aback by Wyatt's reaction. She believed that spending his time in the arms of his beautiful manager, Wyatt might have forgotten about Anna, who was in isolated training, but seeing him who did not lose calm in face of certain death lose calm after hearing her grandniece was in trouble, she could not help but wonder if one could love two simultaneously, a parent sure but a lover no way. The Field Marshal shook her head in dismay and thought she was being foolish for a notion such as that to cross her mind. A teenage girl who hasn't seen the world might believe in such romanticism, but she who had walked all walks of life knew better. Annoyed, Wyatt stared at the Field Marshal, who was lost in her thoughts after ripping only half of the band-aid. Waiting for her to rip the other half, he lost his patience and cussed in frustration, "Motherfucker." Seeing him like this, Courtney and Bloodette unconsciously took a step back. The Wyatt they saw right now only looked like a human but oozed the aura of a beast. Fortunately, Wyatt's tantrum awakened the Field Marshal from her thoughts in time. "Sorry, I will get to it right away," the Field Marshal proceeded to clarify under the warmth-filled gaze of Wyatt's. "Before I deliver the bad news, there is a piece of good news. Anna is about to break through to the Card Demigod realm." "That is a great news," Wyatt exclaimed. All his worries vanished knowing Anna was amidst breaking thought to Card Demigod realm. He was happy to know she was doing well. But soon his brows narrowed, thinking of what the Field Marshal was hesitating to tell him. "So, what is the problem? Shouldn't this be a cause of celebration?" "Yes, it is a cause of celebration for the entire southern region except you," the Field Marshal replied dejectedly. Then shortly she continued, "You see, Anna was born with an extreme obsession. Since her birth, she had shown signs of that. Her mother made sure to control that dangerous obsession of hers by becoming the target of her obsession. However, my niece had underestimated her daughter's obsession, which had grown stronger when Anna awakened as a card apprentice. Fortunately for her, Anna found her fated ingredient before things got out of control. It helped her morph her obsession for her mother into Anne, her origin card." "Wyatt, you get the gist of where I am going with this, right?" The Field Marshal was so ashamed of what she had done that she could not bring herself to speak of it. She hoped Wyatt would spare her the pain of narrating it out loud. However, to her shock, Bloodette suddenly spoke up. "No, we don't get the gist. Tuck." Courtney cussed as she hurriedly closed Bloodette's mouth. The Field Marshal ignored the duo and focused on Wyatt. Looking at his pained expression and his anguish-filled eyes, she figured he had already pieced it all together with what little she had revealed to him. She was grateful to Wyatt for not making her speak the despicable things she did to her own grandniece. But unfortunately for her, Wyatt was many things, but being generous to those that wronged him wasn't one of them. Soon he suppressed the pain and anguish in his heart enough to mutter, "Say it. Tell them what you did." The Field Marshal dumbfoundedly stared at Wyatt, as just now she was thinking he was a sage for not holding what she had done to him against her, but it appears she was overthinking it. She did not blame him for it, as the crime she had committed was an unforgivable sin. "I said, tell them what you did," Wyatt thundered as his bloodshot eyes glared at the Field Marshal threateningly. But before the Field Marshal could utter a word, he screamed again, "Tell them how the Southern hero destroyed the Southern hope." "Wyatt," Courtney and Bloodette whispered in concern, feeling Wyatt's pain and anguish from his words and actions. They wanted to listen in on their friend's saucy love life and gossip about it later, but never did they imagine that things would take such a dark turn. Though they had no idea what was going on, they knew their friend was in a lot of pain, and the one who hurt him was none other than their new friend and hero, Field Marshal Heatsend. Chapter 2203 Did You Betray Me? Date the 21st of April 2321. Time 2:19. Location Card World, Southern Region, Blossom District, Sky Blossom City, Dungeon Highway, Blood Rock Cave Gate Dungeon. The Field Marshal looked at Wyatt and the girls with a complicated expression, struggling to speak of her crime so sinful that she dared not speak of it to others, but her current circumstances demanded her to speak of it. She was already reluctant. Wyatt's screaming and the girls' confused look did not help. Confused Courtney and Bloodette's concerned gazes jumped from Wyatt to Field Marshal Heatsend and back. They were not only worried about Wyatt but the Field Marshal too, as they could feel the latter felt very guilty about whatever she did to Wyatt. However, having lived in this cruel world for a young age, they understood feeling guilty would not undo the wrong that was done. Nonetheless, they did not judge either of their friends. They were not here to pick sides, they just wanted to be there for their friends who were hurting in their own way. Hopefully, at the end of the day, they all would be together and not let whatever this was become a wedge between them. "What are you waiting for? Say it," enraged Wyatt cried aloud at the Field Marshal, not letting her hide from the ugly things she did. "Wyatt, calm down. Whatever she did wrong, Let us figure out a solution to it together like we always do, Courtney spoke up, trying to console her friend who was in pain. Anger. Wyatt swiftly turned and glared at Courtney, but when his eyes met with her warm eyes filled with nothing but concern for him, he calmed down and instead of lashing out he accepted his defeat. You don't understand, Courtney, it is over. There is nothing we can do now. Not knowing what had actually forced Wyatt to his current mental state, Courtney was at a loss for words, trying to think of ways to console and encourage him. She turned to look at the field marshal for help, but she found the latter too was not in the right state of mind. Having no idea as to what had transpired, Courtney did not know how and where to start helping her friends with their problems and struggles. As for Bloodette, she was confident that whatever the field marshal broke of Wyatt's, Courtney could fix it or replace it. She was waiting for Courtney to work her magic and make her friends get along again. She had no doubt in her best friend's ability. She trusted you with her life. How could you do this to her? Wyatt locked eyes with the field marshal and asked her why she did what she did. The field marshal forced herself to look into Wyatt's bloodshot eyes and mumbled, "Back then there were strong reasons that forced my hand to take action. I don't know anymore what's true and what isn't. I did it. I have wronged you and Anna. That is the cold hard truth. I am ready to face any punishment to make up for it. Are you kidding me? What you have done cannot be undone. Similarly, there is no making up for it. Just like me, you will have to live the rest of your life knowing what you've done." Wyatt did not allow the field marshal to ease her guilty conscience. He planned to make sure that even time would not be able to unburden her guilt. But before that, he needed to clarify, "Field marshal, did you betray me?" From the little information that the field marshal had revealed, Wyatt pieced together what she had done to Anna behind his back, but he felt the timing did not add up. The last time he saw Anna was 5 days ago in the field marshal's mystic dimension. She used him to motivate her and get her to focus on her isolated training. At least that was what appeared on the surface, when actually the field marshal used him without his knowledge to flame Anna's obsession for him to the extreme. He clearly remembers that morning because that was when she gave him 2 teleportation cards, the Royal Teleportation and Run Away Kid cards. He thought they were getting closer, but she used the cards to get his guard down and use him to push Anna on a path of no return. Be that as it may, Wyatt remembered it clear as day that back then Anna's realm was far from preparing to forge her divinity, let alone breaking through to the card demigod realm. He found it hard to believe that Anna was able to complete forging her divinity and break through to the demigod realm in the last 5 days. Thanks to his soul pupils, Wyatt knew Anna's talent better than anyone. She was good, but not that good. Not to forget, among those 5 days the field marshal has sworn her loyalty to him on the 3rd day. That was to say Anna started breaking through to the card demigod realm 3 days ago. This means that the field marshal's plans for Anna should have been completed 3 days ago, or she betrayed Wyatt and continued with her plans for Anna despite pledging her loyalty to him. It was just following orders if the field marshal had done the crime when she was working for Anna's mother, but it was betrayal if she did the same after she had joined Wyatt. Depending upon which one it was, Wyatt planned to decide how to deal with Field Marshal Heatsend. For the sake of his sanity, he really hoped the Field Marshal did not betray him. If she did, she better pray his new abilities that came with his breakthrough to the Card Grandmaster realm did not enable him to overpower her. Otherwise, come next sunrise the southern region might have to mourn the death of their hero instead of celebrating Anna's breakthrough to the Card Demigod realm. Chapter 2204. Just a Tool. Date the 21st of April 2321. Time 2:19. Location Card World, Southern Region, Blossom District, Sky Blossom City, Dungeon Highway, Blood Rock Cave Gate Dungeon. How dare you ask me that? I would never know. I did not betray you, the Field Marshal said, hurt that her young liege would doubt her loyalty to him. Yes, she harmed him and her grandniece, but she was only following orders and believed it was for the best of the southern region. Don't you dare lie to me, Field Marshal. Do you want me to believe Anna was able to forge her divinity and break through to the demigod realm within the 2 days after I last saw her in your mystic dimension? Anna is a talented card apprentice, but not talented enough to pull something like that off. Wyatt in his anger did not hesitate to call the Field Marshal a traitor but also a liar. Based on the information he had, that was what he could conclude. The Field Marshal looked at her young liege with a mix of disappointment and guilt before proceeding to defend her loyalty to him. Yes, you are right, Anna is not talented enough to forge her divinity and break through to the Card Demigod realm in 2 days, but there are other ways that would help her achieve that. Like practicing the extreme path. Anna is a practitioner of the extreme path. It is her life's mantra, you should know what I am talking about. After all, you enjoyed the extreme measures she went for your attention and love. Anyway, I used her obsession with you and my mystic dimensions effects to help her achieve the impossible. You expect me to believe that? Wyatt scoffed, believing the field marshal was spinning a web of lies to save her skin. Then, he went on to untangle her web of lies, explaining, extreme path is for the manics and psychos. If one isn't, choosing that path will turn them into one. Other than that, there is no way for a sane person to achieve success in that path. There is no way that the Southern royal family would be irresponsible enough to choose a practitioner of the extreme path as the next heir to the Southern throne. Genius, aren't you forgetting something important? Anna's origin card. With every baptism, it helps her to rid the side effects of the extreme path. This time it happened to be her love and obsession for you. The field marshal reminded Wyatt of what he had failed to take into consideration. Wyatt's current state of mind could be summed up with one sentence: when it comes to their loved ones, even the steady hands of the surgeon starts to tremble. Then why did you not immediately report to me about what was going on after you swore your loyalty to me? Wyatt asked what took the field marshal so long to inform him what was happening without his knowledge. Because it was already done and there was nothing I or you could have done to fix it. Also, I did not know how to tell you, until I had no choice but to tell you. Soon Anna will stabilize her realm in the card demigod realm and will be out of the mystic dimension any day now. The field marshal revealed why she chose to tell Wyatt everything now of all times. I see, I owe you an apology. I was mistaken, you are not a traitor or a liar. Your loyalty is golden, but it doesn't change the fact that you hurt me and Anna. Learning the field marshal had not betrayed him or was lying to cover her ass, Wyatt apologized to the field marshal, though not in words. The feeling was conveyed. Listening to Wyatt's words, the field marshal was taken aback. She did not expect him to react so calmly and even apologize. She did not understand why the hysteric and agitated Wyatt was suddenly calm all of the sudden. In a moment of astonishment and confusion, she was rendered speechless, unable to respond in time. After all, she had witnessed him totally lose it when he learned what she had done to Anna and that it was irreversible. She could not understand how someone could recover from something like that so quickly. Yet, she swiftly organized her thoughts and replied, I can never forget or forgive myself for what I did to Anna and you. Neither should you. However, if you want me out of your sight and not have to do anything with me, I can understand. No need, you were just following orders. Holding you solely responsible for what happened will be like holding the cards responsible for the crimes and murders around the world. You were just a tool in someone else's plan. The one I am truly angry at is the one who ordered you to do such a thing to her daughter. Focusing his anger on the true culprit behind this incident, Wyatt was able to find a tiny bit of generosity in his heart to forgive the field marshal for the part she played in the incident. Not to mention, she was his tool now. Throwing the strongest tool in his arsenal away in a fit of rage would not be logical. That would be him letting his emotions get the better of him. Besides, it would render all the trouble he went to steal this tool a waste. Wyatt, seeing her young liege arrive at the worst possible conclusion the field marshal was trying to avoid, she began to panic and wanted to persuade him otherwise. She would rather prefer him being mad at her than being mad at her niece, the shadow ruler of the southern region. As being at odds with her niece was the same as being at odds with the southern region. However, realizing that defending her liege's enemy to her liege would go against her sworn oath to him, she decided to stay quiet and follow her young liege's arrangement. Here I'm celebrating that I took her knight, but she had already taken my queen without me realizing. Wyatt muttered to himself under his breath in rage, just imagining how the southern princess managed to take his queen from him without even him realizing or her having to show up. This alone was enough evidence for Wyatt to understand that he had seriously underestimated her. Chapter 2205 Anna's insane popularity. Date the 21st of April 2321. Time 2:23. Location Card World, Southern Region, Blossom District, Sky Blossom City, Dungeon Highway, Blood Rock Cave Gate Dungeon. Learning that Anna's mother had managed to steal Anna from his side, Wyatt was no longer proud about stealing the field marshal from Anna's mother's side. The field marshal was a loyal knight for Anna's mother at best, but for Wyatt, Anna was his queen. Wyatt considered Anna his queen not because of the ambiguous relationship between them, but because she had been on his side, shielding him from all harm from the beginning. Without him asking and without her telling him, Anna has been making sure Wyatt got to live in the southern region as he pleased. She has been protecting him from all directions, just like the queen piece in a chessboard. If not for Anna, the Southern royal family and their court of loyal ministers would have enslaved Wyatt, let alone giving him his fair share in their silver milk powder venture. It was because of Anna's selfless care and protection Wyatt was able to grow freely in the southern region without encountering any trouble. There was no denying it. Without his knowledge, Anna had gone to incredible lengths to fight for Wyatt's interest in the southern royal court and ensure he would not be troubled or bothered. Having adjusted to living in the card world, Wyatt or his I Live AI had been monitoring the proceedings of the royal court. Ever since the world knew about the silver milk powder, during every court session the royal ministers would collectively write hundreds of letters to the southern ruler impeaching Dalton Wyatt for his share in the silver milk powder or his connections with demons and devils or his other inventions and discoveries. However, none of those letters of impeachment were ever entertained in the court. Anna made sure of it. Though Anna was not as smart as her mother, she was unexplainably popular among southern citizens, bureaucrats, and politicians. Many were willing to go against Anna's mother or even the southern ruler himself for Anna. These people loved and trusted her like crazy when Anna herself was not aware of what she had done worthy of their affection and admiration. When Colleen broke through to the card demigod realm, many in the south did not even know of it. However, the same would not be the case with Anna. When her breakthrough into the card demigod realm becomes public, it would spread across the 5 regions like wildfire. Each and every southerner would celebrate her breakthrough with her and try to congratulate her in their own way. Not that the southerns did not love their beloved Queen Colleen, but Anna was just too popular. Every house in the southern region considered Anna to be their family's girl. So they would relate to any good news related to Anna. Hence, they cannot help but feel happy for her and celebrate with her. The Morningstar University recorded the highest admissions from the southern region during the 4 years Anna was studying there. Even the other top 10 universities saw a spike in their admissions from the southern region. Those who could not enter Morningstar University entered the other top 10 universities to make sure they were in the same academic region as their beloved princess, monitor her well-being, and be of assistance to her with anything. Such popularity made Anna a target of envy and jealousy in the other 4 regions, though it was only limited to the top 1 percentile, whereas the general public had a good opinion of Anna. Still, because of this, Anna's time at the university was challenging. Be that as may, the secret of Anna's unexplainable but insane popularity, especially in the southern region, was her mother. With the shadow ruler of the southern region acting as her personal PR agent, Anna's insane popularity was given. Just tracing back Anna's life, it can be seen that her family had long decided Anna's fate for her to become the next southern ruler. It was not hard for Wyatt to track Anna's entire life, as every valuable moment in her life was shared and celebrated with the entire southern region. The southern citizens have been slowly brainwashed about Anna for almost a century now. So it was not surprising that they would consider her as their child, sibling, and relate to her happiness and sorrow. That was why when Anna was confirmed as the next in line for the southern throne, the general public did not raise any objection and happily accepted it as if it was given. Nobody even thought of questioning Anna's right to the southern throne when her powerful uncle, the firstborn of the current southern ruler, was still alive and kicking. However, the royal ministers and other bureaucrats who truly knew Anna and had personally seen her capabilities but not through the media outlets controlled by her mother furiously objected to this decision. Nonetheless, thanks to Anna's mother's preparation, none of them could gather enough momentum to back their voice. As such, their echoes of objection were silenced in the walls of the royal palace by the next sunrise. Anna's family has been preparing her for the throne since her birth. Especially, her mother, who carefully planned every step of her rise to power. She even gave up her right to the throne so she could continue to be the shadow ruler of the southern region and help her daughter. However, none of them expected to run into an unexpected invincible variable, Dalton Wyatt. They never expected Anna to obsess over an orphan teenager of all her incredible suitors. At first, Anna's mother did not consider him a threat, as she believed soon she would gain control of him like everything else in the southern region. However, to her surprise, in no time before she realized it, the orphan teenager she looked down on had grown into a power that she could no longer overlook. However, her worries did not end there, because Anna's obsession with the orphan had grown stronger. At this point, Anna's mother could foresee Wyatt eating and enjoying the fruits of the plant she had been watering for a century now if things were to develop as they were. That was when she decided to make Wyatt a stepping stone in her grand plans for Anna. Chapter 2206. Anna's controlling mother. Anna's extreme obsessive tendencies were known to everyone in the Mainheitsend family. While the rest of the family was worried for their only heir, the southern princess, who had just been betrayed by someone she believed to be the love of her life, did not hesitate to use her daughter's extremely obsessive tendencies to control her. In contrast, the rest of the family believed she was controlling Anna's extreme obsession and not Anna. She made sure she was the target of Anna's obsession by using her natural right as Anna's mother and making Anna fight for her affection and appreciation. It was natural for a child to seek the love and approval of their parent. It was the same true for Anna. By making Anna hunger for her love and approval combined with Anna's extremely obsessive tendency, the southern princess was able to gain control over Anna and her life. However, this caused Anna to hurt herself in the process of winning her tight-ass controlling mother's love and approval. None in the southern royal family noticed the strong control the southern princess had on Anna. They all credited Anna's reckless behavior to her obsessive tendencies and sympathized with the southern princess for doing her best to deal with Anna's obsessive tendencies. This misunderstanding prevailed among the southern royal family because the southern princess, herself, did nothing to harm Anna. Instead, she did her best to mold young Anna into the future southern ruler. After all, she was Anna's mother, she never meant to harm her, and she could be the only person in the entire myriad realms who would selflessly sacrifice her life for Anna to succeed. However, haunted by her inner demons, the southern princess failed to see that her controlling ways were messing up young Anna's psyche day by day. So much so that Anna was beginning to show signs of mental disorder, as the inner child of young Anna, who was obsessed with wanting to live and explore her life to the fullest, was beginning to fight with the mama's pet Anna, who was obsessed with trying to please her mother in hopes of winning her love and approval. This struggle between the two obsessive sides of Anna would lead to short mental episodes from time to time. The mental episodes would cause her a lot of pain. Despite the obvious signs displayed by Anna's worsening mental condition, the southern royal family mistook it as her obsessing tendencies worsening. However, one good thing did come out of this for Anna. During one of these mental struggles, she found her first fated ingredient. Learning of this news, Lorenzo Lorne personally took a few days off his busy schedule to help Anna create her first origin card. He took his time and designed his best card recipe so far, using Anna's fated ingredient for her first origin card. The southern ruler personally praised the origin card Lorenzo planned for their grandchild. After getting approval and praise from everyone but Anna for the card recipe he designed for Anna's first origin card, Lorenzo called on his trusted junior brother and friends to help him create Anna's first origin card, as the card recipe he designed was too taxing for one or two diamond-grade card creationists to create. The southern royal family spared no expense to reward and entertain the outside help Lorenzo had called on for Anna's origin card creation. The help Lorenzo had called on were all reputed diamond-grade card creationists from across the 5 regions. This much welfare from the southern royal family was given. In case these card creationists were successful in their endeavor, then the royal family would pay them each 10 times this. After all, the royal family had their own reputation to uphold. Despite all this preparation from Lorenzo and the royal family's side, an accident happened during Anna's card creation. When the party of card creationists led by Lorenzo transformed all the high-grade ingredients and the fate ingredient into soul pathways inside Anna's Grimoires card creation page, Anna had one of her mental episodes. Fearing it would affect the origin card creation process, Lorenzo paused the card creation until Anna's mental episode passed. However, after Anna recovered from her mental episode, to their bewilderment her grimoire shone with a bright light, filling the card lab, signaling that the origin card creation was successful. Anna, who was at the center of the brilliant light, was unaware of what had transpired. Without waiting for Anna to collect her thoughts and check her grimoire, the group of gray-haired card creationists began to question her what she had done. They would rather believe Anna, a newbie card apprentice, was the one who created the origin card than think that the origin card had miraculously created itself. However, to their surprise, the docile and troubled Anna suddenly lashed out at all of them without any care for the proper royal etiquette. She was no longer polite to them and rudely asked them all to fuck off. Lorenzo, who had seen Anna grow up as a polite and well-mannered princess, was shocked to be called an old pervert by his favorite grandniece in front of all his colleagues. This group of old card creationists being called names and asked to fuck off by a rude-mouthed teenage princess lost their calm and almost attacked Anna in rage. Still, they immediately controlled their emotions, knowing that if they hurt even a single thread of her clothes they would not be able to leave here without giving a proper explanation to the southern region and compensating her in flesh and bones. Nonetheless, when they prepared to leave, trying to forget what happened in the card lab for the sake of their life, another Anna popped out of her grimoire and began to apologize to them all for her sister's rude behavior. Soon both Anna started to fight among themselves. They did not hesitate to get physical. One was free-spirited with a nasty mouth while the other was a perfect Girl Scout. Dumbfounded, the card creationists no longer took the nasty Anna's rude remarks personally. Neither did they wait to see the entire drama unfold. Instead, they hurried out of the royal palace at their fastest speed, planning to escape the southern region as soon as possible. Meanwhile, Lorenzo and his junior brother Leo were scared for their life. They felt like crying but were unable to produce any tears, causing their expression to look like they were trying too hard to pass a dump that just won't come down. That day, two brothers truly believed their lives had reached their natural expiry date. Chapter 2207. Anne was an accident. When Lorenzo and Leo were preparing for their doomed future, the free-spirited Anna finally got the hang of her origin card and withdrew the Girl Scout Anna into it. Then she turned to two brothers and planned to settle her score with Lorenzo. "Hey, old pervert. How dare you decide my origin card for me? Don't get full of yourself because everyone praised the card recipe you designed for my origin card. Since it is my origin card, I get to decide if it's good or not. I was not too fond of it one bit. Even my current origin card is far better than the one you designed. Though its name could have been better, it is still better than the shit you designed. Fuck, I can't believe I was almost stuck with the shitty origin card you designed for me if not for my good fortune. Lucky me. Hey, old pervert, if you don't give me a good explanation, I will tell Grandaunt the reason why I call you old pervert. Don't think I will chicken out. I have been itching to settle scores with you for a while now." Listening to Anna's words, Leo's mind wandered and his curiosity for the truth spiked, causing him to forget all his previous worries and blurted, "Tell me, why do you call him an old pervert?" "Leo, that's not important right now," Lorenzo yelled at his junior brother before Anna even could answer Leo, and continued to try and reason with her. "Anna, I am sorry that I did not take your opinion about your origin card more seriously. But it's good to know that you like your new origin card. Still, are you alright? What was that thing just now? It did not feel like a clone or incarnation. It felt like the original, the real. I could not tell you two apart. Everything about it, from its appearance, clothing, realm, soul energy signature, and even its attitude, felt like you, except it was a bit feisty compared to the old you." Cough. Lorenzo faked cough to cover the last few words of his sentences. He felt those words might trigger the Anna in front of him. Currently, Anna in front of him feels like a total stranger. From her words and actions, he could only assume that talking about the old Anna could be a trigger to an already triggered Anna who seemed to have had it out for him. Even though Lorenzo was walking around Anna on eggshells, he doubted if he was talking to the real Anna. Because of her unusual attitude, he could not help but wonder that his well-mannered grandniece was the one trapped in the grimoire while the unknown abomination created by the freak accident walked free. Though he tried not to let his imagination run wild, his current situation made it too easy for him not to. "Senior brother, why does the princess call you an old pervert? What did you do? I have to know. This is a matter of the South's pride." Leo did not give two shits about the beef between Anna and Lorenzo. He just wanted to know his stuck-up but lucky senior brother's dirty secret. He and his senior brother started off the same as orphans, but in their life, his senior brother enjoyed more success and luck than him. His senior brother was the right hand of the southern ruler, married the southern hero, and had a beautiful family. Meanwhile, he was his senior brother's assistant and still single. So, Leo developed a harmless jealousy toward his senior brother, which surfaced after learning that his senior brother had skeletons in his closet. "How is the princess calling me an old pervert a matter of South's pride?" Lorenzo asked his useless junior brother, but then seeing the twinkle in his eyes, he said in shock, "You are enjoying this. You do realize that they will have our heads if we don't fix whatever is wrong with her." "There is nothing wrong with me. If anybody needs fixing, then it's you. You are the one going around the city sniffing other women's dirty laundry," Anna revealed in a fit of rage. Then realizing what she did, she stuck out her tongue and apologized to Lorenzo. "Oops, my bad." Quote. Learning the truth, Leo froze up out of shock. However, his expression morphed into disgust as he muttered, "Why? That's not what transpired. I happened to smell the scent of a scarce mythical grade ingredient from a heap of dirty laundry while surveying the slums on the city outskirts. I had to smell them all to pinpoint the clothing that the smell was attached to and track that clothes owner to get information from them. That is all, I swear on my unknown parent's soul," Lorenos explained himself, but from the looks he got from his junior brother and grandniece, he could tell that neither believed him. "Well, that is what he keeps saying, but based on the excitement he had on his face as he went through the heap of women's laundry, I find it hard to believe him," Anna pointed out. I was excited because I found a clue about a scarce mythical grade ingredient and nothing else. Please trust me, Lorenzo begged his junior brother to believe him, knowing Anna wouldn't. However, he could not help but feel that though his junior brother's face had a disgusted expression, his eyes seemed to be snickering at him. So, where is this scarce mythical grade ingredient? Did you find it? Leo asked his senior brother emotionlessly. That, the clue was a dead end, Lorenzo uttered, his voice had no force in it, knowing his life was doomed. Sooner or later his wife would find out the truth now that his junior brother knew it. If his brother-in-law didn't kill him for the accident with Anna's origin card, his wife will. I see, Leo replied while his expression yelled, you dog. Chapter 2208. Anne was an accident to getting their things in order. The brothers calmed Anna down and checked her origin card. To their relief, she wasn't lying, she was the real deal, though her personality had changed for good and there was nothing they could do to revert it. She was also right about her origin card, its abilities and name were kind of wacky, but it was indeed strong with powerful effects. However, the brothers do not understand why the good daughter was the one trapped as the origin card while the bad daughter was considered the original. It was a mystery, but the brothers did not have the time to explore it as the group of card creationists who ran for their lives suddenly returned together. These old geniuses weren't even able to make it past the palace doors. Soldier Queen Colleen, who happened to return from her post to check on the progress of her only grandchild's origin card creation, grew wary when she saw the card creationist her brother-in-law called for help with the origin card creation, where making excuses to leave the southern royal place in a hurry. The actions of these gray-headed card creationists could not be more suspicious. She had the demigods on duty capture these old geniuses and force the truth out of them. Learning there was an accident in her granddaughter's origin card creation and her granddaughter was acting oddly, she immediately hurried to the card lab with the captured culprits. Seeing Colleen enter the card lab right behind their pensive-faced friends, Lorenzo and Leo's hearts jumped from their chests into their mouths. They felt as if they saw death. However, they simultaneously fell to their knees when they heard Anna impolitely address the queen without following the proper royal etiquette. Hey, Grandma. Why did you bring these stuck-up fools back? I completed my origin card creation without their help. Their services are no longer needed. The group of card creationists wanted to remind Anna that they were the ones who transformed the legendary and mythical grade ingredients into soul pathways needed to create her origin card. But they stayed quiet and cussed Anna and her overbearing family in their minds, not wanting to make things worse for themselves. Hearing Anna address Colleen as Grandma and speak to her without seeking permission first, the demigods guarding her frowned as the proper royal etiquette demanded that of everyone, even if it was a blood relative who was addressing the queen. What did you just call me? Colleen asked her granddaughter in shock, causing Lorenzo, Leo, and the demigods to hold their breaths. They did not want young Anna to get in trouble. After all, she was the jewel of the southern region. Grandma, why do you ask? Do you not like it? I can call you Granny or Grammy if you want. Anything is fine as long as you don't demand me to call you elder sister like my mother. Because, come on, with those strands of gray hair in your head we would be fooling no one, Anna babbled on, not caring for the dark expressions of the southerners in the room. In the presence of her grandma, she had no fear in the world, knowing her grandma would shelter her from all the trouble that came her way. Papastress, why would I not like it if my granddaughter endearingly called me grandma? It's just I have been asking you to call me grandma like you used to when you were little, but you refused to do so, bringing up proper royal etiquette and whatnot. What changed? Colleen asked, acting ignorant to Anna's, you old, comment. Colleen had repeatedly tried and failed to get Anna to address her as grandma and not as, Your Majesty, or, Your Highness. She felt that because of her daughter's strict upbringing, her granddaughter might miss out on her childhood. Even though Colleen was the southern queen, she was still a commoner in heart. The only reason she accepted the royal treatment was for the sake of her subjects. After all, as their queen, she represented the entire South. However, she did not want her status as queen to become the hurdle between her connecting with her children and grandchild. Therefore, seeing Anna address her as grandma after a long time, she was visibly shocked and moved. The current Anna felt more close to her than the previous one. Unlike Lorenzo, who preferred the old Anna, she liked the new Anna. She even welcomed Anna's comment on her age. After becoming the queen, she missed such casual banters with her friends and colleagues. While Anna was happy that her grandma accepted the new her and Colleen was happy that her grandchild was acting her age and being true to herself, the Southerners and the card creationists watching them were taken aback. They found the granddaughter and grandmother pair odd. However, neither dared to make a sound or show any sign of disrespect. My origin card finally opened my eyes and freed me from my mental prison. Grandma, I never felt so free before, Anna replied with bright eyes that revealed the emotions she was feeling right now to Colleen. I see, Colleen nodded and then congratulated Anna. Congratulations on your origin card, honey. Colleen was happy to see Anna was able to speak her mind freely and not hesitate trying to pick her words carefully. Now she felt more like a regular child than a child trying too hard to pretend like an adult. Unlike Anna's mother, Colleen had no expectations of Anna but one, to live her life to the fullest. However, nobody in the card lab understood what the grandmother and granddaughter duo discussed. Later, Colleen turned to face the group of card creationists and sternly warned, "You said she had lost her mind. She looks fine to me. How dare you slander the Southern royalty? We were mistaken, Your Majesty. Please forgive us." The group of card creationists begged for Colleen's forgiveness in unison. However, in their mind, they could help but wonder if the Southern Queen had a few screws loose. "Fine, don't repeat it, but if I hear anyone gossiping about my granddaughter, I will find you guys. Then, heads will roll." Chapter 2209. Anne was in accident 3. Having warned the outside help not to gossip about Anna and her origin card, the Soldier Queen and the Southern Jewel jointly head out to spend quality granddaughter and grandmother time, ignoring Lorenzo and Leo's pleas to look further into Anna's origin card. The brothers did not dare to press too hard as they were very aware of the Soldier Queen's quick temper. Left with no choice, Lorenzo contacted the Southern ruler to update him on Anna's origin card and seek his wise advice. Learning that there was an accident during his only grandchild's first origin card creation, the Southern ruler left his post at the way beyond to his still single son and hurried to the palace. Though Soldier Queen repeatedly assured her husband and daughter that there was nothing wrong with Anna. However, seeing the 180-degree shift in Anna's personality, they insisted on studying her origin card to make sure Anna was truly alright. The Southern ruler, himself, took on the task of uncovering the mystery of Anna's origin card despite the repeated pleas of his family, entourage, and royal court ministers to reconsider his decision. After all, many people were capable enough to try and uncover Anna's origin card's mystery, like Lorenzo, Leo, Anna's mother, etc., but there was only one person capable of watching over the South, the Southern ruler. The royal family, His Highness's entourage, and the royal court ministers' worries were warranted, but what they did not understand was that the Southern ruler was trying to safeguard the future of the Southern region while trusting the present day of the Southern region to them. However, one could not blame them for being short-sighted, as they had no idea that the Southern ruler had long decided his granddaughter would be inheriting his throne after him. Not to mention, using the excuse of inspecting Anna's origin card, the Southern ruler planned to spend some alone time with his future heir and teach her a thing or two. He trusted his wife. When she said nothing was wrong with Anna, he believed her. Yet, he insisted on inspecting their granddaughter's origin card because this way he could solve its mystery, get some quality time with his heir, and confirm his choice wasn't wrong. Even though he had a very capable son whom many world leaders and masters envied him for, he still chose his granddaughter over his son as his heir because his son traveled the enlightened path. A path where one would shed one's mortal attachments and pursue a higher power and understanding of it. This path was fit for a hermit, not a ruler. This also meant his son had no plans to start a family. Therefore, he could not entrust the Southern region to his son. As for his daughter, after the incident with her husband, she had changed. Instead of trying to deal with her inner demons, she was letting them control her actions. He tried to talk to her about it, but how could he successfully reason with someone who was just as stubborn as him and smarter than him? Having failed repeatedly, he could only hope that his daughter could find a way to rid the darkness in her heart before she ended up with the regret of a lifetime. Until she had dealt with her issues, he did not plan to trust the Southern region to her, but he monitored her from the shadows to help her if she ever needed him. With his 2 children out of the running, Anna was his only choice. Since she was still young, he believed he could help her gain the qualities he was looking for in the next Southern ruler. With that, leaving his dominion in the hands of his trusted people, he began to administer the future of the Southern region. However, he had no idea that his risky bet would yield unexpected but amazing results that would make him stand alongside the strongest Southern rulers of all time. Inspecting the mysteries surrounding Anna's origin card, the Southern ruler made many discoveries. The first discovery was the answer to the question of why Anna's origin card miraculously got created without any human involvement. After intensive research, he figured out that Anna's obsessive tendencies made her the perfect candidate for the extreme path. She unknowingly tapped into the extreme path's power during her origin card creation, which resulted in her origin card miraculously getting created without any human assistance. Learning this, the southern ruler's feet went cold, realizing his choice was wrong and understood he was once again without an heir. However, he did not give up there. He tried to understand Anna's obsessive tendencies so he could uproot them with their roots. For that, he began to understand the origin card that was created with extreme path power by her obsessive tendencies. It was here that he uncovered why it was the good daughter who got banned in the origin card while the bad daughter was deemed as the original Anna. Because the bad daughter was the true Anna while the good daughter was the Anna that she changed into to please her mother. In simpler terms, the obsessions of the good daughter had lost to the obsessions of the bad daughter. That was to say, in Anna's heart the obsessions of the bad daughter were her primary obsession while the obsessions of the good daughter were her secondary obsessions. The only reason the bad daughter was able to overpower the good daughter was that the obsessions of the bad daughter Anna were Anna's true obsessions from her heart. It was her true self. They were the things Anna wanted to do but suppressed in order to please her mother. For most of Anna's childhood, her obsession to please her mother won over her inner obsessions to live her life freely, mostly because her mother was manipulating her at every chance she got. It would not be false to say that, living her life freely, unconsciously became one of Anna's obsessions, mostly because of her mother's manipulation. If not for her mother, Anna would never suppressed her true self to the point where it turned into an obsession. Young Anna was too young and naive to figure out her mother's manipulation and ended up suppressing her true self to please her mother. However, her origin card had changed all that. This was why Anna told her grandmother that her origin card had opened her eyes and she felt more free than ever. Chapter 2210. Anne was an accident, IV figuring out the obsessions of the bad daughter and good daughter sides of Anna. It did not take long for the southern ruler to piece 1 and 2 together to conclude that most of Anna's current condition was his brilliant daughter's doing. Learning this, he was heartbroken. He knew that his daughter's inner demons would someday harm those she loved. He warned her and tried to stop her but ultimately gave up. Now seeing his granddaughter had paid for his inability and failure, he was devastated. What he had feared had become their reality. It was too late. However, he did not give up. He continued to further investigate Anna's origin card. He had failed his granddaughter once and did not want to fail her again. It was no longer about finding a suitable heir for himself but right by his granddaughter. With a one-track mind, using all the information his ancestors had gathered on the extreme path, he began to unravel the mystery of his granddaughter's origin card one by one. Until he figured out that Anna's origin card was not the problem but the solution. Realizing he was wrong since the beginning, he started to look at Anna's origin card with a new perspective. No longer seeing Anna's origin card as a problem but as the solution to her obsessive tendencies, it did not take long for the southern ruler to figure out that his granddaughter might be a one-of-a-kind prodigy that extreme path had never seen before. Her origin card managed to suppress the side effects of the extreme paths, which made it unpopular among the card apprentices. Coming to this realization, he beamed with joy, knowing that his bet was right. He had chosen a capable heir to replace him if a need arose. However, he was also intrigued by how Anna's origin card managed to suppress the side effects of the extreme path. Under the influence of his curiosity, he forgot about developing a ruler's qualities in Anna and buried his head in learning from her origin card. His hard work paid off and he developed an incarnation card recipe based on the extreme path. However, this card recipe was not without risks. After all, it was based on the dreaded extreme path. But as its creator, he was capable of avoiding those pitfalls. Years later he perfected it and used it to give birth to his own perfect incarnation card similar to Anna's origin card. Though it was not as good as Anna's origin card born from her innate obsessive tendencies, not to mention it would be baptized by the world's will with every breakthrough, still it was one of strongest cards ever created in the history of the card world, putting the current southern ruler alongside the greatest southern rulers of all times. There was no denying it. After all, this incarnation card of the southern ruler could not only create a perfect incarnation that could not be distinguished from the original unless they opened their mouth revealing their varying personality, but it displayed 100% of his power. That was like the southern region had two rulers watching over as opposed to one ruler watching over other regions. Not to mention it could fuse with the southern ruler, increasing his strength drastically by several folds depending on how complete the fusion was. One had to know that this was the same incarnation that the southern ruler used to warn Arnis's master in the central capital for blatantly summoning demons to attack the southern capital to use it as distraction while his people kidnapped Dalton Wyatt. The power of his incarnation was such that the master did not dare to fight it, fearing that a fight might end up on a draw and he would become a stepping stone for the southern ruler's fame. Even though he was confident he would not lose, he would lose his reputation among other masters and other world leaders for his incapability to defeat the southern ruler's incarnation. Not wanting to become a stepping stone for the southern ruler, the master had to lower his head and propose a wager to the southern ruler's incarnation. Still, many world leaders interpreted this as southern ruler's incarnation was equal to a master, causing them to envy southern ruler's strength while his allies began to admire him more. This was mostly because an incarnation strong enough to fight toe-to-toe with one of the masters was just a testament to absolute power by the standards of the card world. After that incident, many have approached the southern ruler for his secret to creating such a capable incarnation card. Without any surprise, he rejected them all at the risk of creating many capable enemies. Be that as may, having understood Anna's origin card to develop one of the strongest card recipes the card world had seen, the southern ruler was more confident about choosing Anna as his heir. He further developed a cultivation method loosely based on the extreme path for Anna. The extreme path was a power beyond his meager understanding. He did not dare to have his granddaughter walk this path. Hence, the new cultivation method he developed for Anna was vaguely and not entirely based on the extreme path. Enough for Anna to gain immense strength and break through to higher realms with ease while making sure her origin card would not have any trouble erasing the side effects of the extreme path. Done with their retreat, the grandpa and his granddaughters returned to their dominion. On their way back, he could not help but recall one of his conversations with his granddaughter during their closed training retreat. "Anna, do you hate your mother?" the southern ruler asked, having just figured out how closely her origin card related to her mother. "No," Anna replied without thinking. He did not feel any hesitation or falsehood in her words. "So," he asked, "do you love your mother? After knowing what she did to you?" He said the last sentence in his mind. Chapter 2211. Anne was an accident v. I don't know, but currently she is not one of my favorites, Anna replied after thinking a little. "Ilo, can you say that, Anna, when you know everything our mother did was for our good? You know how much mother worries for us." Seeing his second granddaughter come to their mother's rescue since she wasn't here to defend her actions, the southern ruler wasn't surprised. Having spent enough time trying to figure out Anna's origin card, he had come to be fond of the good daughter side of Anna's origin card. So much so that he began to treat and address her as his second grandchild. Many would call him crazy for considering an origin card as his grandchild, but that little one had come to win a place in his heart. It was impossible for anyone who got to know the little one to hate it. Not to mention he believed it would be a big help to Anna when she took over the throne. "Shut up, nobody asked you," Anna rebuked her origin card, which kept forgetting its place, and acted like her little twin sister. Also, it kept calling her mother its mother. How crazy was that? An origin card did not have parents or family, let alone a mother. It only had a master whom it should worship, but this one kept fighting with her on every little thing. She considered herself unlucky to get such a rebellious origin card. To make matters worse, her grandpa seems to have taken a shine to her and keeps laughing, claiming he has two granddaughters now. "Anna, don't be rude to your sister. You two need to get along nicely," the southern corrected Anna, and then turning to the little one he said, "Little one, don't take her words to heart. I am sure under her harsh words she still loves you. As her twin, you should know her heart better than me." "Yes, Grandpa, I do. I know she always wanted a sibling to play and accompany her." The little one did not think twice about revealing one of Anna's hidden desires to their grandpa without even considering if Anna wanted to share it. It was just happy to use Anna to get close to their grandpa. "Shut up, otherwise I will lock you in the card." Enraged Anna warned the little one from revealing her secret desires to her family. "Anna, don't make me repeat myself." After sternly warning his eldest granddaughter, he turned to his youngest granddaughter and asked, "I can't keep calling you little one. We need to give you a name. What would you like to be called, little one?" "That is if you want it. I want a name too. I would like it if mother gave me a name," the little one replied, causing Anna to roll her eyes and mockingly remark, "You sure you don't want to be called Mama's pet? It is a fitting name for you. It highlights your personality perfectly. If you can wait that long, it's fine by me. Once we complete our retreat, let us directly head to your mother." I have been meaning to meet up with her anyway. Until then I will call you youngest." Ignoring his eldest granddaughter's comment, he informed them, having decided to confront his daughter for her actions. "Thank you, Grandpa, I will wait," the little one cheered in high spirits, ignoring her twin sister's harsh comments. Knowing that she was only teasing her and did not really mean it. Recalling how happy the youngest was, the southern ruler nodded in satisfaction. Even if he was the monarch of the southern region, he was just like any other grandpa. His training retreat with his granddaughter was twice as fun and fulfilling thanks to her unexpected twin. Being around his lovely and lively granddaughters, he felt like the happiest man in the world. Seeing her grandpa had brought them to the southern royal palace when he said he would take them to meet their mother, the youngest reminded him, "Grandpa, this is the palace. Did you forget you said we will meet mother after finishing our retreat to get her to give me a name?" "No, I did not. I informed your mother to meet up with us at the palace. Now, follow me. Your mother should be waiting for us." Assuring his youngest granddaughter, he led the two of them to his daughter's personal garden. "Do I have to come too? Can't just the two of you go? It's not like you guys need me or my consent to name my origin card," Anna complained. Not only did she not want to meet her mother, she also thought that the whole idea of giving an origin card a human name would make the top of the dumb things her family had done, and her family has done more than their share of dumb things. "Yes, you have to come. If possible, I would prefer it if you did not bring your snarky mouth with you. It's a big day for your sister, you should be happy for her." No matter what he tried, he could not get Anna to accept the youngest as her twin and treat her with the deserved respect. It seemed the more he pushed her, the stronger she pushed back. He tried to figure out why Anna acted as such toward the youngest, but he could not. He soon gave up, knowing women were complex creatures. "Yes, Anna, I would like it if you were there. Without you it will not feel complete," the youngest pleaded to her eldest twin, who reluctantly followed them to do the dumbest thing they had done so far, naming her origin card. Yet, she could not help but comment under her breath, "You already have a name that came with my origin card." The good daughter, hearing the whisper loud and clear, the youngest's footsteps paused as she glared at Anna in disappointment and anger. Soon, recalling all of Anna's comments and insults to her since her birth, she lost control of her emotions and thundered, "I know we are twins and we should be inseparable, but I hate you." Even if the youngest could read Anna's memories and knew Anna didn't really mean those words, there was a limit to one's patience. Anna had managed to find the youngest's and lit up her fuse. Being yelled at, Anna was not to be outdone. She screamed right back, "We are not twins, you were an accident." The youngest wanted to pounce on Anna and rip her nasty mouth off for calling her an accident and all other bad things, while Anna was ready to sucker punch her rage-blind rebellious origin card, which did not know that its place was under its master's feet. However, they both suddenly froze in their tracks, noticing a familiar figure appear in their field of vision. "Anna, that is not how you treat your sister. I believe I raised you better than that." Chapter 2212, The Indifferent Mother. "What are you doing here? Are all the preparations complete?" the southern ruler asked his daughter, seeing that she did not follow his instructions to wait in her personal garden. "Your Majesty, the preparations have been made as per your wish. I was personally overseeing them as you wanted me to, but with my daughters causing a ruckus loud enough to awaken the entire palace, I had to come to check on them," the southern princess said, eyeing her daughters with a mixture of disappointment and scrutiny before quickly masking it with indifference. However, her mother's words and gaze served as a trigger to an already pissed Anna. They resurfaced the most painful memories in Anna's mind that she thought she had forgotten after creating her origin card and becoming the bad daughter. Memories such as how her mother manipulated her since her birth to get her way, how she went above and beyond to please her mother without any regard for health, only to receive a "you could have done better" look from her in return, and so on. All those painful memories hit like a wave to Anna's psyche, transforming all the pain she felt into wrath toward the person that caused her pain. Her rage intensified, knowing that the person was none other than the one she trusted the most in the world, her mother. With her judgment clouded by anger, Anna rushed toward her mother, screaming, "I will kill you, you manipulative bitch." However, before Anna could even launch toward her mother, she was tackled to the floor by her origin card. It instantly immobilized her and yelled, "How dare you swear at our mother? Apologize. Let go of me. I will kill that manipulated shrew today," Anna shouted as all her struggles to free herself from her origin card's grasp proved useless, as everything she could do the youngest could do better and much more. "Not until you calm down and apologize to our mother," the youngest demanded, tightening her grip on Anna. "You dumb baby, how can you keep defending her after knowing everything she has put us through? We have the same memories. Do you remember, when we were 10 years old, we burned our right wrist trying to cook a special birthday breakfast for her. In the end, she did not even catted nor care for our burn injury. If not for the royal chef reacting quickly, we would have a burn mark the size of a spoon on our right wrist reminding us of that day and our naivety till the second we die. When we asked why she did not eat the breakfast we prepared, what did say? You remember it right, doesn't it boil your blood? Yet, how can you still side with her? Anna asked her twin sister with wild bloodshot eyes. They looked like they were starving for vengeance for decades. I remember what she said. It doesn't enrage me as she was right. Princesses should not be cooking but doing their best to become capable and outstanding in making their ancestors and subjects proud, showing them a promising future lay ahead. Besides, we have royal chefs and cooking cards for that. The youngest once again sided with their mother, agreeing and defending her words. Seeing both his granddaughters rolling on the floor, the southern ruler did not stop them as he finally understood why Anna hated the youngest. It was youngest's blind love for their mother that caused Anna to repel the youngest. The answer was that simple, but for reasons unknown his male brain could not see it during his retreat. Then, he glared at his daughter as he mentally communicated with her. You did this on purpose, didn't you? Aren't you taking it too far just to understand her heart and learn her thoughts? Thanks to your mind games, she has already been through enough. I am warning you, change your ways or else I will be forced to send you to way beyond and have your brother fill your shoes in the southern capital. Father, don't threaten your enemies with something you can't do. It only showcases your desperation and weaknesses to them. Sometimes, I wonder how you managed the southern region before me. And also you need to work more on your poker face. Right now your eyes are like an open book to me. The southern princess's indifferent face made a subtle smile, being warned by her father. The reason she was so confident that her father would not make her switch places with her brother was because if her brother were to become in charge of domestic and foreign affairs, the southern economy would collapse in the next 12 hours of him taking charge. Maybe even faster, as in his unilateral pursuit of a higher power, he would not have time to manage the affairs of an entire region, and also because the southern economy was that volatile and weak. She has spent several decades trying to figure out a solution to stabilize and strengthen their economy, but she hasn't succeeded yet. So, it was obvious that someone uninterested in worldly affairs like her brother would fail horribly where she saw defeat for several decades. Enough, the southern ruler thundered, trying to prove to his daughter that he was being serious. Seeing her calculative father care so much for Anna and her origin card, the southern princess's eyes shone brightly as she mentally exclaimed, I see you have finally confirmed her as your heir. I was worried that the stupid daughter of mine would find a way to screw my efforts up. But it seems you and mother like the new Anna over the one I raised. I don't understand why, but I am happy for my daughter. So when are you going to announce it? Though the main branch knew the southern ruler had set his sight on Anna as his heir, nothing was set in stone yet. After all, Anna was still a child. By the time she came to age many things could happen. However, now it was different. The southern ruler had set his heart on Anna as his next heir. That was to say, once he announced his decision, it would be hard for one to change it, especially with the presence of the southern princess. No rush, at least not until I think Anna is strong enough to shoulder the burden of being my heir. I don't want her to die young because of your lack of patience. Now that you know, lay off her. I am warning you, don't force me to take drastic steps against my daughter to safeguard the future of the South. You know better than anyone, if have to I will not hesitate. The southern ruler warned his daughter to no longer mess with his granddaughter while assuring her that the throne belonged to her daughter after him. Sure, I will even reward her for achieving the goal I set for her faster than I thought. Besides, I have a new interest now, the southern princess said as her eyes lingered on the youngest. The southern ruler noticed his daughter's thoughts but did not say anything to stop her, knowing that the youngest would happily be her mother's guinea pig. Not to mention, he believed that the youngest ought to be trained to support her twin sufficiently when Anna sits on the southern throne. Chapter 2213 Disowning Anna, you. Despite knowing her origin card's nature, Anna was still surprised to see the youngest agree with their mother's approach. It only further enraged her, causing her to struggle with all her might. Damn you, mama's pet, let go of me. Today, I will settle this once and for all. No, I won't let go. Unless you properly apologize to our mother. The youngest, who had Anna pinned down, continued to insist that Anna apologize to their mother if she wanted her to release her from her hold. No matter how hard Anna struggled, all of it proved useless against the youngest's perfect grappling techniques. Failing to break free from her origin card's grasp repeatedly, Anna began to talk smack to get under the youngest's skin. Why do you keep calling her mother? You are my origin card. Origin cards don't have a mother. You are nothing but a freak accident. Shut up, the youngest shouted in a burst of rage. Her grip around Anna's neck unconsciously tightened, almost causing the latter to choke. However, recalling she was in their mother's presence, she immediately controlled her emotions as their mother taught them and cheekily responded to her twin's enraging comment, Anna, our memories are connected. Therefore, no matter what you say, I know you love me. So, I forgive you. Now, apologize to our mother so we all can put this behind us. Come on, His Majesty is waiting. Stay out of my head, you accident. Anna growled. She hated it most when the youngest used her deepest secrets against her. Feeling if this standoff continued, the youngest might reveal more of her hidden feelings to her mother and grandfather, she decided to use her last resort against the youngest. Don't blame me for this. You forced my hand. Good daughter, return. Anna, no, the youngest's scream was cut off in the middle as Anna's grimoire closed after dragging the youngest into Anna's origin card. Finally free, Anna got back on her feet, and glaring at her mother, she exclaimed in rage, you ruined my childhood. Who are you again? The southern princess asked her daughter with a stern expression that one would give to a rude stranger. After receiving an answer she hadn't expected from her mother, Anna was taken aback and tongue-tied for a while. Not wanting to lose the momentum, she responded with the first thing that came to her mind, what do you mean? I am your daughter, Anna. No daughter of mine would swear and scream like a roadside hooligan. Especially, not at her mother. Also, how dare you threaten me? Guards, drag her to the palace's prison. Lock her in the isolated cell and don't let her out or feed her until she is willing to apologize for her crimes. Though the southern princess's eyes were locked with Anna's glare, her intent sense was stealthy, monitoring her father's facial reaction and intent sense. She wanted to check his limit, trying to figure out how much messing with Anna was okay before he would choose to step in. Meanwhile, Anna's whole world had turned upside down. Not only did her mother not acknowledge her as her daughter, but she also planned to imprison and starve her indefinitely for threatening her. She knew her mother was strict, difficult to please, unreasonable, and indifferent, but never did she think that she would be crazy enough to disown and imprison her only blood. The guards hiding in the shadows were sweating through their armor. Having served the royal family for centuries, they knew that the royal family wasn't just like any other family, they were crazier than them all. They have been watching over them at their best moments and at their silliest moments. Therefore, there was an unwritten rule in the Southern Royal Palace Watch Brigade that, never to intervene in a feud between the members of the royal family regardless of their status in the royal family. Because no matter how nasty things got between them, at the end of the day, they would eat together. After all, blood's thicker than water. Therefore, despite the southern princess calling on them to arrest her daughter, they did not show up. More like they did not dare to show up. You are right, you are not my mother. Guards, arrest that hideous hag for manipulating a royal descendant. Lock her in the torture chamber and prepare all the tools. I want her to suffer tenfolds the pain I suffered. Anna followed her mother's example and went off script. She did not hesitate to take it a step further. How dare a gutter-mouthed brat like you claim to be a royal descendant? Guards, arrest this insolent brat for impersonating a royal. The southern princess's eyes twinkled seeing her daughter adapt quickly. Old Anna would have lost her will to live if she were to be disowned by her, but this new one did not care and also dared to disown her own mother. However, this also meant that now her father did not have to step in to fight Anna's battle for her. Which was a bummer, as now she would have to think of something else to figure out how far her father would let her play with his heir. Just as Anna prepared to give a fitting response to her mother, her grandpa stepped in saying, "Are you two done fooling around?" If so, Anna let the youngest out. Anna's attitude and impolite speech were not news to him. Seeing her use them in the royal palace and in the presence of company, he did not mind. The only person who seemed to care about them in the entire royal family was the southern princess. After all, she had to deal with foreign dignitaries every day because of her job description. She wanted her daughter to get used to it sooner than later, but none in her family appreciated it. There was a reason why the southern and northern regions gained the reputation of being barbaric. That was because of their respective royal families. Unlike the royals from the other two regions and nobles from the central capital, they gave little mind to royal etiquette, regardless of where they were and who they were talking to. As a result, The other two royal families and the nobles labeled them as barbaric, which soon stuck to the subjects they represented too. The best example of this was the soldier Queen Colin. All the common folk think she was called by this title because of her achievements on the battlefield. However, the truth was far from that. Chapter 2214 The dangerous consequences of women's envy. The path for Colleen to become the Southern Queen was filled with thorns and stones. It wasn't like in the fairy tales where the beautiful common girl gets married to the prince and they live happily ever after. However, the common folks, especially the citizens of the southern region, believed her life to be a real-life fairy tale. Though the southern ruler's family might have accepted Colleen for the sake of the southern ruler, the rest of the royal society and high society did not. They did not let go of any opportunity to mock and ridicule Colleen. They took every chance they got to remind Colleen that she did not belong among them. With Colleen being an ignorant commoner and straightforward soldier, they never lacked the opportunity they sought. However, Colleen did not get scared or give up. She devoted herself to learning the ways of the royal and high society. She was like a soldier on a mission. She did not do this to be accepted by them. She did this because she did not want to embarrass what she represented, the entire southern region, especially the commoners. She took her role as the Southern Queen very seriously, one of the many qualities that her royal in-laws had come to appreciate in her. It did not take Colleen long to learn the ways of the royal and high society. She had conquered royal etiquette and whatnot, just like conquering her enemy on the battlegrounds, no longer giving the snobs the opportunity to comment or mock her commoner background. She became a living example that it was not hard for a commoner to learn the royal ways, but the other way around might be see. As Colleen adapted to her role as the Southern Queen, many in royal and noble society began to accept her, but some could not stomach that fact. These people were mostly the pursers of the Southern ruler, whose hearts and dreams were shattered when Colleen married the man of their dreams. Back in his youth, the Southern ruler was quite popular for being a heartbreaker. Many stuck-up dames who looked down on the southern region were willing to lower their standards if it meant they could spend the rest of their lives with him. Even after they knew he had chosen Colleen, some still did not give up on him and waited for him. These were the people mostly why the royal and noble society were very unwelcoming to Colleen. Now that Colleen was changing their prescription of her in the royal and noble society with her ability, they could not sit by and watch. However, there was not much they could do except gossip and bad-mouth Colleen behind her back. After all, Colleen was the Southern Queen and they were a bunch of nobodies in the royal and high society. Now that Colleen had conquered all her flaws, there was next to nothing these jealous and love-lorn dames could do. However, they did not let it stop them and came up with the derogatory title, Soldier Queen, for Colleen, highlighting the army grunt history of the Southern Queen. Usually, the title given to the new queens would be tailored to praise their beauty, compassion, or authority. For example, Gorgeous Queen, Generous Queen, or Just Queen, but the one given to Colleen was tailored to mock her commoner background. It was as if they were denying all her praiseworthy qualities and achievements. Even those who had come to accept Colleen had a big laugh about it. As such, the title stuck. When the southern ruler learned of the humiliation his dear wife had suffered, he was so enraged that he prepared to declare war on all the other regions. The entire southern royal palace supported his decision, as they too could not stand by as their beloved queen was being subjected to such humiliation. However, Colleen stopped her husband and their loyal subjects from doing so. When asked why and if was she not angry, Colleen revealed that she liked her title. She did not think of it as an insult, as she wasn't embarrassed by her commoner and soldier background. It was the royal and high society who had a problem with it. They should be the ones to learn to deal with it, not her. Also, she believed it was a fitting title for her as it represented her perfectly. She wasn't the only one who felt this way. The southern citizens and the citizens of the other regions too felt the same. However, it was worth mentioning that the southern citizens and common people around the other regions did not know that this title was given to the Southern Queen to mock her commoner and soldier background and not to honor her achievements on the battlefield and the way beyond. This was for the best, because if they knew, then an unofficial war would have broken out in the streets of the southern region, targeting the people from the other regions for their leaders had disrespected their beloved queen. This would soon spread to other regions where the immigrated southern citizens would be targeted and forced to move back to the southern region. This could further snowball into a full-out war between the 5 regions, as the southern royal palace too was itching for war to redeem their queen's honor. Not to mention the other regions too had scores to settle amongst themselves. Fortunately, Because of Colleen's enlightened approach, the 5 regions were able to avoid all of this unwanted bloodshed. Especially, since they could not afford a war amongst themselves. After all, they were all united by their common enemies invading them at their borders from way beyond and inside their regions from dungeons. Right now they could not afford to be divided over something sparked by silly female envy. This was the day Colleen's royal in-laws began to believe that the southern ruler's choice was correct and much better than theirs. They had come to fully accept Colleen. She had overcome all the difficulties in her way with devotion and hard work, proving herself on every step. Most importantly, she knew when and where to press on and when and where to retreat. Her sense of judgment had come to surprise and impress them. Gaining their full trust, she convinced them that she, Colleen, was worthy to sit beside the southern ruler and represent them in the southern region. Chapter 2215 Surprise. Quote. If so, Anna let the youngest out. Listening to her grandpa's request, Anna pouted but released the youngest out of her origin card. Only to hear aloud Anne complain, "Anna, you promised you would not do that ever again." "Did I? I don't remember," Anna answered with a grin on her face, causing the youngest's face to turn red out of her sheer rage toward her nasty twin, but soon she swallowed her anger and eloquently replied, "That's all right. Please don't forget in the future." Then, dipping into a curtsy toward her mother, she greeted her, "Mother, please forgive me for the delayed greeting. I could not properly greet you earlier as I was occupied dealing with a nuisance." "That's okay, let us head inside." The southern princess led the trio to her personal garden. On their way, she looked at Anna and said, "You could learn a thing or two from the youngest." "Sure, and you too could learn to shut the fuck up from those plants," Anna retorted, pointing at the plants in the garden. "Language, honey," a familiar voice sharply corrected Anna. When the latter turned to find the source of the voice, finding the source and noticing the familiar figures next to her, Anna exclaimed, "Grandma, what are you guys doing here?" Arriving in the garden, Anna found that all members of the main Heatsen family and important figures from their trusted allies such as the Lorne family, Art family, etc. were present in the garden, along with a luxurious buffet spread arranged on the other side of the garden. Seeing this, she was puzzled, not understanding of what was going on. "Surprise, it is a small banquet to welcome the youngest member of our family," a blurry middle-aged demigod cried in joy. Seeing him, Anna's mood instantly improved. She rushed into his embrace and hugging his wrist she asked, "Uncle, you are here too? When did you come back?" "Just now. I heard my youngest niece is about to be named, so I had to come. I wouldn't miss it for anything in the world." Though the southern prince traveled the path of an enlightened detached from mortal attachments, he still made time for his family. Even though he had cut all his mortal attachments to travel the enlightened path, he was unable to cut his attachment to his family. That was because he pursued the higher power to gain the strength to protect his loved ones. Cutting his attachment to his loved ones would mean he would lose his reason to pursue the higher power and would be lost on the path of the enlightened. Therefore, he was unable to cut his attachment to his family. Listening to her uncle's reply, Anna's mood once again soured. She did not hesitate to make her feelings known. Letting go of her uncle's arms, she loudly complained to him, "You did not have the time to attend my last birthday, but you showed up for this. I hate you." The southern prince, who did not panic when facing multiple supreme beings trying to invade the 5 regions with their armies, was now sweating profusely, trying to think of ways to please his niece who was mad at him. He was not surprised by Anna's new personality, as she has always been this comfortable around him. However, this was the first time he had seen her be so outspoken when in company. Be that as it may, just when he was running out of time, his father came to his rescue. "Anna, don't make everything about you. Today is about the youngest. As her older twin, you should be happy for her." Anna felt like screaming at the top of her lungs that the thing they kept calling the youngest wasn't her twin but her origin card. However, noticing the happiness and joy of the youngest through their shared memories, she reluctantly agreed, "Fine. Uncle, you are off the hook for tonight." "Ah, I knew my favorite niece could not be mad at me for long." The southern prince rubbed his niece's head as he searched for the girl of the hour, his second niece. Finding her standing next to his sister with a controlled smile on her face, he walked toward her, dragging Anna along with him. Before he could speak, the youngest dipped into a curtsy and greeted him, "Hello, sir. Thank you for coming to my naming ceremony." The southern prince was surprised. His niece's politeness toward him felt new to him. After all, the youngest looked just like Anna. Shaking his head, he embraced the youngest in a bear hug, saying, "Little lady, let me show you the true southern greeting." Letting go of her, he grasped her shoulder and locked eyes with her. Then, with a strong tone, he warned, "No need to be polite with me. Address me casually as Anna does. Otherwise, I will think you don't like me." "Got it," the youngest panicked, as her uncle was the first one in the family to accept her without any reservations, unlike others in the family. Though she was obsessed with her mother and her teachings, she liked her uncle very much. After all, most of Anna's fond memories were associated with him. Therefore, she did not want him to misunderstand her. Not knowing what to do, she turned to look at her mother for an answer. Seeing her give her a nod, she excitedly exclaimed with a high-pitched voice, "Okay, uncle. Now, that's more like a proper southerner." The southern prince laughed heartily as he rubbed his second niece's hair. Then, eyeing his sister, he said, "It's about time you introduce the youngest to the family and friends with her birth name." Only to receive a glare in return. Being glared by his sister, the southern prince could not help but complain, "What wrong did I do now?" "Nothing. She wanted the youngest to be a secret, but I insisted otherwise." The southern ruler revealed his daughter's intentions in a fit of anger, seeing that his daughter still hadn't changed her mind about grooming the youngest in secret, hidden from the rest of the world, when he had repeatedly made it clear that he did not want such a life for the youngest. Many would parisi and agree with the southern princess's plans for the youngest. Even the southern ruler would have if he hadn't spent quality time with her and come to love her as his second granddaughter. Though he doesn't seem to mind the youngest working twice as hard to pull both her and Anna's weight when it comes to politics and such. Chapter 2216. Let your cards do the talking. Youngest, did you like the surprise I planned for you? Forgetting about being humble, the southern ruler sought credit for the surprise naming ceremony banquet from his second granddaughter. "Thank you, your majesty. I like it very much," the youngest politely answered her grandfather, only to hear him ask, "Then, why are you still addressing me so politely? Call me grandpa, like you did during our retreat and on our way over here." "That won't be appropriate for the occasion, your majesty," the youngest politely declined her grandfather's request. Being rejected by his granddaughter, the southern ruler glared at his daughter, who appeared indifferent to her father's glare, and agreed with her second daughter's stance. "She is right, your majesty. Please don't forget, you are the southern ruler first and then her grandfather. I see you are back to your old ways," the southern ruler muttered under his breath, trying hard to suppress his bubbling anger, seeing their heated argument had become the center of the banquet. Even though the guests were mostly his most trusted subjects, he did not want to make his family's business everyone's tea-time gossip. Seeing her mother being scolded by her grandpa, Anna snickered candidly, taking pleasure in her misfortune. Meanwhile, the youngest was overwhelmed with happiness because her mother not only supported her but was willing to go against her father for her. However, she also did not want her mother to be punished by her grandfather because of her. Soon, the youngest grew troubled, not knowing what to do. Should she follow her mother's teaching with her mother paying the price for it, or just cave into her grandpa's pressure and go against her mother's teaching, disappointing her? It was a difficult choice to make. So, she turned to her twin for help, but seeing the latter taking pleasure in their mother's misfortune, the anger toward her twin that she had suppressed early resurfaced with twice the intensity. Fortunately for the youngest, before she could do something she would regret later, her grandma stepped in to mediate between her mother and grandpa by announcing, "Everybody, back up. Make room, we are finally going to see how strong our southern princess is. Whoever draws their opponent's blood first wins. Now, fight." Colleen believed that if something wasn't worth fighting over, then it was not worth arguing. That was to say, the father and daughter pair either fight each other such that the winner of the two gets their way, or give up and never bring it up ever again. That was how she handled her troops and now her family, since most of them were demigods while she was still a card emperor. It was not easy surviving and governing a family full of members with exceptional bloodline. Listening to Colleen's announcement, everyone present was stumped. Especially, the youngest. She completely lost her rationality when she heard Uncle cheer, "Yeah, father, come on. Don't show mercy on her just because she is your favorite. Go, sis, remember to protect your face. Especially, your nose." He likes to see his opponents cry. The southern prince was used to getting beaten to the brink of death by his father over every little argument ever since he chose to travel the enlightened path. Now that his sister was on the receiving end this time, he could not help but feel an unknown pleasure in seeing his younger sibling suffer the same fate he did. "Go, grandpa, spank that witch daughter of yours," Anna cried in sheer joy. She did not expect a small argument to develop this far, but she liked the development so far. She would love it if her grandpa helped her mother learn the taste of dirt. Anna. Language. Colleen warned her granddaughter sternly while her eyes conveyed to the latter that next time she would not be done just with a verbal warning. Sticking her tongue out at her grandma, Anna continued to cheer her grandpa, asking him to teach her mother an unforgettable and painful lesson. It did not take long for the crowd to get along with Colleen's unconventional approach. After all, this was the southern region. Midst the cheer of the enthusiastic crowd who wanted to see the strength of the southern princess for the very first time, the father and daughter pair who were at the center of this hubbub stared into each other's eyes. Neither side showed any weakness or signs of backing down. They slowly circled the makeshift ring without breaking eye contact, ready to respond at any sign of aggression. Seeing them like this, the crowd got heated with anticipation of watching the southern princess in action. How could they not be? After all, the rumors surrounding her strength were exaggerated and intriguing. The most important point was she had never fought publicly, and those who had the chance to fight her had died of unknown causes, giving birth to multiple theories and rumors. Some say her strength was on par with the top 10 strongest, while some say she was weaker than average card demigod. The Grimoire network was filled with theories and rumors supporting both, creating an intriguing enigma surrounding her strength, making people curious about both southern princess and her strength. Meanwhile, many wondered if there was a reason why there were no records of the southern princess fighting ever since she awakened as a card apprentice. Many argued it was because she was weak, she never participated in any card fight. However, knowing she had the unparalleled bloodline, nobody believed that she was weak, let alone weaker than the average demigod. All these speculations and assumptions kept everyone guessing and added to the mystery surrounding the southern princess's strength. "Come at me whenever you're ready," the southern ruler informed his daughter telepathically. "Father, I thought we had a deal. I leave Anna alone and you leave the youngest to me," the southern princess tried to reason with her father with no intention to fight him, knowing that it was a losing battle. "Enough, let your cards do the talking," the southern ruler wasn't having it. Recalling what he learned while investigating Anna's origin card, he wanted to spank his daughter's inner demons out of her. Chapter 2217 The Price Heats and Royal Family Paid. "I surrender." The southern princess waved the white flag without any hesitation. She knew better than to clash horns with a stubborn old bull still in its prime. Seeing the southern princess surrender just when they thought things were getting heated, the crowd sighed in unison. However, they weren't disappointed, as many had already guessed this ending. All the people attending the surprise banquet knew the southern princess and ruler very closely. So, in a way, they foresaw such an ending coming from miles away. It wasn't news that southern princess was someone who would not personally get her hands dirty. Even if she were forced to do so, she would prefer not to leave a trace of her taking action. Though the crowd seemed to have accepted such a disappointing ending to one of the most anticipated card fights in the card world, the southern ruler wasn't willing. Now that he was all fired up, a win without a fight would not satisfy his fighting spirit. Besides, this fight had a greater purpose: to beat his daughter's inner demons right out of her. Seeing her father wasn't prepared to accept her surrender, the southern princess telepathically reminded him, "Father, I get that you care about the youngest, but right now you are the one hurting her by putting her in a tough spot regarding your unreasonable problem with her following proper royal etiquettes. Look at her, she doesn't look like someone enjoying the surprise banquet her loving grandpa threw for her. Don't forget why we are here. She wasn't enjoying it before either. My intense sense can feel she is holding her feelings back, being mindful of her surroundings and actions. Learning we held a surprise banquet in honor of her naming ceremony, she felt like jumping out of sheer joy. However, instead of doing just that, she suppressed her teenage girl instincts. All because you would be disappointed if she were to act like a regular teenager. I don't want her to restrain herself in the presence of her family and friends. I don't want my granddaughters to grow up so quickly. With fun and capable grandparents like us, they should grow up experiencing a happy childhood like you and your brother did. But they can't do so because of you. It is mostly my fault because I let you be. I will no longer plan to allow you to continue. Henceforth, you do it the southern way, or your mother and I will raise your daughters for you." The southern ruler threatened to take away the southern princess's daughters from her if she were to continue on the same path. "I agree that we did have a memorable childhood, but I would not go as far as to call it a fun one. However, because of our sheltered childhood, I and brother had to struggle when we made our debut in the southern region because of your so-called fun parenting. You guys did not prepare us for anything. It was hard for us to see the disappointed look on the faces of people who loved and expected so much from us. The Southern Princess finally lost her calm, hearing her father bring up her childhood. She might be the invisible Southern Princess to the world, but right now she was just a daughter venting to her father. What are you talking about? You guys were great when you made your debut. The generals and the ministers were all full of praises about you too. The Southern ruler did not understand what his daughter talking about. As far as he knew, his kids did far better than him when they officially made their debut in the Southern region. That was what they reported to you and the rest of the world, but the reality was totally different. We boomed everything we tried. It was hard for us to see the look of anticipation on their faces change into a look of disappointment. Especially, for my brother. It is one of the main reasons why he chose to take the enlightened path. Then there is me. I married the worst mistake of my life and turned my family into a joke in all 5 regions. In a moment of weakness, the Southern Princess finally opened her heart to her father, letting him see the darkness haunting her. You guys think you boomed your debut? You should ask the royal instructor about my debut. He will have a ton of embarrassing stories of my childhood. Yet, the entire world thinks I was born a ruler. It is how it is. It isn't just us, but everyone before us also went through that exact thing. What's important is that you guys did not give up. You two did not let your failures stop you in your tracks. You kept trying and giving your best every single day. Look at you two now. You guys are the Southern region's 2 most capable and reliable pillars. Especially, you. Without you, the Southern region will stop functioning by dawn. As far as your ex-husband is concerned, I don't think he was your worst mistake. I believe he was the price our Heatsen family had to pay to gain 2 cutest granddaughters ever. Trust me, if I could turn back time I would not change a single thing. So, don't you dare think you have brought shame to our family ever again, got it? The Southern ruler spoke from his heart without any calculations or lies. Because of that, his words were able to get past the darkness in his daughter's heart and reach her. It wasn't enough to erase the darkness, but it was a good start. Today is about the youngest member of our family. Let us not steal the spotlight from her with our petty difference. Listening to her father, the Southern Princess's face had a subtle smile as she announced to everyone. Then, turning to her second daughter, she gently pinched the cheeks of her cute daughter, who looked like her entire world had come crashing down on her, and cheered her, saying, "Honey, today is your day. So, for today let us not stand on ceremony and drop all the honorifics and formalities. After all, we are in the presence of family and friends. Let us enjoy the banquet and have a blast." Seeing his words had managed to get his daughter to back down for now, the Southern ruler was overwhelmed by joy and sense of achievement. After all, winning an argument against the Southern Princess wasn't easy even if she was his daughter. Chapter 2218 Sharing. Everyone, thank you for attending my second daughter's naming ceremony at such short notice. Now, let me introduce the girl of the hour, Anne Heatsen. The Southern Princess introduced the teenage girl standing beside her, dressed in a luxuriously designed dress, as her second daughter, Anne Heatsen. Then, turning to the youngest with a gentle smile, she asked, "Do you like the name I chose for you?" "Yes, I love it," Anne replied jubilantly, nodding her head vigorously like a bobblehead doll. Having gotten permission from her mother to be herself, not minding the royal etiquettes, she no longer suppressed her teenage girl side. "I don't like it," Anna protested aloud, not caring for her twins' feelings, and interrupted her from introducing herself to the guests, greeting them, saying a few words, and thanking them for coming. Earlier Anna had decided to behave for the sake of her twins' happiness, but seeing her mother give the Heatsen family's priced heirloom ball gown dress card, Royal Moon Swan, to Anne instead of her when she promised to give it to her during her debut banquet, she had a sudden change of heart. Not to mention, the name Anne seemed to have been derived from her name, Anna. She did not like that one bit. After a long struggle, she had made peace with the youngest borrowing her appearance and family. However, her borrowing her name too had turned her struggles naughty. She was no longer fine with having to share everything with Anne. "Nobody asked you, honey. Now shut up while you are ahead or Grandma will get angry," Colleen whispered to Anna, who was standing beside her. The latter shivered, hearing the eerie whisper, because she knew, as easygoing as her grandparents were, they were equally scary when angry. The teenage Anna, who was still a low-level card apprentice, did not dare to get on her card emperor grandma's bad side. So, she stiffly nodded her head, responding to her grandma's warning. Ignoring Anna's protest, Anne addressed the crowd and followed her mother around the banquet to personally greet all the guests. Even though the mother and daughter pair had decided to forget the etiquettes and formalities, they still had to show their guest basic respect. After all, everyone present was on very close terms with the royal Heatsen family, as all of them were either from branch Heatsen family or related to them by marriage. Not to mention, the people attending this banquet were powerful leaders who decided the fate of the southern region. If Anne were to deal with the politics in Anna's stead when they take the throne, then she had to get to know each one of them and leave a very good impression. This was the main reason why the southern princess went as far as to fight her father about Anne following the proper royal etiquettes today, even if they were among family and friends. Even though this wasn't Anne's official debut, it had a similar effect. She wanted Anne to do better in her mock debut than she did in her official debut. However, having talked to her father, she realized that maybe she was being too hard on her daughters in her pursuit of excellence. Maybe one cannot plan every moment and success of their life, as nothing is certain. Yet, a part of her could not help but think that it would not hurt one to be prepared for every possibility that this uncertain life could throw at them, regardless of how tiresome it was. As she preferred living a tiring life over living a life of regret. "I don't like this one bit," Anna said to her grandma as Anne went around introducing herself as her twin to their family and friends. "Why, didn't you always ask for a sibling?" Colleen said as she enjoyed the piece of the naming ceremony cake. "When did I ever ask for a sibling?" Anna exclaimed, unable to recall such a memory. "It wasn't you. It must have been your uncle. Anyways, now that you have a younger sibling, you have to learn to share everything with her along with your mother and family's love. Also, you have to take good care of her. Because that is what a good older sister does." Colleen explained to Anna what it meant to have a sibling and to be a good older sibling. "Grandma, you know I don't like to share my stuff with others," Anna complained while her eyes continued to follow Anne and her mother. "Besides, you have no say in this. You better start learning to share your things, because that's just how things are when you have younger siblings." Colleen made it clear to Anna that she did not have a choice in his matter. "Hey, Grandma, how do you know so much about how siblings should behave? Weren't you an orphan?" Anna's words were borderline rude, but the new Anna did not give a shit, as she knew her grandma would forgive her for everything she said or did unless she killed her mother, aka her daughter. "That's not true. I had siblings. Not related by a similar blood, but related by a similar fate. Though we did not share the same parents, we shared the same hunger, sadness, and helplessness. If I am alive today, it is because of them. Back then all able adults were on way beyond, on the battlefield, or in a dungeon. So nobody had time to care for a bunch of orphans. Many believed we would die by dawn, but we did not. We stuck together. So what if there was no one left for us? We were there for each other. Yes, many of us bullied and stole from each other out of our helplessness, but when things got really desperate for one of us, all of us would come together and come through for that one. I don't know why and how, but I guess it is true. Light is born in darkness. I don't know about others, but it is true in my case. I guess I was lucky. However, it is sad that only a few of us got to make it to adulthood, as most of us were swallowed by hunger, monsters, or human greed." Chapter 2219, Purest Unparalleled Bloodline. "You guess you were lucky," Anna exclaimed, staring at her grandmother with her eyes wide. Soon, she proceeded to argue, "You were an unknown orphan, now you are the Southern Queen. I still do not get how great-grandpa and the rest of the family agreed to grandpa and your marriage back in those days. Yet, you guess you were lucky. You are the prime example of luck. It would not be an exaggeration to say you are the daughter of luck. That is just what they told the rest of the world. The truth is, your great-grandaunt was against me marrying you, your grandpa. She wanted to rejuvenate the Heatsen family in the southern region to their former glory by marrying your grandpa and grandaunt to sire a descendant with the purest unparalleled bloodline so far, EU. Why would she even think of something like that?" Anna cried in disgust upon hearing the shocking revelation her grandma made about her marriage, interrupting the latter from finishing her story. Back in those days, it was common practice for one to marry within the family to keep their descendants' bloodline pure and their bloodline within the family. The truth is, your great-grandaunt wanted to marry your great-grandpa to keep the unparalleled bloodline within the royal family and give birth to a descendant with the purest unparalleled bloodline. However, during one of his trips to the central capital, your great-grandpa took a fancy to a noble's daughter, your great-grandma. When the noble rejected his brazen marriage proposal, he kidnapped her, married her, and brought her home. Your ancestors were proud of his actions, but your great-grandaunt was heartbroken and helpless. Your great-grandpa and ancestors brought many capable marriage proposals for your great-grandaunt, but she did not agree to any of them, as she did not like the thought of her unparalleled bloodline spreading out of the family. So, she chose to stay single till today. It is said that your great-grandaunt one night forced herself on your great-grandpa to sire a descendant with the purest unparalleled bloodline, but failed. Then she planned to marry her brother's first son, your grandpa, to sire a descendant with purest unparalleled bloodline. However, over the years she had come to love your grandpa as her own son. So, she could not go through with it. Hence, she planned to let your grandpa and grandaunt fulfill her goal to sire a descendant with the purest unparalleled bloodline. Therefore, she became the biggest obstacle in your grandpa and my marriage. What do you mean biggest obstacle? What could she have possibly done when the southern ruler, himself, had agreed to grandpa marrying you? Caught in her grandma's story, Anna forgot all about her dissatisfaction with Anne and her mother, and instead was riled up hearing the struggles her grandparents faced during their marriage. So much so that she suddenly cried out in anger, interrupting her grandma once again. Not many know this, but back then she was the strongest card apprentice in the southern region. So, your great-grandpa was the southern ruler only in name, whereas your great-grandaunt held all the power and authority. Therefore, it was impossible for your grandpa to marry me without her consent. Then what happened? How did you marry grandpa? Did she have a sudden change of heart? Your grandaunt happened. She had huge ambitions and visions for the southern region than to be someone's wife and become a baby-making machine. Learning the news, in a fit of rage, she left her isolated retreat to reason with her aunt. Since talking did not work, she decided to let her cards do the talking. After one of the longest and most brutal fights I have seen in my life, she defeated and chased your great-grandaunt out of the southern region, instantly becoming famous in all 5 regions. Many champions from the other 4 regions came to challenge her to a card fight, and she defeated them all, becoming the top 10 strongest in the card world. With his big sister on the run, your great-grandpa decided to step down as the southern ruler, feeling unworthy of the throne and a cheat. However, he did not want to repeat the same mistake his father made by making him the southern ruler instead of his elder sister just because he was a man. So, he held a card fight between your grandaunt and grandpa. The winner would become the next southern ruler. Then grandpa defeated grandaunt to become the southern ruler and married you. Am I right? Anna predicted. Nope, your grandaunt conceded the fight to your grandpa and left for the way beyond. She did not return until her marriage was arranged to your granduncle Lorenzo, Colleen revealed, short-circuiting Anna's little brain from the shock of a lifetime. Still in a daze, Anna uttered, "Grandpa isn't the strongest in the southern region." Honey, come on, your grandpa is the strongest in the southern region. There is a reason why your grandaunt conceded the throne along with her ambitions and vision to her brother. It was because a few days before the card fight between your grandpa and grandaunt, your great-grandaunt returned to take what rightfully belonged to her, the southern throne, now that it was empty. This time she had come prepared with a peculiar power. Her first target was obviously your grandaunt. Surprisingly, your grandaunt lost to her in her peculiar power. However, the fight did not end there. Your great-grandaunt wanted to kill your grandaunt for the humiliation she suffered, but your grandpa came to his sister's rescue. He soon defeated and scaled your great-grandaunt. Having witnessed her brother's true power and her being still in recovery from her fight with her aunt, your grandaunt could only surrender the throne to your grandpa. Though your grandpa did give her another shot at the throne, saying that if someday she felt he unfit to sit on the southern throne, she could always challenge him for it. Since your grandaunt never challenged your grandpa's authority till today, I guess she believes he is doing a fine job as the southern ruler. Colleen revealed the unadulterated story of how the current southern ruler came to power and got married to a commoner to her granddaughter. Grandma, why did grandpa not kill his aunt instead of imprisoning her? Anna wondered aloud. Simple, she's family. Not to mention, it wasn't just her who saw your grandpa as her son, but he too saw her as equal to his mother. He could not go through with it and chose to seal her for the sake of stability in the southern region. Also, your great-grandpa spent his final moments guarding his sister's seal. I guess he felt guilty for her situation, knowing he was the villain in her life, Colleen said, reminiscing about the last moments of her father-in-law. I remember you saying she is still single. Does that mean she is still alive in her seal? Does grandpa ever plan on letting his aunt out? Now that her wish to sire a descendant with the purest, unparalleled bloodline is fulfilled with my birth, Anna felt sorry for her great-grandaunt who was sealed away for centuries. Your grandpa tried a few years after your birth but failed as it turns out. In his final moments, your great-grandpa had moved the seal containing his elder sister to our heritage land so that she can rest with her ancestors. Even if your grandpa is strongest in the southern region, his power is nothing in there. After all, the unparalleled heritage land used to be an unranked dungeon that your ancestors repurposed using their unparalleled bloodline. However, you can give it a try when you become a card lord. The heritage land happens to be trial grounds for young and promising card apprentices. Though nobody has passed the trial for many generations, you have the purest unparalleled bloodline among all those generations, so the odds are with you. Chapter 2220 Anna's Resolve. Don't worry Grandma, I will pass the trial and enter our heritage land to unseal my great-grandaunt. Then, show her that she was wrong. Your marriage with Grandpa was the best thing that could ever happen to our family in the southern region, Anna promised without taking her family's heritage land trials seriously, despite her grandma informing her that none in the last few generations have managed to pass it. I know you can do it, honey. Colleen did not doubt her granddaughter's ability. Nobody dared to say the grandina and granddaughter pair were being overconfident, as only time would tell them that. Grandma, come to think of it, though you lived a hard life, it was a rewarding one. Anna summed up what she thought about her grandma's life. She now believed, more than ever, that her grandma was luck incarnate, as many do not get to see the fruits of their hard work their entire life. It sounds to me that you are jealous of your grandma, Colleen concluded from Anna's words. She wasn't surprised, as her life, despite its ups and downs, was indeed a rewarding one. Yes, I am. My entire life so far I spent suppressing my true desires and doing what I was told and taught to please my mother at the risk of me going insane. Now, look where it got me. I got a weirdo calling herself my twin sister for an origin card, and my mother cares about that weirdo more than her flesh and blood. This pisses me off, Anne said as she emptied her virgin cocktail and slammed the glass on the table. Colleen looked at her granddaughter in surprise and asked, I thought you did not care about what your mother thought of you. I don't. I am angry that my life so far amounted to nothing, Anna said as her eyes tried to find her rebellious origin card and mother in the crowd. What gave you that idea? Anne, your twin sister is the result of your life so far, Colleen enlightened her lost granddaughter, pointing at her second granddaughter, and continued to add, you guys might be polar opposite, but she is the accumulation of your experience so far. It is just that you both have different takes on your life so far. The important thing to remember here is that both of those takes originated from you. Who is right or wrong is secondary. It is as simple as that. Listening to her grandma, Anna stared hard at Anne, who was busy attending and pleasing the guests to please their mother. Just then, feeling an intense gaze on her, Anne turned to find it. As a result, their gazes met. A second later, Anne genuinely smiled at her twin and returned to what she was doing, while the latter grumbled to their grandma, fine, I accept her as my twin and give sharing a try, but if she doesn't behave and things don't work out, I am locking her in my origin card forever. When that happens, do not tell me I did not warn guys beforehand. I don't believe you. Colleen provoked Anna to make sure her granddaughter would not go back on her word over every little thing about Anne that ticked her off. If I said I am going to do it, then I am going to do it. I am a heatsend, we never go back on our words, Anna declared, falling for her grandma's trap. No, I still don't trust you. What about Chum Chum? Colleen brought up Anna's beloved pet, the pixie dragon, to test her resolve. Yes, what about Chum Chum? Anna stared at her grandma, not liking where the conversation was headed. You know you have to share Chum Chum too, right? Colleen found the spooked Anna cute like a little spooked rabbit. No way, Chum Chum is my friend. Where is it written that I have to share my friends with my siblings? Anna hurriedly defended, not liking the thought of Chum Chum and Anne playing together. You don't have to share your friends, but what if Chum Chum wants to be friends with Anne? Then you will have to share Chum Chum with your younger twin, Colleen patiently pointed out to her granddaughter, who was just learning what it meant to have a sibling. Chum Chum only likes me and will only be friends with me, Anna said, but then thinking of a possibility she added, if Chum Chum doesn't want to be friends with Anne, then I don't have to share Chum Chum with her, right? Sure. Colleen nodded seriously but snickered in her heart, thinking, it is hard for me to tell you two apart, let alone that little pixie dragon. I hope it doesn't get scared or lose its mind seeing there are two of you. Then, great, Chum Chum will not be friends with anyone but me. Sharing is going to be easier than I thought, Anna exclaimed confidently, while Colleen verbally pushed her to put her words into action, demanding, now, go support your mother and sister in entertaining the guests. Why would I do that? You do it. They are your daughter and granddaughter too, Anna wittily retorted. Palace staff cleaning the cluttered table nearby shivered in terror hearing Anna's reply to their queen. No one in the south dared to tell the queen what to do, maybe not even the southern ruler, but Anna did. Not to mention, since when was it the turn of the southern queen to entertain the guests? The guest would not dare to accept such hospitality. Feeling he heard something he should not have, the staff hurriedly masked his terror and minded his business while blocking his ears with his sole energy, as he did not want to be mistakenly charged with the crime of eavesdropping on the royals. As for Colleen, she did not care about Anna's rudeness, as she preferred it. However, she sternly repeated to Anna, "I said go help your mother and sister. This is not fair. I don't force you to do things that you don't want to," Anna quibbled as she reluctantly got up from her seat and headed toward her mother and sister. Chapter 2221 Lovelorn Idiot. Date the 21st of April 2321. Time 2:25. Location Card World, Southern Region, Blossom District, Sky Blossom City, Dungeon Highway, Blood Rock Cave Gate Dungeon. Wyatt, the field marshal muttered, looking at her young liege who forgave her for her crimes against him under her former superior's command. However, she wasn't relieved knowing that he no longer considered her a traitor. Though her young liege had concluded she bore no sin for her actions before she swore her loyalty to him, his heart now burned with hatred for her niece, the true culprit, for what she had stolen from him. This wasn't something the field marshal wanted. Enough. Noticing that field marshal still had a mind to speak on behalf of her niece, Wyatt thundered, even though the former ultimately chose not to do so. He knew what the southern princess did was what she believed to be the best for the southern region, to stop a third party from having a huge influence on the future southern ruler, but he did not care as she stole someone precious to him. Regardless of her reasons, he could never forgive her for what she did. Did you guys forget Anna is one of the anchors keeping me ported in the southern region? Without her on my side and with this treachery, I have 2 more reasons to leave the southern region. Wyatt reminded the field marshal that not many things were tying him to the southern region. If they recklessly cut the reasons tying him to the southern region one after other, then they might have to bid him goodbye. Listening to Wyatt's words, field marshal wasn't surprised, as she too had asked the same thing to her niece when she was ordered to become the spark that ignited Anna's obsession, which in turn burned her relationship with Wyatt. Now, she was going to repeat the same thing her niece told her to her young liege. "Wyatt, ever since you waged your life to save Anna, everyone learned about your love for Anna, though you did not show it. So, my niece concluded that if we were to erase Anna's feelings for you using her origin card, she would stop pestering you to love her, and for a change, you would be the one following Anna around trying to rekindle her feelings for you. This way, not only will your influence over Anna decrease to nil, but we might be able to influence you through her." Brilliant move. Even I, the victim, can't help but be amazed. But aren't you guys forgetting someone? Wyatt's praise was genuine. Had he not won field marshal's absolute loyalty, and had she not leaked the news to him, things might have really gone as the southern princess planned. He might indeed have become a lovelorn idiot being manipulated by her through Anna. But things could have taken a different turn too. Who? The field marshal asked Wyatt curiously. Her loyalties aside, having gotten the front row seat to Wyatt and her niece's fight, she was enjoying the battle of wits between them. Sometimes, she even found it more exciting and intriguing than an actual battle. "Susan Tucci, my good friend and capable manager," Wyatt uttered. With Anna out of the picture, Wyatt might not chase after her as southern princess assumed. Instead, he could more aggressively act on his feelings toward Susan. After all, as a soul from Earth, Wyatt still preferred monogamy. Hence, it was likely that instead of becoming a lovelorn idiot for Anna and being manipulated by the southern princess, he might start a family with Susan in the southern region or somewhere else. Mostly like somewhere else. Things could have gone either way. Well, she did not forget Susan. She did consider that possibility and had long started her countermeasures to stop such a possibility from happening. "Don't tell me your niece is the reason why Susan rejected to go out on an official date with me. Tell me, what did she do or say to Susan?" Halfway through the field marshal's words, Wyatt guessed what she was trying to say and interrupted her in a fit of rage, recalling the incident in the seed world where Susan rejected his idea to officially date each other. "Wyatt, calm down," the field marshal said, looking at the bloodshot-eyed Wyatt, who looked like he was about to kill someone. Then, immediately proceeded to clarify, "She did not do or say anything to Susan, at least not directly. What is that supposed to mean?" Wyatt questioned, controlling his volcanic rage, which was about to burst any moment now and incinerate everything in its path, leaving behind a trail of destruction. Learning that without him knowing the southern princess had not only managed to steal his queen but was also aiming for his bishop, the amount of rage and guilt he felt was unexplainable. His rage obviously was directed toward the southern princess, while he felt guilty toward Anna and Susan because he could not protect them from his enemy's schemes. It might be too late for Anna, but in Susan's case there still might be time for him to salvage things. With that hope, he sternly repeated himself to the field marshal, "Tell me, what did she do?" "She used the media to make Susan doubt herself. She made her fear that she might not be worthy of you. She skillfully brews an inner demon in Susan's heart using the daily news on the Grimoire network, making her think that you in the southern region would be better off if you were to marry someone of higher status or Anna. I did not think something like this would work, but seeing how Susan rejected to go out on an official date with you, it seems her efforts have bore amazing results. Well, I don't blame Susan for letting something like this shake her will. I am sure she held on for as long as she could, but my niece has always had a knack to read a person's weakness and get them to willingly do her bidding." Field Marshal Heatsend explained to Wyatt how the southern princess had managed to drive a wedge between him and Susan too. Chapter 2222 Matter of Heart. Date the 21st of April 2321. Time 2:27. Location Card World, Southern Region, Blossom District, Sky Blossom City, Dungeon Highway, Blood Rock Cave Gate Dungeon. Listening to the Field Marshal, Wyatt understood that the southern princess had targeted Susan since the time he started to show feelings for Susan. Hence, the results of her schemes were slowly surfacing now. After all, things like this don't happen in a span of a day. They need a lot of planning and time, which is very similar to marinating a brisket. Wyatt believed that the southern princess mostly did this to make sure even if Anna were unable to win his heart, no one else would, leaving him with one less reason to reject the royal family's proposal for an arranged marriage between him and Anna. However, when it became clear Wyatt had feelings for both Anna and Susan, she continued her plan with twice the effort but with a different goal in mind. To trap Wyatt using Anna. Knowing Anna's love for Wyatt and hatred for her, Southern Princess knew her daughter would never help her manipulate Wyatt. Therefore, she had Field Marshal use Anna's origin card to erase Anna's feelings for Wyatt. Seeing Wyatt was contemplating based on the information she gave, the Field Marshal continued, "Based on my experiences, my niece will continue to use the media to attack Susan's will until one fine day when Susan is at her weakest. She will offer Susan a career opportunity that she cannot reject. However, this career-making opportunity will be somewhere far from you. Considering Susan's love for you and her mental state, at that moment, she will most likely accept my niece's life-changing offer, wanting to remove herself from your life so that she would no longer be a burden to you. With Anna's feelings for you erased and Susan walking out of your life, you will be at your lowest. Then she will appear in front of you proposing an arranged marriage between you and her daughter, throwing her bait into the water. Considering that your situation then would be like a man drowning in his tears, you will mistake her bait for a lifebuoy and willingly swim into her trap, blinded by your sorrow, thinking even though you could reignite Anna's feeling for you through the arranged marriage. Till the end, without even showing her shadow or getting her hands dirty, my niece would have gotten exactly what she wanted." Revealing what she thought her niece might be planning to Wyatt, the Field Marshal felt a huge weight was lifted off her chest. However, when her intense sense sensed the space inside the dungeon seal starting to connect to the space inside the seed world, she immediately mobilized her space rule to stop Wyatt from entering the seed world. "Field Marshal, what is the meaning of this?" Being obstructed from entering the seed world by the Field Marshal, Wyatt questioned her aloud with a gaze that conveyed that he would kill her if she did not give him a proper explanation. Understanding why Susan rejected his request to date him officially, Wyatt wanted to return to the seed world and assure her that she was more than worthy of him and never a burden to him but an inspiration and hope. He wanted to solve all her doubts about their relationship and future together and get her to date him officially. However, the Field Marshal stopped him from doing so. Hence, his rage almost exploded at her. "I am doing this to stop you from making the situation worse than it already is. If my guess is right, you plan to tell her that you don't think she is unworthy of you, she is not a burden to you, and that you do not care what the rest of the world thinks. Don't you think she already knows this? This is a matter of heart and will, you cannot fix it for Susan. She has to do it herself. Girls like Susan are special, they do not know how to be selfish. They find joy in others' happiness, someone like that will never build their future at the expense of others' future. The more you try to console her by saying things like, 'You don't care about what the world thinks,' or 'You will face the world for her,' or You will face the world together, the more Susan will blame herself and walk toward my niece's trap. Just like how you want to protect and give all the happiness in the world to your beloved, Susan too wants to protect and give all the happiness in the world to her beloved. She would not like to see you make enemies with the world for her. She would rather sacrifice her love for you so that you live a long, happy and peaceful life. Don't underestimate a woman's love. The field marshal got emotional as she spoke these words, surprising Wyatt. He did not think the field marshal had such a good impression of Susan, especially when Susan was her grandniece's love rival. Now, Wyatt was confused. He could not figure out who the field marshal was rooting for, Anna or Susan. Soon, it hit him, she wasn't rooting for Anna or Susan but for him. Understanding where the field marshal was coming from, Wyatt calmed down and decided not to act hastily in matters of heart. Yet, he could not help but ask her, "Don't you think me telling her what I think would be better than me assuming she knows what I think and doing nothing? Usually, your approach would be correct. But not this time, as the problem this time around is not you or your relationship with Susan but Susan's personal insecurities that have been magnified by my niece's schemes. Susan has a lot of things that she avoided by hiding them at the bottom of her heart until my niece's schemes resurfaced them back to the top. She needs to deal with her doubts and insecurities thoroughly if she wants a future with you, because if she becomes your partner she will be the target of such mind games frequently on a regular basis. People will target her for every little thing. She can't just pause her life over very such incidents. Even you cannot stop people from speaking their minds and attacking her verbally. She needs to be strong enough to brush them off, and the only way that would be possible is for her to deal with her insecurities. You have to remember, this is her journey. Neither you nor I can help her on this one, because this is not a physical injury but a mental and emotional one. When it comes to the matter of hearts, one can only wait patiently and hope for the best. Chapter 2223 How far will you go for love? Anne, I have rewritten 2/3 of the previous chapter. Please reread the previous chapter before proceeding to read this chapter in order to keep up with the changes. Date the 21st of April 2321. Time 2:30. Location Card World, Southern Region, Blossom District, Sky Blossom City, Dungeon Highway, Blood Rock Cave Gate Dungeon. The field marshal, a battle nut, knew so much about what Susan was going through because she had seen an important person in her life go through the same thing. That person was none other than her sister-in-law, Colleen, the Southern Queen. As one of the highly reputed and respected ladies in the royal and high society, and as the Southern Queen's close confidant, nobody except the field marshal truly knew what Colleen went through after marrying the former's brother. Not even the Southern ruler had a complete grasp of the constant criticism and struggles Colleen had to face as the Southern Queen. If he knew then, not even Colleen's persuasion could have stopped him from waging war against the other regions. It was not news that the rich and powerful were snobbish, judgmental, and exclusionists. In Colleen's case, with a group of Southern rulers' female admirers flaming the fire with their untrue but saucy gossip about her, it had reached a whole new level. It wouldn't be wrong to call it extreme. Despite such extreme hate directed toward her, Colleen continued to bear it all and persist. In the end, she not only proved herself to them but earned their acceptance for sake of her husband, her in-laws, and the citizens she represented, which in turn helped her solidify the trust and respect that every Southerner had shown her. Colleen was a fighter, but it was not easy for her either. Being her sister-in-law's close confidant, the field marshal understood the toll all this took on Colleen. Therefore, the field marshal knew that what hurt Colleen most wasn't the taunts and criticism of the strangers who overestimated their significance in her life, but the pain of her loved ones whose hearts ached every time they saw her being treated as such. Colleen did not let it stop her from attending social gatherings and public events. Rather, she used it as a motivator to achieve the goal she set out to attain. The field marshal wanted Susan to do the same because she knew only by overcoming her demons would Susan be truly worthy to stand beside Wyatt with her head held up high without any hesitation or fear. Listening to the field marshal's explanation, Wyatt fell in a deep thought, feeling she was right. Considering Susan's personality, she would rather sacrifice herself than see any harm befall him. The more Wyatt thought, the more he realized that even if he succeeded in assuring and persuading Susan with his glib tongue today, he wasn't sure he could do the same in the future. To make sure he would not be in this situation again, Wyatt understood that there was nothing he could do. The only person who could do anything here was Susan herself. If she were to deal with her demons once and for all, like the field marshal said, then he would never be in this situation ever again. However, Field Marshal, you are right. But I am afraid. I am afraid that Susan might fall prey to the Southern Princess's scheme, or worse, she would willingly distance herself from me, overwhelmed by the pressure of a relationship with me, the Southern Hope. Field Marshal, I don't want to lose her too. I want her in my life. After all, it was when she appeared in my life that I learned to trust again. I don't think I can continue without her by my side. I really do not think I can survive losing her. Fearing he might lose Susan too, feeling vulnerable, Wyatt expressed his genuine thoughts to the Field Marshal. He hasn't shown his vulnerable side to anyone. However, today he showed it to the Field Marshal, Courtney, and Bloodette, showing that he trusts them enough to be vulnerable in their presence. Wyatt recalled the very first day he met Susan in Guild Association Mall and how she trusted someone she just met, her fate ingredient and all her life savings. This act might not have been a big deal for others, even Susan herself, but for Wyatt, it meant the world. Eel felt like there weren't words to explain how much it meant for her to trust him. That day when Susan took a chance on him, Wyatt decided to give trust a second chance. This was difficult for him, especially considering the people he sacrificed his life to protect labeled him as a vigilant and a mass murderer before stabbing him in the back. The Field Marshal was taken aback seeing Wyatt willing to show his weak side to her. At that moment a motherly love overcame her heart, wanting to pull her liege into a bear hug and assure him that everything was going to be okay, she would not let anyone harm him, and she would protect him with her life. However, she could not think of words to assure him in the present situation, as this was a matter of love. No one had command over how Susan felt and what she chose except Susan. Just when the Field Marshal was feeling helpless, Courtney, who had been silent so far, hearing her friend's fears, spoke up. Wyatt, I have no idea what it means to love or lose in love, but I am willing to go to any lengths to help my friend win in his love. If nothing works, I will kidnap Susan and force her to love you using my origin card. Right, I know a few blood rules that can help too. Bloodette followed suit despite having no clue what love was. Humans were already too complicated for her, let alone their emotions. Thank you, guys, but that won't be necessary as I haven't lost until I give up on my love. Wyatt looked at Courtney and Bloodette gratefully. Seeing Courtney willing to go to any lengths for her friend helped him realize he too should not be afraid and do everything in his power to win his love, as everything was fair in love and war. What mattered was how far he was willing to go for love. After a while, seeing Wyatt was lost in his thoughts for long, the Field Marshal reminded him, now that you know everything my niece had planned, what do we do next? Chapter 2224 Untraceable Curse. Date the 21st of April 2321. Time 2:34. Location Card World, Southern Region, Blossom District, Sky Blossom City, Dungeon Highway, Blood Rock Cave Gate Dungeon. Thank you, you have done enough. Now, it is my turn. I prefer to do my dirty laundry myself, Wyatt replied, without blaming the Field Marshal for not telling about Anna's mother targeting Susan sooner. After all, she wasn't sure that Anna's mother would be successfully able to sow doubt in Susan's mind indirectly through the media. Now that she saw Susan rejecting an official date with Wyatt, she knew her niece had succeeded. So, slowly she came clean with Wyatt by revealing everything she had done for her niece since the beginning and what she thought would be her niece's next move. Wyatt appreciated that the Field Marshal was willing to rat on her niece for him, as it was not required of her. Just because a knight's master had changed, it did not mean the knight had to reveal their old master's secret to their new master. It would be against their code. However, the Field Marshal, knowing the gravity of this situation, out of concern for Wyatt, broke the code and snitched on her niece. Not to mention she felt guilty for her part in all of this, especially for the part she played in using Anna's origin card to erase her obsession with Wyatt. Still, it would not have been easy for the Field Marshal to break her principles for her young liege. I understand, Field Marshal nodded, knowing that Wyatt's style of doing things and her niece's style of doing things, though somewhat similar, were totally different. Wyatt did all the work, shouldering all the responsibility and risk, even if he had so many people willing to do it for him. Meanwhile, her niece made use of her people and any means at her disposal to do all her work for her so that she would not have to shoulder any responsibility and risk. Soon, thinking of something, Wyatt ordered her, "Let Hernix out of your mystic dimension. I have some work with him." In O vel be in .c ohm, right away, the Field Marshal replied, but as she was about to will Henrix out of her mystic dimension, Wyatt hurriedly reminded her, "Not inside the dungeon seal." Wyatt had no idea how Henrix's origin card worked, but he had a vague idea of its ability, interrealm teleportation. So, He did not dare to reveal the dungeon seal, which was basically the holy place of blood rule, to Henrix, the leader of thieves and beggars. Considering the current financial situation of the freedom fighters, if Henrix learned that there was a blood rule stone mine inside the dungeon seal, he would not hesitate to use his origin card, if possible, to teleport his band of thieves into the mine and empty the entire mine within a few minutes. Wyatt had no idea if Henrix's origin card would allow him to teleport in and out of the dungeon skull, but he could not take the risk of revealing the wealth hidden in the dungeon seal to him. "Sorry, I will be more careful next time," the field marshal apologized to Wyatt for her oversight as they walked out of the dungeon seal, and Courtney and Bloodette followed suit. Walking out of the dungeon seal and feeling the field marshal's pseudo-celestial rule domain still covering the city thanks to her incarnation maintaining it, Wyatt decided to tell her the truth about it, that he did not reveal in the presence of the royal instructor. However, before he could speak, the field marshal willed Henrix out of her mystic dimension. See, his window to come clean was closed. Wyatt could only postpone it to some other time. Coming out of the mystic dimension, the first thing Henrix did was take in a deep breath and enjoy the fresh air while complaining aloud, "Thank God, I am finally out. I thought I was going to die unable to withstand your son's awful body stench. It felt like it grew stronger the longer I stayed closer to him. Did you not teach to take a proper bath twice a day?" The field marshal frowned hearing Henrix question her parenting. If not for her being considerate of them serving it way beyond together, she would have given him a first-hand experience of her parenting. Prioritizing her liege's work with Henrix, she controlled her rage toward him and explained, "The stench you smelled from him is a curse his wife cast on him. Because of the curse, whenever he is alone with someone in close proximity, he starts to smell. The stench on him grows stronger the longer he is alone with someone. If they are too close for a long period, the curse will spread to the other person." "You sure it is a curse? Because I did not sense any negative soul energy from him," Henrix responded suspiciously, because, in his efforts to double-cross the masters, he had trained his knowledge and sensitivity to curses to avoid being monitored or controlled by them. Though he did not dare to claim he knew everything about curses and could detect any curse, he was skilled enough to save his skin. Henrix wasn't alone. Wyatt too looked at the field marshal in doubt, because his old version of soul pupils did not sense any curse on Ransom. So, he pondered if the field marshal was lying or Ransom's wife was too skilled in curse arts. Knowing that field marshal wasn't a liar, Wyatt wondered if it was the latter. It is a curse cast with the target's consent. Such curses are near impossible to detect, which is why they are called untraceable curses, the field marshal resolved Henrix's suspicion. Listening to her explanation, Wyatt nodded in understanding. However, it gave birth to new doubts in Henrix, who could not help but ask, why would Ransom agree to such a curse, and why did his wife cast such a curse on him? My son's marital problems are not your business. If you are done with your questions, we have so business with you." Unable to tell her ex-colleague that Ransom's wife suspected him of cheating on her, so she cast the curse on him and he accepted it to prove his innocence, the field marshal thundered at Henrix, asking him to keep his nose out of her son's marriage and quickly changed the topic. "As long as the payment is good, I am in," Henrix excitedly answered, but then feeling that his words implied more than what he intended to imply, he was embarrassed. "Payment? Did you forget you are still my hostage? Do you want me to remind you?" Chapter 2225, led by fear. Date the 21st of April 2321. Time 2:39. Location Card World, Southern Region, Blossom District, Sky Blossom City, Dungeon Highway. The field marshal sternly reminded Henrix his current identity was that of a prisoner. He did not have the right to demand any form of compensation for any work he did for them, let alone seek a handsome compensation. "No need to refresh my memories, my mother, I remember it clearly. Tell me, how can I be of service to you?" Henrix hurriedly adjusted to his prisoner identity with the field marshal's warning. However, his rebellious side was still there, making it clear that he would not hesitate to escape the first chance he got to do so. Henrix was not one to give up easily. He would bow his head if the situation called for it, patiently biding his time to make his move. When he finally made his move, his enemies would not even realize what had transpired. His identity as the Central Region's ex-field marshal was a prime example of this. The field marshal was fully aware of Henrix's nature, so she and her incarnation together increased the power of the pseudo-celestial space rule domain covering the city, making sure Henrix could escape using his origin card. However, she feared her preparations were far from enough to stop Henrix. After all, except for him, none knew the extent of his origin card's prowess. She had a feeling that maybe Henrix was her prisoner because he led her to believe that. Maybe he had his own plans. If not for her young liege's plan to use him, she would felt more assured leaving him in her mystic dimension. Before we begin, have you given a thought to my proposal? Give me an answer. Wyatt stepped forward and asked Henrix if the latter had given any consideration to the freedom fighters working for him. Wyatt's blunt question caused the expression on Henrix's face to freeze in fear. He did not want the freedom fighters to join Wyatt. He strongly believed the freedom fighters were reduced to mere criminals as the Central Region had labeled them if they followed Wyatt's proposal, making the sacrifice of the countless freedom fighters so far meaningless. Hence, he planned to reject Wyatt regardless of the various promises made when proposing to recruit his organization. However, he did not dare to speak his mind and refuse Wyatt outright, having seen Wyatt's prowess up close in the Field Marshal's mystic dimension when burned more than 24 demigod undead golems to ash. Knowing Wyatt had coordinates of their main headquarters in Yellow Plains, was capable of inter-realm transportation, and had a powerful card demigod like Field Marshal Heatsen following him, he did not dare to get on Wyatt's bad side. This also did not mean he would just dance to Wyatt's tune. He tried to think of words to politely decline Wyatt without triggering his wrath or hurting his ego, but he found that he was without words. This led to a long awkward silence, adding to Henrix's distress and panic. Learning that Southern Princess has been targeting him since the beginning and he failed to see it coming, Wyatt felt a strong sense of urgency to build his own force as soon as possible, as he had no idea of what all she had in store for him. As a result, the Southern Region, which he deemed as the safest place in the card world for his loved ones, a few minutes ago, no longer felt safe right now. It felt more like a trap meticulously designed by the Southern Princess to distance those close to him and make him all alone in the world without him realizing it. This way the Southern royal family could become his emotional support stick when he needed one. Hence, he demanded Henrix to give him an answer right away. However, reading Henrix's face, his answer to his proposal and fear toward him were clear to Wyatt. It did not take him long to realize that he was being led by his fear of losing his loved ones instead of being rational. As a result, seeing his hasty and brazen demand, Henrix, who previously planned to give his proposal a fair consideration by proposing it to his colleagues and seeking their opinion on it, now had unilaterally decided to reject the proposal outright. Closing all doors on freedom fighter on ever joining him, learning that being led by his fears would only prove disastrous for him, he forced himself to calm down and think logically rather than play right into the Southern Princess's hand. Therefore, he thought of a way to salvage the situation. He carefully crafted his words to let Henrix out of the spot and not close his mind to the idea of working for him. It seems you haven't made up your mind yet. No worries, take your time. I am sure you will soon realize, it would help the freedom fighters' cause and interest to side with me. I don't know how me being your prisoner would help the freedom fighters' cause and interest. Seeing Wyatt take a step back, Henrix, who feared to speak earlier, now took 2 steps forward, causing the field marshal to raise her brow, warning her old colleague to behave in front of her young liege. Don't worry, after you do one small thing for me you are free to go. But remember, the next time you try to steal what's mine, it will not end with a warning, it will end with your life. I dare you to try me again. Wyatt warned, staring directly into Henrix's eyes as if he could see right through him. The sheer intensity of Wyatt's words sent a shiver down Henrix's spine, recalling he wasn't innocent in all this. He was imprisoned because he dared to kidnap Clown Mask right in front of Wyatt and Field Marshal without caring to check if it was a trap or not. What bothered him most was he would have gotten away with it if not for the Field Marshal's pseudo-celestial space rule domain. Yet, he shamelessly pasted a flattering smile on his face as he spoke. There is no point in digging up the past. Let us move on. Please, tell me, what can I do for you? Comment Chapter 2226 Understanding One's Own Strength. Date the 21st of April 2321. Time 2:45. Location Card World, Southern Region, Blossom District, Sky Blossom City, Dungeon Highway. The more shameless and spineless Henrix acted, the more cautious the Field Marshal grew. Knowing her brain could not keep up with the deep calculations of the likes of her niece and Henrix, she limited her priority to what she knew best, protecting her young liege. She trusted the rest to her young liege, believing in his array of capabilities. Wyatt and Henrix both felt the tension in Field Marshal's stance. Sensing her caution toward him, Henrix was rather amused, feeling Field Marshal was overestimating him. Trapped in her pseudo-celestial space rule domain, he was rendered helpless. Seeing her underestimate his strength, Wyatt felt he was wrong to have hidden his true strength from her. After all, the more informed the field marshal was, the more meticulously she would perform her duties. Instead of wasting her effort on doing something as senseless as acting as his bodyguard. That too, fearing someone like Henrix, who was more of an assassin than a fighter, i.e. he was no threat to the current Wyatt. I am guessing with the help of your origin card's abilities you have already explored many realms nearby or connected to ours through the gate dungeons. I want you to take us to a small desolate realm without any form of living beings occupying it. One that no one would miss if it were destroyed. Wyatt put forward his demand to Henrix, surprising both the latter and field marshal. They were unable to understand why Wyatt would make such a request. Wyatt's plan was simple: he wanted to explore and gauge his new strength and prowess. Having become one with the source, and broken through to the card grandmaster realm, he, himself, wasn't fully aware of what he and his skills were capable of. In war, it was just as crucial to understand one's own strengths as it was to know those of the enemy. Hence, after learning Southern Princess had made her move against him long ago, the first thing Wyatt planned to do was know the full extent of his strength and skills after his baptism. Knowing Seed World was not fit for him to test his powers in. Fearing he would attract the attention of the card worlds if he were to explore his power on the card world, he decided to test his power where he would not have to worry about such things. Hence, he asked Henrix to take him to a realm devoid of any living being, as he was free and the Devil Merchant Code was expensive. Originally, he was planning to go alone, but feeling that the field marshal should know his prowess so that she could be at case about his safety and perform the other task assigned to her without any distraction, he decided to take her along. Not to mention, she was a devil merchant too, so they would not need Henrix to return to the card world. Yes, the Devil Merchant Code's inter-realm transportation rights to card world belong to the 7 Princes of Hell. No devil demon merchant can travel to or from the card world using the Devil Merchant Code's inter-realm transportation without their permission. However, it did not apply to devil demon merchants native to the card world. However, it did limit them from using it to transport their forces who weren't devil demon merchants, regardless of the price they were willing to offer. For that, they would need the 7 Princes of Hell's permission. Be that as may, listening to Wyatt's demand, Henrix saw his opportunity to reclaim his freedom. Yes, Wyatt did say he was free to go after taking them to a small desolate realm, but Henrix wasn't one to trust his life to the assassin trying to claim the bounty on his head, let alone trust his freedom to someone who imprisoned him. Within seconds, he had already thought of a plan to escape while helping Wyatt reach his destination. Though he dared to escape, he did not dare to trick Wyatt after he had seen what Wyatt was fully capable of in Mystic Dimension. Having noticed the subtle glimmer in his eyes, the field marshal sternly warned Henrix, "No, funny business. You don't have to remind me," Henrix retorted and cautioned, "Are sure you want to go to such a realm? As there is only one reason for a realm to be devoid of living beings, i.e. its environment is too harsh and still not capable of nurturing life. Meaning, it will not be fit for us either, especially you. Don't worry about me, my physique is special, I can survive anywhere, let alone a little harsh environment. You just worry about finding me the realm meeting my requirements." Wyatt assured Henrix that he did not have to worry about adapting to the atmosphere of an unknown realm. He was so confident that he could adapt to any atmosphere, mostly because of his array of abilities such as his primordial energy enhanced skills, Viltronian and World Calamity Tree hybrid physique, Myriad Devil transformation skill, Pseudo Calamity soul gems, etc. Though he could not claim he was among the strongest in the Myriad realms, he could claim that he could survive anywhere in the Myriad realms. Feeling Wyatt's confidence in his words, the field marshal decided to trust her young liege. However, what worried her was Henrix using this opportunity to transport them to a dangerous place and escape, leaving them stranded. The only thing stopping him from doing so now was her pseudo-celestial space rule domain covering the city. However, if they wanted Henrix to use his origin card to take them to a small desolate realm devoid of living beings, she would have to withdraw her pseudo-celestial space rule domain. Without it, she did not know what was keeping Henrix from pulling a fast one on them instead of following her young liege's instructions. Chapter 2227 Old Coyote. Date the 21st of April 2321. Time 2:52. Location Card World, Southern Region, Blossom District, Sky Blossom City, Dungeon Highway. Field Marshal, please relax. Your tense posture is making me uneasy, Wyatt said, urging the Field Marshal to calm down. Henrix posed no threat to them, so there was no need to be so on edge. Seeing her hesitation, Wyatt glanced at Henrix with disdain and assured her, I dared him to test me because I knew he wouldn't dare make an enemy of me. In the current state of the freedom fighters, they couldn't afford to antagonize Wyatt. Hence, Wyatt was so confident that Henrix would remain obedient to him, even after the field marshal released him from her pseudo-celestial space rule domain. Being openly challenged and taunted by Wyatt, the corner of Henrix's eye twitched as he suppressed his rising emotions and continued to force a smile on his face. He had no choice. Had Henrix known that Wyatt was a catastrophe disguised as a mere low-level card apprentice, he would have been more cautious about his attempt to kidnap Clown Mask or simply abandoned the idea altogether, not wanting to make an enemy of Wyatt. The freedom fighters were not only bankrupt but also trapped in an alien realm. The world leaders, greedy for the D-ranked Silver Beach Gate dungeon, and the Central Military, eager to crush their revolution, had cornered them, making them prisoners in their main headquarters, a place where they thought they were safest. In their perilous situation, aside from their secret deal with the Southern Princess, the VR universe was their last hope for survival. Given that Wyatt was the creator of the VR universe, they dared not provoke him unless it was absolutely necessary, such as acquiring the future vision that Clown Mask had seen before her Dao eyes were stolen. Wyatt, he's like a old coyote. He tricks you by feigning weakness, and once you start trusting your back to him, he won't hesitate to backstab you. We can't trust him. The field marshal couldn't help but interject, warning her young liege not to underestimate Henrix just because he was currently appearing weak. Someone like Henrix could not be trusted. The masters were a perfect example of what the field marshal was trying to warn Wyatt about. Her words were not just aimed at their current situation but also at Wyatt's plan to incorporate the freedom fighters into his forces. Not that she doubted the freedom fighters' strength or undermined them for their identity, but she believed that as long as they were under Henrix's leadership, they were not worth recruiting for Wyatt. She hoped that her young liege would heed her warning and abandon the idea of recruiting the freedom fighters, led by Henrix, as part of his forces. Her words clearly conveyed her intentions to both the young liege and Henrix, causing Henrix to frown. While he was still on the fence about the freedom fighters joining Wyatt, seeing the field marshal actively trying to prevent this possibility, he couldn't help but feel disheartened. After all, joining Wyatt, coupled with his promises, was too tempting to ignore. Hence, he couldn't help but passively aggressively comment, "Princess, it pains me to know that you have such a low opinion of me after we watched each other's backs at the Way Beyond for years." The field marshal instantly appeared before Henrix, grabbed him by the throat, and stared straight into his eyes with her rage-filled eyes as she threatened, "That is the only reason you are still alive after you dared to steal from the Southern royal family, hurt my family, and corrupted my grandniece. Count you're lucky that my liege needs you, otherwise." Almost choked to death by the field marshal, Wyatt, for the first time, read Henrix's true emotions through his eyes. They were filled with rage yet tranquil, like a volcano filled to the brim with bubbling lava but appearing harmless like a mountain from the outside. This was what the field marshal was warning him about Henrix. Just as Henrix wouldn't mind groveling for his goals, he wouldn't forget the humiliation and shame he had suffered. He would bide his time to get even. However, Wyatt was not afraid. He had the freedom fighters heading from the palm of his hand. Apart from the Southern royal family's forces, the freedom fighters were the only organization in the card world to possess the most VR slime cards. Since Wyatt was distributing millions of these cards for free to students, the poor, and those in remote corners of the world, most of the VR slime ended up in the possession of freedom fighters members or those related to them. These cards ultimately accumulated at their main headquarters in the hands of the most capable and promising members of the freedom fighters. These were the individuals who held a certain authority within the freedom fighters. In other words, if the freedom fighters were up to something, these guys would learn about it first. As a matter of fact, Henrix himself had a VR slime card equipped in his grimoire at present. How did Wyatt know Henrix's card arrangement in his Diamond Grimoire's card slots? Although Wyatt still didn't dare to hack into a Diamond Grimoire, it wasn't difficult for him to track if someone was equipping a VR slime card in their grimoire using the backdoor he had purposely added to each VR slime card he had ever created. This backdoor was what gave Wyatt the confidence that he would be able to control the infamous Henrix, who had managed to trick the masters, who ruled the card world for millennia, by living among them and being one of their subordinates. The masters never saw Henrix coming, but that would not be a problem for Wyatt. Although the information network Wyatt had created in the card world using the VR universe and VR slime cards was still a work in progress, it was more than capable of handling the likes of Henrix and the freedom fighters, who relied on the VR universe and VR slime cards as their last lifeline. Not to mention, Wyatt planned to provide all members of the Freedom Fighters with a VR slime if they were to join him, increasing his odds. Chapter 2228 Planet, Lil Red Storm, date the 21st of April 2321 time 2:56 location Card World, Southern Region, Blossom District, Sky Blossom City, Dungeon Highway. Let go of him, Wyatt ordered the Field Marshal, releasing Henrix from her grasp in the pseudo-celestial space rule domain. Her grip around his neck was so strong that Henrix looked like his head was about to pop out if she were to apply a little more force. Fortunately for Henrix, Wyatt stepped in to stop the Field Marshal in time. However, he deliberately waited until the last minute to intervene. After all, B would never be generous to some who dared to steal from him not one but twice. Don't mistaken my patience for helplessness, the Field Marshal sternly reminded Henrix as she released her grip on his neck. With that, the latter's red and swollen face instantly returned to normal. Rubbing his neck, Henrix shot a subtle look at the Field Marshal before reminding her, now, your celestial rule domain too. So, we can be done with this, and I can be on my way. The Field Marshal ignored Henrix and looked at her young liege, attempting to persuade him one last time. She truly disliked the idea of trusting an old coyote like Henrix. He was someone who had used her gratitude to backstab her. She, who valued her honor more than her life, was ashamed to have known and served with someone like him. If not for the sake of her young liege, she would not be part of this conversation. Trust me, Wyatt uttered, locking eyes with her. Looking into her young liege's deep eyes, the Field Marshal realized, right, though she could not trust Henrix, she had full faith in her young liege and his judgment. With that, she released Henrix from her pseudo-celestial space rule domain. Coming out of the celestial rule domain's influence, Henrix felt like a fish in the ocean as his origin card was finally able to connect with the surrounding space. Feeling this unique connection between his origin card and the space, he felt like he had recovered a lost limb. In his relief of being back in his element and at his peak, he began to appreciate his origin card more and promised to never be reckless with its abilities again. Henrix, have you thought of a realm fitting my requirements? Wyatt asked, waking Henrix from his reunion with space and bringing him back to the cruel reality. Even though the shackles on him were removed, he couldn't help but feel like a prisoner. Therefore, with the plan to complete his end of the bargain soon and leave before Wyatt changed his mind, Henrix replied, yes, though it doesn't have a name of its own, I called it the Lil Red Storm realm. Since the small realm is covered in red soil and catastrophic storms along with huge meteor strikes are common occurrence in it. Great, let's get going, Wyatt nodded. Eel looked forward to visiting the Lil Red Storm realm that Henrix recommended to him. He felt that this planet might be more than just a field for him to gauge his strength, and he made the right choice choosing Henrix over Devil Merchant Code. Had he gone the other way, he would have had to pay a hefty offering to the Devil Merchant Code to recommend and transport him to such a realm. Not to mention, the realm recommended by the Devil Merchant Code would not hold any surprises for him to explore, as the demon Devil Merchant who found it would have already mined the entire planet, harvesting all of its resources before selling its coordinates to the Devil Merchant Code. Fortunately for him, an inter-realm taxi had found him out of its own violation. Additionally, his taxi seemed to have no idea of the wealth he could amass utilizing his origin card. Well, more for him. Okay, please, don't resist my intense sense. If I don't cover you guys properly with it, you might get lost mid-teleportation, Henrix cautioned as he prepared to use his origin card to take his imprisoners to the Lil Red Storm realm in exchange for his freedom. However, just then, he felt an intimidating aura envelop him and pressure him to kneel in submission, sending a chill down his spine. Soon, he heard the Field Marshal shout, "How dare you lie? I know for a fact that you are capable of creating space tunnels to teleport multiple people." Then, turning to face the young man next to her, she informed her young liege, "See, Wyatt, I told you we cannot trust him." Wyatt frowned as he stared hard at Henrix, giving him one last chance to come clean. "Explain yourself," he demanded. "As I warned you before, the Lil Red Storm realm's atmosphere is harsh. Because of that, its space is always turbulent. It is impossible for me to create a space tunnel connecting our realm's space to its space. So, I have no choice but to lead you there, holding your hands." Henrix defended himself, citing the harsh atmosphere and turbulent space of the Lil Red Storm realm. However, The field marshal wasn't buying it. She cross-examined him, then, explain to me how you were able to teleport in and out of a realm with turbulent space. In such conditions, teleportation, if not impossible, is very risky. Let us assume your origin card is special. Unless you plan to leave us stranded in a realm with turbulent space, what other reason could you possibly have to suggest such a dangerous realm to us? I suggested that realm because that's the only realm I know of that fits Wyatt's requirements. There is no other meaning to this. Besides, so what if the space is turbulent? Wyatt is well versed in array formation. He would easily be able to think of a formation to stabilize the surrounding space long enough for him to leave that realm. So, I really did not have any other intention when recommending that realm to Wyatt. Trust me, my intentions are pure, Henrix hurriedly explained himself to Wyatt, hearing the field marshal blame him of planning crimes he did not even think of. Chapter 2229 Love Makes Things Complicated. Date the 21st of April 2321. Time 2:59. Location Card World, Southern Region, Blossom District, Sky Blossom City, Dungeon Highway. Wyatt being well versed in array formation doesn't mean he carries ingredients for every possible array formation with him. If we are stranded in a barren realm with turbulent space, where are we supposed to find the ingredients to set up an array formation to stabilize the space around us? The field marshal pointed out, highlighting the flaw in the logic Henrix used to defend himself. Regardless of how Henrix tried to justify his actions, the field marshal wasn't buying it. She had long harbored doubts about him, and now, watching him make one excuse after another, she was convinced her suspicions were well-founded. What puzzled her most was why her young liege insisted on trusting him, despite witnessing Henrix betray every person who had ever put their faith in him for his own gain. Listening to the field marshal's argument, Henrix was speechless, unable to formulate a counter-argument to defend his proposal. He had no choice but to accept that he had no defense. Now he understood the danger of a woman's grudge. If you earn their trust, they will give their lives for you. But if you abuse that trust, they will be willing to die to get even. He truly had no plans of abandoning Wyatt and the field marshal on the Lil Red Storm realm. Such a thought had never crossed his mind. Even if it had, he would have immediately dismissed it, as he couldn't afford to make an enemy of Wyatt. However, thanks to the field marshal's arguments, he now appeared guilty of that crime. The irony was that he had nothing but his word to prove his innocence. Given his history with Wyatt and the field marshal, his words held no weight here. It seemed his past mistakes were catching up with him. Please believe me, I had no such thoughts. I swear, I truly hope to drop you off on the Lil Red Storm, Reelin, and regain my freedom without leaving any hard feelings behind. Besides, now that we know, if it makes you feel more secure, you can purchase the necessary ingredients for the space stabilization array and then follow me to the new realm. There's no need for us to fall out over this minor detail. Henrix carefully chose his words to make his intentions clear to Wyatt. As for the field marshal, he had realized that nothing he said would change her opinion of him. A part of Henrix felt he didn't need to justify himself to the likes of Wyatt and the field marshal, considering he was doing them a huge favor by taking them to a new realm that met their requirements. Given the current development of the card world, only he could fulfill their demands, yet they treated him with such disrespect. If he wanted to leave, he could do so immediately, as neither the field marshal nor Wyatt could stop him. However, he urged himself not to be hasty, as he didn't want to burn bridges with Wyatt completely, especially now. Yes, he was involved in a deal with the Southern Princess that would not only solve their current financial dilemma but, if executed properly, would set the entire freedom fighter organization up for life. However, the Southern Princess's reputation preceded her. Trusting her would be akin to willingly taking poison to alleviate a temporary headache. Henrix knew a partnership with the Southern Princess wouldn't be easy. Hence, he was willing to bend over to please Wyatt and maintain a healthy relation with him. With the rest of the world planning to feast on the corpse of his organization, only Wyatt remained as a countermeasure against the Southern Princess. He only believed so after seeing Wyatt manage to steal Field Marshal Heatsend from the Southern Princess's side and witnessing the strength he displayed against the small army of undead golems. Henrix was confident that Wyatt would be able to face the Southern Princess. Having realized this, Henrix regretted recklessly attempting to kidnap Clown Mask from Wyatt and the Field Marshal. But it was too late. What was done was done. Nonetheless, believing that if he had succeeded in kidnapping Clown Mask, he wouldn't have had to depend on the Southern Princess or Wyatt for the survival of his organization, he consoled himself. Seeing Henrix ignore her, the field marshal fumed with anger but remained silent, as it wasn't her turn to speak. Now it was up to her liege to decide whether he would continue to trust Henrix, ignoring all these obvious signs not to trust him. She gazed at her young liege, hoping he would make the right decision, the one she had been urging him to make since the beginning. Now both Henrix and Field Marshal Heatsen's gazes rested on Wyatt. They both patiently waited, hoping he would side with them. Meanwhile, Wyatt's brows had narrowed into a frown. Eel had problem of his own. He was regretting sharing his fears and appear weak in front of the Field Marshal. Previously, with a single command from him, the Field Marshal would have followed him to death without any questions. But now she was questioning his every decision and even trying to impose her ideas on his. It wasn't that Field Marshal Heatsen was undermining his authority. It was simply that, after Wyatt opened up about his fears and showed his vulnerable side to the Field Marshal, she no longer saw him solely as her liege but also as one of her grandchildren. This sentiment made her unconsciously forget her previous military discipline and question her superior, undermining the hierarchy. In layman's terms, Field Marshal Heatsen's maternal love for Wyatt was overpowering her loyalty to him. Wyatt would have preferred the Field Marshal Heatsen undermining his authority over this cringy situation, as he knew how to deal with those who challenged his authority but had no idea how to deal with people who were smothering him with their love. This was why Wyatt never revealed much about himself to people close to him, not wanting their admiration for him to develop into a selfless emotion like love. This situation reminded Wyatt the words of his old friend, "Love makes things complicated but also fun and warm." Chapter 2230 Take It or Leave It. Date the 21st of April 2321. Time 3:03. Location Card World, Southern Region, Blossom District, Sky Blossom City, Dungeon Highway. The Field Marshal, loving Wyatt as her grandchild whom she would protect at the cost of life, rather than respecting him as her commander whom she should follow without question, was giving Wyatt a huge headache. He didn't have the heart to tell the Field Marshal to stop what she was doing, especially not in front of Henrix. But he also wanted the old obedient and disciplined Field Marshal Heatsen back. Unable to think of a proper solution, his brows grew narrower. Seeing his frown intensify, Henrix and Field Marshal Heatsen grew tense. They had no idea why it was taking so long for him to make up his mind. They had seen him make more dire decisions than this in an instant. He gave them the impression of a person who made a decision then made sure it was the right one instead of wasting time worrying about making the right decision. But the Wyatt in front of them now appeared contrary to their previous impression of him. "Fuck it, I'll deal with you later," Wyatt said, glaring at the Field Marshal. Then, turning to Henrix, he ordered, "Stop watching my face. Wipe that stupid expression off your face and commence the inter-realm teleportation. Why are you guys having this silly discussion? Didn't I already dare you to test me? Do your worst." Listening to Wyatt, both the Field Marshal and Henrix thought in unison that this was the Wyatt they knew. However, both were depressed, one more than the other. After all, his words did imply that he was dissatisfied with both of them. The Field Marshal was depressed that her young liege had ultimately decided to trust Henrix. Adding to her depression were his words, "I'll deal with you later." She had no idea what mistake she had committed to garner such dissatisfaction from her young liege. As for Henrix, he didn't like the fact that Wyatt kept openly challenging and disrespecting him on every turn he got. If not for his circumstances tying his hands, he would have truly shown Wyatt the worst he could do, proving to him once and for all that he was not one to be underestimated by the likes of a mere card grandmaster. After all, those that believed themselves to be the gods of this world have died at his hands. "All right, huddle up, remember not to resist my intense sense," Henrix reminded them before enveloping Wyatt and Field Marshal Heatsen in his intense sense in preparation to teleport to the Lil Red Storm realm. Before Henrix's intense sense could cover them, the Field Marshal grabbed Wyatt in her embrace and covered both of them within a thin filament of her intense sense, preventing Henrix from using his intense sense to intrude on their privacy and ensuring it wouldn't affect his inter-realm teleportation skill. Meanwhile, Wyatt, who had accidentally felt up the Field Marshal's bosom while she thrust him into her embrace, froze. He kept reminding himself that she thought of him as her grandson and he should not have impure thoughts that would tarnish her maternal love for him. However, the Field Marshal's sweet body scent was making it hard for Wyatt to keep his thoughts from wandering to the impure corners of his mind. "Brace yourselves, ready or not, here we go," Henrix announced as he activated his origin card's inter-realm teleportation skill. Soon, their figures instantly vanished from the card world as if they were never there. In the time it took for Wyatt to blink, he saw the scenery before him morph from a silent forest under the tranquil early morning sky to a barren red land under two harsh sun riddled with strong wind currents that threatened to rip the sensitive space of the young realm. Wyatt was mesmerized, soaking in the unique sight of the planet, lit red Strom, but he was awakened from his thoughts by Henrix's abrupt loud yell, "Princess!" I held up my end of the bargain. "Wyatt, this is not what you promised. Ask her to let me go." It turns out that while Wyatt was busy analyzing his new surroundings, the field marshal had immediately deployed her pseudo-celestial space rule domain to imprison Henrix, preventing him from leaving without any warning. It seems this was her plan ever since Wyatt decided against her reasons and stuck with his decision to use Henrix help, ignoring all the obvious warning signs. It wasn't that Wyatt was slipping, the reason he ignored Henrix was because he didn't see him as a threat for now. It's not that he trusted Henrix, but he trusted his helpless circumstances. Therefore, he didn't feel the need to be on guard against Henrix. Instead, it was Henrix who had to do everything in his power to please Wyatt to ensure his organization's survival if the Southern Princess were to turn on them. "Shut up," the field marshal suddenly thundered, causing the surrounding space to rip, showing just how sensitive and fragile the space of this young realm was. Seeing Henrix finally calm down and go silent, she used the opportunity to explain her actions to him. "Our deal is that you will take us to a realm that fits Wyatt's requirements. Once he agrees that this realm is satisfactory to him, I will let you go. Now, nod if you understand." Henrix nodded like a little boy who had made a mistake. Then, he waited for Wyatt to give him his nod. Though he hated his current situation, Henrix knew the field marshal was right. However, he added, "As I said before, this is the only realm I know that satisfies all of Wyatt's requirements. Though the other realms I know of don't have sentient life forms, they are still inhabited by other lower life forms. So this is it, take it or leave it." Henrix was speaking the truth. He only knew of one barren realm with no life forms because he didn't dare to use his origin card to explore the realms surrounding the card world, but only used it to explore the realms connected to it by dungeon gates, which were always infested by monsters and other lower life forms. Chapter 2231 Red Alps. Date unspecified. Time unspecified. Location Lil Red Strom Realm, unspecified. Even for Henrix, an elite card demigod with a powerful inter-realm teleportation origin card, exploring the myriad realms without a specific destination or coordinates was perilous. Despite his deep-seated dream of traversing these realms, Henrix dared not use his origin card to fulfill it, instead sticking to realms connected to the card world through gate dungeons. The only reason Henrix discovered the Lil Red Storm realm was due to his late master, a master of card world whom he had killed. His master shared Henrix's dream of exploring the myriad realms, a passion that had seeded this dream within him and ultimately blossomed into his origin card. Having experienced his master willing to turn him into a mindless slave to monopolize his origin card, Henrix, who had to kill his master, kept his origin card a secret from everyone so other masters would not covet his origin card. Though tragic, this ultimately resulting in his discovery of the Lil Red Storm realm. Also, this secrecy allowed him to seamlessly maintain two identities: the central government's corrupt field marshal and the mysterious leader of the revolutionary organization Freedom Fighters. Henrix carefully juggled these identities but slipped during a heated battle at the Way Beyond and ended up using his origin card's ability to save Field Marshal Heatsend instinctively. While this helped him gain her favor, it also led to unnecessary complications in his life. However, it all seemed worthwhile when it all came together to help him steal the D-ranked Silver Gate dungeon from the southern region. Now, though, he regretted his actions, as the Freedom Fighters were neither strong nor prepared to handle the consequences of gaining the all-world leader's attention. Regardless, the only reason he learned about the Lil Red Storm realm was through a series of unfortunate events that he managed to overcome. Asking him to find another similar realm would be akin to asking him to commit suicide, as teleporting without proper coordinates was equivalent to self-destruction. While he didn't want to burn bridges with Wyatt, he would be left with no choice if the situation were to force him. Therefore, even at the risk of offending Wyatt, he spoke the truth, making it clear that the Lil Red Storm realm was all he could offer. Beyond that, finding another realm that met his requirements was beyond his abilities. He would rather remain a prisoner than use his origin card to aimlessly explore the myriad realms in search of a suitable realm. Don't worry, this realm is more than enough, Wyatt replied to Henrix, who was feeling a bit edgy due to the field marshal's rough treatment. You heard him, let go of me, Henrix immediately demanded of the field marshal, who was taking pleasure in his misery. Her grin widened, and the blatant scorn in her eyes intensified when she heard Wyatt say, hold on, what's the rush? I need to talk to you. Sure, but first ask her to release me. Henrix agreed but demanded to be freed from the field marshal's pseudo-celestial space rule domain first. Before Wyatt could speak, the field marshal warned him, Wyatt, he's acting too jumpy. I have a bad feeling about this. Let's keep him restrained a little longer. Wyatt agreed with the field marshal, finding Henrix actions a bit suspicious and asking, do you have something to tell me? Henrix sighed and revealed, nothing I didn't already warn you about. It's the realm's fragile space, frequent storms, and catastrophic meteor strikes. The strong wind currents and the dark clouds slowly covering the sky predict that this place is going to be hit by a storm. Don't dismiss it as a regular storm. Because of this realm's fragile space, even a regular storm will have catastrophic consequences, such as this entire area's space being riddled with tears and collapsing on itself. The same is true in the case of a meteor strike or shower. If you plan to stay on this realm longer, you'd better get out of this area within the storm's radius as fast as possible. I wanted to warn you about this before taking my leave, but she used that opportunity to trap me again, diverting my attention. Then one thing led to another, and it slipped my mind. Listening to Henrix's explanation, Wyatt gave the field marshal a blank stare. Before he could ask to release Henrix, she immediately recalled her pseudo-celestial rule domain, freeing Henrix, but she still quibbled, that doesn't explain why you were being so impatient. Let me strip you of your bloodline for a few hours, and see how you'll act, Henrix said grudgingly. He was used to depending on the unique connection between his origin card and the space. Without it, he was like a fish out of water. His irritation was relatable. Wyatt nodded in understanding, as he too would react the same way if he were unable to feel the presence of his soul pupils or the calamity soul gem for a few minutes. Especially in a dangerous realm like this one, where everything was designed to prevent life from blossoming. The field marshal wanted to retort to Henrix but stayed quiet when she saw Wyatt glaring at her in warning. He then turned to Henrix and asked, have you heard of the realm Red Alps? Red Alps? I don't recall any realm with such a name. I name the realms I visit myself for my convenience, since it's difficult for me to interact with natives to learn the true name of their realm. I might have been there. Can you tell me something else about that realm? It might help me remember. Unlike the Demon Codex, Henrix's origin card did not come with a universal translator skill along with its inter-realm teleportation skill. So, Wyatt could relate to Henrix's experience of entering an alien planet and not being able to talk to the natives due to the language barrier. Although higher-level beings could communicate mentally, they would also covet Henrix to learn his secrets. Hence, Henrix stuck to what he knew and could handle. Red Alps has many mountain ranges covered in red snow. It is inhabited by red-skinned dwarves with feet that are too big for their body size. They are known as Redfoot in the myriad realms. Wyatt narrated everything distinctive he could think of about the Red Alps realm. Ah, I remember now. I have been to that realm. I call it the Blood Snow realm, Henrix exclaimed, but soon he frowned and warned, if you have any idea of going to that realm, forget it. That realm was invaded by dark races and has successfully been occupied by them. The demons have enslaved all the natives and are using them to mine its resources. Within a few years, there will be nothing left in that realm but mountains of corpses, unless the dark races occupying that realm plan to destroy it to tie up loose ends. Listening to Henrix, both Wyatt and Field Marshal Heatsen's faces turned sullen. They felt bad not only because of the Redfoot tribe's fall but also because they understood the dire consequences of failing to protect Card World in the upcoming demon invasion. The Redfoot, once a proud and resilient people, had been reduced to mere slaves, their lives devoid of meaning or purpose. Their homeland, once a vibrant and thriving ecosystem, had been ravaged by the dark races, its natural beauty replaced by desolate wastelands. The thought of what might happen to Card World if the demons were to succeed in their invasion was a terrifying prospect. Henrix's warning served as a stark reminder of the dangers that lurked beyond the familiar realms. It was a sobering realization for Wyatt and Field Marshal Heatsen, who still hadn't started any preparation for the upcoming demon invasion. They knew that they had to do everything in their power to prevent the demons from gaining a foothold in Card World. The fate of not only their own realm but also the countless others in it depended on them. Give me that realm's coordinates, Wyatt requested Henrix, planning to visit it after he finished his business in Lil Red Storm realm. He wanted to find the young Redfoot he had encountered in the Inter-Realm City to learn and understand the downfall of the Redfoot tribe in their own realm. Wyatt planned to understand the various strategies the demons had at their disposal to take over a realm. After all, taking over a realm was more than just a matter of strength. His victory over the Viltronian on Earth and the ancient Card Apprentices, victory over the Dark Races in the first demon invasion were proof of this. He was worried that the 7 Princes of Hell might choose to recruit outside help if their invasion of Card World were to go south. Wyatt's plan here was simple. He needed to prepare for every possible situation, regardless of how improbable it was, because fate of billions of lives depended on it. Chapter 2232 Don't try to be my father. Date unspecified time unspecified location Lil Red Storm realm, unspecified listening to Wyatt demand coordinates for a realm that had fallen to the demon invasion. Even after his warning, Henrix frowned. Just as he was about to reject him as a concerned elder, the field marshal beat him to the punch. She exclaimed in distress, "Wyatt, you are being reckless now." Wyatt ignored the field marshal and repeated himself to Henrix, "Give me the coordinates and take your leave." Listening to Wyatt's tone, Henrix swallowed his saliva and forwarded the coordinates to Wyatt's grimoire, believing the field marshal would stop Wyatt from doing something reckless. He was suddenly grateful to the field marshal for helping him dodge a bullet. He knew the only reason Wyatt reacted so mildly was because it was the field marshal who had denied him. Had it been him who spoke up, Wyatt's reaction would have been completely different. His deep tone was evidence of that. "I will be on my way then. Princess, take care," Henrix said, immediately taking his leave to avoid becoming collateral damage in their fight. Considering the temper of the field marshal and Wyatt, it was a very likely possibility. Making sure Henrix had left, Wyatt turned to face the field marshal and sternly reminded her, "Field Marshal, I am glad you think of me as one of your grandchildren. But when on official business, I am your leader. Your job is to follow my lead without any question. Let me worry about the consequences." "Got it, understood," the field marshal immediately responded, understanding her mistakes so far. She couldn't agree with Wyatt more. Therefore, she dropped the matter of him collecting the coordinates of Red Alps realm from Henrix and did not bring it up again. "But," she added, "Wyatt, remember, if you need someone to share the weight on your shoulder, you have a group of friends and subjects who will be happy to do so without any question or complaint." The field marshal understood that it was wrong of her to project her grandchildren onto Wyatt while on duty. He was her liege, and while on duty, he didn't need a protective grandma but a loyal knight to execute his orders without question or delay. But she also felt that Wyatt's way of doing things wasn't completely correct. He burdened himself with all the responsibility, even the little ones. His way of doing things was exhausting, especially when he had good friends and subordinates who would be glad to be of use to him. He could share a little burden with each of them instead of shouldering everything alone. "I will keep that in mind, thank you." Wyatt understood where the field marshal was coming from. He had also recently given this some thought. However, he was accustomed to doing things a certain way, so it would be hard for him to change, but not impossible. "It will take time. Also, I haven't been completely honest with you about the celestial rule domain," Wyatt said. Now that they were talking, he decided to come clean. He didn't want the field marshal to waste time trying to recreate the celestial rule domain using the pseudo-celestial rule domain. Her mastery of the pseudo-celestial rule domain was already at a satisfactory level. Spending more time on it would lead nowhere. With the second demon invasion on the brink, every minute was precious for her to grow stronger. He had to point her in the right direction or help her find something new. Borrowing celestial force from the native realm on another realm was very difficult. Yet, the field marshal was not only borrowing celestial force from the card world but also using it to create the pseudo-celestial rule domain. Although weaker and smaller in size, it was still impressive. Clearly, her control over her divinity's spiritual channel was impressive, proving she wasn't among the top 10 card apprentices just for show. "I know it's impossible to forge a celestial rule domain if you don't have your own celestial force. I had Dredre help me borrow books on it from the Infinity Library. It wasn't clearly mentioned in the books, but I concluded as such based on what was written in your demonstration of the celestial rule domain. However, I can't deny that it's a very powerful skill, even if I can only use the false version. Therefore, I've decided to continue perfecting it, the field marshal revealed, astonishing Wyatt. Now he was starting to understand why she was among the top 10 card apprentices. It wasn't just her bloodline and unique eyes that gave her an edge, but her perception of skills and abilities was very strong. She wasn't to be underestimated, her potential was very high. Now that she had made her debut in the myriad realms as a devil merchant, there was no telling what she could achieve. Wyatt grinned dumbly, imagining the field marshal's future prospects as a devil merchant. He believed she would have surpassed the card world's limits and more in a few months. He couldn't help but feel proud, as she was one of his strongest comrades with sky-high potential. With his support, he could see her entering the ranks of the ruler class or even surpassing it alongside him. The most important part for him above all else was that he could trust her. Seeing Wyatt's dumb grin as he daydreamed, the field marshal had a sense of foreboding. She couldn't help but wonder what Wyatt was thinking about. If only she knew that Wyatt had already begun planning her future for her, she might have reminded him of his words, "You are my liege, don't try to be my father." "Wyatt, what are we doing here? Whatever it is, you better hurry or let us leave this area pronto." The field marshal awakened Wyatt from his daydream, sensing the wind currents growing stronger and both suns of this realm being covered by dark clouds. Chapter 2233 Astronomical Natural Deposit of LSG. Date unspecified, time unspecified, location card world unspecified. With the field marshal's timely reminder, Wyatt scanned his surroundings, finding an approaching storm. He ordered, "Field Marshal, let's get out of the storm's path and find a peaceful location for our temporary shelter." "Temporary shelter?" the field marshal blurted, pondering Wyatt's intentions in this lifeless foreign land. "How long are we going to stay here?" she asked. "Not long, let's head cast," Wyatt replied. The hive owl had predicted the storm's path based on wind currents. Coming from the north, it would head southwest, so they needed to go east. Wyatt immediately headed east at his fastest speed, but soon felt a gentle warmth around his waist and smelled a familiar fragrance. The field marshal had picked him up in her embrace and used the space rule to displace them both 35 miles from their original location in a fraction of a second. Arriving at a safe location, the field marshal let go of Wyatt, commenting, "This place is good enough for us to build our temporary shelter." Wyatt disagreed. He scanned their surroundings, noticing a canyon-like formation, the only place in the barren red planet with shade from the harsh temperature of its two suns. After careful observation, he determined it was actually a mountain range. The natural abrasions and chafings indicated that strong wind currents had sculpted the mountains into a deep, narrow valley over centuries. However, Wyatt couldn't feel the wind currents surrounding were strong enough to have transformed a mountain range into a canyon. The present wind current were too mild, they could not curve a mountain range into a valley regardless of the time period. "I'm missing something," Wyatt muttered to himself, trying to figure out the canyon's formation because he felt whatever created it would hinder them if they built their temporary shelter here. Suddenly, thinking of something, he lifted his head to stare at the sky. Ignoring the blinding brightness of the planet's two suns, he observed the sky carefully and found a tiny moon in the western sky. He nodded, uttering, "My suspicions were correct." Seeing a moon in the morning sky, Wyatt understood that this planet had multiple moons, just like it had two suns. He guessed that while the wind currents in this location were mild in the morning, at night, when all the moons appeared, they grew strong enough to curve the mountain range into a huge canyon over a long period, making this location less ideal for them to build their temporary shelter. "What's wrong?" the field marshal asked, hearing Wyatt mutter to himself without explaining anything. "We can't stay here, let's find a different place," Wyatt said. Just as he finished, multiple bright streams of light flashed above in the sky like fireworks, attracting their attention. "It's a meteor shower," the field marshal exclaimed excitedly. The sight of multiple meteors descending from the sky, emitting brilliant lights in a foreign red land, was mesmerizing, even with the bright suns dampening their brilliance. "They will descend a few hundred miles from here. Let's head there and worry about making a temporary shelter later," Wyatt said excitedly. Ever since he learned that a demon devil merchant can use the devil merchant code's inter-realm transportation function to mine meteors, he had been itching to expand his business to the meteor mining industry but hadn't been able to due to his previous financial constraints. Now that multiple meteors had arrived at his doorstep, Wyatt didn't want to miss this opportunity. "Okay." The field marshal nodded and was about to grab Wyatt and displace them both to the meteor shower strike location, but Wyatt dodged her grasp by using his version of the Agent Lewis Forger's instant teleportation technique. The field marshal's eyes widened in surprise. Her intense sense had noticed Wyatt using her spiritual channel to appear behind her. Though curious, she didn't ask him about it, instead waited for him to explain whatever his reason to interrupt her who was just following his orders was. "Let's use our flight cards to fly over there. I want to scan the landscapes of this world on our way there," Wyatt revealed. The field marshal nodded in agreement and summoned a luxurious military shuttle shaped like a two-person canoe, saying, "Get on. It will be easy for you to scan the ground with your unique eyes as I drive." "Good thinking," Wyatt commented, getting on the shuttle. The field marshal curiously asked, "Is there something special about this world's ground?" "I suspect there is. You two keep an eye out, will you?" Wyatt didn't want to reveal anything until he had confirmed his suspicions. "Sure, but what should I keep an eye out for?" The field marshal agreed in a complaining tone, as Wyatt wouldn't explain what he was looking for on this barren land. Her curiosity was growing with each passing second. "You will know when you find it," Wyatt replied, focusing on scanning the ground using his primordial soul pupils. They had covered over 105 miles, but neither Wyatt nor the field marshal had found anything peculiar about her in the red ground below them. However, as they passed by a wide crater, Wyatt ordered aloud, "Field marshal, stop." The field marshal descended her shuttle into the crater while simultaneously using her unique eyes to scan the ground and sense what exactly had excited Wyatt. Soon, she exclaimed in astonishment, "There's a huge deposit of liquid spirit gold down there." "Yep," Wyatt agreed excitedly, using his primordial soul pupils and Hive L in combination to calculate the amount of the liquid spirit gold deposit in the ground. "It's almost 15 cubic miles in size," the field marshal announced her rough estimate based on her intense sense. 15.61 cubic miles to be exact, Wyatt corrected, as soon as his live AI had finished its calculation. "How did you know to search for a natural deposit of liquid spirit gold on this realm?" Chapter 2234 Space Disaster Date Unspecified Time Unspecified Location Lil Red Storm Planet Unspecified. How did you know to search for a natural deposit of liquid spirit gold on this realm? The field marshal asked Wyatt in puzzlement. Based on her knowledge, today was the first time he had learned about this realm and stepped on it. So, how did he know that this realm would have such an astronomical natural deposit of liquid spirit gold? Correction. It's not a natural deposit but the remains of a meteor. Also, I had no idea we would find a liquid spirit gold deposit here. I was just searching for the remains of the meteors that fell on this realm. As the meteors aren't entirely made of rocks but also different rare and precious minerals and resources. When I heard Henrix say this realm was plagued by constant meteor strikes and showers, I guessed that this realm must be filled with many rare resources. My bet was correct. It's a treasure trove, and that ignorant idiot, Henrix, not only handed us coordinates to it but personally led us to it. What's even more interesting is that these resources keep getting accumulated because of the meteors falling on this realm, i.e. even if we were to mine this entire realm, its resources would be renewed by other meteor remains. Now that Wyatt had confirmed his speculations, he finally revealed his thoughts to the field marshal. "Wyatt, are you sure this isn't a natural deposit but the remains of a meteor? Because, if a meteor, more than 15 cubic meters in size, were to hit this realm and the realm miraculously managed to survive such a catastrophic impact, this crater we are standing on would have been a lot wider and deeper." The field marshal pointed out the very thing bugging Wyatt about this liquid spirit gold LSG deposit. The on-site evidence wasn't adding up to his speculations. "I can guarantee you that this LSG deposit is not a natural deposit and is indeed the remains of a big meteor or even a large-scale meteor shower, but you're correct about the crater. The size of the crater created by the impact should have been a lot wider and deeper." "It's not adding up," Wyatt mused aloud. He was able to vouch that the LSG deposit was not a natural deposit and was indeed the remains of a big meteor or a meteor shower, because if it had been a natural deposit, the LSG deposit would have been on the surface ground of the realm's crust, like within a mountain or a valley, and spread across the landscape. It was a known fact that LSG deposits were found on surface ground. That was the case in the card world. It remained a fact inside the dungeons too. However, on this realm, the LSG deposit, though close to the surface ground, was deep in the crust, and all of the LSG was concentrated in a single location, forming a cluster. It was like it got buried by the impact. Then, recalling the meteor shower they saw earlier, he added, "Come to think of it, the meteor shower we saw earlier should have impacted the surface of this realm by now. Yet, it's too peaceful. Considering our distance from the area of effect, if nothing else, we should have at least felt the shockwaves and the sound from the impact. But we didn't. It's as if that meteor shower vanished into thin air. You're right, it totally slipped my mind, the field marshal agreed with Wyatt. Just as she was about to use her intense sense to sense what was happening in the direction of where the meteor shower was supposed to fall, Wyatt hurriedly ordered, "Field Marshal, take me there immediately." The field marshal recalled her shuttle and grabbed Wyatt's shoulder to displace them using her space rule. Soon, their figures vanished from the crater, leaving behind no trace of their presence. Field Marshal Heatsen stopped her skill, arriving 21 miles from the area of impact as the space there was collapsing on itself. She had no idea how long it would take for the space to stabilize so that they could inspect the area. Looking at the space that was collapsing on itself, Wyatt nodded in understanding, saying, "It seems I underestimated how fragile the space of this realm is." Seeing the space disaster before him, Wyatt knew that the meteor shower had arrived at the area of collision that he predicted, but before it could collide with the surface of the realm, its descent speed had destroyed the fragile space of this realm, causing it to collapse on itself. As a result, all the meteors were swallowed by the space disaster before they could collide with this realm's surface. Hence, they did not feel the shockwave or hear the sound from the impact. If the meteors are being swallowed by the space disaster before they can collide with this realm's surface, then where did that deposit of LSG come from? Was it a coincidence? Were we just lucky and found a natural deposit of 1SG while trying to find the remains of a meteor? Like a mind reader, the field marshal spoke all the right questions that Wyatt was trying to figure out at present. Not getting a reply, the field marshal tore her sight from the mesmerizing display of the small-scale space disaster and moved it onto Wyatt. Only to find that Wyatt was too busy using his unique eyes, analyzing the space disaster and gathering more data. Looking at Wyatt, the field marshal was stunned as she stared into his unique eyes. All of her attention was attracted by his beautiful pair of blue eyes. They appeared vast and deep as the ocean itself. Those eyes were so mesmerizing and intriguing that her mind was completely occupied by them. It was like she was obsessed with them, so much so that she was unable to take her eyes off of them. There was this profound mystery in those eyes that she tried to uncover, but it kept eluding her. She felt like she could spend the rest of her life just staring into those eyes, trying to solve their mystery. Chapter 2235 Memory Loss Date Unspecified Time Unspecified Location Lil Red Storm Planet Unspecified. This was not the first time the field marshal had seen Wyatt's unique eyes, yet her reaction this time around was more absurd and obsessive than the first time she saw them. She herself had zero clue as to why this was to be more accurate. She had no clue about what she was doing currently. She appeared to have lost herself in those eyes. Those eyes had not only managed to dominate her mind but were slowly affecting her will, it appeared. Trying to understand them, the field marshal was slowly losing her individuality, her sense of self, to them. The scary part was the field marshal had no idea about what the eyes were doing to her and willingly stared deeper and deeper into them. As if uncovering the mystery of those eyes were the sole purpose of her life. Wyatt, who was focused on the space disaster, felt the gaze of the field marshal. He chose to ignore them, but as time passed, her gaze became more intense, reaching a point where he could no longer ignore them. Suppressing his irritation, Wyatt paused his work, deactivated his primordial soul pupils, and asked her in a commanding tone, "What do you want?" Finding her appear to be in a trance, he didn't dare to startle or disturb her, fearing it would have an adverse effect on her. A few seconds after Wyatt recalled his primordial soul pupils, the field marshal slowly awakened from her trance with a very strong sense of loss. She felt an overwhelming sadness, as if she had lost the meaning of her life, causing her to lose all interest in life. Immediately plunging her healthy mental state into a state of severe depression. With such a vulnerable mental state, the field marshal's prowess were in disarray. She was no longer able to levitate and fell to the ground. Fortunately, Wyatt reacted quickly and grabbed her. However, in his embrace, her appearance morphed into her original appearance. She was no longer appeared like an intense mature adult but a cheerful young teenager dressed in a military uniform too big for her size, especially in her chest and buttocks. Region. Wyatt was able to sense the disarray in the field marshal's mental state affecting her physical state. Though he had no idea what caused this, he immediately shook the field marshal, adding, "Field marshal, what's wrong?" You have to get it together. Tell me, what happened? Just as he was panicking, not knowing what to do, the field marshal's diamond grimoire suddenly appeared and shone with a bright silver light, which instead of spreading out, gathered around her forehead like an angel's orb but was silver in color. Soon, the concentrated light morphed into a diamond tiara. As soon as the diamond tiara appeared on the field marshal's head, her blank and lost eyes regained their light and became lively ones again. They scanned their surroundings, and finding herself in Wyatt's embrace in her original body, she immediately got out of his embrace and assumed her public form, the intense and stern mature form, asking, "What is going on? What happened? You tell me," Wyatt replied as he was just as clueless. Listening to his reply, the field marshal frowned and tried to recall what happened, only to learn that she had turned to look at Wyatt, not getting any reply from him. But after that, she could not remember anything. This totally puzzled her. Feeling the tiara on her head, she knew something dangerous enough to kill her had transpired, otherwise, the tiara would not appear without her summoning it. This made her want to find out about her lost memories even more. "I don't really remember what happened. I seem to have lost all memories of the last few minutes," the field marshal answered, still mulling over what might have transpired in the last few minutes and what could have alerted the Heatsen family's heirloom card to come out of its own accord and protect her. Touching the tiara in her hair, she mentally thanked it for saving her life. Though she could convey her emotions to it, she could not communicate with it, otherwise she would have directly asked it what had happened. Feeling regret that her connection with the heirloom card was not strong enough to communicate with it, the field marshal checked their surroundings with her intense sense and advised Wyatt, "It appears this realm is a lot stranger than we previously thought. We need to be more careful." Wyatt nodded in agreement and immediately summoned his grimoire. He soon became busy with it, so the field marshal asked him, "What are you doing?" "I'm going to register the realm with the Devil Merchant Code and buy all the rights related to this realm, declaring this realm as my property. So that no demon devil merchant can use the Devil Merchant Code to set foot on this realm," Wyatt answered the field marshal without lifting his head. As soon as they found the LSG deposit on this realm, Wyatt wanted to register and buy all the rights related to this realm from the Devil Merchant Code but stopped because that meant his stock of devil-grade ingredients would vanish. Hence, he decided to put it off for the foreseeable future when his wallet could withstand such an expensive purchase. But now, experiencing the oddity with the field marshal, he decided to be safe than sorry and decided to register and buy all rights to this realm from the Devil Merchant Code even if it meant he would be a pauper again. "What? This realm has still not been registered with the Devil Merchant Code? I thought the demon devil merchant who found our realm might have used the Devil Merchant Code's inter-realm transportation function to scan its surroundings and found this realm already and registered it with the Devil Merchant Code." The field marshal too had thought about having Wyatt register the Lil Red Storm realm under his name but stopped believing some demon merchant might have beaten them to the punch. If some other demon merchant had found it before us, they would have already destroyed it for its fragments. Comment Chapter 2236 Lost in Void Date Unspecified Time Unspecified Location Lil Red Storm Planet Unspecified. Had any other devil merchant discovered it before us, they would have likely destroyed it for its fragments. Though Wyatt said that, he agreed with the field marshal's point and couldn't help but wonder why the first devil merchant to explore the sector of the myriad realms containing Card World and Red Alps hadn't registered the Lil Red Storm realm with the Devil Merchant Code. Could it be because Lil Red Storm is too small and barren to warrant the investment of devil merchant codes to assess its resources using the functions of the Devil Merchant Code? Even if it's a young realm, its fragments would still be valuable. The fact that this realm remains untouched by foreign life suggests that devil merchants haven't found it. Or perhaps they did find it but left it alone to allow it to grow, making its fragments more valuable. That's possible, but why didn't they register it? Maybe they assumed no one would be foolish enough to spend resources exploring a sector of myriad realms already explored by others. This way, the realm would still belong to them without any investment. Besides, if someone else were to discover it and register it, the loss wouldn't be significant. Exploring and occupying an entire sector of the myriad realms is expensive, even for a ruler-class family or guild. So, it's not surprising that demonic merchants would employ such tactics to save wealth where they can. Especially, when have other promising investments to spend it on. Or there could be some other reason why these realms managed to escape the eyes of the devil merchants or the Devil Merchant Code's inter-realm scan function. Wyatt had a strong doubt about this one, having seen the conditions of this realm be that as may. Wyatt was glad he had registered the realm under his name using the Devil Merchant Code and purchased rights to it. Even if he became destitute, no demon devil merchant could enter the realm through the Devil Merchant Code without his permission. While they could still enter the realm through other methods like demon summoning sacrifice ceremonies, Wyatt believed that in a lifeless realm, demons couldn't use their traditional means to invade Lil Red Storm. Additionally, since he had bought all the rights from the Devil Merchant Code, the realm's coordinates would remain hidden from demon devil merchants. As for any unforeseen circumstances, he would address them as they arose. Finally, there was Elenrix. Wyatt already considered him and his freedom fighters part of his force. He had decided to bring them under his command, no matter what. If persuasion didn't work, he wouldn't hesitate to use force. But he knew it wouldn't come to that. He was certain that when Henrix informed his organization about Wyatt's offer, although there would be mixed reactions, more than half of the freedom fighters' members would support it. Then, even Henrix would be forced to put aside his differences and join Wyatt's forces. Wyatt was so confident that this was not only plausible but also inevitable, thanks to the propaganda of the Southern Princes. They had turned him into the Southern Hope by exaggerating his good deeds across the 5 regions, including their remote corners where sunlight doesn't reach. They had swayed public opinion, transforming Wyatt into a saint in the hearts of the people, even though few had met him or knew the real Wyatt. It's hard to believe a small realm like this managed to escape the notice of demonic merchants. If only our realm were this lucky, the field marshal mused aloud, sighing dejectedly at the end. She knew that wishing to change the past was a waste of time. It wasn't just luck that this realm managed to survive. Field Marshal, take me to this realm's void. Go as high above as possible. I want to see the entire realm with all its satellite bodies, Wyatt requested the Field Marshal, sensing that there was more to the mystery of why this realm remained untouched by demonic merchants while they had invaded almost all the other realms in this sector, including Card World and Red Alps. Satellite bodies? The Field Marshal asked in puzzlement, finding the term unfamiliar. I mean all its moons and other things revolving around this realm, Wyatt explained. The Field Marshal nodded but, while executing her liege's command, asked him with concern, can your body survive in the void? Yes. Don't worry, my physique can take it, Wyatt replied with a confident smile. The Viltronian who had landed on Earth was a Grandmaster realm strong. If he was able to survive floating through space without any form of protective covering for God knows how long, Wyatt believed his hybrid Viltronian and Calamity World Tree physique would be able to survive spending a few minutes in the void. Not to forget he would be under the Field Marshal's protection. Not that he need it, but it doesn't hurt to have extra protection. Fine, if you say so, the Field Marshal said, covering Wyatt with her intense sense as she grabbed him by the shoulder. In the next second, they both vanished from the surface of Lil Red Storm and appeared in the void surrounding it. However, upon arriving in the void, the Field Marshal was dumbfounded to find it empty where there should have been a small realm. For a moment, she thought they might be lost in the void and panicked. Seeing her panic, Wyatt advised, use your unique pupils. Lil Red Storm is right before us. Eel 2 had activated his primordial soul pupils to see the little realm that was invisible to regular sight. Listening to Wyatt, the Field Marshal hurriedly activated her unique pupils to find the Lil Red Storm realm indeed before them. However, for some reason, her regular sight, strengthened by her card demigod realm, was unable to find this realm even though it was right in front of her. Comment Chapter 2237 Celestial Array Formation Date Unspecified Time Unspecified Location Lil Red Storm Planet, Unspecified, it's invisible to regular means. No wonder it was able to evade the dark race. Amazing, the Field Marshal muttered, understanding why the realm had escaped the demonic invasion. She continued, I know that realms, moons, and suns are round and revolve around each other, but what is this? I've never seen anything like it before. Does our card world also look like this from far out in the void? The Field Marshal was astonished to see Lil Red Storm surrounded by 21 tiny moons and 6 large elliptical rings made of clouds of dust, mist, and asteroids. The rings were so huge that she and Wyatt couldn't see them from the surface of Lil Red Storm. The grand appearance of Lil Red Storm shattered the Field Marshal's understanding of the appearance and alignment of realms and moons. She couldn't help but wonder if there was more to Card World than she and her ancestors had explored so far. Wyatt sighed, not bothering to correct the Field Marshal or go into detail about how celestial bodies are aligned in the void. The reason the field marshal had never seen the complete card world like she did with Lil Red Storm was because her native realm was more than 100 times larger. To see the entire card world, she would have to travel much deeper into the void, which was impossible due to card world's magnetic field and the current limitations of the field marshal's strength. She also didn't seem to have the skills or rules related to inter-realm travel. Her command over space rules was top-notch, but inter-realm travel required expertise in different rule meanings. It was already amazing that she could travel this far into the void. Wyatt answered her, "No, it's not necessary that card world appears like this. Especially considering that it doesn't have multiple suns and moons. As for the asteroid belts, I don't think our realm has one. If you have any doubts, you can use the demonic merchant code's inter-realm scan function to observe the entire card world from a third-person view. Or you can give me that money, and I can build you a world-class observatory that will allow not only you but others to observe and explore the stars and void. Many generations can learn and enjoy the stars and void just like you." Asteroid belts? Do you mean those 6 huge elliptical rings? What is their function? How do they affect or help the realm? The field marshal ignored Wyatt's offer and focused on learning more about Lil Red Storm and its wonders. For the field marshal, who had never left card world and barely knew the most basic astronomy, all this was new. Seeing such a breathtaking scene, she couldn't help but want to understand and learn more about it. She wanted a more detailed and long-lasting mental picture. Seeing how Wyatt seemed to have an idea about all this, she couldn't help but inquire. After learning about the Infinity Library, she was no longer skeptical about Wyatt's widespread knowledge. Until today, I thought these asteroid belts existed because of the realm's unique magnetic field and served minimal purpose to the realm. But now that I've seen one in person, I believe otherwise. This entire realm is one big natural array formation, or dare I say, celestial array formation. Its primary function is to capture meteors and asteroids passing by, and its secondary function is to hide the realm's presence in the myriad realms. Using his primordial soul pupils, Wyatt had determined that this realm, together with its multiple moons and multiple elliptical asteroid belts, formed a natural array formation the very first time he saw its entire form. Now Wyatt understood why the realm's space was fragile and why large deposits of LSG they found were buried in its crust. The fragile space was an integral part of this realm's natural array, designed to safely catch meteors and asteroids and extract the resources they contain. The realm used space disasters that consumed meteors or asteroids during their descent to extract their resources, which were then buried in its crust. While Wyatt had no idea why this realm went to such lengths to collect resources instead of comprehending the rules from the origin source and creating its own resources like the other realms, he saw a huge opportunity here. He didn't mean the resources accumulated by the realm but the celestial array formation formed by the realm to capture passing meteors and asteroids. Wyatt had come across the term celestial array formation when he was studying array formations in the Infinity Library, but he couldn't access more books and information about them since his privilege level in the Infinity Library wasn't high enough. He needed to be level 2 or higher to learn this knowledge. Then, Wyatt never got back to it, as he became busy with other things in his life. However, his luck did not allow it. Now he got to examine a real-life celestial array formation in person. That too, a celestial array formation with an amazing application such as safely capturing meteors, asteroids and extracting their resources. If Wyatt were able to study this and apply it to other realms or just a small-scale version to farm meteors, asteroids, the resources he could accumulate would be unimaginable. Not to mention, Wyatt saw other amazing applications for this celestial array formation. However, he didn't know how long it would take for him to learn the celestial array formation without any external help. Yes, with his current talents, Wyatt was not worried about his ability to explore the mysteries of the celestial array formation and learn it. Eel was confident that he would not only be able to explore all its mysteries and learn it but also create various versions of it capable of performing various applications other than just capturing meteors, asteroids and extracting their resources. After all, he was one with the source. When he could peek into the mysteries of the origin source, the mysteries of the celestial array formation were not a big deal. Although it was another thing entirely that he would die if he were to arrogantly dare to peek into the origin source's mystery. Chapter 2238 Egg Guild Date Unspecified Time Unspecified Location Lil Red Storm Planet Unspecified Currently Wyatt wanted to hug Henrix and thank him for introducing to the Lil Red Storm realm. That fool thought this was a wasteland where no form of life could survive, but truth was from it. It was a treasure trove of not just rare resources but also knowledge. Lil Red Storm chose different celestial path to advance compared to the likes of Dark Realm, Red Alps, Card World, and etc. A path known to only a few who would not share it with others with being compensated appropriately. As of now, Wyatt was one of them, though he had yet to full uncover the mystery of the celestial path chosen by Lil Red Storm and understand it. This played huge significance on his future. As a budding celestial himself, Wyatt had been searching a way to develop as celestial being along with his development as a card apprentice, Viltronian World Calamity Tree Hybrid, and Soul Mutation Division Partitioner. For long he did not find a suitable path to develop in this direction. However, the Lil Red Storm showed him that there are other paths for celestials to grow and advance. The path chosen by it gave Wyatt hope that somewhere out there was a path suitable for him to grow and advance as celestial being. This conclusion made Wyatt eager to advance his Infinity Library VVIP membership to 2 tier as soon as possible so that he can access the celestial rule formation collected by the librarian and his forces. But he did not let his eagerness to learn more about the celestial array formation command his action, because it hasn't been long since he continuously increased his Infinity Library membership tier. If he were to repeat again in such a short span of time, he was bound to attract unwanted attention. The Librarian Junior's attention already proving too heavy to shoulder, Wyatt did not any more of such attention. Thinking this far, Wyatt could not help but ponder, do I count as a part of the Librarian's force too? Recalling he was trusted with Dreadray by Librarian Junior and had promised to do help him with a matter, he believed though not official he was a confidential member of the Librarian's forces. He'll maybe be a temporary member, but he was trusted with the responsibility that one of the permanent members were given, to raise a pixie. Wyatt could never forget this ticking bomb. It might be in the back of his mind, but its ticking sound always haunted him. Ever since he found out that he was purposefully feed the confidential information of how a pixie can advance into an elder pixie, Wyatt believed he was part of bigger conspiracy that he had zero clue of. He did not dare to dig into it to uncover the truth, as he was akin to an ant for those playing this game. Not just him, the entire card world was no significance to them. Be that as it may, Wyatt was too eager to explore the mystery of Lil Red Storm's celestial array formation and learn it. He did not have time to worry about something that might or might not happen in the distant future. However, just as he was about to begin, the field marshal interrupted him, asking, "Wyatt, my Devil Codex received a guild invitation by a demon merchant guild named Egg Guild to join them. What should I do?" Though the field marshal was new to the Devil Merchant Code and a soldier by trade, as an ex-princess she knew the importance of a merchant guilds to a state, therefore she did not immediately reject the invitation. She wondered if it would be of any use to her young liege in the Devil Merchant Code and sought his input before replying to the invitation. Accept the invitation. The Ezra's Genuine Goods Guild, in short the Egg Guild, is guild I just created. Also, ask the other two to do the same and use your Devil Merchant authority to advance our guild from a mere Demon Merchant Guild to the Devil Merchant Guild, Wyatt instructed the field marshal as he continued to use his primordial soul pupils to make the entire mechanism of the Lil Red Storm's celestial array formation. After Wyatt emptied his wallet to register Lil Red Storm and buy all the rights associated to the realm from the Devil Merchant Code, his Demon Merchant Codex received a notification reading, "Dear Demon Merchant, the value of your total trades have exceeded the minimum requirement of total trade value to create a Demon Merchant Guild. Congratulations, you can now create your own Demon Merchant Guild. Do you want to create a Demon Merchant Guild? Yes, no, note. To register a Demon Merchant you need to have a base in any sector of the Inter-Realm City. For conducting more than 95% of your trade using Devil Grade ingredients. As reward, the Devil Merchant Code will help you create and register your Demon Merchant Guild for free." Yes, Wyatt decided to create a guild without a hesitation, because not only was free but the privileges that he could access through a Demon Merchant Guild were greater than that of a single Demon Merchant. Not to mention, just being a part of or backed by Demon Merchant Guild will give a lot of legitimacy and leverage to him, his members, and his personal inter-realm network in the Devil Merchant Code when conducting a trade. After all, many Devil merchants would be more inclined to do business with an established Demon Merchant Guild than with a no-name, no-address Demon Merchant. Dear Demon Merchant, congratulations on creating a Demon Merchant Guild. Please state your guild name and guild address to register your Demon Merchant Guild. Note: ensure that your guild name doesn't imitate or copy other guild names in any way to avoid unnecessary complications. Only guilds with a base in Inter-Realm City, regardless of the sector, will be registered. Guild name: Ezra's Genenu Goods Guild aka Egg Guild. Guild address: Blight Brood Club, Sector DS0909, Inter-Realm City. Dear Demon Merchant, 1937. Congratulations. Egg Guild has been registered. Devil Merchant Codes Guild function are now available to you. Advance your Demon Merchant Guild to a Devil Merchant Guild to access all the guild functions. Note: please check your Demon Merchant Codex for the guild functions. You advance your Demon Merchant Guild to a Devil Merchant Guild by recruiting a Devil Merchant rank member. Wyatt, can we change our Devil Merchant Guild name or just use the entire name instead of the acronym? It is too embarrassing to say I am from the Egg Guild. Besides, why this name? Should a young energetic teenager name? Like Tyrant Gold Dragon Guild or something like that. The Field Marshal requested as she joined the Egg Guild and asked Susan and Park to do the same while going through the process of advancing their guild to the Devil Merchant Guild rank. Devil Merchant Unparalleled Soldier has joined your Egg Guild. Demon Merchant M's Manager has joined your Egg Guild. Demon Merchant Eternal Agony has joined your Egg Guild. Reading the guild invitation acceptance notification, Wyatt was amused by pseudonyms chosen by the Field Marshal, Susan, and Corey. It was a known rule to not use true name when conducting trade with a demon devil, especially in the Devil Merchant Code. Dreadray was doing a good job guiding these three in the ways for the Devil Merchant Code, which was surprising considering she herself was too much of goody to shoes to be a demon devil merchant. No, you can't. I like this name. It holds a sentiment to me. As Wyatt rejected the Field Marshal's request to change the name of their Demon Merchant Guild, his Demon Merchant Codex received another notification, reading: Dear Demon Merchant, congratulations, your Egg Guild has met the requirement to advance from a Demon Merchant Guild to a Devil Merchant Guild. Your guild member Unparalleled Soldier has applied to advance your Demon Merchant Guild to a Devil Merchant Guild. As Egg Guild's Guild Master, do you agree? Yes, no, note. Your Demon Merchant Guild needs to advance to a Devil Merchant Guild to access all the guild functions of the Devil Merchant Code. Yes, Wyatt agreed to advance his Demon Merchant Guild to a Devil Merchant Guild. It was only logical, as Devil Merchant Guild held more weight in the mind's other Devil Merchant than a mere Demon Merchant Guild. Not to forget the various exclusive privileges only available to the Devil Merchant Guild, like full access to Devil Merchant Code's guild function. Guild Master Wyatt, can you please reconsider our guild name? The Field Marshal requested Wyatt once again, as she really did not like their guild name, Egg Guild. She did not understand why Wyatt would choose such an embarrassing name to begin with. Was he not ashamed to be the guild master of a guild with such an embracing name? Chapter 2239 Old Habits Die Hard. Date unspecified. Time unspecified. Location Lil Red Storm Planet unspecified. Take me back to the surface, Wyatt said, not bothering to reject the Field Marshal again, and the latter appeared to have gotten the hint. Wyatt and his multiple primordial spirits together had copied the entire external design of the celestial array formation using his primordial soul pupils. Now, he needed to focus on understanding its principles and workings, which he could only do by thoroughly exploring it from within. The Field Marshal, understanding that nothing she said would change Wyatt's mind about their guild's name, shook her head in helplessness before proceeding to bring her young liege back to the realm's surface. She had finally found the thing she did not like about Wyatt: his naming sense. He had the worst naming sense among the people she knew. For someone who invented so many popular products appreciated and used by billions, she felt he could use a better naming sense. Returning before the space disaster that had swallowed the meteor shower, Wyatt stared that space that appeared like multiple tidal waves collapsing on them. Field Marshal, I need to figure out how this realm is using space disasters to extract the resources from the meteors, asteroids, and gather resources in its crust. I could use your space rule expertise on this one. Although his primordial soul pupils allowed him to see and learn the truth of all things, his understanding of the celestial array formation would be limited by his lack of knowledge in this field. He could try to learn the required knowledge and complete the Lil Red Storm's celestial array formation, but that would take a lot of time. However, if he were to recruit the Field Marshal's help, she could use her expertise to learn how the space disaster extracted the resources from meteors and asteroids and buried them in its realm's crust. Then, she could specifically teach Wyatt what he was missing and needed to understand this celestial array formation, instead of him having to learn every book Dreadray recommended to him on the application of space and array formation. Though this approach would save him a lot of time and trouble now, in the long run, he would have a learned application of space in the field of array formation once and for all, but he could do it some other time too. After all, he was short time right now, not manpower or means. It was all about time management. Yes, Wyatt would have borrowed the books from the Infinity Library by freeing some of his primordial spirits busy with decoding the celestial array formation design from him to instead comprehend the borrowed books for him, but he went against his instincts and decided to recruit the field marshal's help because he wanted to put his words, sharing responsibility and asking help, into action. He was trying to be the change he wanted to see in himself. However, old habits die hard. In the end, unable to suppress his instincts, just to be on the safe side, he sent Dredre a text through his demon codex asking her to help him borrow books on the application of space in high-rank array formations from the Infinity Library for reference. Wyatt didn't doubt the field marshal's understanding of space rules, he feared she might not have a proper grasp of the application space in array formations. Although she had rudimentary knowledge of array formations, she wasn't a full-fledged array master. Besides, change doesn't happen overnight, it requires time. As long as he was willing to take the initiative to change and put in the required effort, it was only a matter of time. Listening to Wyatt's request, the field marshal stared at him with wide eyes. Even before meeting Wyatt, she had heard her husband, grandniece, sister-in-law, and others rave about his talents in card creation and array formation. Her husband, notoriously difficult to please when it came to array formations, praised Wyatt endlessly. He even planned to use Wyatt to win bets among the heads of 5 regions' array master associations and ascend to the demigod rank, inspired by the rewarded divinity. Everyone she knew agreed that Wyatt was a genius, but they also agreed that he was too arrogant. Her husband, in particular, believed that Wyatt's arrogance would eventually be his downfall. However, upon meeting Wyatt, the field marshal saw something others hadn't. Wyatt's arrogance wasn't a product of his ego or a belief in his superiority. It was a defense mechanism, pushing people away. He might be a genius in many areas, but when it came to human relations, he seemed to have unresolved past traumas. So he preferred to keep his distance from humans altogether. However, because of his unparalleled genius and kind heart, that would never be possible. Still, was it because of fate or his kind heart? He was surrounded by good people and friends who cared about him. Being in their company appeared to be slowly healing his past traumas and opening his heart to new possibilities that he had previously closed to. Being a part of his growth and journey helped the field marshal find the satisfaction she was previously missing when working for her niece. Especially, today when Wyatt decided to ask for help instead of trying to solve everything by himself. She felt she made the right choice. However, knowing that if her work were not able to meet Wyatt's standard he would redo all of the work himself, she did not dare to slack off and planned to give her 100%. "Don't worry, Wyatt, I will not disappoint you," the field marshal declared as she activated her unique pupils to gauge the space disaster in front of her. She single-mindedly mobilized all of her attention to exploring the mystery of the space disaster in hopes to prove herself to Wyatt. Seeing her like this, who had borrowed the books on the application of space in array formation, felt a little ashamed. Yet, went ahead and assigned a few of his primordial spirits to comprehend them and share them with him and the rest of the primordial spirits. It was not that Wyatt was unable to let go of control, it was only that he strongly believed that if he wanted to get something done right he had to do it himself. Chapter 2240, A Realm Without Night. Date unspecified, time unspecified, location Lil Red Storm Planet unspecified. Wyatt and his thousands of primordial spirits were multitasking to uncover and understand the mysteries of the Lil Red Storm Realm's celestial array formation. Meanwhile, the field marshal had finished analyzing the space disaster and its role in the celestial array formation. It was natural that the field marshal had finished before Wyatt and his army of primordial spirits. They were trying to master an array the size of a dwarf planet, while the field marshal had been assigned a specific piece of that puzzle and asked to find where it fits. The field marshal carefully recorded her findings in detail, along with her theories and hypotheses, and shared them with Wyatt's grimoire. "Wyatt," she informed him, "I have shared my findings with your grimoire. Go through them once and ask me if you have any doubts." With Wyatt's knowledge and talent for array formation, the field marshal felt this was sufficient. "Sure, I'll get to it when I can," Wyatt answered dismissively, returning to his research. The primordial spirits assigned to study the application of space in array formation would handle it for him. "Anything else I can help you with?" the field marshal asked, eager to assist Wyatt in any way possible. However, All she heard was, "No, you're free to do anything you want." The field marshal didn't take offense at her liege's dismissive attitude. She knew he must be too focused on his research, and the fact that he had spared a few seconds to answer her was enough for her. Besides, her research on the space disaster and its role in the celestial array formation has given her many inspirations and has been very fruitful in terms of her understanding of space. If not for her duty to guard Wyatt, she would have immediately returned home and initiated fusing her 3 space rule meanings into a space rule stream. Although her inspiration was not enough to help her complete the process, she would have made significant progress. However, she felt this was also for her good because there was always a risk of contamination if she were to use inspiration gained from another realm's space to climb further in her space rule comprehension. One had to know that inspiration and comprehension were 2 different things. Though comprehending rules from a foreign realm was a big no-no, taking inspiration from a foreign realm was not. But not entirely risk-free. Nonetheless, she was at a step in space rule comprehension where she needed all the inspiration and help she could get to pass the test of the space rule. Not to mention, the Lil Red Storm realm was part of the same sector as Card World in the Devil Merchant Code's inter-realm city. So, their rules were basically the same. If she had asked Wyatt, he would have informed her she didn't have to worry about contamination. Besides, she wasn't exactly taking inspiration from that realm's space rule per se but from that realm's celestial array formation. Hence, if there was a risk of contamination, it was negligible. In the end, the field marshal continued to stand guard beside Wyatt, fearing that with all his attention on researching the celestial array formation, he might not sense any space disasters in the vicinity that were frequent enough to be on the lookout for in this realm. However, this didn't require her full attention, so she spared a little to concentrate on the space disaster before them, further refining her inspiration from the space disaster and its application to catch meteors or asteroids, extract their resources, and bury them in the realm's crust. This would decrease the risk of contamination when using it and make it more specific to her requirements. Busy with their research, both Wyatt and the field marshal forgot about building a temporary shelter on the realm. Considering their physiques, they didn't need one. Adding to that, the realm was plagued with space disasters, so building a temporary shelter or any type of shelter didn't seem to be an immediate requirement. Countless hours passed, but night never came on the Lil Red Storm realm. Although there were times when only one sun was visible to their side of the realm, the arrangement of the 2 suns ensured that the Lil Red Storm realm would never be without a sun. Based on his current understanding of the Lil Red Storm realm's celestial array formation, Wyatt believed that sunlight played a significant role in the formation. This meant that the realm's 2 suns were also indirect participants in its celestial array formation. In other words, this array formation was not applicable to realms that do not receive uninterrupted sun energy. With this discovery, Wyatt's interest in the celestial array formation decreased by half, as it was not applicable to Card World. Yes, he could try to modify the celestial array formation to replace the sun's energy with some other energy source, but that was easier said than done. Where would he be able to find an efficient and affordable energy source that could replace the sun itself, when the sunlight was basically free? Thus, this made this particular celestial array formation useless to Wyatt's current needs. Previously, Wyatt had wanted to study this celestial array formation urgently because he wanted to modify it and apply it to Card World so that it would also function as a space weapon hurling meteors and asteroids at the devils trying to invade Card World. With such a weapon at their disposal, they would never have to worry about the demon invasion again, unless a semi-ruler or ruler-class faction took an interest in Card World. Which was impossible, considering Card World would not be able to satisfy even a tenth of their appetite. However, realizing that his vision was no longer possible, mastering the celestial array formation was no longer Wyatt's priority. Especially considering that he had other pressing matters to deal with, such as gauging his current strength and then attacking the Freedom Fighters, main headquarters in the Yellow Plains realm. He had a legitimate reason to do so. Hence, no one would blame him for his surprise attack, including the Freedom Fighters. After all, thieves won't complain when they get caught but when they find their target turned out to be poorer than them. Comment 0 Chapter 2241 Infinite Combos Date Unspecified Time Unspecified Location Lil Red Storm Planet Unspecified confirming that the Lil Red Storm realm's celestial array formation required a constant supply of solar energy, mastering it became a secondary priority for Wyatt. Eel and thousands of Primordial spirits had already collected and recorded all the necessary data in the hive owl using their primordial soul pupils. They could gradually master it later. For now, Wyatt planned to focus on his original purpose, assessing his current strength. Seeing Wyatt unoccupied with his research, the field marshal inquired, "Wyatt, were my notes on the role of space disasters in the Lil Red Storm's celestial array formation sufficient, or did I miss something?" Wyatt paused, waiting for the primordial spirits studying space applications in array formation to share their findings. Once the information was gathered, Wyatt replied, "Your observations were accurate. Your suggestion of using space disasters to filter waste and extract resources from asteroids' meteors before burying them separately in the realm's crust was particularly inspiring. I applied it to modify the space isolation barrier array formation into a space furnace barrier array formation. This will be invaluable for large-scale ore refining." Really, the field marshal was flattered to hear Wyatt say her observation and inputs were inspiring for him and helped him modify an array formation. Then, she asked, "How efficient is the space furnace barrier array formation compared to the refining array formation currently used in the card world?" "You tell me, I'll be using it in a minute," Wyatt said as he flipped through his grimoire to familiarize himself with the changes his card Grandmaster Realm's baptism using the origin source's energy had brought him. The number of his traits, physique, and skills had decreased because the origin source's energy had fused them. The resulting traits, physique, and skills not only did they retain their original effects, but it also enhanced and modified them to perform optimally when using any form of energy derived from primordial energy. After all, primordial energy was believed to be the source of all energies. Wyatt was currently familiar with soul energy, curse energy, celestial force, and primordial energy, among the various energies in the myriad realms. Thanks to his card Grandmaster Realm's baptism using the origin source's energy, he could now utilize all four of these energies with his physiques, traits, and skills, or altogether without fearing any sort of backlash, and could be reckless to his heart's content. This harmony between the energies was a significant addition to his prowess. Apart from its obvious advantage in prolonged battles, it would make using various combo moves easier. He could now attempt many combo moves that he had previously avoided due to the fear of backlash from the clash between distinct energies. Just imagining himself bombarding enemies with one powerful combo after another, Wyatt became excited and couldn't wait to try it out. Therefore, he immediately ordered his 1024 primordial spirits to stop their current tasks and integrate with their respective SSS rank blood curses, which he had specifically chosen and purchased for them, to enter the blood curse incarnation form. A Grandmaster Realm being entering the blood curse incarnation with 1024 SSS rank curses was unheard of in the myriad realms, as it never occurred or attempted in its entire history. However, today a no-name card apprentice was not only going to attempt it but achieve it successful and survive. Even if the beings in the myriad realms were to hear of this feat, they wouldn't believe it, dismissing it as a false rumor. It was impossible in the reality they knew. However, today, one being in the entire myriad realm was about to witness the impossible and have her understanding of reality refreshed. The field marshal, who was eagerly anticipating Wyatt's initiation of the space furnace barrier array formation, suddenly froze, sensing an ominous, unfathomable energy emanating from him. Awakening from her stupor, she instantly used her innate sense to understand what was happening in the body of her young liege. She discovered that the sinister energy within him continued to widely grow. Attempting to gauge the depth of this energy, she felt as if there were no bottom to it. She did not understand how could a mortal body contain such bottomless sinister energy. She was unable to comprehend how her liege could contain such a vast amount of sinister energy while still functioning as a normal card apprentice. In a panic, she decided to intervene and rid his body of that sinister energy. However, before she could act, she heard her liege in her mind, "Field Marshal, let me be completely honest with you for a change." Though she trusted her liege and his abilities, the Field Marshal remained on guard, prepared to intervene if her young liege needed her. After all, the sinister energy was growing rapidly within his body, unchecked. If this continued, she feared the energy would exceed his mortal vessel's capacity and explode. However, her fears were unfounded. She soon felt the sinister energy within her liege's body slow down and stabilize, elevating his realm from card Grandmaster to card demigod. Not just any demigod, but the pinnacle of the demigod realm, known throughout the card world. Sensing Wyatt's current realm, the field marshal herself felt a mortal threat from her young liege. Eiler instincts screamed at her to be cautious of the boy she was supposed to guard. These instincts quickly overwhelmed her rational mind, prompting her to retreat a few steps in preparation for a fight, awakening the fierce beast within her. Sensing the strong sinister energy enough to threaten her, she could not help but get excited. But before she could act on these newly awakened instincts, her diamond tiara shone brightly, erasing the momentum of the sinister energy within Wyatt's body and preventing it from provoking her feral instincts, giving back control to her rational mind. Back in control, the field marshal was ashamed because if not for the Heatsend royal family's heirloom card she would have attacked her Lickjay. Chapter 2242-1024 SS Rank Curses Date Unspecified Time Unspecified Location Lil Red Storm Planet Unspecified Once Wyatt's sinister energy anchored at the pinnacle of the card demigod realm, the field marshal detected its origin. To her shock, she discovered numerous SSS rank curses within him. While her intense sense couldn't penetrate his mutated ego gem, she estimated there were over 1,000 SSS rank curses within him. Surprisingly, Wyatt appeared unaffected despite integrating so many curses to enter his blood curse incarnation form. The field marshal was familiar with his transformations but was astonished by the lack of change. Previously, using a few dozen SSS rank curses, Wyatt's features had morphed to resemble a blood-red, sinister humanoid demon. However, this time, with over 1,000 SSS rank curses integrated within him, his appearance and mentality remained unaffected and unchanged, except for a raise in his realm that temporarily stabilized at the card world's known peak strength. The field marshal couldn't help but ask him in amazement, "How is this even possible? Did you make an advancement in your blood rule comprehension? Your current blood curse incarnation form looks very refined and in harmony with the before despite housing more than 1,000 SSS rank curses within you." "Yes, I already achieved Trinity in blood rule comprehension and am preparing to forge a blood rule stream. However, that is not why I have such control over my blood curse incarnation form despite integrating more than 1,000 SSS rank curses within me. It is because the mutation of my soul and ego gem is finally complete. As such, my current blood curse incarnation form is more stable, allowing me to stay in this form for a longer period of time," Wyatt answered as he scrutinized his realm and physique, trying to get a sense of the enhancement he gained in his current form. The field marshal nodded even though she had no idea what Wyatt meant by the completion of his soul and ego gem mutation. Wasn't mutation a one-time thing? Were there stages to it like partial and complete mutation? She pondered. She did not even bother to use her intense sense on his ego gem to note the changes to it and understand what Wyatt meant, knowing that it was a dead end. She was most aware that Wyatt's mutated ego gem could block any type of spying, maintaining his secrecy. "Field Marshal, I need a sparring partner, you up for it?" Wyatt asked the field marshal to be his sparring partner for two reasons. The first reason was that thanks to her strength she would make an excellent sparring partner for him to test his current prowess, and the second was that, this way he would be able to show the extent of his power to the field marshal such that she would stop focusing on being his bodyguard and be of more use to him in other ways, recruiting capable and trustworthy allies. After all, considering her popularity as the southern hero, if she were to plan a coup, more than half the southern region would willingly stand behind her. Not only did she have the royal bloodline, but she also had enough achievements to prove that she had the southern region's best interests in mind. If someone of her reputation and popularity were to start a coup, then the southern citizens would start to doubt that the Heatsend royal family must have done something wrong to warrant a reaction from the field marshal. The southern region's citizens had such trust in Field Marshal Heatsend. Not to mention they all knew her was proud and honorable by nature, as such she would not sort to something as lowly as a coup without a good reason. This was the invisible authority Field Marshal Heatsend held over the southern region and its citizens. She had such an effect even before her niece, the Southern Princess, used her media power to further consolidate this authority and image of hers in the hearts of every Southerner. Considering the Field Marshal's achievements, promoting her was as easy as breathing air for the Southern Princess. One should not forget that it was the Field Marshal's seal of approval that allowed the Southern Princess to gain a solid foothold among the high society of the Southern region, despite her being a woman and her scandal with Gainover. It was another thing that this foothold, by her own merit, further evolved into a fearful authority that allows the Southern Princes to control the Southern region from the shadows even today. All in all, if the Field Marshal had not made way for the Southern Princess and later stood by her side, it would have been very difficult for the Southern Princess to achieve her current grip on the Southern region. Just losing the Field Marshal's support had already loosened her grip on the Southern region. If not for her quick thinking and carefully laid out a trap, instead of this incident becoming an opportunity for her to purge those against her, it would have become the opportunity for her haters to steal her authority from her. It would be foolish of Wyatt to keep someone with such authority and influence as his bodyguard instead of having her help him consolidate his authority and influence in not just the southern region but all 5 regions. After all, her authority and influence as one of the top 10 strongest card apprentices was not just for show. Not to forget the field marshal's military experience and achievements. If she were to will it, she could help Wyatt turn his novice forces into a well-organized and strong army that knew honor but no fear. Sure, why not? Make your move whenever you are ready. The field marshal nonchalantly agreed to Wyatt's request for her to act as his sparring partner. After all, she too was curious how strong Wyatt was in his current form. After all, it had alarmed her feral instincts. Getting the green signal from the field marshal, Wyatt decided to start off with a combo of punches and kicks with his full might to get the latter to take this sparring session seriously. Chapter 2243 Trickery or Outsmarting. Date unspecified, time unspecified, location Lil Red Storm Planet, unspecified. Wyatt mobilized his full might and used his rudimentary combat knowledge to throw a series of punches and kicks at the field marshal in combo. He did not make use of any combat arts cards because he wasn't sparing with field marshal to win against her but to gauge his power and to understand his strength in each of his forms. It was an important step in his pursuit of comprehending his strength thoroughly. In his current form, Wyatt's attacks casily ripped the realm's fragile space, causing various spatial tears to appear. Ignoring these spatial tears, Wyatt continued with his attack as these spatial tears immediately closed as they formed. Though the realm's space was fragile, it displayed a strong vitality. Hence, it was able to heal instantly. If not for space's strong vitality, considering the constant space disasters in this realm, the realm would have long been left in shambles by a series of space disasters. Your attacks are fast and pack quite a power, but charging ahead like a wild boar will get you nowhere. Without proper technique, your agility and strength are like a sword with a dull blade, the field marshal commented, dodging Wyatt's series of punches and kicks by a hair's breadth. Though the attacks appeared to be a close miss, she did not even have to use her unique eyes to see through the shortcomings of Wyatt's attack and evade them. The raw power displayed by Wyatt in his blood incarnation form was enough to threaten her, but it was not enough to get her on her toes. She has been through countless battles, fighting those who were larger and stronger than her. Her combat arts and experience were all refined to perfection. In her long lifespan, she had achieved sage-level mastery in various combat arts and was hailed as a combat genius. In front of a combat sage like her, Wyatt's rudimentary combat arts were nothing even if they were backed by a power strong enough to be considered as the peak in the card world. Still, one had to understand that for the field marshal to praise an attack as fast and powerful was not a small deal. She has fought many powerful enemies in her lifetime, so it wasn't easy to impress her. Her praise could only mean that the might displayed by Wyatt was strong enough to hurt her, but he wasn't experienced enough to use his might to hurt her. Wyatt did not need the field marshal to tell him that he wasn't a skilled combatant. His strategy so far has been to overpower and crush his enemy with an overwhelming magnitude of power and incomprehensible abilities. However, this only worked on enemies weaker and with less means than him. When he met skilled combatants with a lot of combat experience like Agent Forger, Belphegor's Worldhog Incarnation, etc., he could only resort to what the people called trickery to defeat them. But he preferred to call it outsmarting his enemies. Ignoring the field marshal's comment, Wyatt once again attacked her with a series of punches and kicks with all his might. The reason he was repeating the same pattern of attacks was that the live owl was collecting data on him and his more than 1,000 primordial spirits as they utilized the power of 1024 SSS rank curses. Wyatt's goal was to check if he and primordial spirits were able to mobilize the strength of all 1024 SSS rank curses efficiently without any loss of power midway. Now the number of curses being used has increased. It would not be surprising that there were some energy losses. He was certain about it. He just needed to know how much was the current efficiency and loss before he could start modifying the Blood Rules Blood Curse Incarnation. Seeing Wyatt not consider her remarks about his combat skills and continue to bullishly attack her with all his might without any technique, she frowned and decided to let him experience what she meant. Instead of evading his attacks like before, she took them head-on, gracefully displaying the bright elegance of a saga. She instinctively mobilized minimum power to use the power in Wyatt's attacks and counter his series of punches and kicks. In the end, she finished with a strong punch to his gut, sending him hurling back at an insane speed. Before Wyatt could react to the field marshal's finishing punch, he found his body was already flying back at a speed and with a force that made it impossible for him to halt his retreating body midair. However, he suddenly felt the moment of his retreating body decrease and his surroundings go dark. His entire body felt an unfathomable pressure being applied to it from all directions. Fortunately, his physique was near invincible, and was able to withstand the pressure. But the pain was too real. Trying to make sense of what was going on, he learned that he had entered a space disaster. The pressure being applied on his body from all directions was none other than the collapsing space. It turns out that because of the speed of his retreating body, the Lil Red Storm realm had mistaken him for a small meteor, triggering its celestial array formation. Hence, he was caught in a space disaster that was now trying to refine his body in an effort to extract resources. Comprehending his circumstance, Wyatt stopped struggling and let the space disaster do its thing, as he knew that it would not be able to hurt his body. Even if it did, his primordial calamity soul gem would still be intact as it was invulnerable. Not to mention, ultimately the array would bury him in the Lil Red Storm realm's crust. Knowing the end result, Wyatt planned to use this opportunity to experience the realm's array on himself. However, Wyatt felt another power cover his body, trying to carefully drag him out of the space disaster. It was the field marshal. Soon he received a mental transmission from her. "Wyatt, do you have a death wish? Why did you let the space disaster swallow you, and why aren't you trying to get out? Don't tell me you plan to let it kill you." "Field Marshal, leave, let me be." Wyatt asked the Field Marshal to leave him alone and not try to save him without giving her a proper explanation. This caused her to misunderstand his intentions to stay in the space disaster and inquire in distress, "What's wrong? Why are you suddenly acting suicidal?" Chapter 2244,000 Blood Curse Incarnation Form, SSS Rank Necroid Date Unspecified Time Unspecified Location Lil Red Storm Planet, Unspecified. Why does your mind keep jumping to the worst? I'm not suicidal, I'm simply using this opportunity to test the celestial array formation. Don't worry, there aren't many things that can kill me in the entire myriad realms. Come back in roughly 15 minutes. The space disaster should have buried me in the realm's crust by then. That is, if my calculations are correct, Wyatt explained to the field marshal to deter her from interfering with his research. Then, what about our sparring session? The field marshal inquired, suspecting Wyatt was avoiding their practice. Now she regretted not going even more easier on him. Seeing his strength was on par with hers, she thought he could handle her easy mode, but it seemed he wasn't even fit for her tutorial mode. This prompted her to consider creating an entirely new mode to get him started. Except for his power, Wyatt truly sucked at combat skills. Considering his age, she could understand his lack of combat experience, but seeing him fail to execute even the most basic combat arts properly, she wondered if she had found the one thing Wyatt was bad at. However, considering that Wyatt had somehow managed to achieve prowess equal to hers at such a young age, the field marshal believed that with more time, he might be able to overcome his only shortcoming, his miserable combat skills. It was painful for her to watch him possess the power to dominate the world but display subpar combat skills that even a street thug would be ashamed of. She couldn't help but wonder, with such terrible combat skills, how he had managed to defeat Agent Louis Forger, known for defeating many demigods when still in her semi-demigod realm, and the world hog incarnation of a devil who could manipulate time and had easily taken down about 4 teams of elite demigods. Let's continue once I come out. I still have other abilities and forms to test. Wyatt replied, "Fine, I'll be monitoring the space disaster. If you need help, signal me. I'll rescue you immediately," the field marshal informed before withdrawing her space rule, which was interfering with the space disaster to shield Wyatt. Unlike the field marshal, who was ashamed of his combat skills, Wyatt was not a bit ashamed about his lacking combat skills. The field marshal, being a soldier, tended to lean toward the phrase, "might makes right," but Wyatt, as a scholar, obviously believed in the power of the mind. Someone like the field marshal would not consider Wyatt's fighting style honorable, labeling it as trickery. However, Wyatt would strongly disagree, claiming that there was no honor in fighting to begin with. Only animals and beasts fight, sentient species such as them should not drop to their level. Still, he did agree with the field marshal that without proper skills and technique, his strength was like a sword with a dull blade. The only reason he was willing to improve his combat skills was to make use of his power more efficiently with minimal losses for self-defense. Apart from that, he did not see any merit in combat arts. His sparring session with the field marshal was enlightening. He understood that in his 1000-blood curse incarnation form, he possessed strength greater than that of the field marshal. Yet, he was helpless against her because she was too skilled. Her sage-level mastery in various combat arts not only made up for the power gap between them but also helped her achieve an overwhelming victory against him with ease. No wonder she did not hesitate to face a dozen supreme beings and emerge victorious. During their fight, he could see her movements, but his brain could not comprehend them before she landed the finishing punch. The spar not only helped him realize that his energy loss wasn't just from within but also from how he used the power. It also revealed that his knowledge of combat skills and techniques was akin to that of a first grader. He was seeking to check how efficiently he and the primordial spirits mobilized the curse energy of over 1,000 SSS rank curses in the error rate. However, he learned that no matter how efficient he was in mobilizing the curse energy, if he didn't know how to skillfully use it, the efficiency would ultimately decrease, and the error rate would increase. To solve this, he could no longer ignore combat arts and had to prioritize comprehending and mastering them. Since Wyatt had never actually practiced any combat skill before, he wasn't sure if he had talent when it came to mastering them. His combat talent mattered because in his 1000-blood curse incarnation, he needed to have sage-level mastery in at least one combat art just to keep up with her. If he wanted to defeat her, he needed to achieve sage-level mastery in various combat arts as the field marshal had achieved zenith in many combat styles. What is taking so long? Wyatt wondered, seeing that 15 minutes had passed yet he was still in the space disaster instead of being buried in the realm's crust by it. He discovered that the space disaster was on a repeat cycle since it had failed to refine and extract possible resources from him the first time. Wyatt, 15 minutes are up. Are you all right in there? The field marshal used her mental transmission to check on Wyatt, seeing that the time he specified was up but the space disaster had still not buried him in the Lil Red Storm's crust. However, she was impressed by Wyatt's physique. She knew it was strong but to remain unharmed despite spending 15 minutes in a space disaster was an incredible feat. I'm fine. Give it a minute, I'll be out soon. Wyatt replied, as he learned that the space disaster would be stuck in a loop if things continued to remain the same. He had to break the loop somehow if he wanted the space disaster to finish its refining and extraction process and bury him in the realm's crust. Therefore, he used his myriad devil transformation to morph his body into a huge block of refined SSS rank cursed necroid, managing to break the loop the space disaster was stuck in. Soon, it buried him deep in the ground beneath. Chapter 2245 Combat Instructor Heatsend I Date Unspecified Time Unspecified Location Lil Red Storm Planet Unspecified. The Lil Red Storm Realm's celestial array formation was capable of identifying and distinguishing the resources of meteors or asteroids caught in its space disasters. Its detection ability within the space disasters was so strong that it had identified Wyatt as a parasite attempting to infest it, rather than declaring him unknown resource and burying him in the cursed area. Having identified Wyatt as a parasite, the celestial array had modified the space disaster to thoroughly eliminate the threat. As a result, the space disaster was now running on a loop that would only end with the parasite's demise, i.e. Wyatt's death. Understanding this, Wyatt was impressed by the celestial array formation's countermeasures. It was not uncommon for meteors and asteroids to carry harmful pathogens, parasites, or other life forms. After all, some meteors originated from planets, making it unsurprising for them to house tenacious life forms. Be that as it may, Wyatt prioritized escaping the array formation without using force or wasting the time he had spent experiencing the realm's celestial array formation firsthand in order to collect data on the array's workings. For that, he would have to trick the array into believing that the parasite attempting to infest its realm was dead or that its initial detection was incorrect, that the object in the space disaster was not a parasite but an ore meteor. Since Wyatt wanted to experience how the space disaster would bury the extracted resources in the realm's crust, pretending to be dead making use of his pseudo-calamity soul gem skill was not an option. Therefore, the only way to achieve his goal was to trick the celestial array formation into believing that he was an ore, not a life form. With his myriad devil transformation skill, it wasn't difficult for him to trick the celestial array formation into breaking the loop and completing the process. He used his skill to transform into a block of refined SSS rank cursed necroid, successfully deceiving the array and ending the loop. As a result, the space proceeded to the final step of its role in the array formation, the burial of the extracted resources in the realm's crust. The field marshal, who was monitoring the space disaster from the outside, frowned, sensing Wyatt's presence within the disaster vanish. Soon, the space disaster settled, and the affected space was immediately healed at an incredible speed. Believing that Wyatt had been buried in the realm's crust as he had informed her, she hurriedly checked the ground beneath using her intense sense to locate him. Soon she panicked as her intense sense couldn't detect Wyatt within the realm's crust. Fearing that the space disaster had buried him too deeply, she expanded her search radius, only to find a block of SSS-ranked Necroid transform into Wyatt and burst out of the ground. "Field Marshal, why are you panicking?" he asked. "I wasn't bragging when I said there aren't many things that can hurt me in my current form in the entire myriad realms." "Let's see if that's true," the Field Marshal replied, her body blurring as she appeared right before Wyatt, ready to punch him in the chest. She continued their sparring session without informing him. Wyatt immediately used his version of Agent Lewis's instant teleportation to evade the Field Marshal's onslaught. To his shock, however, within the time it took for his tiny form to step out of her spiritual channel and expand to regular size, the Field Marshal instinctively turned and grabbed the regular-sized Wyatt by the neck before he could react, saying, "Same trick won't work on me twice, son." Listening to the Field Marshal dissing him in an attempt to provoke him into taking the sparring session seriously, Wyatt laughed with chilling madness before daring her with a deadpan face, "Little girl, don't hold back, finish it." Infuriated, the Field Marshal's grip around Wyatt's neck tightened, breaking through his near-invulnerable physique. She crushed his neck, popping his head off as blood from his body bathed her in red. However, the blood soon evaporated, leaving a spotless Field Marshal behind. Wyatt's headless body did not fall to the ground, instead, it instantly regrew a new body midair while simultaneously draping its flawless form in clothes made from soul energy. Burning Wyatt's headless body to cinders, the Field Marshal frowned as it did not turn into ashes as she had hoped. She couldn't help but acknowledge that Wyatt's physique was indeed very strong. Then, looking at the hovering Wyatt, she shouted, "Come at me." "No rush," Wyatt declined. "Your point has gotten through to me. From now on, I will make my combat training a priority. As for now, come check out the modified array formation, Space Furnace Barrier." Having experienced the role of the space disaster in the Lil Red Storm Realm's celestial array formation firsthand, Wyatt gained new inspirations. He used them to further modify and optimize the Space Furnace Barrier array formation he created, using the Field Marshal's observations of space disasters and space isolation barrier array formations. Now, he wanted to test it on the deposit of LSG they had found earlier, mining and refining it to make it ready for sale in the market. "I want to be in charge of your combat training," the Field Marshal declared, ignoring Wyatt's invitation to check out the modified array formation. As the more Wyatt spoke, the more she felt like he was making excuses to avoid combat training. She was convinced that Wyatt was bad at combat arts, which was why he kept avoiding it at every turn. She believed that if someone was bad at something, they just needed more practice to master it, regardless of talent. There weren't many things that fell within this category, but combat arts did. She believed as long as Wyatt practiced rigorously under her guidance, his combat arts would achieve certain mastery in them regardless of his talent for them. Therefore, she decided to become Wyatt's combat instructor and whip him into shape. Chapter 2246 Combat Instructor Heatsend to date unspecified time unspecified location Lil Red Storm Planet unspecified. "Wyatt, accept me as your combat instructor," the Field Marshal repeated, receiving no response. The latter, while possessing raw power, lacked proper training. The Field Marshal believed she had the ability to transform this potential into a formidable force. As her young liege's most loyal subordinate, she felt it her duty to unleash his greatness. Wyatt stared at the Field Marshal blankly. He had brought her to the Lil Red Storm realm to demonstrate his strength, dispelling her concerns about his safety. This would allow her to focus on gathering allies to support him against the Southern Princess. Together, they could establish a faction in the southern region powerful enough to challenge the Southern Princess's unchecked influence over it. However, contrary to his expectation, witnessing his prowess, the Field Marshal insisted on taking him under her tutelage. She seemed unwilling to accept a refusal. While having a martial genius like Field Marshal Heatsend provide one-on-one combat training was beneficial, Wyatt also needed her assistance in establishing a powerful faction as soon as possible now that they burned the Southern Princess's reason to target him subtly. Although combat training was a priority, it wasn't essential that the Field Marshal be his instructor. Wyatt could enhance his martial skills by joining a martial arts sect in the VR universe, hiring a devil instructor using the devil merchant code, or seeking the royal instructor who had taught Field Marshal Heatsend and 4 generations of the Southern royal family. Meanwhile, it was crucial that the Field Marshal assist him in recruiting allies in the southern region. Instead of Wyatt wasting time building trust with each of them individually, a single word from the Field Marshal could sway them to his side. While no one would dare to oppose the Southern Princess for Wyatt, the situation would differ if the Field Marshal made the request. In essence, Wyatt needed the Field Marshal as his forerunner, not his combat instructor. However, witnessing her determination to mold him into a combat monster, Wyatt realized it wouldn't be easy to persuade her otherwise. During her recruitment, he had struggled to gain her complete loyalty. Now that she had become his fanatical devotee, he was beginning to regret his decision. It wasn't that the Field Marshal would refuse his orders, she would follow them without question. However, their relationship had transcended that of master and knight, evolving into a familial bond, albeit unrelated by blood. Previously, she would have given her life for him out of duty. Now, she would do so out of genuine affection. This fondness and devotion made it challenging for him to command her on a whim. "I am not fit to be a ruler," Wyatt muttered to himself, aware that a competent ruler would never allow such useless affection to hinder them. He was accustomed to dealing with those who meant him harm, but not with those who genuinely cared for him, even if misguided. After all, he had longed for love for 2 lifetimes. Now that he had found it, he was overwhelmed and unsure how to respond, primarily due to his trust issues. His words did not escape the Field Marshal's ears. She frowned, unable to comprehend how his ability to rule was connected to her desire to be his combat instructor. She wanted to assert that he was wrong but, avoiding a tangent, repeated herself, "Wyatt, will you accept me as your combat instructor? You're not going to let this go, are you?" Wyatt remarked, locking eyes with the Field Marshal. He continued, "I was planning on joining a martial arts sect in the VR universe or hiring a devil instructor using the devil merchant code. But since you wish to be my combat instructor, sure, why not? However, I have a few conditions." "What are they?" the Field Marshal eagerly asked, willing to accept any condition from Wyatt if it meant she could help him hone his combat skills to his best. "Our combat sessions should accommodate my unpredictable schedule," Wyatt stated his conditions. "I cannot be isolated from the world and myriad realms for too long, so no secluded training. Now that we have burned bridges with your niece, you cannot solely focus on being my combat instructor. You also need to recruit allies in the southern region who can warn us of her next move and assist us. We can train in the inter-realm city and choose sector where 1 hour in the card world's time zone is equivalent to weeks or months in the said sector's time zone. This way, our combat sessions will not only be built around your uncertain schedule but will also prevent you from being cut off from the world and myriad realms for too long. As for gathering allies, don't worry, Lorenzo and Leo are already on it. She made a huge mistake by placing my family under house arrest and sending the royal instructor to arrest me while using my youngest as hostage. The entire Lorne family and its allies are now supporting you," the Field Marshal assured Wyatt, offering a solution to each of his conditions. "Are you sure it's okay to recruit allies so openly and aggressively? After all, even though you're no longer on her side, she's still the Southern Princess," Wyatt inquired, feeling it might not be wise to further provoke the Southern Princess with their blatant actions. "There's no other way. Everything that happens in the southern region sooner or later reaches her. Not to mention, if we're not this bold in recruiting allies, it would be difficult to convince them to switch sides." The Field Marshal acknowledged the limitations of her influence in the southern region. If they didn't play their cards right, instead of establishing a faction strong enough to rival her niece in the southern region, they would become her stepping stone to consolidating her sole dominance over the south. Demonstrating to everyone that the southern hero's defection was irrelevant, she alone was sufficient. She was still the same old southern princess that they feared and revered, or even stronger. Chapter 2247 Space Furnace Barrier Array Formation Date Unspecified Time Unspecified Location Lil Red Storm Planet Unspecified. "Fine, I accept you as my combat instructor, but don't expect me to stand on ceremony around you." The Field Marshal had agreed to all of his conditions and shown initiative in recruiting allies, so Wyatt had no reason to refuse her simple request to be his combat instructor. "I don't care about that as long as you follow my teaching sincerely and practice hard," she replied. Although old school, the Field Marshal didn't care for formalities between a teacher and student. She was simply satisfied that Wyatt was willing to take her as his combat instructor. She couldn't ask for a better student, though he had his quirks. No matter how talented a student was, the teacher could never guarantee that their student would outgrow them or sometimes outlive them. After all, a talented student with limitless potential was like a candle burning on both ends. One couldn't guarantee that they would last the entire night. However, in Wyatt's case, he had already achieved a temporary peak, which was more than enough assurance that Wyatt, as her student, would not only outgrow her but also outlive her. As a teacher, the field marshal was relieved to be able to teach such a student, knowing that as long as she did her job properly, Wyatt would succeed. After all, one of a teacher's greatest fears was to see their student fail in life. Now let's get back to the space furnace barrier array formation. Help me set it up, Wyatt said as he passed her a storage card containing the ingredients for the array and also shared the array formation blueprint with her grimoire, including detailed instructions on her part. The field marshal nodded, taking the storage card. Though she wasn't an array master herself, as the wife of one of the most capable array masters the card world had ever seen, her knowledge was enough to follow Wyatt's instructions and lay the groundwork for the array formation. She would make capable assistant. With her current knowledge of array formations, she could clear a platinum rank array master exam, but taking the low rank exam as one of the top 10 strongest card apprentices in the Southern Hero would blemish her titles. So, she chose not to officially become an array master. It was better this way as she could attempt the diamond rank array master exam when she was sure and shock the world, showing that she wasn't just about brawn but brains too. Soon, Wyatt and the field marshal got busy setting up the space furnace barrier array formation over the LSG deposit they had found earlier. The reason Wyatt paused his sparring session with the field marshal midway to build an array formation was not because he wanted to test it, but because he felt that time spent on the sparring session in this realm would be more productive if he were simultaneously using the array formation to mine and refine the liquid spirit gold from the LSG deposit they had found earlier. Now that he had spent almost all of his fortune registering the Lil Red Storm realm with Devil Merchant Code and purchasing all the rights to it from the Devil Merchant Code, Wyatt was a little desperate, wanting to raise his wealth back to its original level or more as soon as possible. The sooner he could elevate his financial well-being, the sooner he could focus on other things with little worry. After all, an empty wallet was a worry in itself. Not to mention, there were other concerns regarding this LSG mining and refining project. He had no idea how the realm would react to him extracting the resources it had painstakingly gathered. Therefore, during his combat lessons with the field marshal, Wyatt planned to monitor the performance of the array formation and the reaction of the realm's will to his mining. However, Wyatt had a feeling that the realm would react mildly to his LSG mining because the realm had not used its power to suppress their power the moment they stepped into the realm. Considering the welcome dark races got in the card world or any other realm they invaded, so far, the Lil Red Storm had been very welcoming to him and the field marshal. This was why Wyatt was a little optimistic that the realm's will's reaction to his mining would be mild. Nonetheless, considering that the realm did not have any life forms and went to great lengths to hoard these resources, Wyatt could not guarantee that there would be no reaction from the realm's will. Therefore, he needed to monitor the array formation at its initial mining and refining period, such that if the realm were to react, he should be able to modify the array formation in time to withstand the realm's wrath and proceed with mining and refining. Wyatt, will this array formation be able to withstand the climate change of this realm? The field marshal asked as she was laying the groundwork for the array formation using the detailed array formation blueprint shared with her grimoire by Wyatt. This array was built with space isolation barrier as the base, so climate change should not matter. That would be the case if it were in the card world, but here in the Lil Red Storm realm, considering that its space is so fragile that even a strong wind can cause a tear in the fabric of its space, the climate change was indeed a serious issue troubling the life of the array formation they were planning to set up to mine and refine LSG. I made the array formation as sturdy as possible. Small-scale space tears or distortions should not be able to affect the array formation, but let's see what happens. Since I need to understand how establishing an array formation will affect the surroundings, if the change is not high, then the array formation will have a long lifespan. Chapter 2248 Variables Date Unspecified Time Unspecified Location Lil Red Storm Planet, unspecified for an array formation to achieve maximum efficacy and maintain sturdy durability, the array master must take location into account, along with associated variables such as climate, atmosphere, soul energy density, environment, landscape, etc. This is one of the factors that distinguishes a regular array master from a veteran one. However, even the most experienced and talented array master, if tasked with setting up an array formation in a realm other than their native one, would not be able to do so immediately. They would need time to study the atmospheric and environmental variables of that realm. On the card world, array masters have standard array formation charts and tables, which serve as tools to calculate locational variables with minimal error, whether on the surface, in the sky, underground, or underwater, excluding dungeons. These charts and tables were created by the first card apprentices who ruled the card world, laying the foundation for the 5 regions long before the founding masters of the current central government. Over time, many talented array masters have contributed to updating these standard charts and tables, assisting their peers. As a result, while array formation is still far from becoming a common household product, it has significantly contributed to current society by increasing safety, productivity, and overall quality of life. As the wielder of the primordial soul pupils, Wyatt did not need such tools to understand the chosen location for setting up an array formation, whether in his native realm or elsewhere. However, just because he could study nature's soul pathways to gather data on all the locational variables didn't mean he fully understood them. He needed to grasp how these variables affected one another. He could make assumptions, but only by observing them in action could he determine how they influenced each other throughout the year, during different seasons, and how they impacted the array formation. Usually, Wyatt would have a solution for this kind of problem: the Hive Owl simulation engine. Since he had precise data on all the locational variables thanks to his primordial soul pupils, the Hive AI could simulate an exact replica of the location and accelerate the time period to observe how the variables interact, considering factors like the revolution of the realm around its 2 suns, the effect of its multiple moons, and the celestial array formation. However, Wyatt was unable to do this due to the celestial array formation of the realm. It was impossible to predict when it would attract a meteor or asteroid. Every time a meteor or asteroid entered the realm's atmosphere, it sent ripples across the entire realm, which could accumulate into a large wave or even a tsunami, much like the butterfly effect. Wyatt could theoretically calculate when the celestial array formation would pull a meteor or asteroid into the realm if he had knowledge of all meteors or asteroids whose paths fell within the array's range. Although his primordial soul pupils were godly, they were not capable of that. Tracing the paths of meteors and asteroids that would enter the range of the realm's celestial array formation would require omnipotent-level clairvoyance capable of monitoring myriad realms. Even with such power, it would take centuries to trace every object whose path coincides with the array's range. The only entity Wyatt knew capable of such a feat was the Devil Merchant Code. However, hiring its assistance on such a scale would require astronomical capital, making it impossible at his current level. As a result, Wyatt had no choice but to build the strongest space furnace barrier array formation suggested by the Hive Owl, based on countless simulations, while considering the uncertain variable of the celestial array formation pulling meteors and asteroids. The array formation was reinforced with this variable in mind. If fortune favored him, the array could last centuries. If not, the celestial array formation might pull a massive meteor or asteroid right above it as soon as Wyatt left the realm, destroying it. Such variables existed even in the card world, but their chances of occurrence were far lower there compared to the Lil Red Storm realm. Therefore, Wyatt could only test this array formation the traditional way in this realm. However, it was a slow and lengthy process, meaning he wouldn't be able to sell the entire LSG deposit anytime soon. He could offer it entirely to the Devil Merchant Code, but since the deposit had not been mined or refined, the Devil Merchant Code would not give him a favorable return. It would have to expend resources to mine and refine the enormous deposit, or store it until buyers were found. The Devil Merchant Code wasn't fair in regular dealings, so it was unrealistic to expect a fair trade now. Though Wyatt was eager to restore his wealth as quickly as possible, he wasn't desperate enough to kill the goose laying the golden eggs. Even if he couldn't mine, refine, and sell the LSG deposit now, he would save it for the future, when he could extract maximum profit or use it when most needed. However, now that Wyatt was going to spend some time in this realm, trying to gauge the extent of his power growth and its current limitations in his various forms, he decided to use this period to monitor the space furnace barrier array formation at work, as well as the realm's reaction to the array and its integration into the landscape. You know, there are other variables, not just space disasters. What I'm really concerned about is the will of the realm itself. So far, it hasn't shown any reaction to our arrival. But just because it's been accommodating doesn't mean it will tolerate all our actions. From its perspective, we're like aliens invading and stealing from it. We need to be prepared to leave this realm at a moment's notice once you start mining the LSG. The field marshal solemnly warned Wyatt, as she knew how terrifying a realm's wrath could be. There were stories in the royal family about the card worlds will extinguishing an entire bloodline overnight for crossing its taboos. Chapter 2249 Strongest Ruler Class Date, Unspecified Time, Unspecified Location, Lil Red Storm Planet, Unspecified. Even the field marshal understood the grave consequences of attempting to mine resources from the Lil Red Storm realm, a desolate realm unfit for the survival of any form of sentient life. After all, at this moment, they were the invading aliens, not the helpless natives. This gave the field marshal, who had stepped out of the card world for the first time, a fresh perspective. She was finally beginning to understand Wyatt's words to her. Don't limit yourself to the concept of my world, expand it to my myriad realms. This gave her the resolve to mine the Lil Red Storm realm, even at the risk of their lives. Soon, the duo arranged the space furnace barrier array formation, covering the deposit of LSG. They placed sufficient soul energy stones in the array's soul energy gathering section to kickstart the array formation, ensuring it would function flawlessly while sustaining itself by gathering soul energy from the atmosphere. Wyatt looked at the field marshal and initiated the array formation, saying, "Moment of truth." The array formation started smoothly, without any hiccups, displaying maximum efficiency in all its functions from mining to refining and storing the refined LSG. Meanwhile, the field marshal and Wyatt braced themselves for any reaction from the Lil Red Storm realm, having no idea how mild or severe it would be. However, to their astonishment, the array formation had mined almost 1 kilogram of LSG, yet there was no reaction from the realm's will. Everything appeared normal. It seems we were worried over nothing. No, don't say it. Hearing the field marshal about to trigger a flag, Wyatt hurriedly tried to interrupt her, but it was too late. She had uttered the cursed words that, in any movie or TV show, would spell a series of disasters for the protagonist and his merry band of friends. As he waited for the consequences, nothing happened, leaving him amazed. "What's wrong?" the field marshal asked, confused by Wyatt's sudden outburst. Seeing how serious he seemed, she waited, but when nothing happened, she couldn't help but question his reaction. "I don't know, something should have gone wrong by now. It's all happening too smoothly," Wyatt replied, surprising the field marshal. Skeptical, she asked, "Do you want things to go badly?" "No, that's not what I meant. I just have a feeling that something isn't adding up. Hold on, let me check something." With that, Wyatt suddenly went silent, focusing on the spiritual plane, using his spiritual body that existed simultaneously with his physical form in the physical plane. In his spiritual form, Wyatt gazed deep into the womb of the Lil Red Storm realm, using his primordial soul pupils to search for its rule streams and, ultimately, the realms will hidden behind them. However, to his shock, the womb of the Lil Red Storm realm was barren. There were no rule streams. Instead of the realm's will, he found a core, more accurately, a celestial array formation core. As Wyatt analyzed the core further to understand what was happening, he was horrified to discover that the core was the will of the realm. Someone or something had refined the entire realm's will into a celestial array formation core. In other words, the Lil Red Storm realm was dead. The realm's celestial array formation was not natural but an artificial one. This meant that someone or something had not only killed the realm's celestial will and refined it into a core but had also rearranged its multiple moons, suns, and planetary rings to create an artificial celestial array formation that would attracted meteors or asteroids passing through its range into the realm, extracted their resources, and buried them within the realm's crust. Wyatt realized that all his previous assumptions about the realm were wrong. There were no sentient life forms living there because they had most likely been slaughtered by the same entity that had killed the realm's will and refined it into a celestial array formation core. The realm may not have been small to begin with, it could have lost most of its mass during the battle with the entity that killed it. Or, the same entity may have carved the realm to fit its artificial celestial array formation. Recalling that the multiple elliptical planetary rings of this realm were unusually too large for the realm of this size, Wyatt strongly believed that the realm was a lot bigger even before it was used as an ingredient in the creation of an artificial celestial array formation. Now it made sense why the realm's will hadn't reacted to their arrival. It was long dead and had been refined into a celestial array formation core. That also explained why it hadn't responded when he arranged the space furnace barrier array formation to mine the resources buried in the crust. This meant that the celestial array formation wasn't collecting resources for the realm's will but for its killer, the creator of the celestial array formation. The function to hide from the myriad realms was designed to conceal the entity's actions from thieves like them. Wyatt's spiritual form shivered in fear as he realized this. Understanding that the entity capable of such a feat must be a ruler-class being, and seeing how it used the entire realm's will to refine it into a celestial array formation, Wyatt knew it had to be one of the strongest among the ruler class of the myriad realms. No wonder this realm wasn't registered with the Devil Merchant Code. Realizing that he was not only trespassing on such an powerful entity's territory but also stealing from it, Wyatt knew things were about to get bad for him and his accomplished Field Marshal Heatsend. Fuck. Wyatt swore as he returned to his physical form. The Field Marshal frowned but, instead of scolding him for his language, waited for him to sort out his emotions and explain the situation. Fuck, I've been duped, big time. Wyatt looked at the confused Field Marshal and informed. The latter was further confused, not getting enough details, and inquired, "What do you mean?" Chapter 2250 Scholars are cowards. Date: unspecified time, unspecified location, Lil Red Storm Planet, unspecified. I'm a fucking moron, that's what I mean, Wyatt answered the Field Marshal, enraged at himself for not thoroughly checking the realm before deciding to spend all his fortune to register it with the Devil Merchant Code and buy all the rights associated with it. Yes, his rage wasn't about trespassing and daring to steal from a ruler-class entity but the fact that he had spent his entire fortune acquiring a realm with such a origin. He wanted to appeal to the Devil Merchant Code for not informing him that the realm was dead when he registered it. Though he felt it would be a futile attempt knowing the Devil Merchant Code, it would likely blame him for not being thorough in his purchase. He still chose to file an appeal in hopes of recovering at least part of his investment. Wyatt, I can't agree with you without knowing the details, the Field Marshal said, prompting Wyatt to explain further before she judged whether he was truly a moron. Wyatt stared at the Field Marshal, momentarily lost for words. He hadn't expected such a response. He wanted her to console him and had been anticipating something along the lines of, "No, Wyatt, you're not a moron, you're a genius." This made it clear that, somewhere in the Field Marshal's mind or heart, she might actually agree with him but needed a little more reason to say it out loud. Shaking his head, Wyatt began to show the Field Marshal what he had discovered in the womb of the Lil Red Storm realm, using his soul energy display to project his memory into the air as he explained. Learning the full truth about the Lil Red Storm realm, the Field Marshal finally agreed with him, "You are indeed a moron. Why didn't you check the realm's womb before spending a fortune to gain monopoly over it?" "I didn't because I didn't want to face the realm's will. After all, we are uninvited guests here. But since it didn't react to our presence or our mining activities, I got a bit brave, and, well, you know the rest," Wyatt explained. It felt more like he was reassuring himself that he hadn't done anything wrong, it was just his luck. Sometimes, things just happen. Now, what do we do? Do we put things back the way they were and leave, or do we continue mining? The Field Marshal asked, moving on from blaming Wyatt to strategizing their next move. You still plan to stay and continue mining for resources? Wyatt stared at the Field Marshal in amazement. He thought she would drag him back to the card world after learning the truth, but it appeared he had underestimated her resolve. Yes, I do. After all, you've spent a fortune acquiring this realm in accordance with the Devil Merchant Code. Not to mention, it's possible that the entity who created this celestial array formation has abandoned it, or died long ago, or is asleep, or isn't aware of what's happening here. It could be waiting to return and collect the resources a decade from now, or a century, or even a millennium from now. There are many possibilities. We shouldn't stop because of our fear. And even if we get caught, we can pretend to be ignorant and apologize, promising not to repeat it. I'm sure someone so powerful wouldn't bother making things difficult for two ants, the Field Marshal reasoned, listing various possibilities for why they should continue instead of fleeing with their tails between their legs. Posted on the way beyond, apart from defending the border from the Supreme Beings and their forces, the Field Marshal's other important task was to collect rare resources for the Southern royal family in the southern region. This meant that she and her army, when possible, wouldn't hesitate to ignore their treaty with the Supreme Beings and invade their territory to steal rare resources. She had participated in many such covert missions. For the southern region, she and her army were loyal soldiers, but for the supreme beings, they were nothing more than a band of thieves who would steal and run back to their secret base. Given the southern region's declining economy, these incursions were becoming more frequent. Therefore, the field marshal suggested they approach the Lil Red Storm realm the same way. The fact that she was willing to risk offending one of the strongest ruler class beings in the myriad realms explained just how daring she was. What if the entity responsible for this array formation decides to punish the card world for our actions? Wyatt asked, feeling that the field marshal was a lost cause. Why would an entity so powerful bother to care about two ants enough to search for their ant hole and destroy it? The field marshal found Wyatt's scenario highly unlikely. Why? For the same reason a rapist owl-ape hybrid would spend centuries raping and murdering an entire race of sleep dragons searching for a particular sleep dragon of the same sex. The myriad realms are messed up like that, Wyatt argued, trying to snap the field marshal out of her delusion. I don't understand, the field marshal said, genuinely confused by Wyatt's analogy. But she didn't hesitate to confront him. But let me tell you why you're against continuing. It's because you're a coward. It's an innate trait of you scholars. Lorenz is the same. I thought you were different, but it turns out you're just like him. What the fuck? Leave your marital problems at home. Don't project that on me. I'm just being cautious because my conscience can't handle innocent people paying for the consequences of our rash actions. It's not death I fear, it's being responsible for the deaths of countless innocent lives. You should be, too. Or are you telling me you're not afraid of dragging the entire card world to their deaths along with you? Wyatt snapped, irritated at being called a coward by the field marshal. He understood where she was coming from, which is why he went easy on her. Chapter 2251 Transforming Celestial Array Formation Date, Unspecified Time, Unspecified Location, Lil Red Storm Planet, Unspecified. Wyatt, don't you dare question my love for the card world. It's more than you could ever imagine. My sacrifice in defending it from otherworldly invaders and monsters is proof of that. You talk as if these are the only two possibilities: either we leave here erasing our tracks or get caught and drag our entire realm to its doom. Nothing is set in stone, anything is possible. Let us finish what you started. Since you spent a fortune declaring this realm yours in the myriad realms through the Devil Merchant Code, the field marshal, ever the conqueror, refused to retreat, dismissing Wyatt's assumptions as baseless. Though bold, her confidence was what had carried her through the way beyond. Wyatt locked eyes with the field marshal, both stubbornly standing their ground. In Wyatt's mind, he could earn back the wealth he had spent on this realm, but he could not say the same for the lives that would be lost if they were caught trespassing and mining by the entity that arranged this artificial celestial array formation. The field marshal, however, felt Wyatt was being overly cautious. She believed that even if they were caught in the act, it wouldn't be the catastrophe Wyatt feared. Perhaps they could come to an understanding with the entity that created the array formation. To her, this seemed far more likely than the disaster Wyatt anticipated. Enough. Help me clean the scene, then we're heading to the Dark Realm, Wyatt ordered. Seeing that the field marshal wanted to argue further, he sternly added, this isn't up for discussion. We're leaving. Just as Wyatt and the field marshal were about to stop the space furnace array formation and disassemble it, they both received a mental transmission. It was a sweet, innocent voice that calmly conveyed, no, you guys are not allowed to leave. Regardless of how pleasant the voice sounded, it sent chills down their spines. The pair looked around for the source of the voice, only to hear it again, don't waste your final moments looking for me. Say your goodbyes instead, Field Marshal, don't resist. I'm using the inter-realm transfer function now, Wyatt mentally informed her. However, after a minute passed with nothing happening, she turned to look at him, wondering what was taking so long, only to see him shaking his head helplessly. With his primordial soul pupils, Wyatt noticed that the celestial array formation had transformed into a space vault, locking itself out from the rest of the myriad realms by rearranging its multiple planetary belts and moons. As a result, their Demon Devil Codex had lost connection with the Devil Merchant Code. They were stranded. Wyatt, who had lost interest in studying the celestial array midway upon discovering it required two suns as a power source, was surprised to find it capable of such a transformation. Soon, both Wyatt and the field marshal saw a meteor shower descending from the realm's nearest planetary belt, locking onto their location. The two wanted to run to safety but found they couldn't move a muscle. The field marshal struggled with all her might, unleashing her full strength, but she was powerless against the celestial array formation. The combined celestial force and spatial energy of the realm bound her to that very spot. As the meteor shower neared them, and with death seemingly inevitable, she chose to speak her final words. "Turns out we were both right. I'm glad it ends with just the two of us." Wyatt stared at her in disbelief. Even with death at her doorstep, she still coveted the abundant resources of the Lil Red Storm realm. Feeling the burning heat of the meteor shower on his face, he shook his head and made his decision. Unlock fourth form. Viltronian Calamity Titan. Activate, Innate Plague Skill, World Devouring Plague. Bound by the lock powered by the realm's combined celestial force and spatial energy, Wyatt's body was grotesquely disfigured as he tried to grow in size. However, when he activated his innate plague, he painfully realized that even with the power of 1,000+ SSS rank curses, it was unable to affect the realm. With no other choice, Wyatt mobilized his primordial energy to enhance the curse energy powering his innate plague. Soon, a red mist emitted from Wyatt's deformed body, devouring the realm's celestial force and spatial energy, increasing its volume and freeing the field marshal along with him. Wyatt's deformed figure then grew into a humanoid of 25,000 feet in height. As Wyatt expanded, the meteor shower was right in front of his face. But before the meteors could strike him, they were devoured by his innate plague. Devouring the meteor shower resulted in a massive increase in the plague's volume. What in the name of? The field marshal was shocked by Wyatt's display of power, but even more disturbed by the red mist surrounding him. Her unique eyes could see its true nature. It was a plague with the ability to devour everything in its path. Interesting, they heard the sweet mental transmission again, though this time it sounded less playful and more intrigued. It appeared that Wyatt's current form and innate plague had piqued the entity's curiosity. After all, his power was strong enough to devour the energy formed by the combination of celestial force and spatial rules, a power formidable enough to warrant its attention. Wyatt ignored the unknown threat's comments, fully aware that he couldn't maintain his fourth form for long while using his innate plague due to the high curse energy consumption. He needed to act quickly to finish things, knowing that he couldn't replenish curse energy. The only way to do that would be to replace the exhausted SSS rank curses integrated into his primordial spirits with new ones. Encasing the field marshal in a ball of mist, he reassured her, "Don't worry. I'll be right back." With that, Wyatt's gargantuan body, along with the red mist except what was protecting the field marshal, vanished from the physical plane and appeared in the spiritual plane, empowering his spiritual form. Chapter 2252 World Devouring Blood Plague Incarnation Date, Unspecified Time, Unspecified Location, Lil Red Storm Planet, Unspecified. After his Grandmaster Realm baptism by the energy from the origin source, guided by the baptism energy from the card world, Wyatt underwent several optimizations to his skills, traits, and physique. One of these changes was the fusion of his mutant ego gem, the Primordial Calamity Soul Gem, with his innate calamity, World Devouring Plague, and his third Blood Rule Rune, Blood Plague Incarnation. First, his third Blood Rule Rune, Blood Plague Incarnation, created a duplicate rune that fused with his innate calamity, World Devouring Plague, evolving his innate calamity into World Devouring Blood Plague Incarnation. As a result, his innate calamity gained all the effects of the Blood Rule, including the ability to use soul energy and Blood Rule to form and multiply, Plague Hive, and Plague Rebirth. This significantly increased the versatility of his innate calamity to a whole new level. Then his evolved innate calamity, World Devouring Blood Plague Incarnation, fused with his origin card, Primordial Calamity Soul Gem, transforming his mutated ego gem into a new form, resembling a single World Devouring Plague Blood Plague Cell. In this form, it retained all its original abilities along with his innate calamity's ability to devour anything, including the world and its will. Additionally, it gained the limitless multiplying ability of his innate calamity and third Blood Rule Rune, enabling it to rapidly mass-produce countless Primordial Calamity daughter gems. They were connected by Plague Hive and to replace the original after its death using Plague Rebirth. Each of these daughter gems resembled a plague cell and possessed all the prowess of a world-devouring blood plague incarnation. Essentially, his mutated ego gem, Primordial Calamity Soul Gem, and his evolved innate calamity, world-devouring blood plague incarnation, had become one and the same. This was only possible due to the parent and daughter gem skill of his Primordial Calamity Soul Gem, which was similar to the reproductive skill of his world-devouring plague and compatible with his third Blood Rule Rune Blood Plague incarnation. Together they served as base for this miraculous fusion, giving birth to Primordial Calamity Soul Gem's new form. Because of this fusion, His hive AI was also baptized and fused with plague hive, transforming from an artificial intelligence serving as a link between his multiple primordial souls into a spirit surviving as the link for his innate calamity along with his multiple primordial spirits. This meant the world-devouring plague could expand limitlessly without Wyatt losing connection or control over it. Even as a spirit, the hive AI had retained all its AL capabilities. As a spirit, it could execute these capabilities more efficiently and was now called the hive spirit. Also, though not as significant, his third blood rule rune's plague rebirth had fused with his reconstruction skill to become cellular reconstruction. This allowed him to regenerate as long as a single cell of his body remained, much like blood rebirth but without being limited to just blood. Despite this successful fusion, his mutated ego gem continued to maintain its previous form by producing multiple primordial calamity daughter gems. These daughter gems, along with the primordial calamity soul gem at the center, concentrated together in a shape resembling its previous mutated ego gem form. This is why the field marshal found nothing wrong with it, despite monitoring Wyatt's mutated ego gem with her innate sense. Even Wyatt wasn't aware of this until he read about it in his Grimoires status page. Because of this fusion, similar to how his mutated ego gem gained the tiny size and reproduction ability of his evolved innate calamity, world-devouring blood plague incarnation, his innate calamity also inherited the various abilities of his primordial calamity soul gem. Some of these notable abilities included: one with the source, the ability to connect directly to the origin source of the universe; dual existence, the ability to exist simultaneously in both the spiritual and physical planes; primordial calamity daughter gems, the ability to create and control powerful daughter gems with various abilities, including enslavement, hive spirit, Viltronian versatility and vitality, blood curse immunity, myriad devil transformation, soul energy manipulation, cellular reconstruction, transformation, etc. In conclusion, thanks to the baptism, Wyatt's origin card has absorbed most of his similar and compatible traits, physique, and abilities, evolving into a stronger version of itself. This made the baptism he received for breaking through to the Grandmaster realm his most rewarding power-up so far. It justified the patience showed and time he invested in laying a proper foundation and unlocking his fourth transformation. This further solidified Wyatt's resolve not to rush his practice in pursuit of quickly gaining power. From his display of power so far, especially against the unknown entity that managed to render the field marshal helpless, he appeared to have grown stronger than her. However, that was far from the truth. It was only that his innate calamity was a proper counter to the entity's attack. If Wyatt were to fight the field marshal in his current form, assisted by primordial energy, he had no doubt the field marshal would easily defeat him, though not as effortlessly as before. The power and control she gained from mastering multiple martial arts from various disciples and styles to sage level created a huge power gap between the two, which was not something Wyatt could overcome with his current arsenal of never-before-seen abilities. These abilities of his could only make him a good punching bag and allow him to escape if he was unable to take the beating anymore. In conclusion, Wyatt was fortunate that his innate calamity was the weakness of the unknown entity's attack. This prompted him to come to the spiritual plane to find the unknown enemy. "You found me," the innocent voice replied in amazement as Wyatt's form materialized in the spiritual plane, surrounded by multiple red clouds made up of one of his innate calamity's effect, world-devouring plague. The voice belonged to the celestial array formation core. It seemed the core had given birth to a spirit. This meant the unknown enemy he was facing was the array core spirit, the master of the realm and the celestial array formation, and not the creator of the celestial array formation who had refined the realm's will into a celestial array formation core. Learning this brought a huge relief to Wyatt. Chapter 2253 Gluttonous Plague Date. Unspecified time. Unspecified location. Lil Red Storm Planet. Unspecified. A 25,000-foot-tall Wyatt hovered in the spiritual plane, surrounded by red clouds of plague. Despite his immense size, he still appeared tiny before the celestial array formation core. The sheer enormity of the core increased his dread toward the entity responsible for forging such a monstrous structure that too in the spiritual plane. Given its celestial origin, it wasn't surprising that the core had given birth to a spirit. Although the spirit appeared young, in terms of celestial lifespans, even a millennium-year-old celestial was still a toddler. This suggested that the spirit might be several millennia old, just like the celestial array formation, which had been arranged millennia ago. Remarkably, the celestial core spirit could understand and communicate with them, implying it retained the abilities of its celestial origin, allowing it to bypass any language barrier. Hopefully, it hadn't inherited all celestial abilities beyond celestial voice and celestial force, because even though Wyatt's innate calamity was a natural predator of celestial force, he was sure he couldn't take on a celestial in his current state. Judging by the absence of rule streams in the realm's womb, Wyatt was confident that the celestial core spirit was merely a failed imitation of a celestial will. Though this discovery was encouraging to make matters worse, Wyatt was running on borrowed power, which wasn't limitless, especially considering that his innate calamity was a glutton by nature. He had no idea when he would run out of power, as this was his first time using his fourth form as the Thousand Blood Curse incarnation and unleashing his innate calamity. Without proper data, even his hive spirit couldn't assist him. At that moment, Wyatt's myriad primordial spirits were circulating his self-created soul-nourishing technique at full capacity, summoning as much primordial energy as possible from the origin source. The combined energy they summoned was 2048 times greater than what a regular primordial spirit could summon. This astronomical amount of energy would have been enough for most, but not for Wyatt. Half of the primordial energy was being used to enhance the curse energy being used to create the plague, while the other half nourished the 1024 SSS-class blood curses integrated with his primordial spirits. If not for the nourishment from the primordial energy, the SSS-class blood curses would have been long drained by the effects of Wyatt's innate calamity, the world-devouring blood plague. However, this balance will not last for long, especially if he planned to continue using the plague to fight the celestial core spirit. Yes, the plague could devour anything to multiply, but the plague cells reproduced through devouring were not equal to the ones lost. They were facing a powerful enemy, one capable of killing the cells faster than they could multiply. The amount of energy required to replace the dead plague cells wasn't small, and the energy needed to sustain the remaining ones added up to an even larger figure. No matter how much primordial energy his myriad spirits summoned, it wouldn't be enough to sustain his plague for long. The plague was invincible if one could sustain it, but if not, it would devour its creator. Wyatt had to be careful and work within his limits. The high energy consumption of the plague cells was due to his relatively low original realm. The energy required to enhance individual plague cells was significant. Thankfully, this applied only to the initial cells, as their reproduction ability shouldered most of the burden. If not for this ability, Wyatt would have been drained dry by his own plague long ago. Despite knowing this, there was a reason why Wyatt rushed to the spiritual plane to confront the entity targeting them instead of escaping with Field Marshal by using his world-devouring blood plague to break through the celestial array formation, which had disconnected them from the rest of the myriad realms, especially the Devil Merchant Code. It was because he knew the energy consumption of his plague was too great to last long enough for him to break through all 6 planetary rings of the celestial array formation that served as barriers isolating them from myriad realms and locking them on this desolate realm. Therefore, he took the gamble of confronting the entity directly. Even if he couldn't defeat it, he hoped to persuade it to spare their lives. Hence, he was relieved to discover that he was facing the core spirit and not its creator. "You found me." Ignoring the spirit's surprise, Wyatt immediately commenced his attack on the celestial array formation core. He was on borrowed time, and so he had to finish this as swiftly as possible, even if it meant diving headfirst without fully understanding the enemy. Activate Innate Calamity, World-Devouring Blood Plague Incarnation. With that, Wyatt's 25,000-foot-tall spiritual body split into trillions of plague cells, morphing into a mist of blood plague. It merged with the surrounding red cloud of plague, drastically increasing its volume. Now, Wyatt was the plague. With the assistance of his hive spirit, he maintained absolute control over all the plague cells. Using celestial force, they surged forward like a plague tsunami, targeting the celestial array formation core, intending to devour it as quickly as possible. "Whoa, I was right, you are like me, but different," the celestial core spirit said upon seeing Wyatt's use of celestial force to move his huge plague form within the spiritual plane. Similar to its actions in the physical plane, the spirit attempted to mobilize a combination of celestial force and space rules to restrain Wyatt. However, just as before, the energy failed to restrain the plague, which instead devoured it and grew in volume. Despite the failure of its attack, the celestial core spirit persisted with the same strategy on a larger scale. It seemed unaware that it was fueling the very fire consuming its home. Wyatt suspected that this might be because the spirit only knew one form of attack. At least in the physical plane, it could rely on the vault form of its array formation to launch meteors from the planetary belt targeting the prisoners. Here, in the spiritual realm, its options appeared limited. Wyatt couldn't help but wonder if this was due to the celestial array formation's limited offensive capabilities or because the celestial core spirit was still too young to unleash the true power of the array. Chapter 2254 Glimmer of Hope. Date: unspecified time, unspecified location, Lil Red Storm Planet, unspecified. No longer pondering on why the celestial core spirit was using the same attack despite repeated failures, Wyatt gladly accepted its celestial force to increase the spread of his plague. By the time he reached the core, his plague cell count had grown enough to cover every inch of its surface with his world-devouring blood plague. As soon as the plague cells attached themselves to the core, they began to devour it. Soon, painful screams filled Wyatt's consciousness, followed by the words, "Ah, it hurts. Why are you hurting me?" Listening to these words, with their immature voice and pain-filled tone, Wyatt was stunned for a moment, feeling like a villain bullying a child. However, he quickly recovered and focused on devouring the core before running out of energy. Though it was a pity, with the core devoured, the entire realm and celestial array formation would collapse. As opportunistic as Wyatt was, after investing his entire fortune into this realm, he would not have preferred such an outcome under different circumstances. But it was a matter of life and death right now, and he had little choice but to watch his investment crumble by his own hand. Still, he did not give up. In hindsight, he wondered if there was a way to salvage the situation. Thinking about preventing the destruction of the Lil Red Storm realm, Wyatt pondered the plague responsible for it. What should I do with the plague after it devours the core? After devouring the celestial array formation core, his plague would have grown enormously. Should he use it to devour the remains of the realm, along with its multiple moons, or let the plague starve to death in the void? He could not afford to cultivate the plague on such a massive scale, so he could only abandon the plague before escaping to the dark realm to deceive anyone attempting to retrace their steps. Since Wyatt was still a card grandmaster, he couldn't refine the energy collected by the plague after devouring the celestial array formation core, like how card demigods use the energy to nourish their divinity and move closer to transcendence. If Wyatt attempted it, he would break through to higher realms in one leap. Given the size of the plague, the possibility of him reaching the card demigod realm in a single bound wasn't far-fetched. However, Wyatt, who valued perfection over speed in his cultivation, didn't want that. Even if he used his plague to devour the realm's remains and its multiple moons, he would eventually have to let the plague starve in the void. It was better to leave the scene of the crime as soon as possible, fearing that the destruction of the celestial array formation core would summon its creator. It had already taken everything Wyatt had trying to defeat the core spirit, so he didn't dare imagine confronting its creator. Wasting the power of a celestial, accumulated within the plague, didn't sit well with Wyatt. So, instead of fleeing to the dark realm, he wondered if he should take the plague to the Red Alps and use it to rid the reign of the dark races, who had successfully invaded and were busy looting it. Wyatt wasn't a hero, but he wanted to test his plague against the dark races in a real fight. However, knowing the Red Alps natives would face the dark races, wrath after he left, Wyatt decided against it. He then considered another possibility: draining the energy from his plague and transferring it to the field marshal. If he could do that, he would help the field marshal grow stronger and take a step closer to transcendence. That would be better than letting the plague go to waste. However, the plague's energy wasn't pure, it was contaminated with other energies, such as blood curse energy. It would be difficult for the field marshal to digest it in a single attempt, as she didn't seem to possess the same blood curse immunity that Wyatt had. This caused Wyatt to agonize over the potential loss involved in this process. Still, such a return was better than losing all his investment and the energy contained within the plague. Just as Wyatt was consoling himself, an idea struck him. Why not use the myriad devil transformation skill on the plague to turn it into a new celestial array formation core, replacing the destroyed one and gaining full control over the realm and its celestial array formation? With the celestial energy contained in the plague, this was possible. As the new celestial array core, it could use the formation's ability to harvest energy from its twin suns, sustaining itself without relying on Wyatt for power. This way, Wyatt wouldn't lose the plague he had painstakingly cultivated and would make the realm his in every sense, at least until the creator of the celestial array formation came to check on it. Perhaps new core could even avoid the suspicion of the celestial array formation's creator, but only time would tell. Regardless, Wyatt, still in his plague form, had to complete devouring the celestial core to choose any of them as his next step. His plague hadn't yet broken through the outer layer to reach the spirit at center of the core. Seeing the speed at which his plague was devouring and multiplying, Wyatt realized that if he didn't slow their reproduction, he wouldn't be able to sustain the plague long enough to break through the core's outer layer. This realization caused him to panic. It turns out though the core spirit was lacking in offense, its natural durability was incredibly high, slowing the devouring power of Wyatt's plague. He feared running out of energy before he could break through the outer layer, let alone devouring the entire celestial array formation core. "Please, stop. Stop hurting me," the spirit's wailing continued, offering Wyatt a glimmer of hope after his cruel realization about his circumstance. Chapter 2255 Celestial Voice Date. Unspecified time. Unspecified location. Lil Red Storm Planet. Unspecified. Listening to the celestial core spirit, with its sweet and innocent voice, beg him to stop hurting it. Wyatt was taken aback and left speechless. The spirit's voice resembled that of an 8 or 9-year-old child, and hearing such a voice wailing and crying was good for his fighting spirit when one was fighting for their life. It was disheartening, making the adrenaline in his body rush backward. Wyatt was at his wit's end. Based on his calculations, at the current rate his plague was consuming his energy, devouring the core, and multiplying, he would run out of energy before he could even break through the core's outer shell, let alone reach the spirit at the center of core. This meant his loss was definite. In an attempt to increase his chances, Wyatt stopped the multiplication of his plague, though this action was not without cost. Given the size of the core and the time it would take for his plague to devour it, his odds remained bleak. Interestingly, once his plague started devouring the core ceased its signature combo attack of celestial force and space rule, which had previously been diminishing the plague's numbers. As a result, the plague's cell count remained constant. Seeing this, Wyatt didn't hesitate to halt the plague's multiplication altogether to buy some more, no matter how insignificant. This was only possible because instead of retaliating, the core spirit screamed in pain and begged Wyatt to stop, as if the agony made it forget to fight back. Wyatt pondered whether the pain of being devoured was too overwhelming or if the core spirit had never experienced pain before and therefore lacked the mental and physical resilience to cope with it. Even the slightest pain seemed to render it helpless. It acted very much like a child that fell for the first time. Considering the toughness of the core's outer shell, Wyatt believed the former was impossible. It had to be the latter. The celestial core's spirit was mentally fragile, like a child experiencing the ant's bite for the first time. His observations, combined with the core spirit's pleading, made Wyatt feel that violence might not be the best solution to his current predicament. Perhaps persuasion was the answer. As he continued his assault, he finally responded to the spirit's pleas. "You're the one who attacked us first." Hearing Wyatt's reply, the spirit, amidst its agony, felt a glimmer of hope and hurriedly said, "No, I didn't. I just wanted to stop you from leaving. Please stop, it hurts. I won't attack you anymore." From this exchange, Wyatt realized that while the spirit sounded like a young child, it was far more mentally mature but had little to no experience with the worldly affairs. Yet, it was capable of holding a complete conversation and conveying its intentions. He believed this was due to the celestial skill, celestial voice. Though the spirit claimed it would no longer attack, it also mentioned it didn't want them to leave. Wyatt didn't ease his attack, let alone stop it. He intended to use the spirit's pain as leverage to persuade it into allowing them to leave this realm peaceful or more. "Don't lie. What about the meteor strikes you launched at us from your nearest planetary ring?" Wyatt pointed out. "I only did that to scare your friend, to stop her from struggling. Although she's not strong, she managed to pinpoint the weak spots in my celestial space hold and attack them. She almost succeeded in breaking free if I hadn't immediately reinforced the areas she targeted. Had she been a little faster, I wouldn't have been able to stop her. So, I used the meteor shower to distract her. I never meant to harm you or your friend from the start. Please stop hurting me," the core spirit explained, causing Wyatt to understand that the spirit took pride in its celestial space hold skill and had some battle experience. "If you didn't mean us any harm, why did you use your celestial space hold on us and lock this realm out of the myriad realms?" Wyatt asked. The core spirit was being cooperative, so Wyatt decided to ease his attack to show that if it continued to cooperate, the pain would lessen or even stop. "I only used my celestial space hold. Because you insisted on leaving, even though your friend asked you to stay and continue what you were doing. Now that you know I didn't mean any harm, can you stop hurting me?" "It really hurts," the spirit replied. Its tone appeared to blame Wyatt for current situation, as if it had no fault in how things had escalated. From the spirit's words, Wyatt realized it was referring to the time he and the field marshal were arguing about whether to leave the realm or continue mining it. It seemed the spirit had been monitoring and eavesdropping on them. When Wyatt ultimately decided they should leave, the spirit had acted swiftly to stop them, leading to the current situation. It became clear to Wyatt that the spirit truly hadn't intended to harm them. He had misunderstood it. His first instinct upon discovering its presence had been to retreat to the dark realm did not help either. Still, this wasn't enough to put him at ease. Though the spirit wasn't as strong as a celestial being, it was still far stronger than him and the field marshal combined. Wyatt needed reassurance before he could let his guard down. With a plan forming in his mind, Wyatt decided to find out what the core spirit wanted from him. "Why don't you want me to leave?" he asked. Only by understanding what the celestial core spirit wanted from him could Wyatt decide on a bait to manipulate the spirit. If it was truly as innocent as it sounded, then that should be easy. Then, not only would he be able to get it to allow them to leave the realm peacefully, but he could also try his luck and seek its permission to continue their mining activities. Chapter 2256 Celestial Vision Date, Unspecified Time, Unspecified Location, Lil Red Storm Planet, Unspecified, because, you are like me. Though different, you're very much like me. You're clearly not a celestial, but you possess celestial force of your own. You can even use something similar, no, stronger than the celestial vision. I don't understand why you haven't yet unlocked celestial voice. I've been here, alone, for so long it feels like eternity. In that time, many beings have come, but none were like me. Meeting you, someone like me, for the first time I was happy and wanted to get to know you. But I felt overwhelmed, and as I was wondering how to approach, you started making plans to leave. In my haste to stop you, I acted rashly. Please forgive my actions. I mean you no harm. I just want to get to know you. So, please stop attacking me. It hurts a lot, the core spirit explained, revealing why it didn't want Wyatt to leave. Loneliness and a desperate desire for kinship, that was the obvious takeaway from its words. But what interested Wyatt were the subtleties hidden between the lines. It seemed the spirit had never met its creator, had come into contact with other celestial who rejected it because its messy origin, and, moreover, that many beings had made it past the celestial array formation's masking ability to reach this realm. These points were significant. Knowing the spirit hadn't met its creator could explain why it did not know how to fully use the celestial array formation, as well as why it so desperately sought kinship. If it had met its creator, the spirit would likely have a stronger sense of purpose, a sense of self, and more experience than it currently possessed. It wouldn't be so mentally fragile. Celestial beings had rule sources to guide them, helping them learn and grow, but the core spirit seemed to lack this option, and also with absence of its creator to act as its mentor to replace the absence of rule source, had stunted its growth and development. The reason Wyatt found this information especially useful was that it solved one of his major concerns, that the creator of the celestial array formation might pursue him for trespassing and stealing from their property. Based on Wyatt's observations, he saw three possible reasons why the creator had never come to check on the formation. The creator was no longer in the myriad realm. By the time the celestial array formation spirit was born, the creator might have entered the river of reincarnation or achieved transcendence. Given the entity's ability to craft such an array, Wyatt didn't think transcendence was out of the question. The creator was unable to come. The entity could be preoccupied with other pursuits, practicing to achieve transcendence, dealing with enemies, or even trapped somewhere. Any of these situations or more were possible. 3. The creator had abandoned the celestial array formation. They might have lost interest, forgotten its existence, or simply considered the array a failed project. Based on the core spirit's performance so far, Wyatt leaned toward the latter. Regardless of why the entity hadn't met its creation after its birth, Wyatt felt relieved that he didn't need to rush, worrying that the creator might appear to avenge their creation. Its desperate search for kinship might also stem from the fact that the celestial beings it had come into contact with had rejected it and considered it not one of them, considering its ghoulish origin. Therefore, in this vast myriad realms, it considered itself alone. Understandably, it was overwhelmed by joy when it came across a being it believed to be similar to itself. It felt close to Wyatt and thought of him as a brethren. However, things spiraled out of its control, leading to current standoff. Then there was the matter of other beings managing to reach the realm making past its stealth. One thing was certain. None of them were devil merchants, or Wyatt would have had the opportunity to claim the realm by the laws of the Devil Merchant Code. More importantly, the fact that many entities could travel through the myriad realms without assistance from the Devil Merchant Code became evident. This reminded Wyatt of the Dimension Travelers organization Hendrix had once mentioned. Notably, these entities seemed to lack the strength or knowledge of figures like the Divant Devil or Elder Anesthesia Dragon. Had they been as powerful as them, they wouldn't have left such a treasure trove of a realm untouched. The likes of the Divant Devil or even Elder Anesthesia Dragon would have easily subdued the celestial core spirit, as they were powerful enough to not only sense the blood rule source but enter it and cause ruckus within it. Apart from these observations, Wyatt was intrigued that the core spirit mistook his primordial soul pupils for a higher form of celestial vision and even pitied him for his supposed inability to use celestial voice. He'd read about celestial vision in the Infinity Library while researching celestial beings, yet none of the information indicated a similarity between celestial vision and his soul pupils. He was curious as to why the core spirit had made such an assumption. Were the books he read inaccurate or incomplete? In any case, he found it amusing that the celestial core spirit pitied him for not being able to use celestial voice, considering him an incomplete celestial similar to itself. Wyatt knew that once his synchronization rate reached a certain percentage, he too would gain celestial vision and celestial voice, allowing him to grow as a celestial. To increase his synchronization rate and develop as a celestial, all he had to do was ingest more pixie dust. However, he'd feared that consuming too much pixie dust at once at his realm at that time might either overwhelm him with excessive energy causing him to explode or lead to a shaky foundation. So, he had postponed ingesting more pixie dust until he'd fully absorbed the progress he'd made so far as a celestial. Now that he'd made headway in his realm and had grown significantly stronger, Wyatt felt it might be time to make progress in his celestial journey as well. Chapter 2257 The Price of Kinship is Freedom. Date: unspecified time, unspecified location, Lil Red Storm Planet, unspecified. Having understood what the core spirit sought from him, Wyatt set his plan into motion. I understand this was all a misunderstanding, but that doesn't change the fact that you attacked us first. However, it doesn't warrant a fight to the death over a misunderstanding. So, if you want me to stop attacking you, you'll have to do something for me. Okay, I'll do anything, the core spirit agreed without hesitation, not even pausing to learn the condition. It was simply relieved that the agonizing pain would finally stop and that Wyatt was willing to forgive it. Since it was getting everything it wanted, the spirit didn't care about the price it was paying. Few in the myriad realm were capable of locating the core spirit on the spiritual plane, let alone launching an effective attack against it. So, it wouldn't be surprising if the spirit had little understanding of pain or if Wyatt attacking it was its first experience of it altogether. Judging by its low tolerance to pain, both scenarios seemed likely. Wyatt too would have been helpless against an enemy like this if not for his array of abilities with unique prowess which would be coveted anywhere in the myriad realms. For most mortals, a being like the celestial core spirit was practically a god. Even many card demigods and similar level entities across the myriad realms shared this perspective. Celestials were unmatched, so it was no surprise that the celestial array formation core spirit, as a formidable celestial array formation, lacked predators in the realms and was unfamiliar with pain. Especially considering it could lock and hid itself from the myriad realms. The defensive shell formed by its 6 planetary rings were no joke either. However, agreeing to anything just to avoid pain was unlike a celestial. Yet, the core spirit did so was because it had another strong reason. The another big reason for the core spirit's swift decision was its desperation for kinship. Being a unique celestial array formation core spirit meant it was alone in a vast realm where even the most wicked beings could find friends or companions. So, when it found someone it believed was similar to it, it wasn't surprising that it was willing to agree to anything to get to know them and become close to them, even if the kinship was brief or merely an illusion. The spirit just wanted to experience it. Good, I want you to stop resisting my plague, Wyatt commanded, ordering his world-devouring blood plague to halt its attack on the celestial array formation core and to start fusing with it using the effect it gained from his primordial calamity daughter gem. With his current grimoire grade, Wyatt knew it was impossible to subdue the celestial array formation spirit with the calamity daughter gem alone. Even if his grimoire were diamond grade, the Calamity Daughter gem would still have no effect on Celestials, as the World Calamity Tree could devour Celestials, but it couldn't subdue them with its Calamity Daughter seeds. Despite knowing this, Wyatt ordered his plague to fuse the core using the effect of the Primordial Calamity Daughter gem. Because his daughter gem had been baptized with primordial energy, it had evolved into the Primordial Calamity Daughter gem, significantly enhancing its strength and capabilities. With his current power, using the Primordial Calamity Daughter gem to subdue the celestial core spirit was possible if he could break past the core's outer shell and reach its center where the spirit was housed. Still, there was a chance the spirit's will might resist even his enhanced daughter gem's control. That was to say, while it wasn't an absolute effect like it was previously, the Primordial Calamity Daughter gem still offered Wyatt a viable option for subduing Celestials. For this reason, he asked the core spirit to stop resisting his plague's fusion with it. If the core spirit willingly allowed the fusion, Wyatt's Primordial Calamity Daughter gem would have a 100% chance of subduing it. In other words, the cost Wyatt was asking of the Celestial Array Formation Spirit was its freedom. Alright, the core spirit agreed, willingly allowing Wyatt's world-devouring blood plague to fuse with its body, unaware of the true price it was paying to stop the attack and gain Wyatt's forgiveness and perhaps even his friendship. The red mist covering the celestial core fused with it over time, leaving behind a single Primordial Calamity Soul Gem Plague cell, which multiplied to grow Wyatt's spiritual body on the spiritual plane. As the plague cells fused with the core, they began to heal the previous damage they had caused to the core. Moved by this, the core spirit felt reassured and had no doubts about allowing Wyatt's plague cells to fuse with it, not that it had any to begin with. In its desperation to feel kinship with Wyatt, it hadn't doubted him even slightly, and now, seeing Wyatt healing it, the core spirit felt it had made the right choice. Overwhelmed with emotion, it wondered if this was the kinship it had yearned for all along, and thought that, if so, it was worth waiting an eternity to experience it. When the plague cells had finally fused with the Celestial Array Formation core through the effect of the Primordial Calamity Daughter gem, Wyatt made a surprising discovery: the core spirit automatically received partner-level authority instead of a servant-level authority. He attempted to reduce its authority level, only to fail repeatedly. Wyatt racked his brain, trying to figure out why he couldn't reduce the celestial core spirit's authority level below partner tier as his Primordial Calamity Daughter gem. He wondered if it was because the Primordial Calamity Daughter gem's effect simply wasn't strong enough. This was the only reason he could think of at present. While this wasn't the outcome he had hoped for, he could only console himself, thinking that this level of control was better than nothing. As, for the moment, it assured that the Celestial Array Formation Core's spirit would not be able to turn on him even if he were to return to his original realm. Chapter 2258 Bloodkin Tier Date, Unspecified Time, Unspecified Location, Lil Red Storm Planet, unspecified. Just when Wyatt believed his troubles were over, the core of the Celestial Array Formation shone brilliantly with a golden light, startling him. Alerted, he instantly tried to sense the situation through the shared link between him and the core spirit. However, to his dismay, he felt a powerful surge within the link between his Primordial Calamity Soul Gem and his new Primordial Calamity Daughter Gem, the Celestial Array Formation Core Spirit. This was the first time he had experienced such a phenomenon and was unsure how to respond. Instinctively, he mobilized all his primordial energy into the hive spirit and the protective shell of the World Calamity Tree seed to shield him from any harm that might come from the power surge within their shared link. After all, aside from his spiritual channel, the Primordial Calamity Soul Daughter Gem link had direct access into his mutated ego gem. Back when he had fought the Circle's Mike Brown in Sun Blossom City, Mike had used the Myriad Devil's Hex on Ji Feng, Wyatt's martyred Calamity Daughter Gem. The curse had extended to him through the Calamity Soul Daughter Gem link. Although Anna's dummy ring resisted the curse on his behalf, it was notable that the curse could spread through the link between the Calamity Soul Gem and Calamity Daughter Gem. Therefore, when he felt great power surge within the link between him and the core spirit, Wyatt couldn't help but be on guard since he had no idea what this power entailed. After fortifying his defenses, he used his primordial soul pupils to study the nature of this great power. To his surprise, it appeared to be a type of innate power, specifically, the innate power of the Celestial Array Formation Core Spirit. Not gleaning much about the potential of this innate power, Wyatt used his unique eyes to further peer through the golden light and into the Celestial Array Formation Core, hoping to locate its spirit and gain an understanding of its innate power. However, before he could make sense of it, the great power launched itself into his mutated ego gem through the Calamity Soul daughter gem link. To Wyatt's dismay, neither the Hive Spirit nor the World Calamity Tree Seed's protective shell around his mutated ego gem could hinder, let alone stop, the great power. He had never felt more betrayed by his own prowess. Just as he began to process this, he felt a sudden empowerment similar to the sensation of his recent baptism. Realizing that the great power posed no threat but was, in fact, empowering him, he understood why his Hive Spirit and the World Calamity Tree Seed's protective shell had allowed it through. It seemed his body had a better sense of judgment than he did. However, Wyatt was still puzzled as to why he had received a portion of the Celestial Core Spirit's innate power, something unprecedented, as none of his Calamity Daughter gems had ever shared their power with him before. As he pondered this strange event, his grimoire emitted a series of notifications. You are being baptized by the unnamed Primordial Calamity Daughter gem's innate celestial power. Your synchronicity rate has increased 175% to 200%. You have awakened celestial skill, celestial voice. You have awakened celestial skill, celestial vision. Your cursed primordial bloodline has deemed the unnamed Primordial Calamity Daughter gem worthy to inherit it. Your unnamed Primordial Calamity Daughter gem has inherited your cursed primordial bloodline. Bloodline purity 97%. Your unnamed Primordial Calamity Daughter gem's authority tier has increased. Partner tier to Bloodkin tier. Skill name Bloodkin tier. Primordial Calamity Daughter gem effect. Primordial Calamity Daughter gems with Bloodkin tier authority are bound to the Primordial Calamity Soul gem by the cursed primordial bloodline. Primordial Calamity Daughter gems with Bloodkin tier authority have greater autonomy, allowing them to think independently and, at their discretion, ignore commands. However, they cannot defy orders issued through the cursed primordial bloodline. Bloodkin tier authority grants the daughter gem limited control over other daughter gems with lower authority, enabling them to lead. The purity of the cursed primordial bloodline determines the hierarchy among Bloodkin tier daughter gems. Note: the cursed primordial bloodline can only be inherited by daughter gems deemed worthy by the bloodline. Any primordial calamity daughter gem sharing the cursed primordial bloodline with the soul gem is automatically promoted to Bloodkin tier. Bloodkin tier daughter gems possess advanced intelligence and problem-solving abilities, distinguishing them from lower tier daughter gems. Reading the notifications from his grimoire, Wyatt was stunned. He knew little about the cursed primordial bloodline other than that he had gained cursed bloodline while comprehending his second blood rule, the meaning of blood curse. Seeing the cursed primordial bloodline act autonomously and select its inheritors without his input brought a troubled frown to Wyatt's face. Just when he felt a sense of relief, the development blindsided him, catching him off guard. Most troubling was the addition of a new authority tier Bloodkin for his primordial calamity daughter gems. This authority level granted Bloodkin tier daughter gems the freedom to think independently and the discretion to reject his orders unless they were issued through the cursed primordial bloodline. While this advancement made the Bloodkin tier daughter gems more capable than their lower tier counterparts, Wyatt questioned whether the cost of relinquishing absolute control was worth it. Only by observing the extent of the Bloodkin tier daughter gems' abilities in comparison to the lower tier gems would he be able to determine if this trade-off was worthwhile. Yet, even if he could come to terms with this change, Wyatt found it disconcerting that the cursed primordial bloodline would autonomously decide which daughter gems were worthy of inheriting it. He strongly felt that he should be the one to decide which of his daughter gems would inherit his bloodline and be promoted to Bloodkin tier. Realizing that he had no control over this, Wyatt shifted his focus to the next matter at hand, his unexpected acquisition of part of the Celestial Array Formation Core Spirit's innate power. Chapter 2259 Dally Wyatt date, unspecified time, unspecified location, Lil Red Storm Planet, unspecified. Wyatt's initial guess was that the new Bloodkin tier of his primordial calamity daughter gem might be the reason why he could share a portion of the core spirit's innate power. However, the Bloodkin tier info contained no mention of such an effect, leaving Wyatt back where he started, without answers. Soon, he speculated that it might not be him but rather the radiant celestial array formation core itself that shared a portion of its innate power with him. Though the core wasn't shining as brightly as before, it was still radiating brilliantly as it underwent metamorphosis to become Bloodkin tier primordial calamity daughter gem. Wyatt could only wait for it to complete its transformation to question whether it was responsible for sharing its power with him. Rather than wait, Wyatt decided to meet with the field marshal to retrieve his remaining plague essence to nourish his almost exhausted curses, which were currently being replenished using all the primordial energy his myriad primordial spirits were drawing from the origin source. He also intended to update her on the situation, but only enough to assure her their safety on this realm and keep her from asking further questions. Just then, the enormous core in the spiritual plane disintegrated into countless microscopic particles, forming a shimmering cloud. Soon, a tiny portion of the cloud separated from the rest and condensed into a humanoid form resembling Wyatt in many ways, except it was a female. The remaining cloud reverted back into the celestial array formation core, this time appearing as a massive gem, resembling Wyatt's primordial calamity daughter gem. Seeing the naked female version of himself appear before him, Wyatt was speechless as his mind went blank from the sheer bizarreness of the situation until it spoke to him using celestial voice in an innocent voice. "How do I look?" "Why, you're the core spirit," Wyatt stammered. Though he had already grasped the situation, it was just overwhelming to process. It seems he wasn't the only one who gained a bountiful harvest. "You can use celestial voice now. I see my efforts weren't in vain, but that's nothing compared to the gifts you gave me," the core spirit replied, approaching Wyatt for a closer look. Its new appearance was due to the physiques, traits, skills, abilities, and bloodline it had inherited from Wyatt as his bloodkin tier primordial calamity daughter gem. Confirming that the core spirit was indeed responsible for sharing a portion of the celestial array formation core's innate power with him from its words, Wyatt quickly mobilized his soul energy to construct clothing around the spirit, saying, "Never show your naked form to others. It's your privacy and is considered indecent." Okay, the core spirit, unfamiliar with the concept of clothing, was puzzled but decided to take Wyatt's words seriously as it spun around to look at attire covering its body. It was different from the attire Wyatt was wearing, so it seemed to be curious about it. However, its face remained expressionless, as it had no experience with body language. Previously, its body was the core itself, which had the expressiveness of a rock. It seems we're siblings now, sharing the same bloodline and all, Wyatt mused, noting the spirit's resemblance to him. She shared his bloodline, appearance, and powers, so she looked much like his fraternal twin. Accepting the reality, he readily embraced her as his sister rather than an incarnation or a mere clone. Her impassive expression made it hard for him to gauge her thoughts, so he added, "I suppose there's a lot I need to teach you. Shall we start by giving you a name?" Wyatt's acceptance of the situation and of the core spirit as his sister was primarily because he recognized how much he stood to gain by doing so. He sensed that the core spirit deeply desired kinship, and he intended to make it happy by offering just that. As his bloodkin tier primordial calamity daughter gem, he could command it as he pleased, but Wyatt preferred to inspire loyalty through goodwill rather than by imposing his will. After all, now it was one of his own. And when it comes to his people he was very generous. "We're siblings," the spirit murmured, its previously emotionless face lighting up with emotions for the first time as it absorbed Wyatt's words. Though it already knew they were connected through shared powers, hearing him confirm it brought new satisfaction. "Yes, I am Dalton Wyatt, your brother," Wyatt reintroduced himself with a gentle smile, though the notion of accepting a celestial array formation as a sister was mind-boggling. Still, if it ensured his investment in the Lil Red Storm realm wasn't wasted and gained a steady source of income, he had no reason to object. I don't have a name. I never needed one," the spirit said, reminiscing about its lonely past. Soon, however, its eyes sparkled again as it asked, "Would you give me one, brother?" "Me? Oh, no, I'm told I'm not good at naming things," Wyatt responded, trying to avoid the task, finding it tedious to find the prefect name for his sister. "No, I'll like whatever name you give me," the core spirit assured him. "All right, if you insist," Wyatt conceded. "What are your thoughts on being called Dally?" Dally Wyatt. "I like it," the spirit replied, smiling. "From today on, I am Dally Wyatt, the elder sister of Dally Wyatt." "Great, but why did you add Wyatt to your name? And why are you the elder one?" Wyatt asked, surprised, since as a celestial array formation core spirit Dally shouldn't have known about the concept of surnames or the significance of siblings sharing the same one. "I wanted our names to sound similar. And I'm the elder one among us because I'm older than you," Dally stated confidently. Though she was new to the concept of surnames, she wasn't unfamiliar with the idea of hierarchy among siblings. This was the basics of kinship, one would know this especially after waiting for it for what felt like an eternity. Chapter 2260 Dally. The exception date, unspecified time, unspecified location, Lil Red Storm Planet, unspecified so far. From Dally's actions and words, it seemed she was clueless about the true effects of Wyatt's primordial calamity daughter gem on her body. Wyatt found this puzzling since it wasn't the case with his other daughter gems. He wondered if she might be suffering from amnesia or some form of cognitive damage. If not, he wanted her fully up to speed on his intentions and ideals, just like all his previous daughter gems. He didn't have time to indulge this lonely core spirit every whim. "Lil bro, is something bothering you?" Dally asked, noticing Wyatt deep in thought. "Yes, can't you feel the changes brought on by fusing with my primordial calamity daughter gem?" Wyatt asked bluntly. Though he did aim to keep her content so she would do the same for him, he did not want to waste too much time on her as his schedule was already very tight. "I do. I've gained various physiques, traits, skills, and abilities, not to mention the bloodline we share. Above all, thanks to the fusion, I can now sense the rule sources," Dally replied openly. But even with all her revelations, she still hadn't told him what he wanted to hear. "What, you can sense the rule sources?" Wyatt exclaimed in shock. None of his other daughter gems could do that. He wondered what made Dally the exception to all the principles of the primordial calamity daughter gem, which he had believed to be absolute. "Let me show you," Dally said, and in a fraction of a second, she connected to the space rule source. Soon, within mere moments, she had forged a space rule stream in the womb of her realm. Watching the cascading space rule stream in what had once been considered a barren realm womb, Wyatt felt both shocked and mesmerized. He himself had been attempting to forge his blood rule stream and knew that creating a stream was no easy task for any being, mortal or celestial alike. All had to undergo the universally impartial test of the rule sources to forge rule streams. Yet Dally had created hers in seconds, defying Wyatt's understanding of reality. "What the?" Wyatt cursed as Dally's endless space rule stream continued to rapidly grow in width. The widening of the rule stream indicated that more rule meanings of the said rule were being fused into it. Yet each of these meanings had to be comprehended to ultimate mastery and understanding before being fused to the rule stream. Based on the rate of expansion, it seemed Dally was comprehending and mastering a minimum of 2 space rule meanings per second. Wyatt's understanding of reality continued to unravel. "Phew, that was harder than I thought, but I'm glad my realm's womb finally has a rule stream," Dally said happily, as her space rule stream stabilized. Now it was about 22 times its initial width. Finding Wyatt staring at her wide-eyed, she asked, "What's wrong? Why did you stop?" "Make a few more rule streams," Wyatt said, hiding his shock. "I only comprehend space rules thanks to the principles of the celestial array formation used in my creation. To forge more rule streams, I'd have to start comprehending different rules first. That will take time, maybe in another century or two I'll manage another rule stream, if I'm lucky," Dally explained, with a touch of longing to see her womb filled with various rule streams like the wombs of other celestial beings. Wyatt finally understood. The endless space rule stream before him was the product of Dally's millennia of space rule comprehension and mastery. Previously, though she couldn't sense rule sources like other celestials, she could still comprehend space rules due to her celestial array formation. But without access to the rule source, she'd been unable to forge a rule stream. As despite her celestial origin, she was technically more of an array than a celestial. This was why she hadn't showcased the full prowess of her space rule mastery to Wyatt during their battle. Having spent thousands of years on space rule comprehension alone, it was natural that Dally could rapidly condense her millennia of space rule comprehension and mastery into a majestic space rule stream. Considering millennia of hard work and innate talent as a celestial and daughter gem, her success was given. This realization restored Wyatt's confidence in his understanding of reality. He understood that Dally was an exception to many daughter gem rules because she was uniquely powerful. After fusing with his daughter gem, her power had only multiplied. At her current strength, if Dally were a regular being, it would be expected for her to sense the rule source of the rules she had comprehended. However, because of her origin as a celestial core spirit and a primordial calamity daughter gem, her ability to sense all rule sources without meeting certain milestones in each rule's mastery was within many possibilities. Wyatt comparing Dally to his other daughter gems now seemed foolish. Considering her unique origin and the fact that she was his only bloodkin tier primordial calamity daughter gem, Wyatt wondered if his daughter gem itself had intentionally withheld the full truth about the primordial calamity soul daughter gem from her, fearing her reaction. Wyatt could only speculate, as his abilities didn't reveal the reasoning behind these actions. Just as the human heart and brain don't explain why they did what they did to them, Wyatt had to research to find answers to his questions. Unlike mortals who can study their fellows, Wyatt was one of a kind. Fortunately, with the primordial soul pupil, he knew that, in time, all mysteries would be revealed. However, Wyatt had a hunch that the only reason his primordial daughter Gem had to resort to such measures was due to the vast difference between him and Dali in terms of their realm, not to mention her origin as a celestial. After all, daughter seeds of a world calamity tree were never meant to enslave a celestial. Chapter 2261 Mutant Celestial Dali Date, Unspecified Time, Unspecified Location, Lil Red Storm Planet, Unspecified. Dali, can you sense the origin source? Wyatt asked, refraining from explaining the full truth of what it meant to be a daughter gem, as he didn't want to test the limits of the delicate harmony his abilities had established with Dalek as his daughter gem. He chose to trust in the strength of the cursed primordial bloodline, believing it to be absolute, even for Dali, a mutant celestial. Wyatt labeled Dali a mutant celestial because, after fusing with his primordial calamity daughter gem, she had shed her old status, evolving into a complete celestial and even more. Previously, the only thing preventing Dali from being a true celestial was her inability to sense rule sources and natural growth, requiring her to rely on energy from two suns and resources extracted from meteoroids and asteroids for sustenance. These sources were barely enough to fuel her existence, let alone help her growth and development. Even if they were sufficient, she was incapable of helping her grow as a celestial, but as a ray spirit they could. However, now that she could sense rule sources as a regular celestial would, she had a more efficient sources to not only sustain her existence and to help her grow as a celestial, just like other celestials. Not to mention, with the added abilities of the primordial calamity daughter gem, she was different from regular celestials, making her a mutant among the celestial. If she could sense the origin source, she would be not only different but superior to a regular celestial, with access to the primordial energy coveted by all beings in the myriad realms, including celestials. If she were able to sense the origin source, then she will not only be different from a regular celestial but better than a regular celestial, gaining accessing to the primordial energy coveted by every being in the myriad realms, including the celestial beings. No, but should I be able to? Dali asked with concern, reluctant for this revelation to dampen her excitement over gaining the kinship she had longed for in her new status as a true celestial, something she could only dreamed of. You will, as you grow stronger, Wyatt said, attempting to dismiss the matter. But Dali persisted, but you can sense it, can't you? Yes, but that doesn't reflect on your abilities. Besides, celestials can't sense the origin source without meeting certain milestones and achievements. If you continue to progress as you are, I'm confident you will be able to sense it too, Wyatt assured her. Despite his tight schedule, he felt he had to indulge Dali, otherwise, he might soon find out if she was an exception to the cursed primordial bloodline as well. Wyatt typically didn't like to leave variable unattended to, but he felt helpless since Dalek's strength was beyond his control, and celestials were a special existence in the myriad realms. Still, if it turned out that Dali was immune to the cursed bloodline's control, Wyatt had a contingency. He could awaken the dormant plague fused into her celestial array core and let it do what it did best: devour realms. However, this was a last resort. Awakening the plague would consume massive energy, and fully overtaking her core would demand even more. Besides, Wyatt needed Dali alive to profit from his investment, and he couldn't summon that much power instantly, not yet at least. But you can sense the origin source, Dali pointed out, sounding disappointed. She wasn't jealous. Instead, as his elder sister, she simply felt inadequate. If the field marshal overheard her, she might jokingly invite Dali to the Wyatt's Friends and Family Club, as feeling incompetent around Wyatt came with the territory. But over time, Wyatt had a way of making others feel that his achievements were their own. Wyatt was momentarily speechless. He couldn't quite grasp the source of Dali's disappointment, but he was sure she wasn't jealous, so he decided to shift the subject. Come, let me introduce you to my friend and mentor. Upon arriving in the physical plane in his usual form, Wyatt retrieved the plague cells surrounding the field marshal and informed her, the situation has been handled. We can continue mining here without any concerns. Who is that? The field marshal asked, her voice filled with questions about both the threat and the power Wyatt had displayed. Yet, she chose to ask about the immediate mystery, the female version of Wyatt beside him. She guessed it was an incarnation of him, but dreaded the idea that Wyatt might be one of those with a peculiar preference. Moreover, The female version's strength was overwhelming, sending her survival instincts into overdrive and making her want to flee. "That's my elder sister, Dalton Wyatt," Wyatt introduced Dalton. The field marshal suspected he was joking, but his demeanor suggested otherwise. Seeing the confusion on her face, Wyatt added, "Dalton is the will of this realm, aka the spirit of the celestial array formation." "She's a celestial," the field marshal blurted in shock. She quickly descended and bowed deeply to Dalton, pleading, "Please, forgive my insolence, Your Highness." Though it was her first time witnessing a celestial will in physical form, Wyatt's words, and Dalton's strength, left no room for doubt. "What's she doing? Should I bow too?" Dalton asked Wyatt in confusion. As the will of a barren realm, she had no interaction with mortals, and those she did encounter were mostly frightened interdimensional travelers trespassing the realm. So, she didn't know mortals revered celestials. "No, don't. That might just scare her to death," Wyatt hurriedly said, signaling to the field marshal to drop the formalities. "Field marshal, Dalton is my elder sister, treat her as such, nothing more." The field marshal dropped the formalities but gave Wyatt a blank stare, finding it hard to believe that a celestial would consider herself a mortal's elder sibling. There was a limit to boasting, and Wyatt had crossed it by several miles. Though Dalton appeared very friendly toward Wyatt, the field marshal didn't dare mistake it for anything else, even it meant doubting her young liege's words. This was the difference between devils and card demigods. One hunted celestials as nourishment while other revered them as creator gods. Chapter 2262 Wyatt's Apology, Dalton's Big Gift Date, unspecified time, unspecified location, Lil Red Storm Planet, unspecified, he is telling the truth. "I am Wyatt's elder sister, and we share the same bloodline. You can check if you want," Dalton said, noticing the skepticism in the field marshal's eyes. She drew blood from her palm, intent on proving her connection to Wyatt and establishing their shared lineage. The field marshal was taken aback, startled by Dalton's bold gesture, especially seeing her draw blood. This incident stirred questions in the field marshal's mind about her understanding of celestials. Since when did celestials start to bleed? She thought, but soon dismissed it, assuming Dalton might have created an incarnation using Wyatt's blood. This could explain her resemblance to Wyatt and the claim of a shared bloodline. "Dalton, stop, there's no need for that," Wyatt said, intervening before she could further pressure the field marshal into verifying their bloodline. "Yes, Your Highness Dalton. There's no need for a blood test. I trust your word," the field marshal added, playing along despite her skepticism about Wyatt and Dalton being siblings to humor the celestial. "Wyatt, why don't you call me elder sister? If you had, there wouldn't have been such misunderstandings," Dalton pointed at Wyatt, blaming him for the field marshal's doubt. She had wanted to bring this up for some time and now had the perfect reason. "That's not it," Wyatt replied, dismissing her complaint before abruptly changing the topic. "The space furnace array formation is going strong." He then entered the array's storage section, where numerous 2-pound bars of refined LSG were neatly stacked. Wyatt had failed to monitor the array formation because of the disturbance earlier, but the abundance of refined bars indicated that the array was functioning well. "You know, you don't need this array to extract resources. I can do it for you. Now that I'm a true celestial and can feel the rule sources, I don't need to depend on these resources for sustenance anymore, so I could gather and store them for you," Dalton generously offered to her younger brother, choosing not to bring up that he wasn't willing to call her elder sister or mention that he had previously attempted to take her resources without permission or that he hadn't consulted her about mining activities after establishing their relationship as siblings. Though she no longer needed these resources, Dalton shouldn't overlook the fact that before becoming a complete celestial, she had to rely on these supplements to maintain her existence, as relying solely on energy from two suns, two of the remaining creations of the celestial whose remains were used to create her, would have been insufficient to sustain her. In her eagerness to have a family, Dalton was blind to the fact that Wyatt was simply taking advantage of her. However, Wyatt's crime wasn't intention but out of ignorance. Because Wyatt had stopped his study of the celestial array formation midway, had yet to realize the importance of the resources buried in the realm's crust for Dalek's survival before he unknowingly helped her become a complete celestial. He wasn't that the majority of the resources gathered by the celestial array formation from the meteors and asteroid were continuously used to supplement the array itself, along with energy from its two suns. The formation was neither as self-sufficient nor as efficient as it appeared on the surface. Nearly 90% of its collected resources were used to power the array, with the rest stored as reserves for low-yield seasons. Considering that Dali had never seen her creator, every inch of her realm's crust should have been rich with rare resources collected from meteors over millennia. Since no one had ever mined her crust. However, Wyatt had found only a single LSG deposit since his arrival, and Henrix, who had been there before, had assumed the realm was barren based on his experience on it. This suggested that the celestial array formation had totally failed in its purpose to gather resources from the meteors and asteroids, which could explain why her creator might have abandoned it. Dali had long feared this possibility but had consoled herself over the several millenniums with one question: if the array was truly worthless, why hadn't her creator taken the celestial array formation core and repurposed it, given its value? About that, I owe you an apology. I was greedy for the resources in your realm's crust and began mining without considering that they might belong to someone. I'm sorry, Wyatt admitted, feeling ashamed. His actions now seemed similar to the dark races he had recently grown to despise. Realizing his mistake, Wyatt felt it was wrong not to have contacted the realm's will upon his arrival or to have sought permission to mine its resources. He had behaved as a demon merchant might, trespassing, claiming the realm as his own, and mining its resources without respect. Knowing he was in the wrong, he asked Dali for forgiveness. Hearing Wyatt's apology, the field marshal felt her blood run cold, recalling how she had pushed him to continue mining until the unknown threat appeared. Though Wyatt hadn't informed her of the threat's details, she had a strong feeling that Dali was the one and that she might have overheard her insistence on mining the LSG deposit. Gathering her courage, the field marshal asked for Dali's forgiveness. Your Highness Dali, please forgive me for my insolent remarks. It was not my intention to steal from you, I hope you can forgive me. It's okay, it's all water under the bridge. You don't have to sweat over such small things. Dali forgave the duo, and then with a wave of her hand, she used her celestial force to unearth the entire 15.6 cubic mile LSG deposit, saying, "Consider this a gift from an elder sister to her little brother." Soon, she employed a spatial disaster to refine it, neatly arranging the refined LSG into stacks of 2-pound bricks all in under a minute. Now that she had established a space rule stream, Dali was finally able to showcase her true might in terms of spatial rule mastery. Chapter 2263 Field Marshal's Frustration Date, Unspecified Time, Unspecified Location, Lil Red Storm Planet, Unspecified. While the Field Marshal was mesmerized by Dali's insane display of celestial force and mastery over space rules, Wyatt was more captivated by her talent in array formation. It wasn't surprising that, after becoming a complete celestial and establishing a space rule stream, Dali was now able to display her true power in celestial force and space rules, unlike her relatively pathetic display during their battle. However, her skill in array formation was unexpected. Wyatt believed she had even greater potential in array formation than he did. Just by glancing at the space furnace array formation, Dali was able to incorporate its principles in her spatial disaster to refine LSG, processing over 15 cubic miles of it in under a minute. It seemed her origin as a celestial array formation spirit wasn't without merit. She was an array formation genius born once in several millennia. Realizing this, Wyatt suddenly felt eager to see the world Dali would eventually build as a celestial. Though that was still far in the future, he decided to guide her by introducing her to the field of array formation. That was convenient, the field marshal remarked, glancing at the seemingly endless rows of neatly stacked 2-pound LSG bricks that Dali had arranged. Then, turning to Wyatt, she asked, "What now?" "We'll use what we need and gradually sell the rest. Neither the Dark Realm nor the Devil Merchant Code Market can handle such a massive quantity of LSG all at once," Wyatt replied. He then shared all his array formation knowledge with Dali through the Hive Spirit, adding, "This may not compare to your gift, but I hope it keeps you busy until I can get you your real present. I like anything you give me, but what do you mean by keeping me busy?" Dali frowned, sensing she might not like what Wyatt was about to say next. "I'm planning to return to my realm for a short while. There's something urgent I need to handle, and it's also related to the gift I want to prepare for you," Wyatt explained. He was being sincere, not just making excuses to leave Dali, who was rooted in this part of the myriad realms. "We just met, and now you're leaving already." Before Dali could persuade him to stay, Wyatt interrupted her, saying, "Please, trust me on this. I need to do this for us." "Fine, but promise you'll be back soon." Dali relented with one condition. Wyatt nodded, swearing, "With the origin source as my witness, I promise to return soon." "No, why did you do that? I didn't ask you to take an oath. especially not with the origin source as a witness, Dally exclaimed, distressed. Not everyone can make a oath with origin source as witness, only those who could sense the origin source could swear on it, and she knew Wyatt was one of them. Her intention was never to pressure or harm Wyatt, she just wanted to spend time with her younger brother. Even if he didn't return, though it would sadden her, she would hope for his happiness, wherever he was. She never wanted him to make such a binding oath. I did it because I want you to wait for me, Wyatt said with a reassuring smile. Comforted by his words, Dally nodded, saying, I'll wait for you. Field Marshal, let's head back to my city, Wyatt ordered, only to be met with a firm reminder. What about your combat training? I know you have many unique skills and abilities at your disposal, but that doesn't replace the need for combat mastery. Without it, no matter how strong your skills are, you won't be able to harness their full power or time them perfectly to achieve critical strikes and gain other tactical advantage in a battle. I can go on and on about this, but it will be pointless if you don't heed them. I sincerely hope you'll stop avoiding combat training and start taking initiative. The Field Marshal's expression was grim as she lectured Wyatt on the importance of combat mastery. She was genuinely frustrated with her young liege for not taking his training seriously and wondered if she should emphasize this again with some tough love. However, seeing how protective Dally was of him, she didn't dare act rashly in her presence. Field Marshal, I am well aware of the importance of combat mastery, Wyatt agreed with Field Marshal, recalling how she had easily bested him in sparring. However, he immediately reminded her of the conditions she'd agreed to before becoming his combat instructor, saying, remember, you agreed to schedule my training around my busy schedule. Something important has come up, so we'll continue later. Don't make me repeat myself again. Listening to Wyatt, the Field Marshal clenched her fists in frustration but soon controlled her emotions, nodding, I did agree to that, and I will make sure to not make you remind me again. Good. Now, let's head back to the city, Wyatt said, accessing the Devil Merchant Code's interdimensional transportation feature. Before leaving, he locked eyes with Dalek and left after uttering, I'll be back soon. With Wyatt and the Field Marshal gone, Dally was alone once again. However, this time she didn't feel lonely, as she could sense Wyatt through the Hive Spirit, the primordial Calamity Soul daughter gem link, and their shared bloodline. While waiting for her little brother's return, she decided to occupy herself with the array formation knowledge he had shared. However, she went through all the material on the array formation in a matter of minutes. Proving Wyatt's hutch about her talent in array formation right. If she hadn't encountered difficulties understanding particular array ingredients unique to Card World and that she hadn't come across in her long lifespan, she would have completed it even faster. With nothing else left to do, she decided to unearth the other resources buried in the crust and refine them for her little brother, now that she had little use for them herself and had noticed Wyatt searching for them. Chapter 2264 Menacing Third Eye Socket Date, the 21st of April 2321 Time, 2150 Location, Card World, Southern Region, Blossom District, Sky Blossom City, Dungeon Highway, Blood Rock Dungeon Seal, Seed World. Wyatt, you're back. Dreadray was the first to greet him, while the others stayed busy with their work. Almost everyone was gathered in the Seed World. It seemed they had turned the Dungeon Seal and the Seed World into their hangout spot. Wyatt greeted her in return, adding, Hi, Dreadray. I have good news for you. What is it, Wyatt? Dreadray asked with joy, momentarily forgetting her headache from the constant pressure of her unborn forest spirit, which kept urging her to let it swallow Wyatt's Seed World. If she hadn't restrained it, the spirit would have devoured the Seed World and completed its birth long ago. Your forest spirit can have the Seed World, Wyatt announced with a wide smile. Hearing this, Dreadray's joy multiplied instantly, as she'd been struggling to keep rejecting her child's urges. Really, thank you, Wyatt, that child is going to be thrilled. Dreadray thanked Wyatt for his generosity with a kiss on his cheek, then rushed to her floating forest island to share the good news with her unborn forest spirit. What use does a forest spirit have for an independent subspace? Field Marshal asked Wyatt, puzzled at how a forest spirit could benefit from a subspace. Trust me, you're better off not knowing, Wyatt said seriously. He suspected that Librarian Jr. had assigned Dreadray as his personal pixie with a hidden agenda. He believed that the less Field Marshal knew, the safer she and everyone else would be. As I suspected, this forest spirit is definitely not simple, Field Marshal muttered, Wyatt's words confirming her doubts. She had sensed all along that Dredray's so-called forest spirit was far more than it seemed. Her unique eyes had never deceived her, and now she regretted second-guessing herself. Still, she trusted that Dredray hadn't lied to her, though Wyatt's words hinted that perhaps Dredray herself wasn't fully aware of the truth. Ignoring Field Marshal's musings, Wyatt made his way toward the clown mask, who was watching Courtney as she worked on comprehending blood rules with Bloodette within her innate blood rule. This would allow Bloodette to grow stronger without having to share half her power with the dungeon seal. As Wyatt approached, Clown Mask quickly rose to her feet and bowed to him, surprising Field Marshal, who followed suit. It appeared Clown Mask knew Wyatt from even before her imprisonment, almost as if she were his subordinate. This was a bizarre notion, considering Clown Mask had been responsible for his parents' deaths under orders from the Circle, who had been hired by Matron, aka Susan Bylor. Wyatt had said he had forgiven Clown Mask and was willing to give her a second chance, but this was still a shocking sight to behold. "Follow me," Wyatt ordered Clown Mask, opening an isolated space for the two of them. Field Marshal attempted to follow, but Wyatt stopped her, saying, "Go see if Park and Susan need your help procuring goods in the Card World market." "All right," Field Marshal replied, heading toward Susan and Park, who were in the middle of a heated debate over how to manage the funds Wyatt had allocated for their interdimensional import-export business venture. She left Wyatt to attend to his urgent business. In her mind, however, she was more certain than ever that Wyatt had nothing urgent or important to do and was simply trying to avoid combat training. Despite her suspicions, she kept her thoughts and her mounting frustration with Wyatt to herself. After all, she had agreed to Wyatt's condition to conduct combat training sessions without interrupting his busy and unpredictable schedule. In hindsight, she realized it had been naive of her to assume Wyatt wouldn't exploit this condition to avoid the sessions as often as possible. Inside the isolated space, Wyatt looked into Clown Mask's eyes and commanded, "Remove your mask." She obeyed without hesitation, revealing a hideous hole resembling an empty eye socket in the center of her forehead. As Wyatt gazed into the hollow space a result of her Dao eye being forcibly removed, he felt as if he were staring into a bottomless pit, so dark it could consume one's sanity. The first time he saw this wound, it hadn't looked as menacing, but it had changed gradually as his daughter Gem upgraded. This prompted Wyatt to wonder if he could help Clown Mask regenerate her stolen Dao eye. He wasn't confident at first, until witnessing Dali evolve from a celestial array spirit to a full celestial through his primordial calamity daughter Gem. However, he suspected this transformation was largely due to his cursed primordial bloodline and Dali's celestial origin. After all, despite being updated to the latest versions, none of his other daughter Gems showed such miraculous growth. Clown Mask's daughter Gem was also updated to a primordial calamity daughter Gem, and though her Dao eye showed subtle changes with the upgrade, it hadn't shown any signs of true recovery despite the Gem's powerful restructuring capabilities. Wyatt had used his soul pupils on her many times to try to understand what was happening, but to his surprise, Clown Mask's soul pathways held no information on Dao eyes. However, the soul pathways in the center of her forehead contained certain profound traces, suggesting that something invaluable and profound once resided there. If not for these traces, Wyatt would have doubted whether Clown Mask ever had a Dao eye. This also explained why his daughter Gems couldn't regenerate her lost Dao eye. It seemed that all soul pathways connected to it had been lost with it. Without the actual soul pathways of the Dao eye, the daughter Gem lacked a crucial element needed to restructure Clown Mask as a whole. Not to mention, the profound traces in her forehead ensured that, each time Clown Mask's body was rebuilt, an empty third eye socket remained in the center of her forehead. Chapter 2265 Insignia of Terror, Degraded Dao Eye Date, the 21st of April 2321 Time, 2204 Location, Card World, Southern Region, Blossom District, Sky Blossom City, Dungeon Highway, Blood Rock Dungeon Seal, Seed World. Without the soul pathways related to Dao eyes, it was impossible even for Wyatt, with the aid of his soul pupils, to help Clown Mask regenerate a Dao eye in her third eye socket. However, he was able to help her develop eyelids for the empty socket, removing the need for her to wear a mask to hide it. Despite this, Clown Mask still preferred wearing her mask as it made her feel comfortable. She had lived 2 lifetimes behind that mask, one in her future vision and the current life she was experiencing, so the mask felt like an extension of her body to her. She was more at case with the mask on than with her own face, so much so that she continued to wear it even when alone. It was a psychological attachment, and as a partner-tier daughter gem, she could retain this personal quirk unless Wyatt willed otherwise. Turning his gaze from Clown Mosk's third eye socket, Wyatt raised his hand and produced a handful of his innate plague. He charged it with primordial energy and added a pinch of pixie dust he had previously gathered from Dreadray to it. The intent here was to turn the plague into a carrier of both primordial energy and pixie dust. Dreadray had given the pixie dust to Wyatt, and both plague and clown mask could be considered as extension of Wyatt, so it would be work on them. Once everything was prepared, Wyatt pressed his palm against Clown Mosk's ample chest. The blood-red plague cells immediately infiltrated Clown Mosk's body, heading toward her daughter gem. Upon reaching it, the plague cells fused with the mutated ego gem, and soon the daughter gem, along with Clown Mask herself, disintegrated into a cloud of blood-red plague cells, leaving her clothes behind. Gradually, the cloud of blood-red plague began reintegrating, forming a new crimson daughter gem that developed cells, grew tissues, and soon shaped itself into a complete female body with alluring curves in all the right places. However, Wyatt wasn't interested in these soft mounds of meat. His gaze went straight to her forehead. Noticing that Clown Mosk's third eye socket was showing subtle changes as the daughter gem upgraded, Wyatt guessed it was lacking sufficient energy to complete the transformation. Though uncertain about what the transformation would entail, he assumed it might have something to do with her lost Dao Eye. Thus, he decided to provide Clown Mask with ample primordial energy, adding a bit of pixie dust in hopes that the dust would re-trigger the stalled transformation and that the primordial energy would sustain it. There was another reason he used his innate plague as an intermediary instead of directly providing Clown Mosk's daughter gem with primordial energy through the link connecting them and sprinkling pixie dust into her third eye socket. He wanted to see if his cursed primordial bloodline would deem Clown Mask worthy of becoming his bloodkin and elevate her to a bloodkin tier daughter gem. Wyatt was fully aware that if his cursed primordial bloodline had considered Clown Mask or any of his other daughter gems worthy, it would already have shared itself with them, raising them to the bloodkin tier. However, Wyatt was greedy. After all, Clown Mosk's experience would make her an invaluable asset in his grand plans if she were to become a bloodkin tier daughter gem. As Wyatt's gaze fell on Clown Mosk's forehead, he was stunned. The horizontal eyelid slit on her forehead was now replaced by an birthmark similar to that of the Supreme Leader's insignia, but it was blood red in color instead of the latter's pitch black insignia. The resemblance was uncanny. The empty third eye socket on Clown Mosk's forehead had vanished, replaced by a blood-red birthmark resembling a crimson tattoo of a vertical third eye. At its center, where the pupil would be, sat a pitch-black jewel about the size of a 1-carat diamond. This vertical eye birthmark was an exact replica of the Supreme Leader's own mark, except his was black with a red jewel, while hers was red with a black jewel. In Clown Mosk's alternate future vision, this birthmark was a symbol of terror, the insignia worn by the Supreme Leader's allies and forces. Seeing it appear on Clown Mosk's forehead, Wyatt was visibly shocked. However, after calming himself, he felt this outcome was to be expected. After all, the Supreme Leader had gained his signature vertical third eye mark after stealing Clown Mosk's Dao Eye. According to Clown Mosk's memories, the Supreme Leader had created a card using her Dao Eye, but the result had been subpar. Dissatisfied, he gave it to one of his incarnations, who then used it as an ingredient in his own origin card creation, forming the vertical third eye mark that the Supreme Leader later absorbed through his origin card. Taking this information into account, Wyatt was no longer surprised that Clown Mosk's empty third eye socket had evolved into a vertical third eye birthmark similar to the Supreme Leader's. However, he was uncertain about what the color difference signified or why the empty third eye socket hadn't simply regenerated a Dao Eye. Considering that a Dao Eye wasn't like other physiques and that only one card apprentice with that Dao Eye physique could exist at a time, Wyatt wondered if the power of the Dao Eye had been split between the Supreme Leader and Clown Mask. He speculated that the Supreme Leader possessed about 90% of the Dao Eye's power, while Clown Mask retained only 10%, as he had managed to steal her third eye but not the socket. Since the third eye socket was part of the Dao Eye physique, the Supreme Leader had never been able to claim the full Dao Eye. As a result, despite numerous attempts, he could not recreate the Dao Eye physique and had to settle for a degraded version. This was also the reason why Clown Mask had been unable to regrow her Dao Eye and was left with an empty third eye socket unable to get rid of it. However, by supplying her with primordial energy and pixie dust, Wyatt had compensated for much of the missing Dao Eye, allowing her to form her own version of the degraded Dao Eye. Chapter 2266 Super Regeneration Debate Date the 21st of April 2321 time, 2216 location, Card World, Southern Region, Blossom District, Sky Blossom City, Dungeon Highway, Blood Rock Dungeon Seal, Seed World. Should I have used more pixie dust? Wyatt muttered to himself, wondering if adding more pixie dust might have allowed Clown Mask to regrow her Dao Eye. He pondered this despite the obvious limitation of the physique, that it could only be wielded by one card apprentice at a time. Yi's thoughts were held merit. After all, she was the original bearer of the physique, and currently, there were none with the Dao Eyes. Master, I don't think that's possible unless I kill Carl. To take back what he stole from me, Clown Mask replied, overhearing Wyatt's thoughts. Why so? Carl doesn't have a Dao Eye physique, so why would you have to kill him to regrow yours? Wyatt asked, feeling that if the answer were so simple, Carl would have already killed Clown Mask to gain the Dao Eye physique himself instead of keeping her around. I don't know. That was just the first thing that came to me when I heard you pondering out loud, Clown Mask admitted. She wasn't sure why she felt that way, but her gut instinct kept echoing that feeling, turning it into a scream urging her to kill Carl and reclaim what he had taken from her. After seeing the end of her alternate self in her final future vision, Clown Mask harbored a desire for vengeance against the Supreme Leader for ruining her life, but she had never considered retrieving the physique he had stolen from her. She hadn't thought it was possible. I see, Wyatt said, eyeing Clown Mask. His gaze was momentarily drawn to her toned skin and ample curves. Shaking his head, he ordered, put on your clothes. Clown Mask nodded and moved out of Wyatt's sight, gathering her clothes from the ground, giving him a peek at her forbidden garden. The sight was tempting, but Wyatt's mind remained focused on her words about killing to regain what was stolen. Her comment had opened him to reconsider a possibility he had already considered. However, he was intrigued by this for reasons different from hers. Wyatt had considered about the Clown Mask reclaiming the 90% of the Dao Eye that the Supreme Leader had taken from her. He did not how that would be possible, but he thought about this because he was curious if the combination of her enhanced 10%, which was no equal to 90%, and Carl's 90% would birth a stronger Dao Eye or perhaps even evolve it. Or, would the extra energy simply dissipate, returning to the realm? In theory, Wyatt's idea wasn't without merit. It seemed plausible that the Dao Eye physique might evolve or grow stronger if Carl's share and Clown Mask's enhanced share were combined. But after hearing Clown Mask say she'd need to kill Carl to regain her physique, he began to wonder if the Dao Eye was a self-aware or programmed energy, like the baptism energy, meaning it would not evolve or grow stronger unless previously designed to do so. The current dilemma was similar to a popular debate on regeneration back on Earth. If someone with super regeneration abilities were beheaded, would their head regrow a new body, or would the body grow a new head? Some confidently asserted that, since the head housed the brain and memories, it would regrow a new body. Others disagreed, asking where would the head get the energy required to regrow an entire body. They argued that the body, being home to the heart the energy housed, would regrow a new head. However, in the card world, there was no such debate. They already knew the answer because, in this world, super regeneration wasn't just a fantasy, it was a reality. The answer was neither. Super regeneration would regrow either a new body or a new head, or both according to its predetermined specifications. Examples of this included the monsters Hydra, Stone Troll, and Earth Dragon. When beheaded, Hydra's super regeneration allows its body to regrow its heads, while the Stone Troll's super regeneration allows its head to regrow a new body. However, Earth Dragon's super regeneration allows both its head and body to regrow a new body and head, thus multiplying into two. This shows that the super regeneration function of different creatures was predetermined and specified in their soul pathways, or, in Earth's terms, their DNA. Wyatt believed that the Dao Eye, as a pre-programmed energy, would likely not evolve or grow stronger when Carl's degraded version of the Dao Eye combined with Clown Mask's degraded version of the Dao Eye. Instead, he thought it would result in the birth of the original Dao Eye, while any excess energy would return to the realm. He also couldn't help but wonder if primordial energy and pixie dust might be able to override this programming. However, seeing that Clown Mask hadn't regrown a complete Dao Eye even after receiving help from primordial energy and pixie dust, he dismissed the thought. I'm getting nowhere. Maybe I should just ask an expert. Wyatt decided, choosing to stop speculating and instead ask the only expert he knew who might answer such questions, the Blood Rule Stream Spirit of the card world. If he approached the Blood Rule Stream Spirit, he was confident he could get the answers he sought because, with an appropriate offering, it would reveal any secret of the card world within its knowledge to him. Not to mention, it had already confessed to being the secret hand behind the scene responsible for the birth of the Dao I and Dao Tung physiques in this era within the mother and daughter pair, Clown Mask and Courtney. He even doubted if the spirit itself was behind Clown Mask's premonition to kill Carl and reclaim what he had taken from her. Perhaps the spirit was sending her a message, that killing Carl would allow her to regain her Dao I physique. It was just a speculation. However, the real question was, why was Clown Mask having such thoughts now, of all times? Was it because Clown Mask's share of the Dao I had been enhanced? Wyatt had too many questions and knew where he could find the answers, but he did not want to reach out to the blood rule stream spirit over this issue. Chapter 2267 Eye of Fortune, Eye of Prosperity. Date, the 21st of April 2321. Time, 22:23. Location, Card World, Southern Region, Blossom District, Sky Blossom City, Dungeon Highway, Blood Rock Dungeon Seal, Seed World. Wyatt was certain that if he sought the Card World's blood rule stream spirit with the proper offering to inquire about the Dao I physique's potential to evolve or grow stronger, the spirit would likely start questioning why there was 180% of the Dao I energy in the physical plane instead of just 100. Ultimately, all suspicion would fall on him, increasing the risk of revealing him being one with Source and exposing Dreadray's presence on this realm. If that were to happen, then consequence would be beyond Wyatt's control and he might have to leave the card world and not return until he was strong than its will. To avoid exposing his secrets to the card world's will, Wyatt dared not approach one of its rule stream spirits with questions tied to his personal mysteries. Once again, he found himself back at square one, with too many questions and no answers. "What is it called?" Wyatt asked, eyeing the now dressed Clown Mask's vertical third eye birthmark. "Eye of Fortune," Clown Mask replied, then elaborated, "It allows me to predict the right time to watch out for, the right place to be at, and the right person to associate with or trust. One of its effects is called, right time, place, and person." Listening to Clown Mask's description of her Eye of Fortune, Wyatt couldn't help but raise an eyebrow in skepticism, as it made her ability sound like a divination-type physique, turning Clown Mask into a fortune teller. This physique didn't sit well with Wyatt, who believed there was no singular, right, time, place, or person. He thought it was up to each individual to choose and make them right. He didn't believe in a predetermined destiny, but rather in shaping one's own through choices and actions. "It sounds like a pretty unreliable physique," Wyatt said, unable to hide his distaste. "Master, please don't misunderstand it by comparing it to superstitions or the self-proclaimed seers of the Empire," Clown Mask pleaded, trying to clear up Wyatt's prejudice against her third eye. She continued, "Master, my Eye of Fortune is more like a time-related physique than a divination one. It works by allowing me to peek a few moments ahead into the future. Fortune and misfortune are open to my interpretation, giving a degree of freedom in which futures I can see. However, the extent of what I can see depends on when, where, and on whom I use my physique." "I see. That makes more sense." Understanding the principle behind Clown Mask's Eve of Fortune, Wyatt acknowledged her physique and no longer considered it unreliable. However, he still had doubts about its limitations, so he asked her for further details. "Explain to me how when, where, and on whom you use your physique's ability affects it." Clown Mask nodded in understanding before explaining the workings and limitations of her ability. "Master, my physique is pretty straightforward. For example, if you were to suddenly attack me, my physique would sense my fear and show me a future where I'm attacked, allowing me to see how to avoid your surprise attack. However, I can't see even a fraction of a second beyond the moment of attack. If you were to ambush me, my physique would sense the danger and show me a future where I'm ambushed, giving me insight on how to avoid it. But again, I can't see even a fraction of a second after the ambush. If you were to promise me something, my physique would sense my doubt and show me a future where you either keep or break your promise, letting me know if I can trust you. But, once again, I can't see anything beyond that event. By using these cues, I can control my physique to see a future that helps me make the right choices at any given moment and scenario. But the range of from where and how far I can look into the future is limited." "That's just cheating," Wyatt muttered, feeling a pang of jealousy every hardworking person feels at some point of their life towards someone lucky enough to have an edge over them just because they were in so-called right place at the right time. He couldn't help but wonder if the degraded version of the Dao I was already this powerful. How overpowered must the original Dao I be? Considering Clown Mask had lived an entire lifetime in a future vision before the Dao Eye was forcefully dug out from her forehead, it seemed almost unimaginably powerful. Then, realizing Clown Mask wasn't the only one with this physique, he exclaimed in shock, "Don't tell me Carl has the same physique." "No, Master, he doesn't. His physique is called the Eye of Prosperity. It allows him to see the true value of time, place, and objects," Clown Mask replied, assuring Wyatt that the Supreme Leader's degraded Dao Eye was quite different from hers. This was new information she'd learned as her share of the Dao Eye increased to match Carl's and formed her own degraded version of Dao Eye. She had a feeling that her Dao Eye wanted to return to her and was helping her, but since she couldn't prove it, she didn't mention it to Wyatt. To not confuse him and also because he did not ask. How would that even work? Wyatt found her description of the Eye of Prosperity odd, wondering how one could measure the value of time when most would agree that every second is priceless. He pondered if by value she meant something like the auspiciousness or luck associated with time, place, or objects. "I'm not entirely sure," Clown Mask admitted. "I'm guessing the Eye of Prosperity should work on the same principle as my Eye of Fortune. It might also be more of a time-type physique than a divination-type one like my physique, however. Alternative is also possible but less likely," she said, drawing from her experience with the Eye of Fortune. She then added, "Master, although I don't fully understand the Eye of Prosperity, I think I might be able to sense it if I get out of the dungeon seal." And Susan's character art has been added. Check it out and show your appreciation through tips, power stones, golden tickets, and comments. Gifts are welcome, too. Chapter 2268 Limitations Date, the 21st of April 2321 Time, 2236 Location, Card World, Southern Region, Blossom District, Sky Blossom City, Dungeon Highway, Blood Rock Dungeon Seal, Seed World. Wyatt raised an eyebrow as he listened to Clown Mask explain that her Eye of Fortune could track the Eye of Prosperity. He wondered if the reverse was also true. As if reading his thoughts, Clown Mask responded, "Master, though I can't prove it, I don't think the Eye of Prosperity can track the Eye of Fortune, or, rather, it's more accurate to say the Eye of Prosperity doesn't want to track its other half. I have a feeling that the Dao Eye desires and taking action to return to its rightful heir, which is me. You may be onto something, but one thing keeps bothering me. Why now? In your future vision, you didn't have this feeling, nor did you feel this way until now. Why would the Dao Eye want you to fight for it now when it showed no previous signs of such intent?" Wyatt was puzzled. He hadn't anticipated that helping Clown Mask regrow her Dao Eye would become so complicated. "Master, maybe it isn't me, but you. I think the Dao Eye wants you to fight for it, and I am merely the medium conveying its intentions. Just like you plan to control the Dao Eye through me, it may also be seeking your help through me. After all, in both my future vision and present self, I never was and never will be a match for Carl, let alone kill him and reclaim the Dao Eye," Clown Mask explained, drawing on insights she felt from her physique to guide Wyatt toward the answer. Wyatt looked at Clown Mask's third eye skeptically and said, "Use your third eye and tell me if I can truly help you regrow your Dao Eye. Let me kickstart it. Clown Mask, I promise to help you regrow your Dao Eye." Clown Mask stared hard at Wyatt until he lost patience and asked, "Did it work? What did you see?" "No, it didn't activate. No matter how hard I try, I can't use it on you. It's not just that as a daughter gem I am unable to doubt your promise, but it's as if the laws of our time don't apply to you," Clown Mask said with a frown, frustrated at her inability to assist her master. Oh, Wyatt wasn't surprised. He had long known that the time of this universe didn't affect him. He seemed to be an exception to them. Both Chris Chase and Belphegor's time freeze abilities had failed to affect him, making him aware that he was immune not just to Card World's time rule but to that of the entire myriad realms. However, this confirmed that Clown Mask's Eye of Fortune was indeed a time-based ability, not simply divination or fortune-telling. "Is it only me, or are there others immune to your Eye of Fortune as well?" Wyatt asked, curious if her physique had more limitations. "Well, the Eye of Fortune only works within the scope of Card World. It's useless in the myriad realms," Clown Mask revealed, finally helping Wyatt understand why the Supreme Leader had lost to Abba and hadn't extended his conquest into the myriad realms. In Clown Mask's alternate future vision, the Supreme Leader, given his ambition and the combined abilities of the Eye of Prosperity and soul pupils, would naturally have set his sights on the myriad realms. Yet, he never dared to expand into the emissary of lighter matron's territories, let alone the myriad realms. Until now, Wyatt had thought Carl was cautious because he feared an alliance between Sansa and the emissary of light, but it seemed Carl had reached his peak and was now focused more on preserving his gains than acquiring new territories. Though Carl's origin card ability allowed him to create and use an infinite number of origin cards by sacrificing his incarnations, it appeared to have significant limitations that he had never shared with anyone. Wyatt's knowledge of Carl's abilities was entirely based on what Clown Mask had gathered from her future vision, so he, too, was in the dark about the precise limitations of Carl's origin card. However, he now understood that while Carl's ability was powerful, it wasn't without boundaries. Even though Wyatt didn't know the exact limitations, just knowing that Carl had them gave him greater confidence. With his current strength, Wyatt believed that Carl was no match for him, even if he commanded an army of incarnations and undead card apprentices. All that remained was to locate the original Carl and put an end to this looming threat. Strangely, all three of the mischiefs had managed to avoid detection by Wyatt's VR slime card information network. This made Wyatt wonder if he had overestimated the appeal of the soul energy digestion skill among card apprentices. However, knowing that one of the founding demigods, Norley, was using it offered some consolation. Lately, even Norley had not made an appearance in the VR universe, which left Wyatt wondering why. Maybe the latter was too busy to waste time playing within the VR universe, he thought. So, if the dark races were to enter this realm, could you use your ability on them or not? Wyatt asked, considering if Clown Mask's physique could be useful in the myriad realms. Yes, I can, but I cannot use my ability on card apprentices who leave Card World unless they return, Clown Mask clarified, emphasizing the limits of her power. So, your physique can only be used within the Card World's celestial field. That is better than nothing, I suppose, Wyatt said, deciding that perhaps he should conduct. Better than nothing, I suppose, Wyatt said, deciding that perhaps he should conduct most, if not all, of his future dealings within Card World. This way, he could rely on Clown Mask's Eye of Fortune to help identify trustworthy allies. He didn't fear hard work, but he worried about those who might attempt to sabotage his efforts by abusing his trust. Chapter 2269 Blood Fate Fortune Date, the 21st of April 2321 Time, 22:48 Location, Card World, Southern Region, Blossom District, Sky Blossom City, Dungeon Highway, Blood Rock Dungeon Seal, Seed World, Physique Name, Eye of Fortune Incomplete Type, Acquired Physique Unique Info. This physique is derived from Dao I and hence his is considered incomplete. The card apprentice can peek into the future to make the right choices and take the right actions when in fear, danger, and doubt. The card apprentice is loved by the nature. Addition effect. 1. Fortune forecast. The card apprentice can forecast if the time, place, and person is in his favor. Right time, place and person. The card apprentice can forecast if the time, place, and person will help and not become an obstacle in their agenda. Evil never sleeps. If any ill will is directed toward the card apprentice, the Eye of Fortune physique will autonomously activate and allow them to peek into the related future. It's up to the card apprentice to interpret and act on it. Nature's protection. All your defense-related stats, cards, physique, runes and traits will receive 300% boost. Note: the card apprentice can use this ability on any being within the Card World's celestial field. As the chosen one by the Dao I, the card apprentice can locate the Eye of Prosperity physique and retrieve to gain the complete Dao I physique. And Dao I is innate physique, but Eye of Fortune and Eye of Prosperity are considered acquired since they are a result of human intervention. I am sorry, Master, I couldn't be of more help, Clown Mask apologized, feeling useless. However, Wyatt shook his head, finding the apology unnecessary. He added, why apologize for something beyond your control? Actually, you've been very helpful, more than you think. Don't worry, as promised, I will help you regrow your Dao physique as long as you help me locate the original body of Supreme Leader Carl. The last sentence Wyatt spoke wasn't directed at Clown Mask, but rather at her Dao I physique. He wanted to assure it that, as long as it helped Clown Mask locate Carl accurately, he would put an end to that menace and help the Dao I regain its original power and grandeur. He hoped the message reached it, though he had no way of knowing. The only thing stopping Wyatt from hunting down the three mischief makers with his current strength was his inability to locate their original bodies. But now, with Clown Mosk's Eye of Fortune, allowing her to track the Eye of Prosperity, wielded by Carl, nothing was holding Wyatt back from eliminating this future threat once and for all. With his mastery over blood rule, he looked forward to using his blood fate plunder rune on Carl. Wyatt wasn't interested in Carl's origin card itself, but rather in the origin cards Carl had collected using his wicked origin card. By the way, how are things with Courtney? Wyatt asked, knowing Clown Mask dearly wanted a normal mother-daughter relationship with Courtney. She regretted choosing vengeance over her daughter, but her pursuit of revenge also served a greater purpose in combating the three mischiefs. Even when she became a daughter gem, among all her desires, her longing to be a mother to Courtney managed to persist. I'll get through to her sooner or later. I'm willing to wait as long as it takes. I owe it to her and myself. Clown Mask replied, without delving into details, as she had no concrete plan with Courtney. Her approach was simply to be present in her daughter's life, hoping that one day, they might try to be a normal mother and daughter together. I know for sure that she appreciated having you around to show her the ropes when she contracted her grimoire and became a card apprentice. She might not show it, but those were some memorable days for her. She was also very saddened when the royal family imprisoned you, but I think she'd prefer it if you acted more like a mother than a drill sergeant. If you're unsure about anything, ask the hive spirit for help. If it can't assist directly, it'll connect you with someone who can. Wyatt encouraged Clown Mask for Courtney's sake. I'll keep that in mind, Master, Clown Mask replied with a polite nod. As Wyatt turned to leave the isolated space, she hesitantly stopped him and added with a genuine smile, and Master, I'm glad Courtney has a good friend like you looking out for her. Knowing that Clown Mask wasn't speaking these words as his daughter Gem but as Courtney's mother, Wyatt appreciated them. However, before he could give a humble reply and continue on his way, his grimoire sounded with a series of notifications interrupting him. Your cursed primordial bloodline has deemed the primordial calamity daughter Gem, Clown Mask, worthy to inherit it. Your primordial calamity daughter Gem, Clown Mask, has inherited your cursed primordial bloodline. Bloodline purity. 89%. Your primordial calamity daughter Gem Clown Mask's authority tier has increased. Partner tier to Bloodkin tier. Your primordial calamity daughter Gem Clown Mask has inherited a bloodline ability, Blood Fate Memory, bloodline ability, name, Blood Fate Memory type, inherit ability info. The Card Apprentice has inherited this ability from their bloodline, Cursed Primordial bloodline. The Card Apprentice can use this ability to read the past memories of any being by sacrificing the said being's blood to the ability. The Card Apprentice can use this ability to read the past memories of any object by sacrificing their blood to the ability. Additional effect. Blood Fate Fortune. The Card Apprentice can use their Eye of Fortune physique in combo with the ability Blood Fate Memory to peek into the past of the target. Blood Memory. The Card Apprentice can now store their memories and experience in their blood and for their descendants to inherit. Note: this ability can only be inherited by those deemed worthy by Cursed Primordial Bloodline. This ability is hand-picked and tailored for the daughter Gem by Cursed Primordial Bloodline from Arsenal of Abilities in Soul Gem. Chapter 2270 Secrets of Cursed Primordial Bloodline. Date: the 21st of April 2321. Time: 22:57. Location: Card World, Southern Region, Blossom District, Sky Blossom City, Dungeon Highway, Blood Rock Dungeon Scal, Seed World. What am I missing? Wyatt mused aloud as he finished sifting through the series of notifications in his grimoire. Although surprised by Clown Mask's authority as his daughter Gem advancing to the coveted Bloodkin tier, Wyatt's immediate reaction was to wonder what had changed in the past few seconds for his cursed primordial bloodline to deem Clown Mask worthy of inheriting it. He pondered deeply, yet nothing notable came to mind. Even after having the hive spirit replay his memories multiple times, he found nothing within his memories that would suddenly prompt his cursed primordial bloodline to recognize Clown Mask as worthy. All they had done was discuss her incomplete physique and her relationship with Courtney. Neither seemed significant enough to elicit such a response from his cursed primordial bloodline. Oblivious to his surroundings, Wyatt continued straining his mind, trying to deduce the criteria behind his cursed primordial bloodline's choice of inheritors. But then Clown Mask's voice broke his contemplation. Master, I seem to have advanced to Bloodkin tier and gained the bloodline ability, Blood Fate Memory. I received the notification as well, Wyatt replied, shifting his thoughts to the bloodline ability. Blood Fate memory appeared to be a derivative of his Blood Fate plunder, meaning of the blood rule. While he wasn't surprised that his bloodline shared a derivative of his first blood rule rune with his daughter Gem, he was intrigued that it provided Clown Mask with an ability that complemented her physique well enough to form a combo. It showed how informed it was about Wyatt and his daughter Gem's. From selecting its inheritors among his daughter Gems to bestowing suitable abilities upon the chosen ones, the cursed primordial bloodline executed all of these decisions autonomously, without Wyatt's permission. This concerned him greatly, as he had little knowledge of the cursed primordial bloodline beyond its origin, that he had gained it while comprehending the blood rule. What was there for Wyatt to be concerned over his cursed primordial bloodline being autonomous? Weren't all bloodlines like that? Why couldn't Wyatt simply accept his gains and feel at ease? Wyatt's synchronization rate was at 200%, he had complete control over both his bodies, all his forms, and his prowess except the cursed primordial bloodline. For a regular card apprentice, this might not be an issue, but it was different for him as a young celestial. Illis' control over his mortal body and its prowess should have been unparalleled and unchallenged, yet his cursed primordial bloodline remained beyond his grasp, disregarding his celestial will. Having encountered someone like demigod Redfall, who used the bloodline memory meaning of the blood rule to escape death and reincarnate within a descendant carrying his purest bloodline, Wyatt had good reason to worry. Then, he had met Adrian and observed her trait, Inner Goddess, an entity equal to or stronger than a ruler class being that had attached itself to a promising soul as a leech, aiming to escape the reincarnation cycle by being reborn through it. How could Wyatt still be unconcerned? Wyatt's dilemma with his cursed primordial bloodline felt like a blend of Sarah and Adrian's experiences. When Sarah first began to comprehend the blood rule, the initial meaning she grasped was bloodline memory. She had no idea why she chose it, nor why it came so easily. Sarah, instead of questioning it, accepted it unsuspectingly, only to later discover that Redfall's bloodline within her body had been subtly manipulating her. It was forging a bridge between her mutated ego gem and the river of souls through bloodline memory meaning, allowing Redfall's soul to avoid erasure of his individuality from breath of erosion by entering Sarah's mutated ego gem to leave spiritual plane and effectively use her body to be reborn in the physical plane. If not for Wyatt and Bloodette, Redfall would have succeeded in his body heist from the afterlife. Then there was Adrian's trait, Inner Goddess, which had been leeching her soul energy, the very energy that would have made her the youngest demigod in the card world, surpassing even demigod Baylor's record. Instead, she became a target for the world leaders, nearly bringing her family to ruin if not for the magnanimity of the southern ruler. What's more, the entity even had the gall to act as her benefactor, lending her temporary demigod-level strength and a divine barrier. Unsurprisingly, unsuspecting Adrian regarded the leech as a benefactor, feeling immense gratitude toward it. Cautious by nature, Wyatt couldn't ignore the similarity between his situation and their situation. Knowing all this, how could he still not be troubled by the existence of an unknown bloodline functioning autonomously within him? Though it acted in his favor now, there was no guarantee it would continue to do so in the future when he were at his weakest, or that it was not part of some hidden conspiracy. Various possibilities regarding his cursed primordial bloodline crossed Wyatt's mind, but only two seemed plausible, as he had seen them happen to others he knew. The bloodline might belong to a powerful figure in young Wyatt's ancestry. The bloodline was an unknown entity leeching off his otherworldly soul. Both scenarios spelled trouble for Wyatt. He feared that, whether this was an ancestral bloodline or a parasitic entity, it had little reason to aid him but ample motivation to strike at his weakest moments. Since it could act independently of his will, he assumed it was likely stronger than his current self. However, Wyatt reminded himself that this was all conjecture, and he kept his mind open to other possibilities while preparing for these potential possibilities. If it were someone from young Wyatt's ancestry, it could be from either his mother's or father's side. While young Wyatt's mother hailed from a noble family in the central capital, his father had been an orphan. Given the circumstances, it was obvious which side was more likely, but Wyatt did not entirely dismiss his father's lineage, as little was known about him. How could a poor orphan like young Wyatt's father have managed to win the heart of a noble's daughter from the central capital? What was he doing in the central capital when Wyatt himself wasn't able to get permission to travel there? These questions alone convinced Wyatt that he needed to conduct a thorough background investigation into young Wyatt's father's origins, suspecting there might be a hidden, potentially dangerous past awaiting discovery. Chapter 2271 The Pixie Ritual Date, the 21st of April 2321 Time, 2309 location, Card World, Southern Region, Blossom District, Sky Blossom City, Dungeon Highway, Blood Rock Dungeon Seal, Seed World. Apart from his ancestry, there was also the possibility of his bloodline being a parasitic entity. He would have loved to consult the Blood Rule Stream Spirit of the Card World about it, as he had gained the bloodline while trying to comprehend the blood curse meaning of the Blood Rule. However, he hesitated, knowing that the Blood Rule Stream had granted him a cursed bloodline that had since grown into cursed primordial bloodline along with his growth. This was not something he could easily explain to the Blood Rule Stream Spirit without risking the revelation of his secrets. Therefore, he decided to start by researching cursed bloodlines in the Infinity Library and the history of the Card World. There was bound to be a case of someone else gaining the cursed bloodline while attempting to comprehend the blood curse meaning of the Blood Rule. Updating his to-do list, Wyatt then lifted the space isolation barrier, preparing to attend to Dreadray and her unborn forest spirit. As he appeared, he found Dreadray waiting for him. Seeing him, she approached and said, "Everything is ready. The child is prepared to be born as the spirit of this entire space. Everyone is waiting for you." "All right, let's get started," Wyatt replied as cheerfully as he could, though he couldn't quite match Dreadray's level of excitement. Soon, Dreadray led Wyatt and Clown Mask to an island near her floating forest island, where everyone else had gathered to witness the birth of the forest spirit and celebrate it with grandeur. After arriving on the floating island and greeting everyone while admiring the preparations made for the spirit's arrival, Wyatt discreetly used his authority over the seed world to bury a primordial calamity daughter gem, disguised as a pebble, in the core of the floating forest island through which the forest spirit would start its birth in the physical plane. The pebble-shaped daughter gem brimmed with primordial energy to attract the spirit's attention, hoping it would be drawn to the energy during its birth, thus falling prey to Wyatt's trap. Given the unborn forest spirit's greed and lack of self-control, thanks to Dreadray's indulgence, there was little doubt it would fall for Wyatt's ploy. "Everyone, don't worry if the space grows turbulent during the child's birth," Dreadray explained. "It's normal since it isn't being born solely through the floating forest island but through the entire seed world. It would be more appropriate to call it the seed world spirit rather than the forest spirit," she said, pointing to the banner Susan had made to welcome the forest spirit. "I'll change it right away," Susan said, summoning her grimoire and quickly updating the banner. Knowing how important this moment was to Dreadray, Susan was giving her absolute best to support her cute little friend. "Anything else?" Park asked Dreadray, who shook her head and added, "Everything else is perfect. Now, if everyone is ready, I'll cue the child to begin. Wyatt, please relinquish your control over the seed world to the child when the time comes." "Of course," Wyatt nodded, as did the others. Seeing everyone prepared, Dreadray excitedly flew to her floating forest island and began showering it with golden pixie dust as she danced through the woods. Her dance was mesmerizing, especially as the golden dust sparkled with each graceful movement. The trees and plants bathed in the dust swayed to her rhythm, while animals and birds joined in song, harmonizing with her graceful choreography. Wyatt and the others couldn't help but wonder if this was a traditional pixie ritual for the birth of a forest spirit. Their guess was correct, although such rituals typically involved hundreds or even thousands of pixies welcoming the spirit. Due to the circumstances, Dreadray had to perform alone, but she was fortunate to have a few close friends to witness the birth and share in the celebration. Enchanted by Dreadray's dance, Blooded morphed her Blood Rule humanoid form into a pixie and began mimicking Dreadray's movements from afar. Sensing Bloodet's genuine joy and excitement, Dreadray signaled her to join, setting aside their past disagreements. Bloodet enthusiastically floated over to Dreadray's side and, under her guidance, danced to the symphony of animal calls and bird songs. Soon, Corey Park morphed into a fiery pixie form and joined them as well. Inspired, the rest of the girls rushed to join in, even Clown Mask, who hoped to rekindle her relationship with her daughter. This left only Wyatt and the field marshal on the sidelines. "You should join them, I'm sure Dreadray would appreciate it," the field marshal suggested to Wyatt, who rolled his eyes and, morphing into a pixie version of himself, called out to her, "Join us. You're among friends, there's no need to hide behind a pretense. No one here will judge you not because they don't dare, but because they truly accept you as you are. Don't be afraid." Seeing Wyatt arrive in his pixie form, Dreadray was both surprised and delighted. Her excitement grew tenfold, and any lingering complaints she'd held disappeared as she felt embraced by her friends once more. She danced with renewed enthusiasm, keeping her movements slow so everyone could follow along. Though their coordination wasn't perfect, it formed a beautiful, heartfelt symphony. Finally, the field marshal shed her disguise and transformed into a pixie version of her true self, joining the others. It was a remarkable sight, friends dancing together, sharing in the joy and happiness of a dear companion. As if reacting to their harmonious celebration, the forest spirit began to manifest in the physical plane through the forest, eventually encompassing the entire seed world. Seeing this, Dredre expanded her dance beyond the floating forest island to the entire seed world, scattering her pixie dust into every corner so the spirit could establish itself more easily in the physical plane through the seed world. With a little help from Wyatt, others followed her around. Chapter 2272 Celestial Seed Captured. Date: the 22nd of April 2321. Time: 2:19. Location: Card World, Southern Region, Blossom District, Sky Blossom City, Dungeon Highway, Blood Rock Dungeon Seal, Seed World. Everyone, this is Seed, spirit of this seed world, Dredre announced, introducing the younger pixie standing beside her. Seed looked just like Dredre, with pink wings, hair, and eyes. Unlike Dredre, however, whose emotions were always clear on her face, Seed's expression was as impassive as ice. Yet, she appeared well-mannered and docile, listening and following every instruction Dredre gave her. This was quite different from her earlier, spoiled and bratty self. After hours of dancing, Dredre and the others finally witnessed the birth of Seed, the seed world spirit, on the physical plane. There were many ways for a pixie to create a forest spirit, and Dredre had chosen to use her pixie dust along with the forest's vitality to impregnate the forest soul pathways with a spirit seed in the spiritual plane. This spirit seed, once matured, would blossom into a forest spirit in the physical plane or, in this case, into the seed world spirit, as Dredre's pixie dust made the seed world part of its domain. This, at least, was what Dredre told everyone, as she believed it to be the truth. Wyatt, however, knew the full story. Seed wasn't merely a forest spirit but a young celestial. He refrained from correcting Dredre, opting instead to use his primordial calamity daughter gem to subdue Seed. As a variant celestial, he was much stronger than an unborn celestial still establishing its domain in the physical plane. Therefore, unlike with Dally, Wyatt was able to completely subdue Seed as one of his daughter gems. Though reluctant to grant Seed partner tier authority, he still arranged it, ordering her to behave normally, but to refrain from bossing Dredre around, to avoid arousing her suspicions. Dredre, overjoyed with her successful creation of a forest spirit, was on cloud 9, celebrating Seed's birth exuberantly with her friends, especially Courtney and Corey. She did not suspect a thing, even though Seed was oddly docile and well-behaved. Despite his success, Wyatt was troubled by one question: why hadn't his bloodline chosen Seed as its inheritor? Even as a fledgling, Seed was already far stronger than his other daughter gems, apart from those with bloodkin tier authority. This led Wyatt to dismiss strength as the key factor for selection by his bloodline. Though he showed reluctance to make Seed a partner tier daughter gem, he hoped she would be chosen as bloodkin tier, which would make it easier for her to act convincingly and avoid raising Dredre's suspicions. Still, partner tier authority seemed sufficient for now, as Seed was performing well in her role. Ideally, Wyatt would have avoided this situation entirely. But by the time he realized that Dredre was creating a celestial rather than a forest spirit, it was too late. Asking her to stop would have been akin to asking a mother to abort her unborn child, so Wyatt chose to be the villain in Dredre's life. This was necessary. Once the celestial was born, Dredre would lose what little control she had over it, and it would attract unwanted attention from the card world, which could lead to catastrophic consequences. Happy birthday, Seed, and congratulations, Dredre, Wyatt said, offering his gift to Dredre the incense sticks he crafted from the outer bark of the World Calamity Tree. Fortunately, he had prepared the sticks before his World Calamity Tree form evolved into the primordial World Calamity Tree. Otherwise, it would have not only risked exposing his secrets but also risked permanently addicting Dredre to its scent, as the aroma of the primordial World Calamity Tree was far more potent than that of the World Calamity Tree. Wyatt, they smell just like you, Dredre excitedly exclaimed upon sniffing his gift, prompting everyone to look at Wyatt with suspicion. Knowing Wyatt, they hesitated to jump to conclusions. But Corey, glancing at him with a mix of disgust and smugness, remarked, "Wyatt, I always knew you were a pervert, but this even surprises me. So, this explains your pixie form. How long have you been planning this?" "Corey, watch your words." Susan and the field marshal quickly defended Wyatt. Startled by their outburst, Corey retracted her comment, saying, "All right, chill. I was just kidding." Dredre, puzzled, asked, "What's wrong?" But Susan quickly responded, "Dredre, it's nothing. Could you bring more of those red fruits? I love them." Right away, Dredre agreed and rushed off to get Susan the fruits. "Corey, what's your deal now?" Wyatt asked, finding it strange that Corey was targeting him, especially since things between him and Susan had hit a roadblock as she had hoped. Besides, Corey had said she would take her role as his slave seriously, like her parents had as the southern region's slaves. "Nothing," Corey replied, feigning innocence. "Can't I joke around during my time off?" It was ironic, coming from the same girl who thought being rude and being straightforward were the same. "Slaves don't get time off," Wyatt pointed out. "Good. Then I'll tell Dredre I need to leave early because you want me to work during Seed's birthday celebration," Corey countered. "Are you blackmailing me?" Wyatt raised an eyebrow as he watched her push her boundaries. "A slave wouldn't dare," Corey replied with exaggerated meekness, though her eyes betrayed her defiance. "What about you?" Wyatt asked, testing her. "I'm your slave. Are you asking or telling me?" "A slave wouldn't dare to do either. It seems you're itching for the whoop ass of a lifetime." Wyatt reached for her wrist, but Corey dodged. "Wyatt, don't you dare. I may have signed a slave agreement and lost a bet, but I still have basic human rights." "Don't push it," Corey protested. Only she and Wyatt truly understood what basic human rights meant in the card world, a shared understanding as reincarnators and transmigrators from Earth. Though she was often a handful, Wyatt kept her around for nostalgia. "So you agree you're my slave?" Wyatt pressed. Corey glared at him but, noticing Dredre returning with the fruits, made a face at Wyatt sticking her tough out before rushing over to her side. "Dredre, let's dance. I'll outdo you this time." "All right, let's see. Seed, join us." Chapter 2273 The Diamond Upgrade Date, the 22nd of April 2321 Time, 2:25 Location, Card World, Southern Region, Blossom District, Sky Blossom City, Dungeon Highway, Blood Rock Dungeon Seal, Seed World. Once Corey, Dredre, and Seed began dancing, Bloodette joined in while the crowd around them sang along. From a distance, Wyatt and the field marshal, both in their pixie forms, watched the celebration. "Why are you avoiding Susan?" the field marshal suddenly asked Wyatt. Throughout Seed's birth celebration, the tension between Wyatt and Susan was palpable to anyone emotionally mature enough to sense it. "Weren't you the one who said I should give her space? Besides, this is a big moment for Dredre. I didn't want to make things awkward," Wyatt replied, explaining why he had been purposely keeping his distance from Susan during the welcome dance. He didn't want their tension to overshadow Dredre and Seed's special day. "I said to give her space, not to avoid her like the plague," the field marshal clarified. "If you keep this up, she might start believing the nonsense my niece and her cronies are spreading in the network and media. If you don't want to lose her, act like you used to with her. Be present, make her smile occasionally but don't cling to her." "Understood." Despite rooting for Anna, the field marshal couldn't help offering Wyatt some relationship advice, knowing how much Susan meant to him. "Does this also count as combat training?" Wyatt joked, but the field marshal's face darkened, annoyed by his deflection as he had been avoiding training altogether. "Here, take this diamond-grade grimoire. You've long since surpassed the requirements to contract one. It's about time you upgraded," she said, taking out a diamond-grade grimoire. After witnessing Wyatt's strength in the Lil Red Storm realm, she was certain his soul had reached the threshold necessary for him to wield a diamond-grade grimoire. "Are you sure?" Wyatt asked skeptically, reaching for the grimoire. He felt he might be ready to upgrade to platinum, but diamond seemed premature. However, seeing the field marshal nod confidently, he decided to give it a try. Although he had acquired diamond-grade grimoires during the Southern Capital incident, he couldn't pass up a free one when offered. "I will give it a try then," Wyatt said, accepting the diamond-grade grimoire and summoning his current golden grimoire. Preparing to upgrade, he turned to the field marshal. "Cover me." Knowing the phenomenon accompanying his upgrade would be majestic and might disrupt Dredre's celebration, he asked the field marshal to conceal it so it wouldn't attract attention. He even informed his daughter Gem Seed to keep an eye out, just in case. Wyatt opened his golden grimoire and placed the diamond-grade grimoire on the creation page. The diamond grimoire quickly transformed into a cluster of soul pathways, merging with the soul pathways of Wyatt's golden grimoire, which began emitting brilliant rainbow lights that formed an aurora around him. The field marshal reacted swiftly, using her spatial abilities to contain the spectacle so no one would notice Wyatt's upgrade happening just behind them. Soon, the aurora retracted, leaving Wyatt holding a newly upgraded diamond-grade grimoire. Seeing this, the field marshal congratulated him. "Wyatt, congratulations on becoming the youngest card apprentice and the only card grandmaster in history to contract a diamond-grade grimoire." "Thank you," Wyatt replied, still focused on examining his newly upgraded diamond-grade grimoire. Apart from the diamond-grade epidermis barrier and the restriction on using cards up to SSS rank, not much had changed with Wyatt's grimoire. Well, the grimoire network seemed to come with extra security and privacy features, but other than that, the Demon Merchant Codex appeared unaffected and was still functioning perfectly. It seemed the Demon Merchant Codex was more advanced than even a diamond-grade grimoire, which was surprising, especially considering the existence of the Devil Codex. Still, Wyatt was pleased with the upgrade, as it meant his primordial calamity daughter gem would now have an absolute effect on card demigods and devils. He had never expected to be able to subdue demigods and devils this soon. Caressing his diamond-grade grimoire, Wyatt found himself looking forward to meeting Supreme Leader Carl. "Here, an SSS rank card to commemorate your grimoire upgrade," the field marshal said with a sly glint dancing in her eyes as she offered him the card. Taking it, Wyatt curiously examined the SSS rank card, realizing it was a combat arts card. Specifically, it was a combat training card, which wouldn't instantly make him a combat expert but would guide him in mastering basic combat arts using insights of Martial Sage aka the Field Marshal, hence, its SSS rank rating. Wyatt now understood why the Field Marshal had suddenly proposed upgrading his grimoire to diamond grade. It seemed that working with her crafty niece had taught her a trick or two about getting what she wanted. Seeing Wyatt roll his eyes, the Field Marshal insisted, "Since you have an unpredictable schedule, this card will help you train your basics whenever you have time. Isn't it handy?" "It's handy, but couldn't you just give me some SSS rank martial arts cards? That should be more than enough to make up for my lack of combat training," Wyatt teased. "Oh, but the Field Marshal instantly exclaimed, "Aha! So, I was right all along. You were making up excuses to avoid combat training on purpose. I knew it." Noticing the emphasis she placed on proving herself right, Wyatt squinted, doubting her priorities. Sensing his skepticism, the Field Marshal coughed, hiding her embarrassment. She then proceeded to persuade Wyatt to give combat arts serious consideration, adding, "Wyatt, if you don't have a solid foundation, you won't be able to use SSS rank martial arts cards effectively. Forcing it will only harm you, which is why many demigods don't rely on martial arts cards and true martial artists don't need to. Trust me, there's no shortcut to mastering combat arts. Just give it a try. I'm sure you'll love it. Think of it as studying the human body. No, combat arts is the study of the human body, yours and your opponent's. Just the human body. What if my opponent is a monster or some other race? Combat arts seem unreliable," Wyatt teased, pulling the Field Marshal's leg over her wording. Her face flushed with embarrassment, and, swallowing her pride, she corrected herself. "What I meant was that combat arts is the study of the body, yours and your opponent's." Wyatt shook his head, smiling to himself, finding the Field Marshal's reaction adorable. It made him want to tease her even more, so he began, "What if," but was interrupted by the flustered Field Marshal, who snapped, "Wyatt, stop arguing and take this seriously. I'm doing this for your own good. You have abundant potential, but it's wasted because you don't even know how to throw a proper punch. Honestly, it's embarrassing." "Hey, great-grandma, watch what you say," came a sudden voice in Wyatt's defense. Surprisingly, it wasn't Wyatt himself, nor Susan, but the last person anyone expected, Corey Bright. The Field Marshal's outburst had brought the celebration to a halt, and all eyes turned to watch the scene unfold. Corey joining in was unexpected, but no one wanted to miss how this would play out. Dredre wanted to mediate, but Seed tugged at her dress to keep her by his side, having received mental instructions from Wyatt to manage Dredre and keep her content. Corey's use of great-grandma made the Field Marshal furious, but she held back, as Corey was technically correct. She was Corey's great-grandaunt, since Anna, in a drunken whim, had named herself Corey's godmother. The royal family had agreed to it as a gesture of thanks for her parents' outstanding work at the Way Beyond, and now, the Field Marshal was reaping the consequences. Feeling the Field Marshal's heated gaze, Corey hurriedly defended herself. "Great-grandma, don't call my boss an embarrassment. It's not his fault he's, well, not exactly capable." "Damn it, Wyatt cursed inwardly at being called incapable. Enraged, he shot back, "Are you forgetting you lost to me? If I'm an embarrassment, what does that make you? Boss, why are you turning on me when I'm defending you?" Corey asked, feigning exaggerated disappointment. "How is calling me names defending me? Besides, I'm in this mess because of you," Wyatt accused, blaming Corey for the whole situation. Corey's eyes widened at Wyatt's accusation, and she replied with a smug grin, "Tisk, how is it my fault that you don't know how to throw a proper punch? Where's the martial arts card you promised me?" Wyatt demanded, adding grimly, "If you don't have a proper explanation, prepare your behind for the whooping of a lifetime." Corey's smug smile froze as she suddenly remembered her forgotten promise to Wyatt. She mentally called out to Park for help, but Park ignored her pleas. Laughing nervously, she stammered, "Haha, about that, give me a second, I'll get Park. You can discuss it with her." Saying this, Corey hurried over to hide behind Park. Chapter 2274 Xianxia X Wyatt's father and, sorry for the mix-up in the previous chapter. I have rectified it, please read it again before proceeding to this chapter. Date: the 22nd of April 2321 Time: 2:39 Location: Card World, Southern Region, Blossom District, Sky Blossom City, Dungeon Highway, Blood Rock Dungeon Seal, Seed World. Wyatt, I thought I was clear that we couldn't deliver on our promise until you helped create a card to aid Corey's mental condition, Park communicated mentally as the crowd once again lost themselves in the celebration. Corey's antics had lightened the mood, taking everyone's attention off the field marshal's sudden outburst. Now, the spotlight was back on the birthday girl and her creator. I don't remember that conversation going quite that way, but it doesn't matter. I doubt the field marshal will let me have a martial card until I'm adept in combat arts. Besides, I have no use for low-rank cards now, Wyatt replied to Park, keeping it brief. What about the martial arts cards you asked me to prepare for the twin origin cards for those twin brothers from the Southern Watch? You received a devil-grade ingredient from Anna in payment for that, didn't you? We haven't delivered yet, Park reminded him. I remember. Be prepared, I'll ask the field marshal to make the arrangements, Wyatt said, giving Park a heads up, then mentally reached out to the field marshal to set it up. A devil-grade ingredient to create 2A rank origin cards? Isn't that price a bit steep? The field marshal mentally asked, surprised at what Anna was paying for Wyatt's services. Hearing about such incidents, she occasionally could not help think her niece might be right about curbing Anna's obsession with Wyatt. His reputation as a card creationist was renowned, especially after curing a Song Young, but charging a devil-grade ingredient for 2A rank origin cards was practically highway robbery. She couldn't imagine what Anna had been thinking when she agreed. Not 2A rank origin cards, but twin A rank origin cards. Besides, I'm a diamond-grade card creationist now, so that price is a steal. Your Southern Watch got a bargain, Wyatt shamelessly asserted, feigning generosity. The field marshal rolled her eyes. Fine, I'll make the arrangements. But promise me you won't use any martial arts cards until you complete my combat training sessions. What about the one you just gave me? Wyatt teased, only to hear the field marshal snap, that's not a martial arts card, it's a training card. Please, take this seriously. I'm begging you. Geez, calm down, I was just kidding, Wyatt said, noticing the field marshal's swollen expression. Her face remained tense as she gritted her teeth and added, combat training is no joke. Considering the number of enemies you've made across the myriad realms, you need it more than anyone. All right, I promise to train in combat arts whenever I have free time. Happy, Wyatt assured her, knowing she wouldn't let it go otherwise. Yes, but I'll be even happier when I actually see you training, the field marshal conveyed indirectly, implying she would only believe Wyatt when he put his words into action. She made this remark as his combat instructor, not his loyal knight. You'll see it soon enough, Wyatt assured her, then asked, I need all the information that Anna's mother collected about my father. You received it too, right? Please send a copy to my grimoire. The field marshal didn't bother asking why he was suddenly inquiring about his father. Instead, she truthfully informed him, having already shared the file with his grimoire. About that, the information on his time after becoming a card apprentice till he met your mother is unclear. It shows he was hired by a merchant group as a helper and ended up stranded in the central capital after a consignment. But when we asked around, we found nothing. We suspect that Xianxia may have tampered with the evidence. Xianxia, Wyatt frowned. His first thought was that young Wyatt's father might have been a member of the Pa clan, but then it didn't make sense. Why would young Wyatt's memories of his childhood be so pleasant, with loving parents? This didn't add up, especially since Xianxia had needed the local circle branch's help to kill young Wyatt's parents, and he couldn't think of any reason his father would be associated with Xianxia. We tried to dig up as much as we could about your father, the field marshal continued, but all we found were the things you already know, and the fake history created by Xianxia. His origins, and the time between becoming a card apprentice and meeting your mother, remain a mystery. Wyatt listened carefully as the field marshal shared everything she knew without hiding anything. From her words, it was clear she believed Xianxia and Wyatt's father were associates, perhaps because Anna's mother had concluded as much. "Thank you," Wyatt said, grateful to the field marshal for sharing the information. Although what they had learned about his father wasn't very helpful, it did make him consider his father's origins more seriously. "Do you miss your parents?" The field marshal couldn't help but ask. Having spent so much time with him, she knew that although his young shoulders bravely carried great responsibilities, he had been through a lot at such a young age. Pain wasn't any easier for him simply because he was a quirky genius. "Would you be surprised if I said no?" Wyatt asked, not wanting to lie to her, as he viewed the field marshal as an elder in his life. "No, I expected you to put on a brave face. That's just who you are. You share your happiness, but not your pain," the field marshal replied, shaking her head. She decided not to press him further, knowing that he would open up to her when he felt ready, as he had when Susan rejected to date him. Seeing the field marshal misunderstand his response, Wyatt shook his head in mild dismay. Then, he flew toward the crowd to join the celebrations, calling out, "Come on, let's enjoy ourselves. We don't get time off often." Chapter 2275 Lois surrenders. Date: the 22nd of April 2321. Time: 2:47. Location: Card World, Southern Region, Blossom District, Sky Blossom City, Dungeon Highway, Blood Rock Dungeon Seal, Seed World. Primordial Calamity. Gem, Lois Forger, Online. Your cursed primordial bloodline has deemed the Primordial Calamity. Gem, Lois Forger, worthy to inherit it. Your Primordial Calamity. Gem, Lois Forger, has inherited your cursed primordial bloodline. Bloodline Purity: 93%. Your Primordial Calamity. Gem, Lois Forger's authority tier has increased. Servant tier to Bloodkin tier. Your Primordial Calamity. Gem, Lois Forger, has inherited a bloodline abilities, Dual Presence, Celestial Vision, and Celestial Voice. Wyatt, who was enjoying the celebration with his friends in his pixie form, suddenly froze midair as a series of notifications appeared in his diamond grimoire. He quickly regained his composure and subtly moved out of the crowd. However, the field marshal followed him and, once they were alone, she mentally asked, "What happened?" "One of the prisoners is causing trouble. I'll go check on it. Cover for me." "I'll be right back," Wyatt replied, hurrying toward the isolated space that housed his trophies. Upon entering the trophy room, Wyatt's gaze immediately met Lois's. She grinned and said, "So, you're my new master, huh?" As a Bloodkin tier gem, she had retained her individuality. Unless Wyatt decided to strip that away using his bloodline order, she would maintain her original demeanor. "What happened? How did you escape the trap array subduing you in the gem and become a gem?" Wyatt wasn't interested in small talk. He wanted to know how she'd managed to escape and whether he needed to reinforce the shackles on the other prisoners. "That was easy by surrendering myself to you, Master," Lois answered. Instantly teleporting next to Wyatt, she added, "Thanks for the new abilities and power-up, Master. I can use my physique more comfortably now. With my current strength, I feel like I could take on a few elite demigods." Trapped inside the gem, which had been turned into a prison specifically designed to contain her abilities, Lois had studied her surroundings and tried her best to break free to gain her freedom. However, as weeks passed without progress, she realized her physique was useless here. She couldn't even contact the world's will to assist her. To her dismay, the ego gem-like artifact imprisoning her only grew stronger and more complex over time. Seeing this, she eventually lost all hope of escape. At first, she waited, expecting Wyatt to eventually make an appearance, perhaps to negotiate her freedom or even to exact revenge for the harm she had inflicted on his beloved Southern Emperor. But, to her dismay, Wyatt never appeared, not even to check up on her. As time passed, her reserve of soul energy was nearly depleted, as she had expended most of it trying to break free. She began to fear Wyatt might never come and that she would starve to death in her prison. Desperately, she called out for him, but no one answered. It became clear that nothing could enter or leave her confinement. In the end, to survive, she was forced to break down her runes into rule power to compensate for the dwindling soul energy. Lois, who had been imprisoned in isolation for weeks without soul energy or rule power to sustain herself, began to lose her mind as the fear of starving to death grew. Desperate, she started yelling in her prison, swearing that she would say and do whatever Wyatt wanted if only he would let her out. As if her pleas had unlocked a hidden key, the ego gem-like artifact imprisoning her suddenly began to empower her, fusing with her. The next thing she knew, she was free of her prison, though at the cost of her freedom. Despite the power-ups and new abilities she gained by becoming Wyatt's daughter gem, her sorrow over losing her freedom remained. Still, recalling the isolation and despair she had endured over the past few weeks, the exchange seemed worth it compared to starving to death. Surrender, Wyatt murmured, struck by a sudden epiphany. His mind wandered to moments when Dali and Clown Mask had been chosen by his bloodline as its inheritors. Dali had known Wyatt might harm her, yet she took a chance and willingly fused with his daughter gem and even share a part of her celestial power with him to help gain celestial voice. As for Clown Mask, she had expressed gratitude for his friendship with her daughter and his care for her when she became Bloodkin Tier daughter gem. It seems, in that moment, Clown Mask also let go of her final resistance and surrendered to him. With this realization, Wyatt finally understood the condition for his daughter gems to become inheritors of his cursed primordial bloodline. It was simple. They needed to truly surrender themselves to him. If they surrendered willingly, Wyatt wouldn't need the daughter gem to command them. He now understood why Bloodkin Tier daughter gems could ignore his routine orders using their cursed primordial bloodline. This unique status not only made them more intelligent than regular daughter gems but also ensured they remained equally loyal. Their ability to disregard orders, when necessary, allowed them to adapt and improvise in unexpected situations, a capability regular daughter gems lacked, as they prioritized following orders exactly. This was just one of many advantages that made Bloodkin Tier daughter gems superior to their regular counterparts. Feeling that he might have truly made a breakthrough with his cursed primordial bloodline, Wyatt, who had only ever tricked people into swallowing or fusing with his Calamity daughter gem, decided to see if he could get someone to willingly become his daughter gem, fully aware of the consequences of being his daughter gem. He wanted to test if this would cause them to be chosen by his cursed primordial bloodline as its inheritor. With a clear plan in mind, Wyatt began searching for an appropriate test subject, and his eyes landed on the daughter gem containing the demigod Redfall's soul, tainted by the breath of erosion. Wyatt believed that, like Lois, Redfall might have grown desperate enough to do anything to get out his prison and be reborn with his peak strength. Chapter 2276 Daughter of Masters. Date, the 22nd of April 2321. Time, 2:59. Location, Card World, Southern Region, Blossom District, Sky Blossom City, Dungeon Highway, Blood Rock Dungeon Seal, Seed World. Before rushing to verify his speculation about the criteria for his primordial bloodline to choose a daughter gem as its inheritor on Redfall's soul, Wyatt inquired of Lois, "How close are you to establishing your divinity? With the daughter gem's abilities, it should take me a moment to reforge all the runes I dismantled and recovered to my peak strength. Then, I should be able to establish my divinity soon using the new abilities," Lois replied truthfully. The various abilities and strengths she gained as Wyatt's daughter gem were proving invaluable in her recovery and in establishing her divinity. "Do you need any help with your full recovery or in establishing your divinity?" Wyatt asked, planning to support Lois to the fullest now that she was his Bloodkin daughter gem. "No, but I think if I conduct more research on my new abilities and their compatibility with my old powers, I could establish a divinity even stronger than the one I originally planned," Lois replied, her ambition clear. "But it will require extensive time and a wealth of information that only the organization can provide in the entire 5 regions. Maybe Morningstar University could too." She trusted Wyatt completely. Deeming him as her universe, she felt no need to be cautious around him. As his bloodkin, she would sacrifice anything for him, even her life, if it were to satisfy him. The organization she spoke of was none other than the one run by her previous masters, the founding figures who secretly controlled the current central government. Given that this organization dated back to before the founding of the 5 regions, its wealth of knowledge, especially about the power system of the Card Apprentices, was beyond compare. However, Wyatt knew of a far better place to help Lois gain the knowledge she sought to establish her divinity. Wyatt mused before handing Lois one of the Devil Merchant recommendation tokens. Use this and become a demon merchant. It will help you with your needs. Hive Spirit will guide you through the details and help you join the Egg Guild. Aim to become a devil merchant as soon as possible. Understood. Yes, Master. Thank you. Lois nodded in agreement, reaching for the token and gratefully bowing to Wyatt for his generosity. Continue your training here, and keep a periodic watch over the dragon. Let me know if there is even the slightest development on that end. With your celestial vision, you should be able to handle it, Wyatt instructed Lois, wanting her to stay hidden in the seed world and work toward breaking through to the card demigod realm as soon as possible. He didn't want her to emerge into the regular world yet. If she left the dungeon seal, the organization would detect her presence and send their top hunters to retrieve her from wherever the Southern royal family was supposedly holding her. Lois's former masters believed that the Southern royal family was keeping her captive and were feigning ignorance when asked. They never suspected that it was Wyatt who had imprisoned their precious agent. Yes, Master, it shouldn't be long before I ascend to the demigod realm, Lois assured him, confident that her ascension was within reach. She only needed to optimize her divinity in line with her new abilities and status. With that she will be able to grow stronger and could be of more help to her master. And one more thing, Wyatt suddenly added, recalling an important matter. When you were in the organization, did you ever encounter a card apprentice named Carl? He's involved in the undead Card Apprentice project. Yes, Master, I did, Lois replied. Though he didn't seem remarkable, and he isn't particularly renowned within the organization, the Masters seem to trust him greatly. In fact, he's the head of the undead Card Apprentice project. Wyatt understood that Carl had managed to deceive the entire organization about his nefarious abilities and intentions, also somehow managed to earn enough trust from the Masters to lead the top-secret undead project. No wonder the Masters never foresaw his treachery in the Clown Mosque's future vision. Share all the information you have on the Masters and the organization with me through the Hive Spirit. Start with Carl and the undead Card Apprentice project, Wyatt ordered, finally having a reliable source to help him learn about the organization controlling the central government and its leaders. The Clown Mosque's future vision had been helpful, but most of it pertained to the Supreme Leader, the Circle, the other two mischiefs, and their forces. There was very little about the organization and its masters. Thanks to Lois, Wyatt could now finally lift the veil of mystery surrounding the organization and its masters and prepare accordingly. Until now, Wyatt had planned to let the Supreme Leader and the mischiefs handle the masters, planning to eliminate whichever side prevailed among them to rid the card world of both evils. However, now that Lois could help him fill in his knowledge gaps, he planned to use the Dao Eyes to track Carl and end his treacherous reign as soon as possible, ridding the 5 regions of his wicked incarnations and the undead army that preyed on countless innocent souls periodically to maintain its strength. After all, sustaining an undead Card Apprentice army wasn't without its costs. The stronger the undead, the more energy they required to be maintained, otherwise, they would turn on their master in their hunger. Because of such heinous crimes, the 5 regions had united and backed Ada Windsor against the 3 mischiefs. The addition of Lois as his daughter Gem and Bloodkin was an unexpected gain for Wyatt. He planned to make full use of the information she possessed about the organization and its masters. As someone who held the special title of Daughter of the Masters within the organization, Lois could provide Wyatt with the best insight into the organization and the masters second only to the masters themselves. This knowledge would be invaluable in aiding Wyatt's ambitions for the card world. Chapter 2277 Refining Unranked Grade Ingredients Date, the 22nd of April 2321 Time, 3:07 Location, Card World, Southern Region, Blossom District, Sky Blossom City, Dungeon Highway, Blood Rock Dungeon Seal, Seed World. Having arranged matters with Lois, Wyatt turned his attention to the floating island, protected by an SSS rank trap array formation. At the center of the island lay an altar, on which rested a storage card containing the heathen stone box within which was the daughter gem imprisoning demigod Redfall's soul. Approaching the altar, Wyatt used his Hive Spirit to gain an understanding of Redfall's soul's current status. According to the Hive Spirit, Redfall's soul had entered a state of hibernation to conserve as much energy as possible, prolonging its existence in the physical plane. Recognizing that Redfall's soul was forced into slumber to survive its numbered days, Wyatt confidently equipped the storage card. Though he did not fear Redfall with his current strength, he did take caution with the breath of erosion, tainting Redfall's soul and energy potent enough to force even ruler class beings to take caution. After all, everyone was equal before death. Wyatt cautiously removed the heathen stone box from the storage card and used the hive spirit to reach out to the slumbering soul. Redfall, wake up, Wyatt commanded in an authoritative tone. Seconds passed with no response. However, with the hive owl monitoring the soul imprisoned within the daughter gem, Wyatt knew Redfall had awakened but was pretending to be asleep. Realizing this, Wyatt instructed the hive spirit to be merciless. A jolt shook Redfall's soul, almost destroying it, prompting Redfall to respond in alarm, "I'm up. I'm up." Fearing that continued feigned slumber might lead to the destruction of his soul, Redfall quickly complied. Having spent some time in the physical plane, Redfall's soul had finally adjusted to life after the afterlife, even if it lacked a proper vessel. The daughter gem, his prison, served as a makeshift vessel, which was the only reason his soul had been able to survive in the physical plane for this long. "Don't even think about using the breath of erosion against me. I'll extinguish your soul before you have a chance to react," Wyatt warned. He easily deduced why Redfall had feigned sleep. He hoped his captor would check on him in person, giving him an opportunity to unleash the breath of erosion, tainting his soul onto his captor. Wyatt inwardly commended Redfall's nerve, considering the slim chance of success, as well as his patience in resisting isolation and his impending death, something Lois Forger had failed to do. "Please, don't misunderstand, I had no such intentions. It's just that my soul is very weak right now," Redfall explained politely, denying any nefarious intentions his captor had warned him of. When no response came, he hesitantly asked, "Forgive my insolence, but may I know your identity, Senior?" Redfall mistakenly assumed his captor to be a powerful demigod. He believed that, once his soul appeared in the physical plane, his mother who held his soul candle card would come to his rescue. Since it had been so long without any word from her, he presumed his captor must be stronger than his mother. The possibility that his mother had abandoned him or died trying to rescue him never crossed his mind. He trusted deeply in his mother's love and resilience, viewing her as tenacious as himself. Even if she couldn't defeat his captor, he was confident she would have escaped and would be planning a way to retrieve his soul. This trust in his mother and the invaluable breath of erosion, tainting his soul, served as an anchor for Redfall, bolstering his mental fortitude and helping him withstand the isolation and his looming fate. However, nobody knew if Redfall could maintain the same mental fortitude if he learned his mother had been killed before she could locate his soul, or that his captor was far more terrifying existence than a mere demigod. "Sure, I am your new master. Surrender your freedom to me and join my quest for a freedom that no one can threaten or take," Wyatt declared grandly. Instead of giving Redfall a straight answer, he invited him to join in his ambition to pursue true freedom by truly surrendering to him. Senior, I don't understand," Redfall replied, feigning ignorance. Knowing his soul couldn't withstand another one of those jolts from earlier, he dared not show any sign of disobedience nor attempt to test his captor. His only goal was to prolong his existence until his mother could rescue him. From their conversation so far, he gathered that his captor was even more of a wacko than he had been when alive. "Fine, if you don't want to join me, then I'll simply sell your soul to the highest bidder. At least that way, you'll contribute to my conquest. After all, a soul tainted with the breath of erosion would fetch enough to feed an entire region for a year," Wyatt threatened, making it clear to Redfall that stalling would not work. Hearing this, Redfall, already anxious about his limited days, began to panic, realizing he might not even live out the short time he had left. Anyone purchasing a soul tainted with the breath of erosion would use it as a sacrificial ingredient to upgrade their Grimoires card creation page, regardless of the Grimoire's grade. The breath of erosion, which could refine the souls of ruler class beings, was a prized substance for refining the soul pathways of ingredients in card creation. Cards created with it as a refining agent would either gain permanent durability enhancements or, at minimum, higher durability than would have. Thus, it was considered a miraculous mythical ingredient, highly sought after by diamond-grade card creators and array masters. It was first recorded by the demigod Michelangelo in his journals. However, even he had never had the fortune of using it in card creation. According to records maintained in the Empire, one of his trusted comrades would use the breath of erosion, enabling him to refine the unranked ingredients gained from the unranked dungeons. Chapter 2278, Persuading Redfall. Date: the 22nd of April 2321. Time: 3:20. Location: Card World, Southern Region, Blossom District, Sky Blossom City, Dungeon Highway, Blood Rock Dungeon Seal, Seed World. Senior, please don't be hasty. If you truly plan to sell me to my mother. She will pay any price for my soul, Redfall urged, desperately trying to convince his captor that his mother would be the best buyer for his soul. Although he didn't want to bring her up, not knowing to whom and when his captor planned to sell him, he felt it was now or never. Your mother? No, she can't buy you, Wyatt remarked vaguely, planning to reveal Yin Widow's death to Redfall when his hopes were at their highest, hoping to watch him fall even deeper into despair. No, Senior, my mother is the renowned card demigod Yin Widow, the excommunicated elder of the Yin-Yang Harmony sect. She raided the sect's treasury, stealing many rare mythical and unranked items before leaving. Not only will she be willing, but she will also be able to pay whatever price you demand for my soul. After all, she loves me most, Redfall hastily boasted, desperate to demonstrate his mother's love for her only child and immense wealth, hoping to prove that she would be the best buyer his captor could find for his soul. I know who you are, and I know who your mother is. I said she can't buy you because she's dead, Wyatt revealed coldly, waiting for the shock to hit. He planned to further break Redfall's spirit seeing he was vulnerable. No, Senior, you are lying, she can't be dead. Redfall stammered, stunned, his voice faltered, unable to believe his mother was dead but knowing his captor had no reason to lie to him about her death. The weight of the news sank in and he was mortified and fell silent. Yes, your mother really did love you. The day you entered the physical plane, Yin Widow came out of hiding to rescue you. But she was killed by her enemies. In a way, you killed her, Wyatt taunted, savoring Redfall's shock. His intention was to strike at Redfall's mental fortitude, pushing him deeper into despair. He wanted Redfall to grow desperate, like Lois, who had sacrificed her freedom to escape her prison. Senior, did you kill my mother? Redfall's voice grew grim with a dark edge to his tone. He had already begun to plan his revenge, vowing to detonate his own soul tainted with the breath of erosion, to spread its erosion far and wide. He hoped that by infecting his captor's soul pathway, he could ensure a slow and painful death, a death that would be his mother's revenge. Unfortunately, no, Wyatt sighed, disappointed that he hadn't been the one to kill Yin Widow and claim her vast wealth. He chose his words carefully, hoping to stir Redfall's rage and thirst for vengeance. His goal was to push Redfall into sacrificing his freedom in a fit of rage and unbearable despair, much like Lois had. She fell in the hands of one of her enemies, leaving all her wealth to her killer, Wyatt added, his tone dripping with mock sympathy, designed to antagonize Redfall and fuel his anger. As Wyatt anticipated, Redfall's rage exploded. He wasn't just furious at his captor and the card apprentice who had killed his mother, but at himself for his part in her deed, let alone for not being there when she needed him most. Overwhelmed with guilt and fury, he snarled, Senior, who killed my mother? Redfall believed his captor's words completely. After all, his life was in his captor's hands, and they had no reason for them to lie to him. His captor could kill him at any moment at their whim. Moreover, Redfall knew better than anyone how many enemies his mother had made across the 5 regions, and how notorious both he and his mother had become for their ruthless actions. What will you do, knowing who killed your mother? Nothing but despair and quietly wait for your time to come, so you and your mother can reunite in the afterlife, Wyatt mocked, taunting Redfall's rage and thirst for vengeance. He wanted to make Redfall feel as though his end was near, that he was powerless, unable even to avenge his mother. You're right, Senior. As I am now, I cannot avenge my mother, Redfall replied, his voice tight with frustration. But then, after a pause, he continued, his tone more measured. However, if I were to give my freedom to you, as you asked, would you help me avenge her? Redfall's words were calculated, a bargaining chip. After the moment of rage and despair had passed, his mind finally settled, and he began to think clearly. His talk of vengeance was merely a ruse, an attempt to gain his captor's trust and ensure his survival. Avenging his mother was important, but it was secondary to his true mission, bringing her back from death. Knowing that one day their enemies would corner them, leaving nowhere to run and no escape from death, the mother and son duo had crafted their own plan to return even after death. With his mother now in the river of souls and himself trapped in the physical plane, it was up to him to ensure they both survived. Thus, Redfall chose to temporarily believe his captor and do as he was asked. After all, with his mother dead, he had no other choice. He had reached a point where he would do anything, no matter how degrading, to continue his miserable life and bide his time. Not for himself, but for his mother. He needed to set into motion the plans to bring his mother back from the dead, just as she had ensured that his descendants survived and one of them grew strong enough to summon him from the river of souls before he lost his individuality to the breath of erosion, and was forced into reincarnation. Therefore, even if it meant becoming his captor's slave to ensure his survival, Redfall was willing to do it. Chapter 2279 Experiment failed. Date: the 22nd of April 2321. Time: 3:29. Location: Card World, Southern Region, Blossom District, Sky Blossom City, Dungeon Highway, Blood Rock Dungeon Seal, Seed World. No, I won't. You have no other choice. Either choose to willingly sacrifice your freedom for my ambition, or I will sell you to the highest bidder to aid my ambitions, Wyatt reminded Redfall, making it clear that he was in no position to bargain. He emphasized that, regardless of what Redfall chose, in the end, he would end up contributing to Wyatt's ambitions. Wyatt could easily enslave Redfall's soul using the current grade of his primordial calamity daughter gem, but his intention wasn't to subdue Redfall. Instead, he was testing whether his speculation about his bloodline were correct. That, if his daughter gem were to truly surrender to him, his cursed primordial bloodline would recognize them as its inheritor, as it had with Dally and Clown Mask. In truth, if Wyatt hadn't been short on suitable subjects to test his theories about his bloodline, he would never have considered turning Redfall into one of his daughter gems. Redfall's crimes were far too great. Not to mention, bringing him into his forces would turn Redfall's enemies into Wyatt's enemies as well. He could have Redfall change his appearance and hide, but Wyatt didn't want to go to such lengths for someone like Redfall. Wyatt knew that if he were to leave the southern region, demigods would flock to him. With so many options to choose from, Wyatt didn't want to waste a daughter gem on trash like Redfall. Redfall wasn't surprised by his captor's words, he had suspected as much. He would have done the same if in his captor's place, but he had to try. After all, it was his freedom he was negotiating for. However, he didn't answer immediately. He wanted to see how long his captor was willing to wait and to gauge his own value in the situation. "I'll take your silence as a rejection," Wyatt said, beginning to end the conversation. He knew Redfall was crafty, and from his silence, he sensed that Redfall still had some fight left in him. This indicated that Redfall was planning something. Therefore, Wyatt decided to cut the conversation short to keep Redfall on edge. Shocked that his captor didn't even wait for a full breath before moving to end the conversation, Redfall quickly spoke up, crying out in surprise, "Senior, I agree. I wholeheartedly agree to sacrifice my freedom for your ambitions." "You're sure?" Wyatt asked coldly. "Once you sacrifice your freedom to me, you will never be able to regain it unless I will it. Don't think you can trick me. The prison holding you is more than just a prison." Wyatt warned Redfall to think carefully before making his choice. He began to explain the true effects and abilities of the prison, the Calamity Daughter Gem, making sure Redfall understood the consequences of his decision. Wyatt wanted him to fully comprehend what he was agreeing to, ensuring that Redfall was truly surrendering himself to Wyatt's control. "I understand, Master." Redfall agreed to be a Daughter Gem, despite hearing about the true abilities of the Calamity Daughter Gem. Redfall couldn't believe such an item existed, but seeing the confidence in his captor's demeanor, Redfall chose to believe it. Yet, in the back of his mind, he felt nothing was absolute. Sooner or later, he would have the opportunity to free himself and avenge the humiliation he had suffered at his captor's hands. Therefore, without even waiting for further orders from his captor, Redfall fused his soul with his prison, the Calamity Daughter Gem, sealing his fate. Primordial Calamity Daughter Gem, Redfall, Online. Authority. Servant Tier. Sigh. Even after I repeatedly warned him, he still didn't give up on conspiring for his freedom after being released from his prison, Wyatt sighed in his mind. Reading the notification from his grimoire, Wyatt instantly concluded that Redfall had not fully surrendered to him, despite his repeated warnings. Still, he contacted Redfall, whose daughter gem was still in the Heathen Stone prison, and inquired, "Speak. What were you planning? Why didn't you fully surrender as I asked?" "Master, I did not fully surrender because I felt I should be able to escape from you and then help revive my mother," the daughter gem Redfall replied, summarizing his old self's thought process without going into too many details. "Revive your mother?" Wyatt exclaimed in shock. At that moment, he guessed that perhaps, like her son, Yin Widow had made arrangements to revive herself in case of her unfortunate death. Upon learning this information, Wyatt grew excited. This meant that all the treasures Yin Widow had stolen from the Yin-Yang Harmony sect's treasury weren't stored in her diamond-grade grimoire but in one of her hideouts, waiting for her or her son. He had wanted to find out if Redfall had truly surrendered to him when he chose to become his daughter Gem, and in the process, he learned that the Southern royal family had not acquired the stolen treasures from the Yin-Yang Harmony sect. Now, Wyatt understood why the Yin-Yang Harmony sect hadn't been so eager to force the Southern royal family to hand over Yin Widow's grimoire. It seemed they too were doubtful that Yin Widow had stored all the stolen treasures in her grimoire and had been running around the 5 regions. That would have been plain stupid on Yin Widow's part. Regardless of what the Yin-Yang Harmony sect or the Southern royal family were up to, the stolen treasures were now waiting for Wyatt, as Redfall Yin Widow's beloved son was now his servant. He couldn't help but think that one good thing had come from taking Redfall as his daughter Gem. However, he still hadn't given up on testing his theory about his bloodline. Redfall, if I were to help you revive your mother, would you surrender to me? Wyatt proposed, recalling how Clown Mask had been promoted to Bloodkin tier daughter Gem. Chapter 2280 Wyatt's Vanity Date, the 22nd of April 2321 Time, 341 Location, Card World, Southern Region, Blossom District, Sky Blossom City, Dungeon Highway, Blood Rock Dungeon Seal, Seed World. Yes, Master. I will, Redfall sincerely answered as Yin Widow's son, though it was the daughter Gem that forced its host to speak the truth. Wyatt nodded as he opened the Heathen Stone Prison, took out the primordial calamity daughter Gem, and tossed it into the space before him. In midair, the daughter Gem instantly grew layers of tissue that quickly formed a humanoid shape, eventually transforming into a handsome young man. He was tall and lean with pale skin and seductive eyes. His toned muscles, broad shoulders, and sturdy chest made his lean body appear as if it were a sculpture crafted by the almighty creator himself. Upon gaining his flesh body, Redfall immediately covered himself in a red spandex suit created from blood rule power. Not wanting to further unsettle his master, he could feel his master's dissatisfaction with him, which made him feel as if he were standing on hot coals. As a daughter Gem, he was naturally inclined to please his master by surrendering completely, but he could not let go of his desire to revive his mother. He was conflicted. He wanted to make his master happy but also yearned to bring his mother back to life. However, the daughter Gem, which prioritized his master's wishes above all else, was unable to erase his desire to revive his mother as it had done with his other desires. Fortunately, thanks to the daughter Gem, even though the desire was there, he was unable to act on it. Observing Redfall's appearance, Wyatt understood why Redfall was able to drive so many people, men and women alike, to madness for him. One had to see him in person to truly grasp his allure. However, Wyatt felt that Redfall's charm paled in comparison to the fragrance of his own primordial world calamity tree. In its current version, a single whiff of its scent would be enough to leave any being infatuated with him. Finding himself comparing Redfall's allure to the fragrance of his physique, Wyatt realized something new about himself and pondered, since when did I become so vain? It must be because of Susan's rejection, he guessed. Shaking his head in dismay, Wyatt retrieved a diamond grimoire from his grimoire and handed it to Redfall, ordering, "Take it. Stay here and recover to your prime as soon as possible. Once you re-establish your divinity, we will go revive your mother. If you want to modify your divinity, then seek Lois. She will help you." "Thank you, Master," Redfall replied gratefully as he accepted the diamond grimoire. However, Wyatt knew that this gratitude stemmed from the daughter Gem rather than from Redfall himself. If Redfall were truly grateful, he would have surrendered to Wyatt the moment he promised to help him revive his mother, just as Clown Mask had when she thanked Wyatt for being a good friend to her daughter. It might be because of the difference in Redfall and Clown Mask's nature. Ignoring Redfall, who was now contracting the diamond grimoire, Wyatt summoned another daughter Gem and used his primordial soul pupils on it to understand how its enslavement ability truly worked. Although his control over the hosts of the daughter Gems was absolute, and they would willingly lay down their lives for him, it seemed all of them were unable to let go of one attachment from their previous lives before being infected by the daughter Gem. Wyatt wanted to understand why this was the case. He felt that if he could figure out the reason behind it, he would be able to help the daughter Gems he valued ascend to Bloodkin tier daughter Gems. Soon, Wyatt discovered why all the hosts of his daughter Gems had one deep-seated attachment to their past lives, which the daughter Gems seemed unable to erase. It turned out that this was a fail-safe created by his origin card to ensure that each host of the daughter gems retained their individuality and did not become carbon copies of one another. If they did, they would lose the ability to wield their individual grimoires with unique origin cards. This safeguard wasn't just for card apprentices but extended to other races as well, as they would otherwise lose their innate abilities and gradually start to resemble the host of the soul gem Wyatt himself. Therefore, even if the hosts of the daughter gems did not have a deep-seated desire, the daughter gem would turn one of their desires into a deep attachment. This way, despite becoming part of the hive, they would continue to retain their individuality. Learning this, Wyatt realized that he had underestimated the complexity of the card world's power system. The fail-safe created by his origin card for his daughter gems was crucial. Without it, his daughter gems would become a flock of sheep. However, this also led him to ponder how his cursed bloodline allowed the Bloodkin tier daughter gems to maintain their individuality after they truly surrendered to him, letting go of the one deep-seated desire that anchored their individual identities and prevented them from completely losing themselves to the hive. After some thought, Wyatt deduced that the approach of the cursed primordial bloodline in controlling the hosts of Bloodkin tier daughter gems was entirely opposite to the method used by his origin card for regular tier daughter gems. The cursed primordial bloodline used the Bloodkin tier daughter gems inherited from the host of the soul gem as an anchor to ensure that Bloodkins remained absolutely loyal to the parent bloodline, even if they were allowed to have their own opinions and desires. This approach differed from that of the regular tier daughter gems, whose opinions and desires except for one were erased to ensure absolute loyalty to soul gem. Understanding this, Wyatt's desire for control over choosing which daughter gems could ascend to Bloodkin tier grew stronger. Although Wyatt had his doubts about his cursed primordial bloodline, he did not hesitate to use its abilities. He believed that if one desires to clean the filth, they shouldn't fear getting dirty in the process. This was Wyatt's current approach toward his cursed primordial bloodline. Only by using it would he be able to truly understand it. Because if he were to avoid dealing with his cursed primordial bloodline today by sweeping it under the rug, one day it might grow to a point where he could no longer ignore it. And unsurprisingly, he would find himself unprepared to deal with it. Chapter 2281 Wyatt's Choice Date, the 22nd of April 2321 Time, 4:07 Location, Card World, Southern Region, Blossom District, Sky Blossom City, Dungeon Highway, Blood Rock Dungeon Seal, Seed World Redfall, who was supposed to be contracting the Diamond Grimoire, approached Wyatt. Seeing his master deeply contemplating something while staring at the daughter gem in his hand, Redfall decided to wait and not disturb him. Having learned about the principles of his daughter gems and bloodline, Wyatt turned to Redfall and asked, "What is it?" "Master, I think I would be able to better serve you if I were to contract my old grimoire. If I contract a new one, I would lose my old origin cards," Redfall explained. Though origin cards are unique, they are still cards, and once equipped, they become unequipable. So, it did not come as a shock to Wyatt to learn that one would lose their origin cards along with their grimoire. Wyatt felt that Redfall's words made sense. Without his wicked origin cards, Redfall was just another demigod, albeit a more handsome one. Therefore, Wyatt asked, "Do you know where your old grimoire is? If it isn't currently being used by someone else, I should be able to summon it once I enter the card world. But if it is being used, I should be able to sense its location while in the card world," Redfall revealed, causing Wyatt a headache. Taking Redfall into the card world would mean deceiving the field marshal. Considering Redfall's past crimes, Wyatt couldn't think of any valid reason to convince the field marshal to give Redfall a second chance. It would be surprising if she did not attack him on sight. Therefore, he could only ask Redfall to alter his appearance and lie to the field marshal about his identity. There was also the matter of those who possessed Redfall's grimoire. Once Redfall tried to summon or locate his grimoire, they would know he had been revived. Given Redfall's notoriety, all 5 regions would likely agree to put him on their top 10 most wanted list. Soon, Sky Blossom City would become noisy, as that was where Yin Widow had come to find her son. Not to mention, the Southern royal family possessed Redfall's soul candle card. The moment he stepped out of the dungeon seal, it would immediately leak his information to whoever currently held the soul candle card. Finding that it was too much trouble for one Thrash daughter gem he planned to destroy after his experiment was concluded, Wyatt prepared to reject Redfall's request, but Redfall, as if reading his master's concerns, spoke up first. Seeking Wyatt's permission, he revealed, "Master, I have a rune that helps me hide from all kinds of tracking cards, runes, and curses. Even my soul candle card cannot locate me if I don't want to be found. I can reforge my runes and re-establish my divinity without a grimoire, so I plan to first recover my runes and divinity, then search for my grimoire. Wyatt had heard tales of how dreadful Redfall's origin cards were. Though not as powerful as the origin cards of the Three Mischiefs, Redfall's origin card allowed him to establish the biggest sex cult in the history of the card world. This cult was deeply rooted across all 5 regions and even the Empire at Redfall's prime. The terror of Redfall and his cult was not to be underestimated. Even the Empire's fanatics feared the madness of Redfall's cult members. Many who had seen Clown Mosk's future vision would argue that Redfall and his sex cult were more scary than the Three Mischiefs and their forces. Not stronger, but scarier, because Redfall and his followers believed in the doctrine of universal love. They would hump anything that moved, had a whole pole, or simply turned them on. Many did not fear death but were terrified of their own and their loved ones' dignity being violated. What terrified them the most was that Redfall and his followers wouldn't even spare a mangled corpse. Just the thought of Redfall and his cult taking turns violating his enemies and their families was enough to make the world leaders lose sleep. Therefore, if they discovered that Redfall had been revived, especially those who had conspired to kill him the first time, they would do everything in their power to find him before he regained his strength and extinguish his soul so thoroughly that he could never be revived again. Wyatt weighed the pros and cons of helping Redfall retrieve his grimoire. Considering the impending demon invasion, the 7 princes of hell, Gideon Grimm aka Handsome Fox, the Three Mischiefs, the Masters, and Librarian Jr.'s conspiracy, Wyatt felt that having someone like Redfall in his ranks could be beneficial, especially with his plans to expand in the Dark Realm. After all, Redfall's origin cards operated on the principle of universal love, which meant he could establish his cult anywhere in the myriad realms, let alone in the Dark Realm. The more Wyatt thought about it, the more the pros outweighed the cons of helping Redfall regain his grimoire. As his daughter gem, Redfall wouldn't be able to repeat his past atrocities unless Wyatt willed it. Therefore, it was more logical to keep Redfall around and help him reclaim his old origin cards. Recognizing that he would need all the help he could get when venturing into the myriad realms, Wyatt no longer hesitated. He decisively chose to keep Redfall around and assist him in retrieving his old grimoire. Fine. For now, reforge your runes and re-establish your divinity. Once you've fully recovered, I'll help you retrieve your old grimoire, Wyatt informed Redfall, ordering him to focus on his recovery first. Now that Wyatt had made his decision, he did not let any guilt get to him. He promised himself that he would use Redfall's abilities to help defend the card world from the upcoming demon invasion. Just then his demon codex sounded with a notification: Demon Merchant, Double Agent, has requested to join your egg guild. Do you accept? Yes, no. Note: if you accept a demon devil merchant as a guild member, you cannot remove them without a valid reason. Please check the guild guidelines for acceptable reasons for expelling a member. Chapter 2282 Double Agent Date: the 22nd of April 2321 Time, 4:21 Location, Card World, Southern Region, Blossom District, Sky Blossom City, Dungeon Highway, Blood Rock Dungeon Seal, Seed World. Double Agent, really? You couldn't think of something better? Wyatt turned to look at Lois and asked, having read her Demon Merchant username on her guild application. You don't like it? I thought it would suit my role, Lois replied, a little disappointed that her master did not appreciate her attempt at being clever with her Demon Merchant username. Your role? Wyatt asked in confusion, having no clue what she was getting at. Master, seeing your interest in the Masters and their organization, and considering my past with them, I assumed you would have me infiltrate their ranks and act as a double agent. Hence, the username, Lois explained. Wyatt was surprised to hear how far ahead Lois had thought for him. It hadn't even been an hour since she became his bloodkin daughter Gem, yet she was already showing remarkable initiative. He couldn't help but marvel at the difference between regular tier and bloodkin tier daughter gems. If all his daughter gems showed such proactiveness, his dream of living a laid-back life would be achievable much sooner than he had calculated. Not getting an immediate response from Wyatt, Lois asked tentatively, Master, did you not plan that? Was I being presumptuous? No, I did plan something along those lines. I was just surprised to hear it from you, Wyatt assured her, appreciating her initiative and encouraging her behavior. In response, Lois eagerly added, Master, After breaking through to the card demigod realm, I can return to the organization, pretending to have escaped from the southern royal family. Considering how much they value my physique, they will take me back without asking many questions if I credit my escape to my breakthrough. That could work, but I have something else in mind. Like a hostage exchange, I bet they'd be willing to pay anything to get you back. Plus, that would be even more convincing cover story. Wyatt revealed his plan without outright dismissing Lois's suggestion. Great plan, Master. Your way is indeed more convincing. I feel like you have experience in this sort of exchange. Lois praised her master, but Wyatt doubted if her last sentence could be considered a compliment. All right, I've accepted your guild application. You're now a proud member of the Egg Guild. Hurry up and recover. Once you break through to the demigod rank, I'll introduce you to the rest of the gang, Wyatt said, speaking to Lois almost as if she were his close friend. Given that Bloodkin daughter gems were capable of opinions and desires, unlike regular daughter gems, this was to be expected. Don't worry, Master. I've already recovered spiritually and physically. I just need to restore my runes and establish my divinity. With the abundant rule power in the Devil Merchant Code's spiritual city, I should be able to recover my runes in no time. Then, using the records from the Infinity Library, I'll establish a strong and flawless divinity and break through to the demigod realm soon, Lois informed her master confidently. She couldn't wait to meet the other Bloodkins and her master's friends. Okay then, I will take my leave. You two recover, and contact Hive Spirit if you need anything, Wyatt said, bidding goodbye to Lois and Redfall. He exited his trophy space to join the celebration, only to find that it had already ended and everyone had gone back to work. Puzzled, he asked, "What's going on? Why did you end the celebration so soon?" "I didn't feel right continuing the celebration when you were working," Dreadray spoke up first, breaking the tense silence. After all, they were celebrating her and her creation's birth. No one felt comfortable continuing the festivities if she wasn't in the mood for it. "Field Marshal, didn't I tell you it was just a small hiccup and that I'd be right back, asking you to cover for me?" Wyatt questioned the Field Marshal angrily, feeling she hadn't done a good job of covering for his absence. "Wyatt, you were gone for almost 2 hours. Someone was bound to notice you were missing," the Field Marshal responded, not one to make excuses. She had tried her best to cover for him, but her deception couldn't fool Dreadray. The pixie saw right through their attempts, and upon learning that Wyatt was attending to some urgent issue, she ended the celebration, feeling it was inappropriate to celebrate while their friend was working hard to hold things together. Tisk, Corey clicked her tongue loudly, blatantly showing her disappointment in Wyatt. However, her eyes revealed that she hadn't expected much from him to begin with. Still unsatisfied, she remarked, "Poor Dreadray, you're unlucky to have met such a client. If it were me, if it were you, you couldn't even afford a pound of mud from her forest." "So, shut up," Wyatt snapped back, countering Corey with brutal honesty. The mud in Dreadray's forest was enriched with rare minerals, infused with rule power and soul energy. Each pound of it was worth more than Corey's entire bank balance. "Why you money isn't everything. I would be there for Dreadray, sharing in our joys and sorrows. It would be us against the myriad realms," Corey argued, using the cliché rhetoric that every incapable person uses to deceive their naive mark. "Corey, I will not tolerate you targeting Wyatt through me anymore, even if you are my close friend," Dreadray suddenly interjected, which was out of character for her. Pixies were usually pushovers, except for the elder pixies, the guardians of their kind. Close friend, Wyatt was surprised to hear this. While it was easy to befriend pixies, being regarded as a close friend by one was not. For Corey to have earned that title from Dreadray was impressive. Then again, despite her frequent clashes with him, Corey was a genuinely good person and a loyal friend. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for her to rally comrades who were still willing to go against the 7 Princes of Hell, for her. She truly was a reincarnator. Chapter 2283 Courtney's Uncle Date, the 22nd of April 2321 Time, 4:32 Location, Card World, Southern Region, Blossom District, Sky Blossom City, Dungeon Highway, Blood Rock Dungeon Seal, Seed World. "But Dreadray, I was just speaking up for you. You shouldn't let him off so easily," Corey insisted, trying to convince Dreadray but failing miserably. "Corey, Wyatt has done more for me than any client has ever done for their Pixie Library Guide. If not for him, I wouldn't have this forest, nor would I have been able to create Seed. So, I am nothing but grateful to him," Dreadray defended Wyatt, expressing her gratitude. Despite being here to serve him, Wyatt had never treated her like a servant. Instead, he catered to all her whims, showering her with expensive gifts and favors. Though, it was another matter that if she didn't consider him her best friend, she might not have accepted them. If you're fine with it, then I'm fine with it, Corey conceded, feeling disappointed that things didn't go her way. However, sensing Wyatt's intimidating glare, she forced a polite smile. She froze upon receiving his mental transmission, first Susan, and now Dredre. Can't you be normal for once? Or do you just enjoy the thrill of trying to steal food from my mouth? Don't ever leave the seed space. If I catch you outside, I'll make good on my promise to give you the whooping of a lifetime. Wyatt made sure Corey understood he was sparing her only for Dredre's sake. Since he was the reason the celebration had ended abruptly, he didn't want to upset Dredre further by letting her see two of her friends fighting over her. Ignoring Corey, he addressed the rest. Guys, I know the moment has passed, and it's too late to restart the celebration. But I know something that will lift the mood. Hang tight, we're going to visit my elder sister. Elder sister? Wyatt, aren't you an only child? Susan asked in surprise. She had met Wyatt's uncle's family, maternal aunt, and so-called relatives from the central capital, but this was the first time she was hearing him mention an elder sister. If Wyatt did have a blood-related elder sister, Susan felt she needed to get on her good side and earn points to secure her approval of her relationship with Wyatt. Wyatt's elder sister. Everyone else was equally puzzled, as they all knew Wyatt was the only child of his parents. I just found out recently. I'm rolling with it since that's easier, Wyatt said, brushing off the details, while the field marshal, who knew part of the truth, shook her head in dismay. That's great, now we have a valid reason to continue our celebration. What do you 1947 say, Dredre? Courtney chimed in, seeking Dredre's opinion. Dredre nodded vigorously, adding, yes, let's go meet Wyatt's elder sister. Meanwhile, Clown Mask turned to Wyatt and asked, Boss, does that mean you're Courtney's uncle? Master, don't tell me you're Wyatt's elder sister. Courtney asked her mother in shock and utter disbelief. The others were equally stunned, except for the field marshal, who was confused as to why Clown Mask would say that. Wasn't she the one who killed his parents in the first place? Was there a hidden reason why Wyatt forgave her? Courtney, I get your point. But can't you just start calling me mother already? Clown Mask argued, looking at the rest who were waiting for an answer. She added, everyone relax, I was just kidding around to get my daughter to stop ignoring me and actually talk to me. Courtney simply rolled her eyes at Clown Mask, continuing her silent treatment, while Bloodette had mixed feelings about the whole situation. Whoa, for a minute there, you had us all. Good one, Park said with a chuckle, easing everyone's mood. Alright, you guys hang tight. I'm going to move the seed world out of the dungeon seal into my sister's home. I'll be back in a jiffy, Wyatt said before exiting the seed world without waiting for anyone to ask about his elder sister's home. After all, he didn't want to spoil the surprise. Wait a minute, doesn't the seed world now belong to Seed? How can Wyatt move it to his sister's house on a whim? Corey suddenly pointed out, feeling something didn't add up. I have given the authority to Master Wyatt to do so, Seed clarified, only to have Corey ask, why do you call him Master? Master Wyatt is my creator's boss, so he is my master, Seed explained, prompting Corey to reply in skepticism, that's a messed up logic, but I guess it makes sense. Corey, what's with you? Why are you targeting Wyatt again? I thought you had moved on, Susan asked, puzzled by Corey's renewed obsession with Wyatt. It seemed to have flared up recently. Let me tell you why. Unable to keep up with him, she's taking out her frustration like this, Park explained. Corey's problem with Wyatt was that she had started to develop an inferiority complex toward him after repeatedly failing to catch up, let alone surpass him. The change in Wyatt's prowess was too huge, though he hid it well. Corey, who knew his previous self, could feel the difference. Corey, the race is only over when you give up. Don't let your desperation lead you astray. I'm sure, sooner or later, you'll not only catch up with Wyatt but become someone he will look up to. I believe in you, Susan encouraged Corey, urging her not to let her competitive spirit cloud her judgment. However, Susan didn't forget to warn Corey about her behavior. Also, your actions are fine as long as they're harmless and meant in fun, but they can easily cause misunderstandings. So, clarify things with Wyatt when you get the opportunity. He's been very tolerant with you for some reason. It's almost as if he has a soft spot for you. So, I'm sure if you're upfront with Wyatt, he will forgive you. Chapter 2284 Park's Pride Date, the 22nd of April 2321 Time, 4:39 Location, Card World, Southern Region, Blossom District, Sky Blossom City, Dungeon Highway, Blood Rock Dungeon Seal, Seed World. Listening to Susan's advice for Corey, the field marshal couldn't help but look at Corey with pity. She knew Corey had secrets of her own, but she doubted they would ever be enough to let her catch up with Wyatt even in a million years, let alone become his equal or someone he would look up to. Noticing the pity in the field marshal's eyes, Corey was irked and sharply asked, "Why, great-grandma, you don't think I can catch up to Wyatt?" One would think that as an elder and respected figure in the card world, the field marshal would be above pettiness and would not hold a grudge against an ignorant child like Corey. However, she did. With a humorous tone, she mocked, "No, honey. I just think you're being foolish to compete with Wyatt. Why don't you find someone more suited to your caliber? My grandchild, JJ. Now, if you were to compete against him, maybe you could try and catch up to him in few decades. JJ the sewer sweeper. I'll have you know, I can take on hundreds of him right now," Corey began, but before she could finish her sentence, the field marshal interrupted, "Without using your snake familiar from the Dark Realm." Corey hesitated but soon nodded, boasting, "Yes, I can. I can easily defeat him on my own." "Is that so?" The field marshal looked at Corey in amusement and proposed, "If you manage to defeat JJ, I will officially adopt you as my great-granddaughter." "What do you say? I am already your great-granddaughter," Corey shamelessly claimed. Just when everyone thought she would relent for obvious reasons, she surprised them all by countering the field marshal's proposal, "If I manage to defeat JJ, you will take me to meet my parents." Corey no longer wanted to force her parents to return, knowing that what they were doing was important for them. She also did not want her parents' hard work over the last decade and a half to go to waste due to her childish fits. Therefore, she planned to meet them instead. However, for that, she needed the Southern royal family's permission, as visiting way beyond without a proper permit was a punishable crime. With her current strength and Lil Beam's support, she could bypass the protocol, but doing so would tarnish her parents' exemplary record in the Southern Watch. Thus, she had repeatedly applied for permission to meet her parents at Way Beyond, only to be rejected multiple times without a valid reason. She knew she was being given the runaround on the royal family's orders. "If you're really strong enough to defeat JJ on your own, I see no reason to stop you from meeting your parents at their post on Way Beyond," the field marshal conceded, knowing how much Corey missed her parents. Seeing Corey's recent actions, she felt guilty, thinking that a talented and good kid was going astray because of the Southern region's incompetence. "All right, then, let's go find the royal sewer sweeper right now," Corey announced eagerly, brimming with motivation. Then, she hurried to Seed, asking her to let them out since the Seed world was now Seed's domain. "What's wrong?" the field marshal asked Park, who was now looking at her with the same pitying gaze she had earlier directed at Corey. "You really don't love your grandson, do you?" Park asked, feeling that the field marshal was being cruel to JJ by throwing him under the bus like that. First, she had him sweeping the sewers of Sky Blossom City, and now she planned to subject him to a beatdown from Corey. Park couldn't help but add, "That kid has a rough road ahead of him." "You speak as if my grandson's defeat at Corey's hands is a given," the field marshal replied, clearly displeased with Park's implication, though the latter didn't seem to care. As the remnant memory of Demon Emperor Corey Park, she had inherited both her kindness and pride. Except for Wyatt, Susan, and her card apprentice parents, she didn't consider anyone in this realm worthy of Corey's attention, let alone someone from the Southern royal bloodline. Even though they were strong for this realm, they were the ones responsible for taking Corey's parents away at a young age in the name of the greater good. If Corey Park didn't have at least this level of pride, it would have been impossible for her to survive in the Dark Realm, let alone build and lead her own forces. With a sneer, she retorted, "Isn't it?" Park didn't like the edgy version of Corey who could succumb to darkness at any moment or get triggered over petty things. But she hated it more when Corey said she would be more like her parents having listened to the likes of the field marshal. In the world's eyes, they might be good soldiers, but to Park, they were just hard-working, kind-hearted people being manipulated by the royal family, who took advantage of their love for their fellow citizens and country. Park would rather see Corey be edgy than like her parents. The Demon Emperor Corey Park was kind, but one should not forget she had survived nearly a century in the Dark Realm. Her definition of kindness was borrowed from the Demon Dictionary, not the Card Apprentice Dictionary. It was worth noting that in some dark races' dictionaries, kindness was listed as a synonym for foolishness. You're just an ego spirit. Considering who your master is, I don't blame you for your ignorance, the field marshal dismissed Park's remarks, assuming she was just an uninformed ego spirit of Corey. Just for that, I won't stop Corey when she goes full dark side on your grandson, Park warned, as if she could already see how the battle between JJ and Corey would unfold. What the heck is full dark side? The field marshal asked, clearly confused. You'll know when you see it, Park replied cryptically, a sly smile on her face. Both you and your master need professional help, the field marshal said, feeling that both Corey and her ego spirit were delusional. Just when others were getting worried their argument would spiral into a fight, the duo ended their argument, hearing Corey's yell, "Why can't we leave the seed world?" Chapter 2285 New base date, unspecified time, unspecified location, Lil. Red Storm Realm, Realm's womb, seed world. Corey, are you sure you want to leave the seed world? A menacing voice startled Corey. A few minutes earlier, exiting the seed world, Wyatt stared into the space before him, having ordered Seed to unroot the seed world from the dungeon seal's space so he could transport it to the Lil Red Storm realm with him. Soon, a pink gem, similar in form and size to Wyatt's primordial calamity daughter gem, became visible, hovering in the air as if it had a will of its own. It floated toward Wyatt, who grabbed it and used his primordial soul pupils to peer inside. To his surprise, the seed world had changed beyond recognition. It now contained a nebula of soul pathways and arrangements, and at the center of it all, in its womb, was a celestial spirit resembling Seed. This was her spiritual body, while her physical body remained in the seed world with Dreadray. Given that Seed was a newborn celestial, it wasn't surprising that she did not have even a hint of rule power in her womb, let alone a rule stream. Typically, after their birth, newborn celestials immediately begin comprehending rules from the rule source to summon rule power and satisfy their appetite unless they have a pixie to provide pixie dust, or, in the case of primordial pixies, primordial energy. If Seed had done the same, it would have been difficult for her to continue hiding from the card world. Fortunately, not only did she have a pixie to feed her pixie dust, but she also had a master who could supply her with primordial energy. Analyzing the changes in the seed world, what intrigued Wyatt the most was Seed's spiritual channel. Its spiritual end led to the rule source, similar to his. This was common among him, Seed, and Dali. However, his spiritual channel also connected to the origin source. He felt it was a pity that neither Seed nor Dali inherited his, one with the source, skill. Seed, who had yet to become a Bloodkin tier daughter gem, still had hoped to inherit it, whereas in Dali's case, he wondered if increasing her bloodline purity might help her gain new skills. Having satisfied his curiosity, Wyatt stored the seed world in a storage card. Upon being placed in the storage card, the seed world immediately burrowed into its space, awaiting Wyatt's summons. Wyatt then hesitantly used his demon codex to activate the Devil Merchant Code's transportation function, teleporting to the Lil Red Storm realm. He feared it might nor race charge him for all the people he was carrying with him, as he remembered paying for 2 when he carried the Elder Anesthesia Dragon out of Blood Rule Source. However, to his surprise, the Devil Merchant Code only charged him for 1. Seed World Space Stealth seemed able to evade even the Devil Merchant Code, impressing him with the upgrade Seed brought to the Seed World. Upon arrival at the Lil Red Storm realm, Wyatt was enthusiastically greeted by Dali. "Wyatt, you're back, looks like you've been busy," Wyatt remarked, noticing how his field of vision was blocked by rows of precious metal bricks stacked upon each other. "Yes," Dali replied proudly. "I no longer need them, so I prepared them for you. There are some that I didn't know how to refine, so I left them alone for you to handle." "I appreciate that," Wyatt said, feeling touched. He knew Dali genuinely wanted him to have all the resources she had collected over centuries, not just because she was his daughter gem. He summoned his grimoire and, taking out the seed world, handed it to Dali, saying, "Here, this little one will keep you company when I'm busy with work." "Is that a newborn celestial?" Dali instantly recognized her own kind. Looking at the seed world, she said with a longing tone, "Her realm is convenient. Let it take root somewhere convenient for you, or where you can keep an eye on it." "Hurry, my friends are waiting to meet you," Wyatt urged, eager to introduce Dali to everyone as his elder sister. In his 2 lifetimes, no one had shown him such selflessness. She truly expected nothing from him except the chance to live for him. All right, give me a minute, I'll let it take root next to my core. Then we can go meet your friends, Dali said, equally excited to meet Wyatt's companions. As a daughter gem, Dali knew the newborn celestial was one of them. Therefore, she did not mind letting it stay in her womb. Considering her cursed primordial bloodline purity level, she held supremacy over all of Wyatt's daughter gems. She had plans for the newborn but decided to proceed only after meeting and discussing things with it. Not wanting force her will on it. All done, let's head in, Dali announced, having used the hive spirit to inform seed to take root in her womb. Together, they entered the seed world. Arriving in the seed world, they were greeted by Corey's yell, "Why can't we leave the seed world?" Thinking back to his warning to her a few moments earlier, Wyatt menacingly asked, "Corey, are you sure you want to leave the seed world, Wyatt?" Corey was startled by his sudden appearance but quickly demanded, "Wyatt, hit me." Then seeing the puzzled expression on his face she explained, "I know my actions towards you lately were nothing but bitchy. A simple sorry won't cut it. So, hit me until you're satisfied." 1432, huh? Wyatt was taken aback by Corey's sudden change in demeanor. It was getting hard for him to keep track of her mood swings. This wasn't the first time she had apologized to him because of her actions, and he had a feeling it wouldn't be the last. Seeing the hot mess she was as a reincarnator, Wyatt thanked his lucky stars for his transmigration not having a twist like Corey's reincarnation had. Chapter 2286 Rematch Date, Unspecified Time, Unspecified Location, Lil. Red Storm Realm, Realm's Womb, Seed World, let's pin that for later. Wyatt dismissed Corey and enthusiastically introduced Dali to everyone. "Everyone, this is my elder sister, Dali Wyatt. And sis, this is everyone I trust. Now, let's resume the celebrations." Just as Dali prepared to greet everyone, Corey abruptly stepped in front of her and interjected, "Hello, Dali. I'm Corey Bright, Wyatt's most trusted and efficient employee. If you don't mind, could you ask your little brother to hit me and then let me out?" Dali didn't know how to reply to Corey's abrupt request. However, Susan, who had rushed over, grabbed Corey by her ear before Wyatt lost his temper and ordered, "Corey, behave yourself. Now, apologize to Big Sis Dali. Big Sis, let go." Corey screamed in pain as Susan's grip on her ear tightened. The former turned to see where the latter gained such strength, only to find Susan's hand wearing a gauntlet she was partially using her origin card. "Hello, Big Sis Dali, I'm Susan, Wyatt's manager and friend. You can call me Little Sue or anything you prefer. And don't mind Corey, she has a few screws loose but is a good friend and little sister. You'll see once you get to know her." Susan hurriedly introduced herself and rescued Corey, as always. "Hi, Susan and Corey. It's good to meet you both. If she wants to get out that urgently, I can let her out," Dali offered, noticing Corey's urgency. "Really, please do, I'll owe you one." Corey ignored Susan's grip on her ear and eagerly requested Dali to let her out. "All right." Dali sent Corey out to Lil. Red Storm Realm while neither Wyatt nor the field marshal stopped her. The duo had similar grins on their faces. Stepping onto the dark red mud of Lil. Red Storm and staring at the two suns, a couple of crescent moons, a full moon, and a few planetary rings, Corey's mind went blank for a second. It was due to both shock and a lack of oxygen to her brain. Fortunately, her demon physique quickly adapted, and she immediately screamed, "Wyatt, you fucker, where did you send me?" Not getting a reply, she summoned her demon codex, which was with Park, planning to use the Devil Merchant Code's transportation service to return to the card world and find JJ. But to her dismay, she couldn't afford it. Then her eyes fell on rows of precious metal bricks stacked on top of each other. With a sly glint in her eyes, she shouted, "Wyatt, if you don't send me back to the card world, don't blame me for using these ingredients as offerings. I dare you to touch them." Sure enough, her threat worked and managed to get a reply from him. However, unable to find his figure, she decided to summon him. She walked toward the bricks and touched them, as he dared her to. "That's it, you've done it now." Wyatt suddenly appeared behind Corey, planning to shove her head into the ground and make her eat mud. But to his surprise, she grabbed his hand without even looking back and flung him onto the rows of precious bricks, which fell like dominoes. Seeing the mess, Wyatt was even more pissed. Getting back on his feet and dusting himself off, he said, "You are going to stack them all back up with your hands or else." Bring it, asshole. Today, I'll show you that your win before was just a fluke, Corey said, as her eyes, canine teeth, and nails grew sharper with her excitement. Ever since her defeat at Wyatt's hands at the city tournament, she had wanted a rematch. However, Park held her back, saying Wyatt was hiding his true strength and she wasn't his match yet. She grew tired of hearing that every time she made progress in her strength and prepared to challenge Wyatt. Hence, without even realizing it, she was taking out her frustration on Wyatt by regressing to her old self, the bitchiest bitch. The only reason she didn't trigger the conditions of Wyatt's contract was because she wanted to prove herself to him. She was no less than anyone out there. No one could ignore her, not harm him. Ha ha ha, that's the funniest joke I've heard, Wyatt said, unleashing a tiny part of his strength, causing Corey's pupils to shrink. However, she did not back down. Instead, she declared, "Today, I'll show you that no one can look down on me." Corey's eyes turned pitch black as she rushed at him, balling her fists. Nearing him, one of her fists aimed for his head while the other targeted his chest. She had the technique but lacked the power. Wyatt grabbed her fists with ease and asked in confusion, "When did I ever look down on you?" Sin smoke. Corey summoned the screaming smoke of her ego flame and used it to cover her fists. If one looked closer, they would notice screaming faces inscribed in the black soot covering her fists. With Wyatt's sharp eyes, he even made out individual faces with agony-filled expressions. So, he shoved Corey away, letting go of her fists in disgust. Being pushed back, Corey had a satisfied grin on her face as she uttered, "Sinner's mark." Wyatt's palms had picked up black soot from Corey's fists, which gathered to form miniature agonized face tattoos on both his palms. Wyatt looked at them in disgust and tried to wipe them off, but he couldn't. They seemed to have deeply embedded into his skin. "Wyatt, you cannot get them off, even if you were to chop off your hands. They're rooted in your soul pathways. Just give up." "I don't want to put my friend through something meant for the damned," Corey advised, not wanting to use what her reincarnation used to punish the most heinous of criminals in the Dark Realm, those undeserving of the sweet release of death or extinction. "Do your worst." Chapter 2287, The Armageddon Song. First verse, Denial. Date, unspecified time, unspecified location, Lil. Red Storm Realm, Realm's Womb, Seed World. "Wyatt, I'm serious. I don't want to use that sinister skill against someone I consider a friend. Don't force me to use it," Corey repeated her advice with a stern tone, feeling that Wyatt was underestimating the extent of her abilities. "Tell your bullshit to someone else. If you really meant it, you wouldn't have used that skill on me in the first place. Come on, show me the progress you've made." Wyatt dismissed Corey's warning and challenged her to prove what gave her the confidence to face him. "You called my bluff. Good for you. I should have known you would not cave to such threats. But I no longer plan to go easy on you, Wyatt. Ignite." With Corey's chant, the black soot on both her fists began to emit a fiery red glow, accompanied by loud, wailing cries. Surprisingly, the wails coming from the soot had a harmony to them, sounding much like an ominous and eerie background music. The Armageddon Song. First verse, Denial, Corey chanted as she punched at Wyatt from afar. The energy from the wails focused into her fist, forming a sonic attack so powerful that its form resembled a fist traveling through the air. The sonic fist, the size of Wyatt's height, shot toward him, breaking the sound barrier. Wyatt, who had his power suppressed to that of an average card king, could not react in time, and Corey's attack landed squarely on him before passing through. At first glance, it seemed like it hadn't even managed to harm a hair on Wyatt's body. However, soon after, blood began to ooze from Wyatt's ears, eyes, nose, and mouth. He fell to his knees, staring at Corey. The whites of his eyes dyed red with blood, soon overtaking his pupils as well. "Stop pretending. An injury like that is something you can instantly recover from. I know it's impossible to harm you unless the attack manages to damage your mutated ego gem," Corey said, seeing right through Wyatt's performance. "You saw through it, did you?" Wyatt said, getting back on his feet. He had hoped to see Corey make a fool of herself, but it seemed she was smarter than most gave her credit for. Or perhaps Park had informed her that his strength and weakness was tied to his mutated ego gem. Either way, Wyatt was impressed. Corey's attack just now was strong enough to kill a regular card emperor. Her sonic punch was capable of bypassing defenses and attacking the target's vital soul pathways and shattering them. Basically, it was sure kill move. Not to mention, This attack was fueled purely by soul energy. If she had used or added sound rule-related runes or rule power, its potency would have increased by several folds. Considering Corey might have inherited all of Park's runes by now, Wyatt believed she held back. Still, for Corey to be capable of killing a card emperor with a single punch despite being in the card master realm was an impressive feat. It seems you've made a lot of progress since we last met. Go ahead, show me what these can do, Wyatt said, pointing at the 2 sinner marks on each of his palms. I would never use something that vile on someone I know, Corey shook her head. Having her progress acknowledged by Wyatt, she seemed to calm down a bit. Go ahead, I'm just a clone. The original is in the seed world, celebrating with the rest, the clone Wyatt revealed, shocking Corey. In her rage, she channeled rule power into her fist, chanting, the Armageddon song, first verse, denial. This time, the clone was unable to react in time as well, as the speed of the sonic attack, enhanced by rule power, increased by a few thousand times. Unlike before, Wyatt did not bleed, but his body popped like microwave popcorn, filling the atmosphere with the scent of barbecue. His primordial calamity daughter gem was flung a few miles away but remained unharmed. In midair, the clone Wyatt reconstructed his body. When he regained his vision, Corey was right in front of him again. Gathering even more rule power in her fist, she punched, chanting, the Armageddon song, first verse, denial. Unable to react, clone Wyatt's body was blown to bits once more, but this time, his daughter gem showed signs of cracking. He quickly healed it and reconstructed his body while using the adaptive resonance technique to prepare for Corey's next sonic fist. Corey once again appeared before the clone and used her martial arts, increasing the amount of rule power in her attack. She was struggling to figure out the exact amount needed to break the clone's core. Having witnessed Wyatt's fights, she knew his perfect clones were just as tenacious as him. However, this time, things didn't go her way. Wyatt's soul pathways vibrated at the frequency of her sonic fist instinctively, allowing him to evade the attack without taking even a scratch. Witnessing this, Corey was at a loss for words, recalling Park's advice, you can't be a one-trick pony if you want to defeat Wyatt. He might lack in terms of combat arts and techniques, but he's smarter and far more tenacious than any enemy I've ever faced. If you can't kill him in one attack, sooner or later, he'll figure out the weakness of your assault and render it useless. Mastering one martial art to the sage level isn't enough to beat him, you'll have to master at least a couple to that level to stand a chance. Whoa, you almost had me with that last punch, phew. The original will be very happy to learn of your progress, and I appreciate your resolve not to use your ultimate move on me, despite knowing I'm just a clone, Clone Wyatt remarked. However, Corey didn't appreciate it. She only grew angrier that she couldn't even defeat a clone. Chapter 2288 Cowardly Considerate Clone Date, Unspecified Time, Unspecified Location, Lil Red Storm Realm, you don't seem satisfied with your progress in strength, Clone Wyatt observed, noting Corey's bubbling emotions clearly written on her face. I'm still not strong enough to defeat Wyatt, Corey admitted with frustration and a hint of helplessness. She was unwilling to be outdone by Wyatt, let alone his clone. They were of the same age, yet he excelled in everything compared to her. If she considered her past lives, she was much older than Wyatt, which only worsened her mood. I don't know if it helps, but our match ended in a draw. Maybe next time, you could defeat him, Clone Wyatt suggested. Though his intentions were good, it was clear he lacked experience in consoling others. Corey glared at the clone and asked, a draw? You call that a draw? Are you pitying me? No, the clone stammered, hastily explaining, though I might have negated your fist arts, I don't have any cards or runes that could help me defeat you without killing you. And don't look at me like that, you also held back from using your more lethal moves and only stuck to the first verse of your fist art. Not to forget, these sinners' marks on both my palms. That's why I declared it a draw. Just take me to Wyatt, Corey demanded, ignoring the clone consideration. She ordered it to let her into the seed world. That, I can't do. You can't enter the living section of the seed world until you've neatly stored these resources in the warehouse section, the clone relayed Wyatt's instructions to Corey. But seeing Corey's glare, it hurriedly added, it's not me, it's the original who gave the order. Are you sure you're Wyatt's clone? You're too cowardly, Corey scoffed as she began preparing to store the resources in the warehouse. After all, she was Wyatt's employee. As his friend, she could be willful, but as his employee, she had to execute his orders without complaint. That was the price she paid to become a demon merchant. Though we are Wyatt's clones, we have our own individualities to ensure that we don't mistake ourselves for the original, the clone explained, noticing that Corey had withdrawn her skill, Sinner's Marks. How many of you are there? Corey asked curiously as she stored as many resources as she could in her storage cards while using her spirituality to arrange the bricks in an orderly fashion, stacking them just like Dali had, so that when summoned, they would arrive neatly arranged. Not a lot, just a little over 1,000, the clone replied, using his celestial force to carry as many resources as he could into the seed world. Though the main primordial spirit hadn't explicitly instructed him to help Corey, Wyatt hadn't forbidden it either. 1,000? Wyatt has over 1,000 clones like you? Corey asked in shock, pausing her work. Her mind went blank at the thought of facing 1,000 of Wyatt's clones, especially when she struggled to defeat just one of them. However, recalling her skill, Sin Smoke, and martial art, Armageddon Song, both of which had widespread area effects that could target multiple enemies at once, even a small army if conditions were favorable, she calmed down. Not to mention, she hadn't let her ego flame, Park, possess her, as she had a point to prove to Wyatt. But if she had, with Park having regained all her past life's techniques and their proficiency, she could have rendered Wyatt unable to battle within a minute, let alone thousands of his clones. Why yes, the clone replied awkwardly, unable to comprehend Corey's shock. Having thousands of clones wasn't a big deal to him, as most of his knowledge came from the Infinity Library, where the standards were too high. Nothing less than a semi-ruler class was enough to surprise him anymore. Good for him, Corey muttered, resolving to master all the martial arts that Park had reached sage level in when she was alive, aiming to reach that level herself before challenging Wyatt next time. This time around, she planned to take Park's advice seriously, especially after her match with Wyatt's clone had played out just as Park had warned. Are you done? Let's unload these resources in the warehouse first and return for more, the clone suggested, choosing to ignore Corey's rivalry toward Wyatt. Dali could have moved all these resources into the seed's warehouse space with a snap of her fingers, but Wyatt wanted to punish Corey, warning her that her actions would no longer go without consequences. Yeah, let's hurry. I need to go find JJ after this, Corey urged the clone, indicating she had other matters to attend to. All right, the clone agreed, and soon they appeared on a barren floating island with plain stone flooring and rows of huge stone shelves, efficient enough to store all of Dali's resources. By the way, where are we, and where did Wyatt get these resources? Corey asked, her mind finally calm enough to focus on what was in front of her. We are in the Lil Red Storm realm, Dali's realm. She prepared all these resources as a gift for her little brother, the clone answered as he used his celestial force to neatly store the stored he had carried in, organizing them in their respective shelves. Dali's realm, isn't she from the Card realm? Also, from what I saw, the realm isn't capable of sustaining life. How did Dali manage to live here? Corey was shocked to learn that Dali wasn't a native of the Card world despite appearing human, and even more surprised to discover that she had grown up on a desolate realm all alone. She doesn't live on it, she is the Lil Red Storm realm, the clone revealed, as Dali had already shared her origin with the rest of the group. Wyatt never intended to keep it a secret from his friends. Otherwise, he would not have introduced Dali to them in the first place. Dali is a celestial, Corey exclaimed in shock. Chapter 2289 Rival, Errand Girl Date. Unspecified time, unspecified location, Lil Red Storm Realm, Realm's Womb, Seed World, Warehouse Section. Yes, Dali is a celestial, the clone confirmed, continuing to store the resources on the shelves, unaware of Corey's shock. Then how is she related to him? How can a celestial become a mortal's sister? Did she adopt him? And here I thought I was clever for climbing up the Southern royal family's family tree using me being Anna's goddaughter as ladder. That jerk, it's like he breathes fortune. Corey's initial shock quickly turned into envy. Who wouldn't want a celestial as an elder sister, especially one who prepared such a lavish gift? No, she didn't adopt him. They're related by blood, the clone clarified without going into details, as it was important to Dali that everyone knew she and Wyatt were blood-related siblings. How the heck is it possible for a mortal to be blood-related to a celestial? Don't tell me Wyatt's father was a celestial in disguise. Next, you'll tell me we're in some comic where Wyatt is the main character and I'm his incompetent rival, errand girl, Corey exclaimed, throwing a fit. She glared at the clone, pondering if it took her for a fool. Otherwise, Why else would it claim Wyatt was blood related to Dali? She wanted to grab its collar and scream, "Celestials don't bleed," but restrained herself, choosing to hear its explanation first. "It's confidential. I can't explain how, but it's true they're blood-related siblings," the clone hesitantly replied, fearing Corey's sudden outburst. "Now I regret not activating Sinner's marks when I had the chance," Corey muttered, glaring at the clone before resuming her task of stocking the shelves. "No, you don't. You're loud, but you're not cruel," the clone stated, speaking from its experience of accompanying Corey thus far. "I'm loud," Corey pressed, expecting the clone to take back its remark. But the clone, not understanding her irritation, answered, "Yes." Wondering if it had answered correctly. "Guess you're not that cowardly. You are Wyatt's clone, after all." Corey's expression softened. She knew the clone hadn't meant to offend her by calling her loud. Not to mention, it was considerate and easy to talk to. If Wyatt had been half as approachable, they could have been the best of friends. Phew, the clone sighed in relief, feeling a bit proud that it had given the right answer. It was getting used to walking on eggshells around Corey and learning how to deal with her. "What are you two doing here while the rest of us are celebrating?" Dali suddenly appeared in the warehouse in the form of a pixie. She had sensed them mentioning her name long ago, but seeing them enter another section of Seed World she decided to investigate. "We were moving the resources to the warehouse," the clone began to explain, but with a snap of her fingers, Dali used her mastery of space rule to move all the resources lying on the Lil Red Storm Realm's ground into the warehouse shelves, neatly in order. She then turned to them and said, "All done. Let's join the others at the celebration." In an instant, the trio appeared next to Wyatt, who was watching 5 pixies perform one of their traditional dances. The performers were none other than Dreadray, Seed, Bloodette, Clown Mask, and the Field Marshal. Dali had been among them earlier but had stepped away, promising to return shortly. Leaving the duo, she hurriedly rejoined them. Seeing his clone and Corey arrive with Dali, Wyatt understood what had happened without needing to access the clone's memories. Recalling his clone, he shot a stern glare at Corey, who immediately approached him, pleading, "Help me return to the card world." Sensing the desperation in Corey's eyes and voice, Wyatt's frown softened, and he reassured her, "I heard what happened. You don't need to return to the card world to defeat JJ. I've spoken with the Field Marshal, and she will arrange for you to meet your parents on the way beyond." "Really, thank you, Wyatt," Corey gratefully said, only for Wyatt's expression to turn stern again as he asked, with a hint of sarcasm, "Why didn't you come to me when the Southern royal family was blocking you from meeting your parents? I could have helped you sooner. After all, you are my most trusted and efficient employee." "I didn't want to bother you," Corey hesitantly replied. However, Wyatt pressed on, "Or did you think I couldn't or wouldn't help you?" Corey stared at her feet, unable to meet Wyatt's gaze. The truth was, it had never crossed her mind to seek his help. Especially with Park being busy with Susan for their upcoming joint venture. Lately, her mind has been all over the place. She only felt like herself in Susan or Lil Beam's presence. And what were you thinking, trying to challenge JJ? Don't you know your own strength? You don't need to prove yourself to anyone, especially not to me. I've known from day one that if anyone in the card world could keep up with me, it would be you. Stop wasting time on unnecessary thoughts and step your game. Otherwise, I'll have to avenge Park alone," Wyatt lectured her, his concern genuine. Since accepting Corey as his friend, Wyatt had embraced both her strengths and flaws. Yes, her quirks were a pain to handle when they flared up, and recently, she'd been nothing but quirky, but Wyatt never intended to let go of her hand. He had a habit of holding on to those who trusted him, respecting and fearing that trust deeply. Corey looked up at Wyatt with teary eyes. For some reason, his lecture and subtle show of concern deeply moved her. Unconsciously, tears welled up in her eyes. She couldn't understand why she felt this way, but the more she tried to make sense of her turbulent emotions, the more her heart ached. "Don't go challenging JJ," Wyatt added with a reassuring smile. "I think he's suffering enough, cleaning the sewers day in and day out. Also, after the celebration, let's create a sturdy mental defense type skill card." Chapter 2290 MOAL date, unspecified time, unspecified location, Lil Red Storm Realm, Realm's Womb, Seed World. The gang celebrated the birth of Dreadray's forest spirit, Seed, and the union of the Wyatt siblings until even the likes of the Field Marshal had to start using her soul energy to cleanse her system of all the booze just to keep partying. Fortunately, Most of them were demon merchants, so they never ran out of food, wine, or entertainment to keep the festivities going. With Dally's gift rejuvenating Wyatt's wallet, they went wild. Corey and Dally had wine for the first time as Corey Bright and Dally Wyatt, while Courtney and Jaya publicly drank wine for the first time as well. As for Wyatt, he joined them, but due to his strong physique, none of the best-selling and popular liquors in the Inter-Realm network seemed capable of getting him drunk. Learning this, the gang turned it into a drinking game. They would taste every liquor available on Inter-Realm network until they found one that could get Wyatt drunk. The challenge was to last the longest without using soul energy, rule power, or any ability to cleanse their body of alcohol. The winner would be the last one standing or those who made it to the end without using any powers. With seasoned drinkers like Dreadray and the Field Marshal in the mix, the competition was fierce. Seed and Dally couldn't get drunk due to racial reasons, so they acted as judges alongside Wyatt. Ultimately, they did find a liquor that could get Wyatt drunk. Ironically, its name translated to Mother of All Liquors, marking the end of the game and the party. Unsurprisingly, Dreadray was the winner, with the Field Marshal as the runner-up. Thanks to the party, Dally had become everyone's new favorite, while Seed's previously frozen expression and annoyed grunts no longer made her unapproachable as everyone had learned to decipher her grunts. The Field Marshal and Clown Mask seemed to have grown comfortable enough to no longer need their respective masks in the gang's presence. Wyatt also made some progress with Susan. While Corey was busy drinking and partying, Wyatt followed the Field Marshal's advice and managed to converse with Susan as usual, even making her laugh occasionally, without letting his wounded ego get in the way. It wasn't easy, as he was deeply shocked and hurt by her rejection to his proposal to date publicly. After the party, Seed created human-sized pixie-style cottages in the woods for everyone to rest. While the gang slept, Seed and Dally left to discuss what kind of celestial Seed would like to become, following Wyatt's orders to keep Seed's status as a celestial a secret from the rest, especially Dreadray. Though Dreadray considered Wyatt her best friend, as a pixie, she was still loyal to the librarian. Wyatt didn't want to put Dreadray in a position where she would have to choose between her friend and her master. However, given how things were unfolding, it seemed inevitable, though Wyatt preferred to face that issue later rather than sooner in this one instance. Waking up in his cottage, Wyatt opened his eyes to be greeted by the pleasant face of Dreadray, who was patiently hovering above him, watching over him. With the successful birth of Seed and Dally taking Seed under her wing, Dreadray now had more free time on her hands. With her usual playmates Corey, Courtney, and Jaya still asleep, and the rest of the gang busy with their own work, she could only wait for Wyatt to wake up and assign her a task or keep her company. "How can you be up earlier than me when you drank almost twice as much as the entire gang?" Wyatt asked, getting up. "If not for those last few glasses of MOAL, I could have drunk a lot more," Dreadray replied, using her ability to cleanse Wyatt of all dirt and smell. Feeling refreshed, Wyatt walked out of the cottage, recalling that the pixie race's entire lifestyle was one big party. If not for the librarian getting them to work as book guides in his libraries, they would spend their entire lives nurturing their forests and partying with their tribe members. The Field Marshal never stood a chance against her in the drinking game. "So, what do you plan to do next?" Wyatt asked, hoping she wouldn't suggest starting another forest, as he would resolutely reject that idea. However, she wouldn't, since the only reason he agreed to let Dreadray grow her forest initially was that she could still feel at home even though she was far from home. Thanks to Seed, the entire Seed world was now filled with numerous floating forest islands, each mimicking Dreadray's native forest and the neighboring pixie tribe's forests in the Dark Realm. Not that Wyatt had any complaints with the new changes, the Seed world was now more vibrant and calming than before. Most importantly, it followed the time zone and climate conditions of the Card world, which he was accustomed to. Though the Lil Red Storm realm was in the same time zone as the Card world, its two suns arrangement could only be preferable to the slave work culture of MNCs back on Earth. "I could help Susan, Park, and the Field Marshal with their project," Dreadray suggested, the first idea that came to mind. Wyatt's face turned grim upon hearing this, as he had bad news for the mentioned trio. Locating the island where Susan and Park had set up their office, Wyatt headed there with Dreadray in tow. Seeing Wyatt awake, the Field Marshal joined them. As they arrived, Susan and Park paused their work to greet Wyatt. "Good morning, Wyatt." "Is it morning?" Wyatt asked, trying to gauge the time based on the position of the illusionary sun in the Seed world's spatial boundary. After taking over the seed world, the first thing Seed did was replace the fake sun Wyatt had created and let the seed world's boundaries mimic the climate and weather patterns of the card world. Well, it should be morning in the card world, Park confirmed, informing him the shortcut to tell time in this realm. Chapter 2291 Bad News. Good New. Date. Unspecified time. Unspecified location. Lil Red Storm Realm, Realm's Womb, Seed World. I have bad news for the three of you, Wyatt announced, then added, I know you've all been working day and night to carry out this project, especially you two, Susan and Park. I truly appreciate your hard work. But I'm deeply sorry to say that I have to pause your project for the foreseeable future. Unlike the field marshal, who had only recently joined the project, Susan and Park had been involved from the very beginning. Thus, Wyatt felt particularly guilty about having to pause it just a few days before its official launch, especially considering all the hard work and sleepless nights Susan and Park had put into it. Now, having to tell them that all their work up to this point was essentially for nothing, Wyatt couldn't help but feel remorseful. That's unfortunate, but all right, Susan responded with minimal reaction to what should have been shocking news, while Park simply nodded dismissively. Wyatt was left speechless by their bland reactions. He had expected a much stronger response and had even braced himself for some harsh words. However, it seemed he had been overthinking it. Noticing Wyatt's confusion, Susan explained, Wyatt, during our preparations, we discovered that the import-export business is very difficult without any initial connections. Thanks to the field marshal, we managed to secure trustworthy suppliers and buyers in the card world. But in the inter-realm network, we couldn't find a single reliable supplier or buyer, even after leveraging Park's old contacts. The demon and devil merchants turned out to be trickier than we initially assumed. So, we plan to use a small batch of goods to conduct trial and error trades tests to identify trustworthy partners in the inter-realm network. However, even that approach came with significant risks. Honestly, we're at a loss. The waters of the inter-realm network are too deep. Park nodded her fiery head like a bobblehead figurine on the dashboard of a car with no suspension. In her past life, Park had been a successful local leader in what could be considered an urban area of the Dark Realm. By Earth's standards, she was just a gang leader in her neighborhood. However, she ultimately failed, dying at the hands of Belphegor and losing her territory to him. The inter-realm network was far more complex, with even a lone demon merchant wielded more influence than her past self. These merchants either led forces stronger than she had commanded or belonged to much larger organizations. All in all, her past experience offered no advantage in the Devil Merchant Code. Moreover, Park was never a merchant but a warrior. Her involvement in finances had been limited to overseeing them, relying on trustworthy subordinates to handle her force's businesses and budget. But now, that those people were either dead or had joined new forces, she was just as clueless as Susan. After all, capable people had little trouble restarting their life. Some of her old allies might come running if she called them, but she didn't want to do that without something substantial to offer. Besides, if she managed to re-establish herself in the Dark Realm, the truly loyal ones would find their way back to her on their own. So, you pausing the project is actually a big relief to us, Susan admitted, her tone genuinely relieved. She felt like a huge weight was left of her shoulder. That's good to know, but now you've put me in a bit of a dilemma, Wyatt said, teleporting the group to the warehouse section of the seed world. I was planning to have you guys unload these resources at a reasonable rate. Looking at the seemingly endless rows of stone shelves filled with precious resources, Susan and Park, who had been celebrating their reprieve, nearly fainted upon realizing they had to find buyers and sell these resources at good prices. Seeing that more work lined up for them, tears welled up in Susan's eyes, while Park would have cried as well if it were physically possible for her. They weren't afraid of hard work, but they were afraid of failure. As newcomers to this business, losses were inevitable until they got the hang of it. Can't we just exchange these resources using the Devil Merchant Code for what we need? The field marshal proposed. However, Dredre pointed out the flaw in that plan. The value of your resources will be based purely on the amount of energy the Devil Merchant Code can harvest from it, ignoring factors like rarity and market price unless the items are devil ingredients. On the other hand, the resources you want in exchange will be valued with energy content, rarity, and market price in mind. You can also exchange your resources for soul jades, but you'll receive far less than the actual market value. Unless you urgently need rare resources or soul jades, it would be unwise to conduct such a large-scale exchange through the Devil Merchant Code. The demon and devil merchants have tried every trick to exploit the system, but none have ever succeeded. After all, it was designed to be superior to them. Then it's going to be very challenging for us to sell these resources at a reasonable, let alone fair, price, Susan remarked. She felt a throbbing headache just thinking of finding a buyer for each of these resources. That's true, Park agreed, unless we manage to find a trustworthy semi-ruler class or above client. Considering the needs of their enormous forces, we could easily empty our stock within no time. If they're involved in crafting, like the Chaos Dwarfs, that would be even better. Do you have someone in mind? The field marshal asked, assuming that Park wouldn't have made such a suggestion without a lead. In fact, I do, Park admitted, but I'm not sure if he'll be willing to help us, given my complicated past with him. So why bring it up? And aren't you just some ego flame spirit? It seems Corey wasn't entirely truthful with me. Chapter 2292 Egg Guild's Business Development Manager Date, Unspecified Time, Unspecified Location, Lil Red Storm Realm, Realm's Womb, Seed World, Warehouse Section. The field marshal had long harbored doubts about Park's origin as Corey's ego flame spirit. Park was simply too intelligent to be a mere ego spirit. Today, since the party had brought them close enough for her to reveal her true form, she spoke her mind openly. About that, it's complicated. You wouldn't believe us even if we told you. Wyatt and I couldn't believe it ourselves when she shared it with us. And we're not in a position to reveal it unless Corey herself is willing to. Considering she hasn't shared it with her own family or parents, the odds of that happening are low. But please know this, Park is one of us and would never harm us, Susan spoke up, eager to be honest with the field marshal, but it was not her secret to reveal. The field marshal frowned but understood there was nothing inherently wrong with her question. It was just that she was asking the wrong people. She had to confront Corey directly about the matter for the answers she sought. I don't know what Corey told you, but I remember you mentioning that she claimed to have a mysterious master that is none other than Park here. She's Corey's mysterious master, the Demon Emperor Park. Once a proud Demon Emperor, she's now a remnant of her former self. She's the one responsible for Corey forging a titled Demon Core. You can ask how and why to Corey when she wakes up, Wyatt interjected, crafting a story for Corey and Park as they weren't doing a good job of hiding their secret, which was beginning to cause trouble within the group. The field marshal, having shared her own secrets with the group, would be devastated if she found out they weren't being honest with her. This didn't mean everyone had to share their secrets with her. They could if they wished, if not, they should not rub it on others' face. Ultimately, this was an issue between Corey, Park, and the field marshal. Fortunately, the field marshal seemed to grasp that, as misunderstandings like these could be detrimental to the group. I understand. I apologize for making everyone uncomfortable. Let's focus on the matter at hand, the field marshal said, assuring everyone that they didn't need to worry about this further. There's nothing we can do here. Either we suffer the initial losses to learn from them, or we figure out a way to find rare, trustworthy devil merchants among the crooked ones, Wyatt said. Just as he was about to continue, Park interrupted him, adding, what about the connection I mentioned earlier? Should I reach out to him? Wyatt shook his head. Let's not try to partner with someone above our weight class. There's no telling how things will play out. We already have our hands full with the 7 Princes of Hell, targeting the card world. Then what do we do now? Dredre asked, feeling like they were going in circles. Now, we find a cheat to win this rigged game, Wyatt said, pointing at the empty space where the clown mask suddenly appeared out of thin air. He proceeded to introduce her. She is our cheat. Clown Mask, who had suddenly appeared, startled those present in the warehouse. Everyone looked at Wyatt in confusion, unable to understand what he meant. Seeing their puzzled expressions, Wyatt grinned and declared, from now on, Clown Mask will be the Egg Guild's business development manager. She'll be responsible for qualifying leads and conducting due diligence on potential clients, buyers, and sellers. Any deal, big or small, will only proceed after it passes her screening and verification. Thank you, boss. I will prove I am worthy of your trust. Clown Mask hurriedly bowed, accepting the new responsibility Wyatt had given her. She then pointed out, concerned, boss, this means I'll have to stay behind at Card World. Don't worry. I'll make Courtney and Bloodette your young and perky assistants. Enjoy. Wyatt interrupted, a mischievous glint in his eyes. Although Clown Mask didn't need any assistance due to her physique, Courtney and Blooded would serve as extra motivation for her to go above and beyond as the Egg Guild's business development manager. "Thank you, boss," Clown Mask enthusiastically thanked Wyatt, bowing once more. As a Bloodkin daughter gem, she wouldn't cut corners and would perform the duties Wyatt assigned to her to the best of her abilities, but with Courtney and Blooded now as her motivation, she would happily exceed expectations. "So, you're the double agent who joined the guild during the celebrations," Susan guessed, mistaking Clown Mask for double agent. "No, I'm not a demon merchant yet," Clown Mask clarified. Thanks to the hive spirit, she was already up to speed on the demon merchant, Egg Guild, and the rest. "Then who is the double agent?" the field marshal asked Wyatt, feeling that a demon merchant with a username like double agent wasn't trustworthy. "I'll introduce her to you when she is done breaking through to the demigod realm. For now, Clown Mask, take this token, become a demon merchant, and join the Egg Guild. If you have any questions, ask Dreadray, she'll help you," Wyatt instructed, handing a devil merchant token to Clown Mask. "I will comply," Clown Mask responded, accepting the token from Wyatt. Guided by the hive spirit, she prepared to become a demon merchant. "Wyatt, do you need me to draft a contract for Clown Mask?" Dreadray asked, having created contracts for Susan, Corey, and the field marshal. "No need, I had her sign one long ago," Wyatt replied. At this point, it dawned on the field marshal that Wyatt had bigger plans when he freed Clown Mask from the royal family's secure facility. Unable to resist, she asked, "Was it before Clown Mask surrendered herself to Colleen?" "Ding, ding, ding," Wyatt answered with a grin. "Demon Merchant, Fortune I, has requested to join your Egg Guild. Do you accept?" "Yes, no." Note: if you accept a demon devil merchant as a guild member, you cannot remove them without a valid reason. Please check the guild guidelines for acceptable reasons for expelling a member.